Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn. My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn Chapter 1. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watches Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. It was so unfair. Izuku wanted to be a hero more than anything else. Most people thought this was a simple childhood fantasy, one that most kids shared these days because of All Might. But Inko knew that this wasn't the case. In fact, Inko would probably bet their house that from Izu's class, that only he and Mitsuki's kid would stick to their goals and become a hero. But he hadn't yet developed a quirk. Katsuki had developed his quirk last year and now her little Izu was the last one in the class to not develop a quirk. An energetic voice drew Inko from her musings. Mummy, what quirk do you think'll have? Inko smiled, whatever it is I am sure that you will become a great hero, just like All Might. While Izuku was fascinated with all heroes, whether they were the big-time heroes like Endeavor or even small-time sidekicks, he held one above all others. It was no surprise that All Might was held in higher regards than other heroes considering his portrayal as the symbol of peace. Hooray! Inko decided to indulge her son on the way to the hospital by allowing him to watch his favorite video. Everything is fine now. Why? Because I am here. Fire roared in the background, casting a warm glow as a gigantic man stood up proudly. Several unconscious people piled on his back, blood trickling down his face and ash littering the hero's costume. Yet the man smiled and shone with hope brighter than the fire behind him. Inko silently observed Izuku's face, the absolute look of wonderment bringing a gentle smile to her face. Even she had to admit that All Might was special. His debut immediately put into light what kind of hero he was. Unlike Endeavor, whose debut was fighting a villain, All Might's was rescuing nearly 100 buildings from collapsed and burning buildings. While Inko could reassure Izuku easily, it was more difficult to reassure herself. 80% of people developed one type of quirk or another and Izuku was now the last one in his class to develop one. Furthermore, every generation, the average age at which quirks developed was younger and the number of children who didn't develop a quirk decreased as well. From the last survey taken, only 5% of children didn't develop a quirk. Some believed this to be evidence of the quirk singularity doomsday theory, but Inko couldn't care less about that. All it meant was that she had greater reason to worry as it was even less likely that she would develop a quirk now. Several times Inko would glance at Izuku, smiling at his adorable focus. However, there was a small amount of worry. What if Izuku wouldn't get a quirk? What would she do? No, you can't think like that. He has a quirk, I just know it. Once reaching the hospital and giving Izuku's name, they were led to a special room where they took an X-ray. The nurse had to tell Izuku to stop moving 3 times as he was too enthused. Inko smiled gently at that before telling him to calm down. However, Inko frowned at the method of detection. Quirks were due to genetic differences, which is why children often inherited one of their parents' quirk or even a combination. Could they really find out whether someone has a quirk by looking at some bones in the foot? After the X-ray, they were led to an office where they waited for the doctor to come to give the results. Inko could tell that the 10 minutes wait was almost too much for Izu, who was literally bouncing up and down on the chair as they waited for the doctor to come back. A smile reminiscent of All Might was plastered on his face as the doctor came in to tell them the news. The room was dark save for the light of the computer paused at the appearance of All Might. Silence reigned in the room, only the heavy breaths of the distraught boy breaking the monotony. The dark silence was oddly reminiscent of a certain feathered boy's normal room. Quirkless. The word floated around Izuku's brain, destroying hopes and dreams of going to UA and becoming a hero. What will I tell Kachan? I should tell him, right? He won't treat me differently. Right. Izuku started to hyperventilate. The spiky-haired blonde respected power and over the past year, he had started to treat him worse. There was no way that telling him would make things better. Look, you can read the last part of Izuku's name as Deku. Kachan laughed along with some of their friends. Deku must be the name of a quirkless loser. These words said just a week ago suddenly hit home. He was just a quirkless loser. He couldn't become a hero like All Might. Fat drops smashed into the ground as Izuku started to cry. There were no gut-wrenching sobs, just a quiet resignation. A small creak was heard as Inko made her way into her Izu's room. Her eyes teared as she heard the quiet sniffles. She slowly turned the chair around to reveal a motionless Izuku, tears streaming down his face. Mom, can I still be a hero? Inko cried openly at that. When she was young, she also wanted to be a hero but dropped out. She liked to think it was because of her weak quirk, but the truth was she didn't have the drive and motivation necessary. Izuku had more than enough motivation to become a hero. But hero work was dangerous. After all, she worried about Hisashi and he had a quirk. Don't worry Izu. Some people still develop quirks even without that double-jointed toe. She couldn't bring herself to crush his dreams. Unlike her, Izuku could do it. He would stick to his goal of becoming a hero. Do you really think so? Izuku's voice was so small and meek and it almost broke Inko's heart. I know so. The road to becoming a hero is difficult but I will be there every step of the way. Izuku's eyes shone with unshed tears. Not from sadness, but hope. You will need to work hard and it will be tough. Yes, of course, I am. Inko's eyes were bright with pride. Even if he didn't develop a quirk, she would make sure that her Izu was strong enough to survive in a world of heroes. It's time to start thinking seriously about your future and what you want to do with your lives, said a blonde-haired teacher. Normally such a statement from a teacher would be the signal to stop paying attention if one hadn't already. And even though it was the beginning of a new school year, today hadn't been an exception as Izuku could look around the class to see glassy eyes. I could pass out some career aptitude tests, groans could be heard from some students, but I know you are all aiming for the hero course. At this proclamation, he threw the stack of papers into the air and almost everyone in the class stood up and started displaying their quirks and shouting. Several people's arms were raised and changed with one person developing a rock fist while another person's hand literally turned to smoke. However, two students just sat there. Both himself and Kachan weren't displaying their quirks, but while Kachan just sat there looking bored, Izuku was excited as he always found it a joy to see someone else's quirk. Yes, very good. You all have wonderful quirks. The teacher exclaimed almost proudly. Just remember that it is technically against school rules to use your quirks in public. Wonderful quirks, huh? Don't lump me in with these losers, teach. Kachan's voice blared over the previous shouts of joy, silencing them for a few seconds before the classroom exploded with noise once more. What did you say, Bakugo? Rude, arrogant bastard. Several voices stood out to Izuku, but all of them were angry at Kachan, causing Izuku to sigh at Kachan's cockiness. Shut up, you damn extras. I'm going to become the best hero and surpass All Might, and my journey's going to start when I get into UA. Kachan's voice blared over the previous shouts of anger. Hey, what are you trying to say? Whoa, he's trying for UA. The national school. I hear that school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. Many people started talking and muttering as the anger turned to admiration and the class slowly devolved further into chaos. It might be impossible for you rejects, but I aced the mock test. Izuku saw Kachan jump onto his desk and continue on with his tirade. My quirk is the best in this school and I'll be. Oh yeah, Midoriya, you're also trying for UA, aren't you? Izuku sighed at that. The class literally stilled and became silent as the other students took time processing that statement. Yes, sir. A lot of the class immediately turned around and just stared at Izuku, making him feel self-conscious and hesitant. Then some of the kids started to laugh and Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. However, some of the other students didn't know what to feel. Izuku had the highest academic scores in the class, maybe even the entire school. While that wouldn't be enough, he had something that most people could never achieve: Bakugo's respect. There were a few people who claimed to be Bakugo's friend, but everyone really knew they were just lackeys. Izuku had never shown anyone in school his quirk apart from Kachan. And for good reason, at least according to Izuku. It was dangerous to himself and others. Izuku could remember the first time he had used his quirk. Deku. Why have you been hiding from me? There was that nickname. Deku. Was he really a useless loser? Sure, his mom said he could be a hero if he started learning to fight at the dojo near their house. But would he ever be able to beat Kachan? The trees started to rustle as the wind started to blow. Izuku could feel a cooling sensation on his face as his tears started to dry. It had been a week since Izuku had seen the doctor and he had barely managed to avoid Kachan for that long. Kachan knew that he had the appointment, and after Izuku hadn't come to him to tell him all about his quirk, Izuku knew that Kachan would be suspicious. However, he just didn't think this confrontation would have happened so soon. Don't ignore me. The shouting attracted the attention of the only other person in the park. Izuku barely noticed the big gray sports shoes and the brown sleeveless suit on the gray man as the shouting caused him to hyperventilate. He just wanted it to go away, but his feet wouldn't move. He felt energy move inside of him. It felt hot and unstable. It hurt to hold it inside. He felt his arms move of their own accord as they moved down. The energy burst out. Izuku was broken from his musings by a loud, familiar voice. Oi, what are you extra laughing for? Deku here has a better chance of getting into UA than all of you combined. Bakugo jumped off the desk and slammed on the ground before continuing to speak. Of course, I will obviously be the best, but if you losers think he is going to fail, then you're more stupid than I thought. Lots of grumbling swept around the class, but no one dared go against Kachan. While Kachan had always been intimidating, his reputation started when he beat up those bullies who were 2 years older than him. After that, no one wanted to mess with him. It's alright, Kachan. The fuck it is. And don't fucking call me that. We're not friends. Izuku's sweat dropped at that. While he might have earned some respect from Kachan after getting his quirk, he was nowhere near being friends with the guy. Izuku was just happy to not be in his crosshairs. He shuddered slightly at the thought of getting bullied by Kachan for years if he hadn't developed his quirk. Bakugo, please sit down, Kachan grunted before jumping down from the table and plopping into his chair. The rest of the class passed without much issue. Izuku barely noticed when class finished as he was too engrossed in completing his notes on Mount Lady from the morning. Mount Lady. Name. Quirk. Gigantification. She obviously gains weight alongside size as she can hit harder when larger than when smaller and probably has increased bone density to support it. Her hero costume is obviously made of some stretchy fabric which allows it to stay on. I wonder whether she only has one size, or whether she can choose how much she grows. If she only has one size, which is quite large, then it will be difficult for her to fight in cities, especially in narrow lanes, without causing damage. Izuku was broken from his musings when his book was snatched by a quick hand. Izuku just sighed as he looked up and stared at the spiky-haired blonde. Kachan, please can you give it back? Kachan just waved him off. While he had taken the book to get Deku's attention, he was mildly interested in the analysis. He quickly took a glance at the page and grunted. The analysis was thorough as usual, just as he'd expect from Deku. What do you want, Kak? Shut up, Deku. There's just over 10 months left till the UA exams and you better make it in. Kachan got really close to Izuku now and Izuku gulped at that. Kachan could really be intimidating sometimes. With your mind, you'll make a great sidekick for me. Here Kachan's smirk became full-blown and Izuku felt a flash of irritation. Even though he had a quirk, Kachan still looked down on him. Kachan turned to leave. Wait Kachan, I know you don't think much of me, but I will not be just your sidekick. I will be a hero known over the world as someone who will keep balance and save people. Kachan frowned in annoyance. He knew Deku was smart, but there was no way in hell Deku would be better than him. Ha, as if a damn nerd could be better than me. Kachan punctuated the nerd by firing a small explosion on the book between his two fists. Izuku just stared on. By the way, how is your quirk training coming along? The malicious tone disguised Kachan's real reason for asking the question. Izuku winced. While his first quirk usage may have been powerful, he had yet to replicate the feat. He hadn't even come close. Izuku could only move rocks roughly half the size of him, and in order to use his quirk, he needed to hit the earth, and after a while, his hands and feet became swollen and bruised. Izuku averted his eyes and didn't answer, but that was answer enough for Kachan. He scowled at the way the conversation had turned and threw the book back to the silent Izuku before walking towards the door of the classroom. You laid it into him good, didn't ya? Lackey number 1 cackled. Shut up extra. The glare aimed from Bakugo caused the winged and long-fingered lackeys to step back a bit in fear. Bakugo just continued walking out of the classroom, and after a brief pause, the two lackeys followed him out, leaving Izuku alone in the classroom to wallow. Izuku left the school and headed to the dojo. The sun was still bright, though it would set in just a few hours, and the air was cool. After the talk with Kachan, Izuku didn't really feel like going to the dojo. Unfortunately, it was the first day of the school year and Shiro-sensei insisted that Izuku always come to the dojo on the first day so she could plan what to do for the year. This year was more important than previous years as there were just a bit more than 10 months left to the UA exam, and while the written portion would be easy enough, he needed to ace the practical exam in order to get in. The others in the class weren't wrong in saying that getting into UA was tough due to the extremely selective process. He now had less than a year to get his quirk to work properly. If he didn't, he would fail to get into UA. Therefore, he would need to train some more. Dojos were great places for anyone to train to become stronger. Recently, with the appearance of All Might and the increase in the public's opinion on heroes, many dojos wanted to train the next great hero. A new license was created for dojos that allowed the public use of quirks in dojos to allow children to train, and they even received money from the government depending on how many children with quirks they trained. However, this made many dojos extremely prejudiced against children with no quirks and even against children with weak quirks. Izuku literally dragged Inko along, walking ahead of the mother. Over the past year, she had been under no illusion that Izuku was getting along with the children in his class. Especially Mitsuki's kid. It had only occurred a few times in the past few months. Izuku had returned home with bruises and mild burns. Inko knew that it was Mitsuki's child, but whenever she asked Izuku, he always said that they had just been playing. She had already told Mitsuki her suspicions. Luckily, physical abuse was something that Mitsuki had no tolerance for and had punished Katsuki harshly for. Inko knew her friend's violent tendencies and shivered slightly at whatever torture Katsuki had to suffer, regardless of how much he deserved it. They soon entered a large building. This dojo was closest to their homes, but they had never been here before. Hi, could I please register my children into the dojo? Asked Inko. What is his name? While Inko talked to the receptionist, Izuku looked around the dojo. There were pictures dotted around the room of heroes who had once used this dojo and were now famous. To many people, this was just the dojo advertising themselves, but to Izuku, it didn't matter. It was just so cool seeing pictures of all these heroes. I'm sorry to say that we don't have any more spaces left. Inko looked at the bored face of the receptionist in disappointment. Are you sure? But my son really wanted to join. Yes, we only had one space left and we booked another child in yesterday. The receptionist's voice was cool and almost disinterested. Inko frowned before turning away. After all, there was nothing she could do. Come on Izuku. What happened mommy? Don't worry Izuku. This dojo doesn't have any places left, so we'll find another place. Fa. Okay. Inko just sighed sadly and went along. Inko was also quite disappointed, but there were always more dojos. They were passing the receptionist just in time to hear the receptionist talking to another family. Thank you for joining. Reiki will learn a lot from our dojo. Inko's temper flared up. Just 5 minutes ago, this man had told her there were no more spaces, but now when this new family came, he gave them a space. She would give that brat a piece of her mind. Izuku chuckled a bit evilly at the expression of anger. He may have been mostly a peaceful child, but he enjoyed it when his mom laid it into someone other than him. Izuku blamed Kachan for enjoying such violent tendencies. However, even Kachan would agree that when Inko got angry, she could potentially rival Auntie Mitsuki. How come that family gets to sign their child up when you just told me you were full? How dare you? Please calm down miss. Why should I? What's going on here? Inko turned to the new voice. The man was not fat but what some might call hefty, and he was wearing an expensive business suit. I am the manager of this dojo. Your receptionist refused to give me a place at your dojo, saying that you were fully booked even though she gave a place to another family just 5 minutes later. Why? The receptionist interrupted him and whispered something into his ear. The manager's eyes widened slightly before he schooled himself and turned to the mother and son. I am sorry, but I respect our receptionist, Romai's decision. How dare you? It finally clicked to Inko what the problem was. While Izuku might have recently developed a quirk, their application to Department of Quirks had yet to be fully processed. Dojos were given special access to the information in their database, for a fee, and probably saw that Izuku wasn't registered as a quirk. It's because he's quirkless, isn't it? The receptionist looked uncomfortable, but the manager just looked indifferent. Yes, Inko was furious, both at the admission and the indifference of the manager. If you had let my son join, you would know my son did have a quirk and that it just hadn't shown in the database. The manager looked surprised at that. Maybe we do have a place. You can forget about my son training here. The manager had the audacity to look appalled at the choice. Did you really think I would let my son train in a lousy dojo like this? How dare. Let's go. And the duo just left the dojo, leaving the two men just standing there gawking. Izuku chuckled a bit at that. They had tried many well-known dojos, but after the first one, Inko always mentioned that her son was quirkless in order to gauge the reactions and see whether the dojo was truly worth it. They had visited 9 dojos before finding the dojo he had enlisted in. Oi brat, are you going to come in or not? Do you want to start training? You have less than a year before you give the UA exams. Izuku started at the voice. He had unconsciously walked all the way to the dojo and standing in front of the door was his sensei. Shiro-sensei was an old woman standing just a few inches taller than Izuku. She had black hair with lots of gray streaks that fell just past her shoulders. However, her eyes were the most memorable part. Izuku imagined they would have been a bright green, but instead, there was a film over them indicating her blindness. Izuku bowed. Yes, Shiro-sensei, I'm ready. Then hurry up. Oh, and she was also very blunt. Izuku hurried on in after the retreating figure of the blind woman. The two entered the main room of the dojo and Izuku quickly assumed his stance and shifted through some advanced forms of the southern praying mantis, his preferred martial arts form. You have greatly improved your forms. You could be considered a master of the southern praying mantis. Izuku just stared at her. Shiro-sensei hardly ever gave compliments. When he had first joined Shiro-sensei's dojo, he was inexperienced. Kachan had a much greater handle on his quirk and had great instincts, and Izuku felt that he was so far behind. While his instincts weren't bad, his quirk didn't come naturally to him. Best described, it was incooperative. It was difficult to control. However, when he used his quirk alongside the martial arts form, it came more naturally and was more powerful, though there was still something missing. Thinking about Kachan reminded him of the interaction they shared less than an hour ago. Izuku was by no means a confident student, but even he had thought that he had progressed past the shy and weak child he had been before he had got her quirk. But Kachan always made him feel so small. Oi brat, are you listening to me? Izuku just stared blankly before there was a spark of recognition in his eyes. What? Shiro just sighed, knowing that nothing would be accomplished today, not with the obvious mood he was in. Go home and get your wits about. We'll start this year's training this weekend. Izuku looked up in shock at that statement. But, we can street. No, there is no point starting today. It would be a waste of time. And with that, the conversation was over and Shiro-sensei left the room. Izuku gazed absent-mindedly at his watch. It had been less than an hour since he had left school and the sun was still quite high. Normally, the training sessions with Shiro-sensei lasted at least an hour, but he had only been at the dojo for 30 minutes before he was sent home. Izuku was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the light getting darker as he passed beneath the bridge. However, he did sort of notice the sound of something wet moving behind him. And he definitely noticed the low, menacing voice behind him. You look like a nice vessel to disguise myself. The slime villain surged forward, tentacles of slime surrounding him, poised to attack. Izuku didn't think, instincts just took over. He had to protect himself. He flipped backwards, causing a rock spire to knock the villain back a few feet. As the slime villain regained its senses, Izuku took a few moments to analyze the villain. The sludge villain's body was comprised of a dark green slime or sludge. The only things indicating the face were the sharp teeth and the cruel yellow eyes. Unfortunately, the rock spire hardly slowed it down and it only took a few seconds before it was rushing right back. However, as the slime villain rushed towards the boy, he noticed the expression was not of fear like it should be. The villain snarled as it rushed closer. Izuku just stood still, hands raised and palms facing towards his chest. As the slime villain neared, Izuku quickly raised his hand, causing a ramp of earth to rise, and the slime villain slid straight over Izuku. An elemental quirk. How rare. You have a strong quirk, boy. And in such an assuming body. Yes, you're a fine vessel. Izuku recoiled at that. I'm no vessel for you. The slime villain just smiled ominously. You will be soon. However, every time the villain tried to approach Izuku to try and overcome him, Izuku would create barriers of earth and would move away. What the slime villain didn't know was that Izuku was tiring and his hands were starting to hurt from quirk overuse. Finally, as the slime villain approached, Izuku screamed and thrust his hand against the ground, causing several spikes to thrust up through the slime villain's body and eye. While the villain's body was liquid, the position of the spikes made it difficult to move properly. Plus, moving with the spikes through his eyes hurt a lot. Ah, what are you doing? The slime villain screamed. I am keeping you captive till the hero that was chasing you appears, said Izuku between ragged breaths. Earlier you said that you needed me to disguise yourself. You were so desperate to get into me, so I assume you were running away from a hero. I just need to keep you till H. Izuku was cut off when a loud voice boomed from behind him. Do not worry. Because I am here. All might. Izuku shrieked in surprise while the villain thrashed harder, causing him to tear off some of the slime tentacles and break free. Oh no you don't villain. All Might yelled. He cocked his fist back building up energy. Izuku tried to step to the side to avoid what was coming. Texas smash. All Might's punch created so much wind pressure that the slime villain burst and splattered over the ground. All Might rushed around using two 2-liter soda bottles to trap the villain. However, the wind pressure also caused Izuku to hit the side of the tunnel and Izuku fell to the ground about to fall unconscious. One of the last sights he saw was All Might standing at the entrance of the tunnel with his fist thrust out, the light outside casting a silhouette. Izuku could just make out a large white figure with some faint blue markings standing behind All Might before he passed out. First posted. The 24th of January 21. I've read many stories on this site and I want to give a shout out to two stories in particular. Harry Potter and the Prince of Slytherin by the Sinister Man for the amazing world expansion and making the Harry Potter world darker and more realistic. And I also want to give a shout out to Torchbearer by BTN29 who made me want to write a story on MHA. My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn CH2. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. First of all guys, I am amazed at the number of people who have already seen my story. 200 plus. I am so glad I decided to just post a chapter and get started. Thanks to Tribune, Iron Slayer Dragon and Luis AU for the reviews. One thing I do want to clarify is why I chose earthbending as his natural element. I understand why people think air is Izuku's natural element. Even I thought that. But I wanted to write something different and so I didn't want Izuku to feel like a copy of Aang. Plus he has the whole green color scheme down which suits earthbending. Furthermore, later on in canon, we see many moments where Izuku is depicted as stubborn and never giving up, even at the risk of his own health so I felt earthbending would suit him and give me a chance to write something different. There is another reason explaining my choice for Izuku to be an earthbender which comes up in this chapter so I won't spoil it. I hope the chapter doesn't raise too many questions. I have a question in the post-chapter notes about a poll I want to set up. I will build the plot slowly as I feel the manga moves far too quickly. Class 1A hardly seems to catch a break. I want to try to include more training exercises and wholesome moments. Now enjoy. Toshinori Yagi sighed as he stepped into the small grocery store. It always amazed him that when he was in his original form, no one paid any attention to him and some even tried to actively avoid him, repulsed by his skeletal form. While he had been thin before learning of One for All, the injury from 5 years ago had caused him to become sickeningly skeletal. A twang of pain shot through his stomach as if the mere thought of the injury had triggered it. A commotion outside caused Toshinori to glance out. The growing unrest seemed to signify a villain. Toshinori shifted towards the door just in time to see something rush by on the street. He caught sight of the eye and realized this was the slime villain people had been talking about. He discreetly glanced around to see if there was anyone or any CCTV that could see him. How come that villain is moving about in broad daylight? Yeah, where are the heroes? I heard this guy has been causing trouble since the morning. What, really? The growing unrest served to distract the public from the impressive transformation happening nearby. Never fear. Because I am here. With that proclamation, All Might rushed after the villain in order to catch him. However, in the time it took to transform secretly, the villain had gotten far away, and while All Might was faster, he didn't exactly know where the villain had gone. He needed to find him quickly because he only had roughly half an hour left on his clock today. After a few minutes of roaming around, All Might heard something that clued him in on the villain's position. You look like a nice vessel to disguise myself. All Might skidded to a halt at those words and followed the sounds of a battle. After just 2 minutes, he reached an underpass to see the raging fight. The slime villain he was chasing was engaged in battle with a child. Surprisingly, the boy was winning. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was the earth quirk the student displayed. Elemental quirks were extremely rare with only 1% of quirk users having some elemental type quirk or another. Furthermore, even in this category, there were divides depending on the element. Fire was the most common elemental type quirk and Endeavor had taken it upon himself to gather as many fire type quirks in his agency. The Order of the White Lotus. A secret organization that had managed to survive for millennia. While they operated globally, All Might knew they were focused on Japan, though the reason for this escaped him. The ultimate aim of the Order was to slowly regenerate the ancient forms of elemental quirks called bending and find the next avatar. The last avatar had been a woman called Korra and she had lived thousands of years ago. Only the top 10 heroes were inducted into the Order of the White Lotus from Japan to maintain secrecy and in order to survive as they were almost wiped out after the death of Korra. The Order had instructed them to nurture the elemental quirks and while some of them had done so, others had ignored the wish. All Might himself didn't think that elemental quirks were inherently special or superior to other quirks. Being quirkless originally gave him a unique perspective and he believed that a person's drive, confidence and creativity gave them their power. However, All Might knew that Endeavor had bought into their words. After all, Endeavor's agency was famous worldwide for assembling the highest number of fire quirk sidekicks. A scream of pain brought All Might back to the present. In front of him, the boy was breathing heavily but had managed to subdue the villain by spearing him with multiple spikes going through the eye. All Might frowned when he took note of the red and swollen hands. Do not worry. Because I am here. All Might proclaimed loudly. The boy shrieked in surprise and turned to face him. All Might noticed that the villain was struggling more frantically and suddenly broke free. All Might leapt forward, but in his haste forgot about the boy. Texas smash. The villain splattered in some gooey mess and he emptied the 2 2-liter bottles of water he had gotten before rushing round and capturing the villain in the bottles. Are you all right there, young man? All Might turned to see the boy lying on the floor unconscious, books strewn around from his open bag. All Might's sweat dropped. He may have gone a bit overboard with that punch. He wasn't being very professional today. All Might gathered the kid's books and placed them in the bag. However, one book caught his attention because of the burnt edges. Looking into the book, he noticed the high level of analysis, looking at various quirks. This kid has got a good head on his shoulders. And a powerful quirk. He may be the one. Of course, I haven't met this Mirio Togoto that Nezu and Knight I mentioned. All Might turned to the first new double-page spread and signed his name. After all, there was no way the kid wouldn't ask for one when he got up, considering the boy's obvious love for heroes. Hey kid, get up, whispered All Might, but there was no response. Delaware slap. All Might delivered some ultra-fast small slaps on Izuku's face and Izuku slowly regained conscious. All Might. All Might just sweat dropped. Good. You're awake. I thought I had injured you by accident. My apologies. Izuku just sat on the ground, dumbfounded. He never thought he would meet his hero in person, let alone get saved by him. You got caught up in my justicking. By the way, good job on holding the villain till I got here. You have a powerful quirk. Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku barely managed to stutter out his name. Well, good job young Midoriya. However, Izuku barely listened to anything All Might said. All Might is so cool. I have to get an autograph. Izuku rifled through his bag until he found his hero analysis book. He opened his book while about to ask him for an autograph when he landed on the new double-page spread. All Might's signature lay there proud. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, exclaimed Izuku while bowing vigorously. All Might's sweat dropped. Sheesh kid, slow down. No problem young man. There was an awkward pause as both stared at each other, unsure of what to say. Well, if that is all, I best get going. Wait, already. Young Midoriya, heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies. But there are so many questions I want to ask him. All Might crouched down, preparing to jump. Best stand back, young Midoriya. My takeoffs can generate a lot of wind pressure. Having said that, All Might leapt up quickly causing air from around to rush in to fill the sudden new gap. In the process, the resulting wind pressure knocked, nothing. What are you doing? I love my fans, but this is too much. Let go. All Might attempted to pry the vice-like grip surrounding his leg while Izuku clung on for dear life. I can't let go or I'll die. Oh yeah, good point. All Might quickly directed them to a nearby rooftop where Izuku collapsed to the ground breathing heavily at the adrenaline rush of flying through the air. What you did was very irresponsible young man. Izuku didn't answer but gathered his thoughts as he prepared to ask his question. Damn it, I'm almost out of time. I better get out of here quickly, so this boy doesn't learn my secret. All Might, can I be a hero? Those words, along with the raw emotion behind them caused All Might to freeze in his tracks. He had once asked an extremely similar question to his mentor Nana Shimura when she had told him that she had chosen him to be her successor. However, unlike young Midoriya, he didn't have a quirk at a time. My quirk is incomplete and weak. All Might frowned at the weak statement. It was quite powerful. While not on par with quirks like Endeavor in terms of raw power, it was extremely versatile. What you saw today was the most powerful and fluent display of my quirk since my first quirk usage when I was 7. Izuku then held up his hands revealing their swollen and red appearance. And even then, it hurts me to use it. All Might's eyes widened further. Age 7 was quite late to awaken a quirk. Why do you want to be a hero young Midoriya? I want to be a hero that can protect people. I want to be someone people can rely on and ask for help. I want to bring balance to this world and be a symbol that inspires other heroes and deters villains. During this speech, smoke had been filling the rooftop, drifting off of All Might. There was a sudden explosion of smoke, bringing Izuku out of his speech and forcing him to look up only to see a skeleton with some blonde hair on top. What the? Where's All Might? Who are you? Izuku almost jumped in fright when the near skeleton responded, I am All Might. But All Might is a giant of a man and always has a smile on his face. All Might sighed at the obvious naivety. Kid, I'm still human. I have emotions and fears. The smile I wear is just a facade to hide the darkness underneath. But how did you get like this? All Might sighed once more. He wasn't yet sure why, but he trusted the kid. He lifted his shirt to reveal the secret known only to few. Izuku gasped in horror at the state of his stomach. It was an absolute mess with a purple scar over most of the left side of the stomach. I got this wound in a battle 5 years ago. The one with toxic chainsaw. You're quite well informed. But no. I made sure to keep this fight far from the eyes of the public. I needed to remain the symbol of peace and thus couldn't display any weakness. So please don't go telling this to your friends. Izuku stared as All Might continued. My stomach was destroyed along with half my respiratory system. Luckily I was healed enough to continue with hero work, but I can only do so for 3 hours a day. Just 3 hours. Izuku was shocked that that was the maximum amount of time All Might could spend. Even more shocking was that people hadn't figured it out. Young Midoriya, I admire your ideals to become a hero. I share the same. However, you appear to lack conviction, said All Might in a somber tone. At those words, Izuku's head jerked up in shock as All Might pressed on. You were gifted with a special and powerful quirk. Elemental quirks are almost always rare and formidable. It is your duty to learn how to use it, so you don't harm others. But if you don't have confidence in yourself, then perhaps it is better you don't become a hero. Izuku's eyes started to tear up slightly and All Might sighed once more. I do not mean to discourage you, but the best heroes stay true to their convictions. And with those parting words, All Might left the rooftop using the stairs of the building, leaving Izuku to mull over the talk. All Might slowly traipsed down the dark stairs. The conversation he had with young Midoriya had been a difficult one, but one that was necessary. He saw a lot of himself in the boy. And the quirk the boy had. All Might hadn't seen an Earth quirk anything like it. It was similar to Pixie Bob but was still quite different. With a quirk like that, he could easily become a great hero. Perhaps he had been too harsh with him. He was only 15 years old and confidence issues were the norm in shy teenagers. All Might absent-mindedly put his hands in his pockets and stopped. He felt he had forgotten something. Shaking his head, he continued walking down the last flight of stairs. Just as he walked out the building, he remembered what he had forgotten. Oh crap. All Might glanced down at his pants to note the 2 empty pockets. The bottles were missing. I must have dropped them when I took off earlier. How could I do so many rookie things in one day? An explosion a few blocks away caught his attention. Katsuki trudged along the path as lackey number 1 and 2 chattered behind him. He blocked out their nonsense as his mind turned to Deku. That little piece of shit thought that he could surpass him. He would become number 1 from this generation of heroes. It always made him angry whenever Deku said he would become a great hero without even working properly on his quirk. When Katsuki had taken Izuku's notebook an hour ago, he had subtly checked for notes on Deku's quirk. All he saw were some meager notes on the topic. It was an insult that Deku was trying to be a hero without learning about his own quirk. Nevertheless, Katsuki would never admit this to anyone, but he respected Deku for his stubbornness and intellect. Deku was the only one that ever beat him on tests. Furthermore, Katsuki would never admit this to the other teen, but he had stolen some ideas from one of Deku's older notebooks about how he could use his explosions for flight. After the death of Uncle Hisashi, Katsuki realized that nothing could be done to dissuade Deku from becoming a hero as he still wanted to become a hero. However, after his death, Deku's confidence was shaken into Katsuki. It was obvious that Deku needed help. Therefore, Katsuki had taken it upon himself to make sure that Deku remained motivated and became better. After all, he had been taught using tough love and he had turned out great. Hey Bakugo, you want one? Katsuki turned around to see lackey number 2 offering him a cigarette of all things. How dare he? No you fool. Not only will it put a black mark on my record so I won't get into UA, but it would also decrease my combat performance. Katsuki yelled at the lackey while kicking a random bottle on the ground. Both lackeys flinched back at the dark tone that Katsuki took and quickly put the cigarette back. However, as they looked up, they saw something that terrified them more than the dark scowl on Bakugo's face. Katsuki looked back at their faces when they remained silent and instantly noted the look of fear on their faces. It wasn't the simple fear he often inspired in his peers. No. It was a far greater fear. Katsuki had seen that look on people on the news during villain attacks. That look triggered a memory of a conversation he had once had with Deku. Whoa, you're amazing Kachan. You can actually distinguish between different levels of fear. That's such a useful skill for a hero to have. Yeah, I know I'm amazing Deku. But what is the point of being able to distinguish between how scared losers are? Deku just kept smiling while he answered. People normally waste time looking to where the scared person is looking. But if you know a person is incredibly scared, you could save time by just acting immediately. Katsuki's pride meant he didn't normally follow Deku's advice. But there were times when his pride wasn't important. Such as here. Katsuki still had his back turned to the villain. He had the element of surprise on his side. He fired an explosion to the side to avoid hitting the extras standing there, mouths agape. The explosion helped him quickly turn around and he was face to face with slime taken shape. Take this, screamed Bakugo and thrust both his arms forward, firing a large explosion at the villain. Meanwhile the lackeys awakened from their shock. But did they help? A villain. Run. Both lackeys immediately ran away from the scene, abandoning Katsuki. The explosion had stunned the villain and the rubble from the explosion had knocked the villain back slightly. But it had failed to accomplish much else. Yes, you'll make a fine vessel. Such a powerful quirk. Not as powerful as the green-haired boy but powerful enough. Katsuki shivered slightly at the tone of the slime sludge villain before bristling at the insinuation that someone else had a more powerful quirk. Take this you motherfucker, yelled Katsuki as he leapt at the villain and firing a stronger explosion than he did before. However, this time, Katsuki fired the explosion closer to the ground causing a lot more rubble to fly at the slime villain. Many small rocks hit the villain and while most did nothing but sink into the slime, a few larger chunks managed to hit the eye. OWWW. That's twice I've been hit in the eye today. The slime villain cried out in agony. What could be thought of as an arm reached up from somewhere on its body and rubbed the eye? Katsuki wasn't one to ignore the advantage given. The villain was distracted and had basically told him his weakness. Katsuki quickly sped straight towards the villain by firing explosions behind him. Once he was close enough to the villain, he thrust his arms forward and caught the villain in the eye with an explosion. The burst of expletives and curses from the villain made Katsuki quite proud. However, that brief moment of rest allowed the slime villain to recover and return with a vengeance. Get here you brat. The slime villain reached out and the slime hand had almost managed to fully encircle Katsuki but he quickly grabbed the slime with both hands and fired an explosion causing it to tear. Katsuki knew that getting close to the villain was dangerous but there were too many buildings nearby to unleash his explosions from far away, so he needed a distraction. Katsuki immediately blasted to a nearby manhole cover and slammed his foot on one half, causing the cover to rotate. He then grabbed the cover and tossed it at the villain who had been rushing towards him, using his explosions to enhance its speed. The slime villain barely managed to rise up slightly to prevent the manhole cover from piercing through his eye. Instead, the cover pierced straight through the slime and embedded itself in the pavement behind the villain. The slime villain glanced back in fear at the strength of the projectile. This kid ain't fooling around. When he glanced back to where Katsuki had been, he instead just saw the empty alley. Damn it! The slime villain rushed out of the alley into the street when a sound from above caused him to glance up. However, he ended up looking at the sun and was blinded. Therefore, even though he heard the scream from above, he wasn't able to react to it in time. Katsuki dropped down from above and thrust his arms into the villain before firing off an explosion. The internal explosion caused a lot of slime to burst off, more than any of his previous explosions. However, the main body survived and the slime also held Katsuki in place. He was trapped. I've got you now. Katsuki realized he had made a mistake when slime was forced down his throat. It can't end like this. Izuku didn't think it had been possible, but he felt worse now than he had before meeting All Might. However, after mulling his words over, he realized All Might had been right. He just wasn't very confident and so he lacked real determination and belief in his convictions. After the death of his father, he had lost some confidence and a shred of doubt had wormed its way into his heart. Maybe that was why his quirk was less effective as well. In order to make it strong, he needed to believe in himself and protect others. A sudden explosion jarred Izuku's concentration and saw that he was already headed in that direction. Izuku broke out into a run and soon came onto a horror scene. A horde of people were gathered at the end of the street and in the middle, several heroes stood around a villain with fires enraging around them. And they were surrounding the slime villain Izuku had fought just an hour ago. How did he get here? I thought All Might captured him. Izuku thought back to when he was talking with All Might on the rooftop and remembered that there were no bottles in his pants. He must have dropped them when I grabbed him. This means that this mess is my fault. Hey, wasn't that the villain All Might was chasing? What? No way All Might could lose. But where is he? The doubt-filled voices around him caused Izuku to look up and around him. He noticed the scraggly blonde standing in his weakened form at the back of the crowd. He must have used all his time saving me. And none of the other heroes have the right quirk to stop this guy. Suddenly a large explosion erupted from where the villain was. Take care of the fires, yelled Death Arms as the other heroes worked on stopping the fires and keeping the other civilians away. Get off me. Izuku looked up in shock as he heard Kachan's voice blare over the scene, snapping Izuku out of his funk. My mistake led to Kachan being captured and he is now being hurt. I have to help him. And with nary another thought, Izuku rushed forwards, pushing past the mob of civilians at the junction and leaping past the heroes standing there. What are you doing, kid? But Izuku couldn't hear the hero. He couldn't hear anything. He was too focused on the task at hand. All Might's face was the picture of amazement as he saw the shy kid from earlier prove to everyone what it meant to be a hero. Kachan. Don't you dare give up. Katsuki's head jerked up at the voice. What is Deku doing here? Katsuki watched as Deku jumped up and stamped his foot on the ground, causing a rock to erupt from the earth before it came hurtling towards him. Katsuki moved his head to the side and allowed the rock to just pass by him. There was a screech of pain from behind Katsuki, and he could suddenly breathe properly again. Deku was suddenly there in front of him, grabbing a hold of his arm and pulling him. You, again. Damn you. I won't let you steal my new vessel. The slime villain tossed the rock to the side and grunted in pain before pulling hard on Kachan. Get the hell off me. Izuku saw Kachan turned his other free hand back at the villain and brought an arm up to cover his face. Kachan fired his largest explosion yet, causing the slime villain to rear back in pain. Izuku took advantage of that by thrusting his other hand up, causing a rock slab to erupt behind Kachan, separating him from the slime villain's hold. Izuku then punched towards the slime villain, causing the rock slab to push the slime villain away before falling to the ground. No. The slime villain was quite persistent and rushed right back towards the two boys. However, suddenly, an imposing figure stood between the boys and the villain. I really am pathetic. I said you needed confidence, but I lacked the confidence to step up when it mattered most. Both Izuku and Katsuki stared in awe. It's All Might. The slime villain's eyes widened in fear. Damn you, All Might. Pro heroes must risk their lives daily. All Might brought his fist back in one of his iconic moves. Detroit SMAAAAAASH. While the rest of the heroes and civilians shielded their faces from the resulting shockwave, Izuku and Katsuki could not. After all, how could they close their eyes when they had front row seats to the greatest hero of all time using his iconic move? After both boys were thoroughly chewed out and praised simultaneously for their harrowing battle, the two boys parted ways. Izuku strode along the path on the way home. The sun was slowly setting, casting an orange glow across the sky. Today was a busy day, said Izuku to himself. And to think it was only the first day of the school year. Hey Deku. Izuku whirled around to see Kachan standing a few feet away with his hands in his pockets and looking down. Hey Kachan. What are you doing here? Kachan was silent for a few seconds as if trying to think about what to say exactly. You might have grown more powerful, but I didn't need your help, okay? I'm going to become the #1 hero and surpass All Might one day. But I couldn't just leave you there. Kachan scoffed and turned around and started walking away. Izuku sighed and turned around to walk away but froze as he heard something on the wind, but thank you. Izuku whirled around but saw that Kachan was still walking away. Probably my imagination. Izuku stared at the retreating back of Kachan until he could no longer see him. However, upon turning around, he met quite a shock. I am here. Wah! Izuku jumped in fright at the sight of the large, that was an understatement, man speeding into his vision. How did you get away from all those reporters? Ha ha ha, I have had a lot of experience doing so. Why? Because I am all murgghh. Izuku screamed once more as All Might disappeared in a puff of smoke and a spurt of blood to reveal the skeleton man. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier, said All Might in a quieter tone. Izuku's eyes were wide in surprise. No, I didn't do anything. Don't sell yourself short. If it hadn't been for you, I would have just stood there like a useless bystander. Izuku stood there, mouth gaping. I berated you on what it means to be a hero, but when the time came, I lacked the confidence and resolve to act. But then you rushed ahead with an unyielding resolve in your eyes. Izuku's eyes started to water slightly at the positive words from the number one hero. There are stories of great heroes throughout the ages. They all had one thing in common. Their body moved without thinking and they all shared the simple desire to help others. And you share these traits as well. Izuku's knees buckled and Izuku knelt on the ground. Last time we spoke, I said it might be better you don't become a hero. I could not have been more wrong. At this point, tears were flowing down Izuku's cheeks. Not only will you be a great hero, but I also want you to be my successor. I deem you worthy to inherit my quirk. All Might flung his hands out to emphasize this. The tears suddenly stopped and Izuku looked up with his head cocked to the side in confusion. Ha, you should see your face right now, shouted All Might. Don't worry though, I won't force this on you. But, All Might paused, do you want to inherit my awesome power or not? Huh, All Might's quirk, I wonder what it is. The public doesn't know what it is. All Might's been asked what his quirk was in many interviews, but he always brushes them off and diverts the question. Kid. Journalists normally guess that his quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. However, there have been other strength-enhancing quirks in the past with none being as powerful. It could just be an extremely rare mutation. I think you're overthinking this. All Might's voice was slightly louder and noticeably more alarmed at the storm brewing in front of him. I've never heard of anyone being able to pass on their quirk. It shouldn't be possible. Being able to pass down a quirk sounds like a quirk itself. But that would be useless by itself. And it shouldn't be possible to have more than one quirk. Maybe. However, All Might had had enough. Not only was the muttering frightening, but Midoriya's accusations were also starting to get too accurate. Stop nerdin', out. The loud voice jarred Izuku from his mutterings. Calm down. Jeez. Oh, I didn't realize. All Might's eyes twitched slightly, knowing this would be something he would experience often in the future. All Might settled down. There's a couple of things you should know before you decide whether to inherit my quirk. I've made sure to not let the public know what my quirk was. It was important they think it was a natural quirk. But there's nothing natural about my quirk. It was a sacred torch that has been passed down to me from someone else. What? The name of my quirk? 4. All. Izuku just sat there, captivated by the intensity in All Might's eyes. One person inherits the quirk and makes it grow before passing it on to the next person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. And now I want to pass it on to you. Izuku's eyes started to water again. All Might sighed a bit. Seriously kid, you need to stop crying if you want to inherit my quirk. So will you do it? I can't believe that the number one hero wants me to be his successor. Me, I'm not sure I can do anything. Izuku then remembered the earlier conversation with All Might where he said confidence was necessary to be a hero. Okay, I'll do it. All Might grinned at the response, nice confidence. I figured that's how you would respond. Guess we can start the training. All Might's grin turned more sinister. Izuku started to get creeped out at the sinister smirk. Meet me at Takoba Beach at 6 tomorrow morning and we'll get started. Oh, and here's my number. Having said that, All Might burst into hero form and zoomed away, not allowing Izuku to object. A man sat in front of a large screen. The lights were off with the last embers of sunlight filtering through the window from the setting sun. The city glimmered below. The room was illuminated by the television screen and the flames flickering from the man's shoulders, intense blue eyes watching a video of a villain attack. Videos of villain attacks weren't uncommon, but Endeavor hardly ever watched them because those villains were weak and he didn't need to bother with them. However, not only was All Might was involved in this villain attack but his secretary had mentioned that the two boys involved were a Bakugo and Midoriya, so Endeavor had to watch it. He needed to see if Midoriya's brat lived up to the ideals of the father. He owed him that much. A debt Endeavor hated to own. Loud exclamations drew Endeavor's attention back to the video. He saw a green-haired boy rush forward as if to fight the slime villain. Endeavor scoffed at the heroes present. They were just standing there like fools doing nothing. It was clear that the villain's eyes were its weak point. The new generation wastes too much time doing nonsense. So, when it comes time to step up, they aren't ready. Endeavor had hoped his son wouldn't be like the teenagers of this generation, but the past year was destroying that hope. At least I make sure he trains every day instead of wasting time. I will make sure he will become like the elemental benders of ancient times. Endeavor's eyes narrowed as a rock flew through the air at the villain hitting it in the eye. That green mop of hair could only belong to Hisashi Midoriya's son. But how did the son of a fire user end up with an earth quirk? Not only did the boy figure out the villain's weakness, but he also has a powerful elemental quirk. A loud explosion drew his attention to the other boy. Endeavor allowed himself to be briefly impressed by the power in that explosion. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya, murmured Endeavor, these two will be the ones to bring the best out of Shoto. They will help him become the strongest elemental user like the benders of old. Like the Avatar. Endeavor started chuckling, which anyone listening would have found very creepy, as he made arrangements to keep a track of the two boys. It was time to start fulfilling the promise he had made. As long as they passed the UA exams, he would make sure they were in the same class as his Shoto. Together, the three of them would become far stronger and Shoto would become the strongest of them all. Published. The 25th of January 21. I really felt like I was getting more into the flow of the story. I had to include more on the Bakugo fight scene with the slime villain. Bakugo is the kind of guy that would keep fighting, so I needed to expand more. I hope the fight was worthy of Bakugo. Now I know some of you have questions about my portrayal of Bakugo. While Izuku got a quirk, I didn't want the two to be friends initially as I felt it made for better character development and storytelling. With how I'm portraying elemental quirks, I reasoned that Bakugo would feel jealous of Izuku and feel slightly better by resigning him to be his sidekick. Now onto the question. Obviously, this is an AU, and I want to take this story in a different direction to canon, but I wanted your guys' opinion on the first battle trial. 1. Keep the same teams as in canon as well as the same fight sequence. 2. Keep the same teams as in canon but rehash the fight scenes. 3. Completely randomize the teams and then make the fight scenes based on that. 4. Change all the teams to make specific matchups. My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn ch3. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Thank you guys for the support. I already have more than 600 views. I didn't think the story would garner this much attention so quickly. Anyway, here's the new chapter. I hope some questions will be answered, though I am sure this chapter might raise some as well. Plus, just to remind you, I do have a poll on my profile regarding the first battle trial, the one with the fake bomb, so I would appreciate it if you could vote so I can get an idea of the general consensus. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as Izuku jogged towards the beach. The cool air did nothing to chill Izuku's enthusiasm with his smile as wide as possible. Ah, young Midoriya, you're early. It's only 5:45. Izuku turned his head and spotted the buff hero towards the bottom of the beach before adjusting his course. He came to a stop next to All Might, only slightly out of breath. Hello, All Might. All Might grinned at Izuku's obvious eagerness. Excited are we? Izuku laughed nervously while scratching the back his head before nodding. Good, boomed All Might before continuing. How far away is your house if you walked here? Izuku took a few seconds to think before responding, probably about 20 minutes if I walked. But I decided to jog here because, here Izuku paused as if embarrassed by what he was about to say. And once he said it, All Might sort of understood why. Because I wanted to impress you by being early. It took me about 10 minutes to get here. Izuku sped through the last sentence and ducked his head after. All Might's sweat dropped. Young Midoriya was obviously dedicated, but All Might couldn't forget how much of fanboy he was. All Might just had to cast his mind to the book he had signed his name in for that point to become evident. All Might turned his attention back to his apprentice and asked another question. And what training do you usually do? How much exercise do you do? Izuku answered cautiously. Here he was, talking to his hero. He didn't want All Might to think he was slacking all this time. I joined a dojo when I was 7 and trained in some martial arts. My favorite style is Southern Praying Mantis. To be honest, I didn't focus too much on my quirk because I was scared. All Might sighed. This was a point he needed to address as soon as possible. He sympathized slightly considering what he did the first he used one for all. Why were you scared? Izuku gulped and sat down cross-legged before responding. The first time I used my quirk, something happened. I don't remember what. All I remember was a gray head and then waking up in the hospital room. Apparently, I had slammed the ground with my hands, causing a ripple of earth to move out in all directions. Trees had been uprooted and there was a small crater. Luckily no one else was hurt. But in doing so, I had broken both of my arms. All Might's mouth was open in shock. When he had first used one for all, he had used 100% and had destroyed a building. He had been scared of its potential, especially if used on another person. Luckily, training with Gran Torino had taught him control and he no longer suffered from that fear. But for a 7-year-old to use his quirk for the first time, only to land up in the hospital with broken arms. All Might would have definitely been afraid of using the power again. All Might knelt down and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to look up. I understand, young Midoriya. I was also scared of my power when I first used it and destroyed a building. However, my mentor, Gran Torino, said something that helped me move past it. Prove to me it's your quirk now by making that power your own. If you wish to do so, then train. And so, I built my control so that I don't kill a villain when fighting them. I made this power one that the world looks to in hope. By the end of his speech, All Might had stood up and raised a hand into the sky. Izuku's eyes shone. This was his chance to make this quirk his own. After the moment passed, All Might nodded to Izuku, indicating for him to continue with what training he had done. I go to the dojo roughly 3 times a week and I normally go on a mile-long jog every day in the morning. Not bad. You're definitely doing more than many other children your age. Izuku smiled at the praise. But it's nowhere near enough. Izuku's smile faltered slightly at that statement. The applicants who will get into UA will do roughly the same amount of physical training. However, they will have also done quirk training. I'm not going to give up. I'll do what it takes to be a strong hero and bring balance to this world just like you. Izuku's face reflected his defiance and All Might smiled widely at that. Yes, I will train you to be able to one day inherit my quirk and take my place. Izuku's eyes furrowed at that. One day, but I thought you were going to give me your quirk today. Young Midoriya, my quirk is incredibly strong. You're not ready yet. If one isn't fit enough, my power would tear the body apart. All Might's tone became slightly chastising. Izuku's eyes widened and managed to stutter out, okay. So, I definitely need to train. How do we go about doing that? I was hoping you would ask that. We have 10 months to train you. My priority is to make sure that you are physically ready to inherit one for all. Any time left will be used for quirk training. Why wait for quirk training? Izuku was confused. After just professing to make this quirk his own, he was learning that they wouldn't be quirk training for many months. One for all changes a person. It manifests differently in each person. Simply put, one for all is energy, and it affects each person differently. All Might flexed his massive biceps and Izuku was surprised that the sleeve hadn't tore itself yet. When I inherited one for all, it augmented my physical abilities to astronomical levels as there was no quirk to enhance. All Might was quirkless. Izuku was shocked. To think that the greatest hero of the current times was someone that had no quirk originally. There was some irony in that. Izuku turned his attention back to All Might who had continued speaking. In my master, one for all enhanced her quirk, float. Float allowed Nana to levitate, but with one for all, she told me that the speed with which she could use her quirk, and the height she could achieve had increased. Therefore, since you are virtually untrained in your quirk, we can build you up. Instead of getting you acclimated to a pre-one for all level and then having to adjust afterwards, we will only start quirk training after I have given one for all to you. Izuku nodded at the sound logic. He was slightly astonished at the intelligence of All Might. Izuku in no way thought of All Might as dumb but had just never seen many instances of him displaying his intelligence because All Might was able to deal with most situations using blunt force. Okay, that makes sense. In order to draw up a training program, I need to see your current level of fitness. Okay, give me 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, a mile run and then some weight training. Izuku grimaced slightly before getting to work. 2 hours later, Izuku lay on the sand gulping in deep breaths of air after the brutal session. And this was just to see my fitness. Well done young Midoriya. You have done much better than I thought. I am confident that it will only take 7 months for the training to get you to the required level. Izuku just gasped as much air as he could before speaking. I wanted to ask whether you wanted to meet my other sensei. From my dojo. All Might blinked. He had forgotten that Izuku had mentioned having another sensei. Yes, it would be best if I met your other sensei so we can plan how to move forward with your training. Okay, I'll text you the address and we can meet her this Saturday. All Might nodded in response before continuing. In order to reach the necessary level, all you need to do is stick to this. All Might whipped out a piece of paper and thrust it towards Izuku. The America Dream Plan. Once you've cleared the entire section of this beach, you will be ready for my power, and then we can start the quirk training. Izuku glanced around to see mountains of trash in just this section of the beach. The idea of cleaning the section of the beach was daunting enough if it was just metal cans and other small objects. But somehow, there were mountains of trash built on large appliances like fridges. But there's so much. Why will I be clearing the beach anyway? I did a bit of research when I first came to this city and saw some news about this beach. It used to be incredibly beautiful. However, people would dump their trash into the sea and the strong currents would carry it to this beach. After a few years, the beach ended up like this. Meanwhile, the council didn't want to spend money on labor to clear the beach, so it has remained in this condition. Izuku's eyes bugged out of his head. He didn't realize the currents were strong enough to carry appliances like fridges. Before heroes gained the popularity they have today, they spent most of their time doing community work. Projects such as this were what most heroes would do. Clearing this section of the beach will not only act as your weight training but will also be a good act for the local community. Izuku nodded hesitantly. All Might, seeing this, moved to a lone fridge and prepared to motivate Izuku. In order to clean this section of the beach within 7 months, you will need to go plus ultra. All Might placed his hand on the fridge and started pushing down. The fridge was no match for the force applied and slowly started to give. Izuku just stood there transfixed. Once you have cleaned this section of the beach, you will be worthy. In one fell swoop, All Might effortlessly crushed the fridge and the wind pressure generated pushed Izuku back and cleared the rubbish directly behind All Might. By now the sun had risen, the glorious light filling the previously darkened section of the beach. Izuku placed a hand to cover his eyes to see the majestic view of All Might's silhouette standing with his hands on his hips and the sun behind him. Are you ready? Izuku's face radiated determination. Let's do this. A few days later, Izuku walked towards the dojo contemplating the last week. When he started his last year at Aldera High School, he had never expected to meet All Might and he never could have imagined having the opportunity to train with him. After the first meeting at the beach, Izuku had met up with All Might every day in the morning before school. He was still getting used to his new sleep schedule so had been feeling a bit drowsy in school. Luckily no one paid much attention to him, though he had spotted Kachan looking at him once. Izuku had already talked to his mom about the changes to his diet which she had readily agreed to. Izuku had not told his mom about All Might and felt bad about keeping this secret from her. However, All Might had requested he not tell anyone about the training and Izuku was not about to mess this amazing opportunity up. As Izuku approached the dojo, he saw All Might in his civilian form standing in front of the dojo. I think I'll call him Mini Might when he's in his skinny form. When he was next to Mini Might, he greeted him. Or started to at least. Hello all M. Shish. All Might turned to him and covered his mouth with his hand while motioning him to be quiet with his other hand. Izuku swiveled his eyes to check the street only to see no one around. I guess being the number one hero means constantly being hounded by fans. Anyone would develop some paranoia. Izuku winced. Sorry. Mini Might's posture relaxed and the hand covering Izuku's mouth returned to his side. It's all right. My real name is Toshinori Yagi. You can call me that when we are alone. Izuku was wide-eyed at that. I guess I don't need to use Mini Might. To be fair, it wasn't really working. However, Izuku was shocked that All Might would tell him his real name. While most heroes made no efforts to disguise their name, people underestimated the importance of hero names. Izuku knew that most people didn't know the real name of most heroes. Hero names became that hero's primary identity and so the choosing of hero names was an unexpectedly important decision. However, there were a few heroes whose hero names weren't well known or known at all. One example was Wash, the current number 11 who had an interesting quirk. However, the most famous example was All Might. While people knew that he had attended UA, the school kept records of all students private and All Might had never disclosed his name to the public. Most of the public didn't know All Might's real name. And to have him give you the honor to call him by his real name. Izuku didn't know how he didn't faint. Midoriya. Izuku started as he realized he had just stood still for a few minutes in silence and All Might had started to get worried. I'm fine, Yagi-sensei, replied Izuku slowly as he tested the name out. It worked better than Mini Might at least. Toshinori's blue eyes seemed to glow brighter and the pupils seemed to become bigger in pride. Shall we go in? Asked Toshinori. Yes. With that, Izuku and Toshinori walked towards the door of the dojo before Izuku stopped and turned to Toshinori, who looked at Izuku in confusion. Wait, I should tell you that Shiro-sensei can be quite crude and blunt so you shouldn't take it personally. Quote. Toshinori laughed slightly. Don't worry young Midoriya. My own sensei was a man called Gran Torino and based on your first description the two sound quite similar. Izuku smiled slightly. It was always a joy to learn tidbits of All Might's private history. However, Izuku did feel a bit sorry for young All Might. If this Gran Torino was even half as similar in his teaching style as Shiro-sensei, Izuku shivered at the thought of a second one. Izuku turned back to the door and knocked on the door of the unassuming dojo. Shiro-sensei. I've got someone here to meet you. Who is it brat? Toshinori turned to the loud voice to see an old woman walking towards them. Her head was tilted down causing the bangs of her white hair to fall over her face, obscuring most of it from view. She was slightly hunched forward with her back bent and held a simple cane in her left hand to complete the elderly look. There was a clicking noise that seemed to follow her. Her head suddenly shot up causing the hair previously covering her face to be whipped to the side and Toshinori was suddenly staring into her eyes, except she wasn't exactly staring back. Are you blind? Toshinori yelled. In hindsight, Toshinori should have realized she was blind. First off was the cane. While that was hardly proof, it was an indicator. That coupled with the hair practically covering her eyes and the clicking noise should have told Toshinori that she was blind. I really need to start training my mind again. When Toshinori had still been in UA he had improved his mental prowess through the various training exercises and lessons. However, when he went to the US, he had mostly just used his power and left the thinking to his friend David Shield. Luckily, when he came back to Japan, he had gained a sidekick in Sir Night-Eye. Like Izuku, Sir Night-Eye was a fanboy, but he had really helped Toshinori keep on his toes by the various problems and puzzles he would ask him. But after their falling out 5 years ago, Toshinori didn't know who to turn to. Maybe Principal Nezu or even Shinya could help. Meanwhile Shiro and Izuku were reacting to Toshinori's slightly thoughtless exclamation. Shiro scowled slightly at that while Izuku winced. Normally it is customary for a person to first give their own name when meeting a new person. Toshinori was immediately reminded of Gran Torino. When he had first met Gran Torino, he had also said something thoughtlessly and hadn't made that good of a first impression. Clouds were splayed across the sky making the world look very gray. Nana was leading Toshinori to meet her friend. Toshinori could tell just by looking at her that she was excited that the two were finally meeting each other. Toshinori himself was a bit nervous as Gran Torino sounded a bit brutal. Toshinori followed Nana up a ladder. He found it a bit weird to be meeting on a roof but guessed that they wanted to be discreet. Nana had said she wanted him to meet Gran Torino and that they were then going to discuss something important. Sorahiko. Here's the kid I was talking about. Toshinori climbed onto the roof to see Nana standing next to a tall guy. He was wearing his hero suit which had a yellow and white color scheme and like Nana, he was wearing a cake, though he was also wearing a small face mask. Wait, you're Gran Torino. But you look so old. I thought Nana said you two were friends from childhood. At this point, Toshinori was about to say more, but then he noticed the shock and slight fear in Nana's eyes and his instinct screamed at him to duck. Just as Toshinori ducked, he felt air wash above him. He didn't even have time to lift his head before he was hit from behind causing him to fly forward where Nana caught him. Normally it is customary for a person to first give their own name when meeting a new person. Toshinori looked up to see the irate expression on Gran Torino's face and scrambled to apologize. Come on Sorahiko, give the kid a chance. What did you expect by keeping that white hair color? I've told you, you should dye it if you don't want people making that mistake. Nana intervened. Gran Torino grumbled in annoyance before nodding. Toshinori knew this was his chance to make up. I'm Toshinori Yagi. Gran Torino HMPHED. You can call me Gran Torino. Toshinori gave a small sigh of relief. Somehow, with one sentence, Toshinori was instantly reminded of his sensei. She had the same aura around her. And it honestly scared the living shit out of him. I'm Toshinori YY Yagi. As All Might scared, Izuku could hardly believe that the number one hero was scared of the blind woman. Sure, Shiro-sensei was intimidating, but he was the number one hero. Izuku's surprise caused him to miss the slight stiffening in Shiro-sensei's shoulders. HMPH. Better. My name is Shiro. Just Shiro. Why did Izuku bring you here today? A first-name basis. These two are quite close, thought Toshinori. Meanwhile, Izuku was confused that Shiro-sensei had called him by his first name. Shiro smirked inwardly. She had never called Izuku by his first name and only did so now to mess with the skeleton in front of him. All Might cleared his throat and decided that if Shiro was anything like his sensei, there would be no point beating around the bush. So he decided to be blunt. I have decided to train young Midoriya. He mentioned that you were his sensei and I wanted tea. And why would he need another sensei? Am I teaching you incorrectly, Izuku? Am I inadequate? Shiro-sensei turned to Izuku, fake tears leaving her eyes. No. Not at all. Stammered out Izuku. It's not like that, miss. Toshinori was a bit confused on how to go ahead. He didn't want Izuku to break off from his sensei as they were obviously close and it wasn't right. But he didn't know if he could trust her. I just met her. Suddenly, she said something that made him freeze. How is Sorahiko doing, All Might? Both Izuku and Toshinori were completely flabbergasted and a single thought ran through both their minds. How does she know? So, Sorahiko never told you about me. We used to be close friends and one of the last letters he sent to me said that Nana had died and that he was training the new one for all user, Toshinori Yagi. And I guess you have now chosen Izuku to be your successor. Toshinori didn't know how to respond to this bombshell. He felt that he had known Gran Torino quite well. But apparently he had been close friends with this Shiro person but had never mentioned her at all. What would be next? Nana had a secret family that she had never told him about. Meanwhile, Izuku was very confused. Wait, how did you know he was All Might? And how do you know so much about One for All? And who is this Sorahiko? Calm down, snapped Shiro. Izuku's jaw immediately snapped shut. Toshinori turned to Izuku to explain. Young Midoriya, Sorahiko was my mentor. He was the person who taught me to use One for All. I doubt you've heard of him though. He retired as a hero a few years back. Have you heard of Gran Torino? Izuku shook his head at that. So, Shiro's question reminded Toshinori of the previous question she had asked. Yes, I have chosen young Midoriya to be my protege. Why? Toshinori was about to respond but stopped to truly analyze his reasons. The day before the previous user Nana Shimura died, she told me to try and look for someone with a true elemental quirk. She said that passing One for All onto them would fully unlock One for All's potential. So, you chose me because of my quirk. Izuku's voice wavered and All Might could tell that he felt hurt. Izuku was someone who had tried to become a hero without relying much on his quirk. To have his hero tell him that the reason he was chosen was only because of his quirk. No. I admit that I was initially interested in you because of your quirk. However, my mentor also said that in the end, the most important thing to see in a person was their heart and when I saw how you acted, I knew I could trust you to become the next symbol of peace. Toshinori assumed his hero form upon saying the last phrase. Meanwhile, Izuku felt himself tearing up inside. All Might would now be the third person to believe so strongly in him. 6 months later, Toshinori Yagi's breath was visible in the air as he slowly walked along the street. The sun peeked over the horizon, providing streaks of light to the dark blue sky but unable to warm the chilling air. The last few months had been really interesting. While Toshinori had an agency, he had never had an apprentice and the concept of teaching was extremely foreign to him. He could hardly believe that he would be teaching the next generation of heroes at UA the coming year and was worried that he wouldn't do a good job. Initially, he had been very involved with young Midoriya's training. During the first month of training, Toshinori had trained Izuku every day. This was to make sure that he developed the correct technique so he wouldn't hurt himself. However, he slowly got less involved and had now not seen young Midoriya for the past 2 months. This was because the training program he had designed for Izuku was also a test. Only a true successor would remain so motivated as to train independently. Toshinori's thoughts turned to his late master and reminisced on the time spent with her. Unfortunately, Shimura-sensei barely got to teach him anything due to her untimely death at the hands of All for One. After her death, Gran Torino had given him so teaching but had then sent him to the USA to get experience and get him away from Japan and All for One. Just thinking about the death set a fire in his heart that had not been quenched by the defeat and death of All for One by his hand 5 years ago. Though he hadn't seen his body. Toshinori was hurled from his thoughts by the voice of Izuku blaring over the early morning silence. He immediately assumed his hero form and rushed towards the beach. Is young Midoriya alright? I know I haven't seen him for 2 months, but maybe I should have stopped by more often. However, upon arriving at the beach, All Might just stood in awe. Midoriya was standing on a pile of rubbish on the beach, sweat pouring down his body, eyes closed and screaming to the heavens. But that wasn't the awe-inspiring thing. Midoriya was standing on the only pile of rubbish on the whole beach. I left him for 2 months and he cleaned the entire beach. This kid is amazing. Midoriya's scream dwindled down and he started to collapse. All Might rushed forward and caught Izuku before he hit the sand. Relax now. You have done amazing. You are so cool. Izuku opened his eyes slightly and just grinned at that. All Might waited for a few minutes to allow Izuku to catch his breath. Do you think I'm ready? Asked Izuku. I got to say, I'm really impressed. I knew you were determined, but what you did was plus ultra. You are definitely ready to receive my quirk. Are you sure? Izuku's voice trembled and tears started to spill from his eyes. You've put so much time and energy into training me. You believed in me. How did I end up so lucky? Ha ha ha. What you have done here has all been your effort. Never confuse luck with determination. All Might proceeded to pull out a piece of hair. You've earned this. For your reward, eat this. Huh. In a move oddly reminiscent of the time All Might had first told Izuku that he was passing his quirk onto him, Izuku tilted his head. Why? In order for me to pass on my quirk, you need to ingest some of my DNA. Izuku stared at the hair. In the sunlight, the hair almost looked white and there appeared to be an ethereal blue glow around it. Izuku hesitantly accepted it. He glanced at All Might who gave him an encouraging nod. Izuku gulped nervously before downing the hair. After a brief gagging session, Izuku had swallowed the hair. Almost immediately there was a reaction, and All Might was shocked. Nana told him that it took time for the DNA to be digested and so a successor would only gain one for all after a few hours. Was this the unlocking of one for all's potential? Nevertheless, All Might would never forget the sight before him. As soon as Izuku swallowed the hair, All Might had to shield his eyes from the explosion of light coming from his student. The light faded as soon as it arrived, and All Might turned back to look at Izuku. His eyes were completely white with no iris. But it did not look fake like in cheap horror movies, but they were glowing white. Honestly, All Might had never seen such an expression on Izuku's face and that coupled with the white eyes painted quite a chilling image. The sun had climbed slightly higher and the air had grown warmer, but it was still nothing compared to the heat emanating from the child in front of him. The ground started to shake, and All Might shivered unconsciously despite the warmth. All Might's instinct screamed at him to get back and he hastily complied and retreated roughly 10 meters. The sand around Izuku started to whip around. The speed at which the sand moved generated a lot of wind and All Might had to brace himself at the sudden change. He was surprised that no one had come yet to observe what was disturbing the originally quiet Saturday morning. Most likely people were still asleep as it was early in the morning. All Might was thankful that there were no people. They would have served simply as distractions and as a means of gossip and he knew that this incident would need to be kept as quiet as possible. All Might raised his hand to cover his eyes from the flying sand particles. This allowed him to see what was happening with his protege. The force generated by the wailing whirlwind had become strong enough to support a person and All Might saw Izuku rise high into the air. All Might knew he was still too close and managed to jump back in just in time. Izuku had risen more than 10 meters in the air. His hair was frantically waving in the howling winds surrounding him, yet his facial expression hadn't changed and his eyes still glowed white. The whirlwind dissipated suddenly and Izuku came crashing down onto the beach. An explosive force ripped through the sand in all directions. A veritable ripple swept through the sand with Izuku as the epicenter. Luckily, All Might had jumped far back enough that by the time the ripple reached his position, it had lost most of its power and only caused him to stumble slightly. Unfortunately, Izuku had been standing much closer to the last tower of rubbish remaining on the beach, and thus the ripple of sand had destroyed its stability quite easily causing it to start to collapse. The dust from Izuku's crash had not fully settled but All Might could see and hear the tower of rubbish beginning to collapse and thus dashed forward once again to save Izuku from being crushed. He knew the tumbling metal as well as the forceful crash would have alerted some people that something was happening and so carried Izuku far from the beach to a nearby rooftop. All Might looked at Izuku just in time to see the glow in Izuku's eyes fade and then the boy went limp in his arms. He had fallen unconscious. All Might had not expected such an adverse reaction and took a few seconds to panic about the situation. After thinking about what he needed to do, he hesitated slightly before pulling out his cell phone and dialing a number. It's me, sir. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't hear All Might's phone call as he had fallen unconscious. However, he instead heard a distinctly feminine voice from within his head. We have been reunited once more. Izuku didn't know whose voice it was but nevertheless smiled subconsciously at the voice before succumbing to the darkness. A figure sat in the darkness, the only light source in the room currently being the computer screen in front of him. Not a sound could be heard allowing the man's mind to wander aimlessly. As it did most times, the man thought to that time 5 years ago. Just thinking about the time filled his heart with shame and rage. All Might had actually surpassed his brother in the amount of hate that he generated. To think that he had been defeated. It was lucky that the man was such a fool as to not ensure the job was complete. All for one snarled slightly at knowing that he had had to resort to luck to still be here. However, the man then smiled as he thought to how he had managed to keep his survival a secret from all the heroes, especially All Might. Their gross negligence allowed him to recover his strength and heal. He had been to Brash 5 years ago and had allowed one of the greatest flaws of humans to manifest, overconfidence. After killing 7 users of One for All, he had assumed that the 8th would be as easy to deal with. He would not make such a mistake again. His thoughts then turned to Tamura Shigaraki. He could hardly wait to reveal that little secret and watch All Might's face twist in horror. A small chuckle escaped him at the thought. Plus, the boy would be the perfect weapon to mold, especially with that decay quirk. A truly diabolical quirk, though its true capabilities were locked until Tamura was ready. All for one glanced around the dark room and focused on the heads sticking out of the water. He smiled again as he thought about how he had acquired them. One of the most joyful things in the world was knowing how many heroes he had killed. But something that amused him more was knowing how many heroes he had converted to villainy, either willingly or unwillingly. The doctor had been extremely useful in facilitating his plans, and while All for One did not call anyone friend, the doctor was the person closest to achieving such a title. All for One started to cough, which forced him to calm himself slightly and use the respirator attached to his person. The damage he had managed to inflict on All Might was extremely severe. He had been very disappointed 5 years ago when All Might had miraculously recovered, but he knew the cost would have been high. It would soon be time to test All Might's strength as well as search for All Might's apprentice. By this point, even the dumb fool would have realized he needed a successor and chosen one. Otherwise, he risked the world losing one for all entirely. All for One smiled. Soon it would be time to tear down society. Suddenly All for One sat up ramrod straight. A red glow emanated from deep within his body, casting a sinister shadow across the room. Then All for One heard a voice speak from within. While the words would confuse him, he would forget them shortly after. 43 Chapter 4, Conversations. My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn Ch4. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watches Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Thanks for all the support you guys have given this story. I'm so happy that people seem to be liking the direction I'm taking this story in, especially since I tried something with How One for All and the Avatar Combine in this story. I'm really sorry that this chapter came out this late. Somehow, even with so much time, I couldn't find any left to spare on the story and literally wrote the last 2K words in the last 24 hours. If anyone wants to know what took my time up, I have 2 words: Genshin Impact. Special thanks to Zirzo Lotsien, Yitumas Prime, The Alone Sage, Spectacular Spidey and Tribune for leaving reviews on the last chapter. In regards to Zirzo Lotisien's question, I can say that Izuku will get advanced bending, though I will not tell what or when he will get it. Some of the reviews got a bit close to what I was thinking in regards to One for All and Avatar, though I am happy that no one seems to have got it all right yet. Now the post-chapter AN will discuss the poll. Disclaimer: I don't own Atla, Loc or MHA. Now enjoy the chapter. Chiyo Shuzenji sat at her desk. It was a quiet day, which was a somewhat rare experience for her. Even on the weekends, she normally spent time improving medicines for when her quirk wasn't enough. Her quirk, Heal, allowed her to speed up the body's natural healing process by a factor of her desire. This meant that if a person had broken their bone, by simply planting a kiss, she could force their body to fix the bone in seconds, though at the cost of the recipient's stamina. However, it was this cost that forced her to improve her medicine. Students at UA's Hero department were usually so reckless that they would tire themselves out before she had the opportunity to heal them. This meant that she couldn't heal them in one go, as the drop in stamina would kill them. She then had to resort to medicine to make up the difference. Luckily, it was October, and at this point, school life at UA usually calmed down as the Hero students settled into a routine and there were no important events that would cause a flurry of rash training that would leave the students injured. The busiest times were usually the sports festival where children felt they needed to perform, no matter the cost. She grumbled slightly at that ideology. UA may have one of the best hero courses on the planet, but even they failed to properly curb the self-sacrificing ideals in some students. In fact, they encouraged it. Plus ultra. HMPH. She shook her head as she thought about the changes seen in her most troublesome patient. In the last year, Tagata hadn't displayed much proficiency with his quirk. His time at UA had improved his skill and physical performance, but it took far too much concentration to use his quirk, and his training resulted in injuries that she had to then heal. The fact that he had managed to get into UA at all spoke volumes of his determination. However, after another admittedly bad showing at this year's sports festival, he had somehow received the attention of Sir Night-Eye. Tagata had managed to intern at All Might's former sidekick's agency, and the week there had changed him. Chiyo could see the difference when he came back. He seemed more centered. He was less clumsy, and his energy had now been directed into his quirk. Chiyo herself had told the boy to go back to the agency for his hero work studies when he was conflicted with what choice to make. Whatever Sir Night-Eye was doing, it was working wonders for the boy. Under the famous hero, Tagata had improved well, and she hadn't seen him in a while. She did miss some of his jokes. Chiyo admired him for his optimistic attitude, and his jokes were funny. Sometimes. Nevertheless, Chiyo decided that today would be a much-needed break from the ring, and there goes the piece. Chiyo glanced at the phone only to see it was from All Might. The phone cut off after just 3 rings, and Chiyo immediately scrambled to get things in order. All Might hardly ever called, and never just for exchanging pleasantries. The few times he had called were usually to ask about some first aid to give people that he had rescued to buy time before he reached a hospital. They had even developed a system where if he cut the call after a few rings, she would know that something had gone seriously wrong and would thus prepare herself to heal All Might, usually from any injuries he had foolishly acquired. 3 rings meant that All Might would come to her, while 4 meant that she should call Sir Night-Eye to find out what had happened. They had needed to develop this system after someone had almost lost their life due to the time taken for All Might to explain the situation to her on a call with bad reception. Chiyo scrambled into action by getting the defibrillator ready, as well as get some frozen packs of blood type A in case All Might had severe blood loss. He would only cut the call if the situation was serious, and 2 times it had happened in the past. The situations were horrifying. Chiyo sighed as she realized that today would likely not be very peaceful at all. Bah, whatever. It was getting boring anyway. After making his call, All Might took a few seconds to glance at the beach to see the situation around it. Following the commotion they had caused with the howling winds and the junk crashing onto the ground, All Might had expected a crowd to have gathered. However, All Might only saw 3 people next to the beach. It seemed the early morning and cold temperature meant most people were still asleep. All Might decided to not waste any more time and made haste to UA. He pushed himself hard to make sure that he got there as quickly as possible. Over the past few months, All Might had become quite attached to young Midoriya. When he received One for All, he had done so in order to make his dream of being a symbol of peace true. He had known that such a position would be passed down to others in future generations and that one day, he would die. The most likely method was All for One finally catching up to him. However, given the events 5 years back, he was unsure what manner of threat would be the one to claim his life. And according to his former sidekick, that threat would be in just a few years. Nevertheless, while he had known another would take his mantle, All Might had never expected to be the one to teach said person. Thinking back, it was obviously a naive notion. One for All was a powerful torch to be passed on and whoever inherited it would most likely become one of, if not the most powerful hero of the coming generation and thus they would most likely be the ones to take his place. All Might had never realized how his sensei had felt when she sacrificed herself for him. At the time, he hadn't properly understood why she had sacrificed herself. He had been extremely depressed after her death. Nana had not only been his sensei, but also one of his closest friends and his hero. He had never envisioned her dying to a villain, and definitely not in front of him. She had then sacrificed herself for him. He remembered thinking that he had been useless and wondered whether he had even been worth saving. He had also been slightly angry. While he knew that the feeling was irrational, a small part of him was angry that she had abandoned him to the world without teaching him more. He had started acting selfish but Gran Torino had quickly beat that out of him. Gran Torino's advice to go to America had proved extremely helpful in moving on. He had become as good of a hero as he could be and hoped that he had done enough to repay the favor his sensei had given him. Now that he had his own student, he finally felt like he understood his master. He would do whatever he could to save Izuku. However, his student was hurt from something he had done. You can't think like that. He will be fine. No more thoughts distracted him from reaching UA. Meanwhile, Chio anxiously awaited All Might's arrival. After just a few minutes of anticipation, All Might burst into the room carrying a child. Chio glanced over at All Might to check for any signs of an injury. However, he looked fine. Therefore, the problem must be with the child he was carrying. Chio immediately realized that this must be Izuku Midoriya. More than a year ago, Toshinori had expressed an interest in finding a successor. After trying to convince him for a year to do just that, she just gave him a deadpan look, which had caused him to laugh nervously. Since she was at UA, he had asked her to keep an eye out for anyone she thought would be suitable as the next symbol of peace. At the time, the person she felt closest to inheriting that power was Mirio Togoda due to his personality. Mirio was always optimistic and making jokes. He always tried to make a person feel better. In some ways, he emulated All Might as Mirio was always seen smiling. However, while she felt that Mirio had the right attitude, he was not ready as he couldn't use his quirk properly, so she had not recommended anyone to Toshinori. However, roughly 5 months ago, she felt that she could finally recommend Mirio. By that point, the internships had ended and Mirio had come back from his week-long training with Sir Night-Eye with a greater handling of his quirk. But the conversation she had wasn't what she was expecting. Toshinori. I found someone who could be your successor, said Chio. The sun had long since set and it was thus a rare day where Toshinori hadn't taken to running around the city, fighting villains at night. After all, many villains preferred to operate at night where it was easier to conceal their motives and movements. Therefore, Chio took the opportunity to talk to him about the question he had posed months ago. So, he's a first year. What's his name? Asked Toshinori. No. He's currently in his second year. A new, slightly high-pitched voice sounded from behind Toshinori causing him to jump in surprise. He turned around to see the pristine, white fur of the person everyone at UA had come to know and love. Principal Nezu. I didn't realize you were already here, said Toshinori, still a bit shocked. Nezu dismissed the apology with a wave of his hand. His name is Mirio Tagata and he has a powerful quirk, permeation. This quirk allows him to choose any part of his body to become intangible, though he retains mass. Toshinori's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That was an extremely powerful quirk, though it sounded like it would be difficult to control. He's who I wanted you to see when you came to teach next year. Nezu continued on. This time, it was Chio's turn to become surprised. She hadn't realized Nezu had invited Toshinori to teach at UA. She winced slightly at the thought of him teaching the students of the coming year. It wasn't that he was a bad hero, but she just didn't think he would be a great teacher. She knew just how reckless and stubborn he could be, and the chances were that he would pass those traits on to the students. However, the next words he spoke would confuse them both. I have already chosen a successor. His name is Izuku Midoriya and he has an elemental quirk. Chio was a bit hurt that Toshinori had already chosen a successor and not even told her. However, Nezu's face showed total concentration. It was obvious he was deep in thought. So, he's inherited his dad's fire quirk, has he? His father's fire quirk. Bewilderment colored Toshinori's voice. Young Midoriya has an earth quirk. He doesn't talk about his father. He only mentioned him once when he told me that his father died when he was 8 years old. Who was his father? Asked Toshinori. His father was in Endeavor's agency. You may recognize the name Blaze Breath better. Toshinori's eyes lit up in recognition. Blaze breath. Wasn't he considered Endeavor's number 2? Interjected Chiyo. Toshinori nodded. The very same. He died roughly a year before my battle with All for One. Endeavor wasn't really the same after that. Blaze breath was extremely secretive with hardly anyone knowing his real name. So how did you know, sir? Nezu just smiled benignly before speaking mysteriously. I have my ways. We've become sidetracked. Chiyo interrupted. Have you already given the boy one for all? Toshinori shook his head. Okay, so you can still see Tagata before making a decision. At this, Toshinori gazed straight into her eyes before speaking in an even tone. No. I have already decided to give young Midoriya my power. Something in my heart tells me that this is the right choice. He embodies what it means to be a hero. If you don't believe me, then you should watch the footage of a slime villain that had kidnapped and held a middle schooler hostage from a month ago. If it hadn't been for him, that villain would have likely gotten away. Chiyo smiled a bit at the passion in the man's voice. While she thought that he should consider all options before making a decision, she also knew when her words would fall on deaf ears. Plus, she had learned to trust in Toshinori's gut instinct. Okay. I support your decision. Toshinori smiled gratefully as Nezu also voiced his support. But I want to be there when you give him one for all. Chiyo shouted threateningly. Toshinori meekly nodded. Even Nezu was slightly on edge if the slight poofiness of his fur was any indication. Chiyo meanwhile smiled that he had agreed. Chiyo snapped back to the present and immediately took charge of the situation. Quick, place him here. What happened? This is the boy I mentioned. The one who I was passing one for all onto, said All Might while placing Izuku on the bed. Chiyo nodded to indicate him to carry on while she started to diagnose Izuku. Today was the day I decided to hand over my quirk. But as soon as I did, there was some energy around him. His quirk seemed to go into overdrive, his eyes glowed completely white and he collapsed soon after. I also think he broke some bones because he hit the ground hard from more than 10 meters up. Toshinori, I told you that I wanted to be present for the transfer to make sure nothing goes wrong. Said Chiyo in a furious tone. All Might began mumbling some excuse before Chiyo put her hand up to halt any half-baked excuse. All Might fell silent as he allowed Chiyo to assess him. After just a few minutes, Chiyo's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. He hasn't broken any bones. Furthermore, he has no internal injuries. In fact, he seems perfectly healthy apart from the fact that he isn't awake. What? Is there anything we can do make him up? Chiyo shook her head sadly. We'll just have to wait for him to get up by himself. Hearing this, All Might changed back into his civilian form. After 10 minutes, 2 more people entered the room. Both were short but while one was a man, the other was an animal. Hello there. Sorry I'm late. I was just shining my fur and met Sorahiko on the way here. What is it Toshinori? You don't call me for 6 months and now want me to meet you at UA claiming it's something about one for all. You ungrateful. No, you know I'm grateful for your help. Toshinori waved his hands frantically as he tried to appease the grumpy, old man. It wouldn't hurt for you to call and come over more often then. Is that young Izuku? Nezu's voice cut over the rising voices to prevent the ensuing argument. He is the reason I called both of you here. His name is Izuku Midoriya and he is my successor. Toshinori told Gran Torino. Gran Torino looked at the boy skeptically. Doesn't seem like much. How long have you known him? And why did you choose him? Toshinori thought carefully about the question before responding to Gran Torino's question. I met him 6 months ago. When I first met him, he wasn't very confident. He complained that his quirk was incooperative, but he had the right ideals. I initially told him that if he lacked confidence, then it may be better if he didn't become a hero. What? Toshinori noticed Gran Torino's angry face. He also took note of the tensing of muscles and barely assumed his hero form before a foot met his face with great force, knocking him back. I thought I taught you better than that. Instead of trying to increase his confidence, you crushed it. All Might grunted in pain. What is his quirk exactly? When we talked a few months ago, you only mentioned that it was an earth-based quirk, questioned Nezu. Quirks are normally adapted to the body. As a person gets older, they naturally develop quirk factors to deal with the stress the quirk places on the body. To be at this age, and have it be incooperative is quite unusual. After Gran Torino got off his face and he shrunk down, Toshinori answered. Well, he did get his quirk late. He said he got his quirk when he was 7. All 3 of the others' eyes widened in surprise. Even in their generation, 7 years old was considered quite late to awaken a quirk. In this generation, it was almost unheard of. But what is the boy's quirk? Said Gran Torino irritably. He has an incredibly versatile earth quirk. He can feel and manipulate the earth around him as he chooses. Gran Torino's eyes widened imperceptibly. That sounds quite similar to Pixie Bob's quirk, commented Nezu. Toshinori compared the 2 quirks in his head carefully, thinking about how they were similar before answering. Initially they seemed similar but Pixie Bob manipulates earth in a similar way to Smintos and can only do so to the earth she touches with her hands. However, Izuku can manipulate earth using any body part and his quirk seems more raw and natural. Quote. At the last 3 words, Nezu's expression snapped towards All Might who quailed slightly under the intensity of the gaze. Do you think he is close to them? Toshinori wasn't too surprised that Nezu knew about bending and the benders of old. He had learned never to underestimate Nezu's knowledge on anything. Based on descriptions of Red, he might be as close as Endeavor is to them. Both Gran Torino and Chiyo were very confused with the direction of the conversation but were stopped from answering by a startled gasp coming from the bed in the room. Immediately, Toshinori was by the bed. Are you alright, Midoriya? Give me some space to work. Chio came forward and whacked Toshinori, getting him to move out of the way before she checked Izuku's health for a few minutes. Only then did she allow the conversation to go ahead. Izuku blinked slowly, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light. What happened? I gave you one for all, but something weird happened and you fell unconscious. Toshinori struggled to describe what happened. After all, he didn't actually know what had transpired. Nana had described the process as being extremely simple when she had received one for all, and it had gone exactly as she had said when he received the power. Was it because he hadn't concentrated hard enough on passing on the torch to Izuku? But are you alright? Yes, I'm A. Oh my god. It's the youthful heroine, recovery girl. You're the UA school nurse. And your principal Nezu. Wait, that must mean I'm at UA. Izuku said this very fast and the other people barely understood him. He's going to be alright, thought Toshinori. Of course, he doesn't recognize me, said Gran Torino. Oh wait, you must be All Might's sensei, Gran Torino. HMPH. That's better. Gran Torino was a bit satisfied that Izuku knew who he was. While he had always been an underground hero and had avoided the limelight, being unrecognized by your student would have been a sore point for him. Do you remember anything about your ordeal? Interjected Nezu. Before I answer, I have a question, Yagi-sensei. Toshinori blinked at the surprisingly serious tone that Izuku took but nodded all the same. How many people have previously held one for all? Toshinori was confused by the question but answered nonetheless. 7. Not including me. Izuku sighed. That meant that it had been no ordinary dream. Izuku had suspected there was something more as it had felt too real. When I was unconscious, I had a dream. Izuku blinked and gasped as he awoke. He was lying down on something. Izuku couldn't make out exactly what though, as it looked completely black. In fact, everything around him was black and just blended in together. He was obviously in some dark room, but Izuku was unable to tell the size or shape of the room. However, just before he started panicking, he felt a presence calling to him, calming him. As if in a trance, he got up and walked with measured steps. Even though he couldn't see where he was going, something guided him in the right direction. He had no inkling of time. He couldn't tell how long he walked. It could have been a minute or even 10. He pushed something with his hands. It must have been a door, but it was just as black as the rest of the surroundings. He took a minute to observe the room he was now in. Unlike previously, he could make out the features of the room due to the light from 8 floating flames. The flames stood in a circle, flickering in a non-existent wind. While 7 of the flames were roaring powerfully and were the size of campfires, one of the flames was much weaker and was just slightly larger than a candle's flame. The flames slowly started to transform and Izuku suddenly saw 7 specters wreathed in flames. However, the 8th flame just flickered away and Izuku couldn't make out any discernible features of the flaming specters. The room was supported by pillars that stood in a circle, with strange markings adorned the dull, gray rock. Suddenly another light appeared in the center of the circle. However, unlike the specters, this light was not a flame but instead was a ball of golden light. The light was very dim, but still visible due to its color. Slowly the light grew brighter and the specters started to disintegrate, the flames streaming towards the golden ball, feeding it. The markings on the pillar glowed white. Izuku tried to ask what was happening but his mouth wouldn't move. He didn't understand what was happening. After just a few minutes, there was only the small flame, the specter closest to Izuku and the golden ball of light left. As the last specter started to disintegrate, Izuku could suddenly make out its face. He had long white hair that went to his shoulders and that covered his eyes. Just as the mouth was almost gone, Izuku heard him say, I kept my promise, Rava. By now the ball of light had grown 10 meters tall and shone like a star, but Izuku couldn't turn my face away. Within the light, he saw some creature. It was white and had sky blue markings all over with multiple projections, almost like tentacles, protruding from the main body. The light then entered Izuku and he heard another voice. This time it sounded like a female and came from within his head. All it said was, listen to the earth. Then Izuku woke up. There was a moment of silence as the others took in the story. You are most likely right in thinking that the flames were previous one for all users, piped up Nezu, and I believe that the last shadow to disappear was the first user. Therefore, the mini flame was most likely Toshinori. Toshinori gulped slightly at being half included in a list of dead one for all users. Nezu continued on, however, I don't know what else to make of the story. It seems there was more to one for all than anyone here knew. Gran Torino thought carefully about whether he could trust Midoriya. He decided to give Toshinori the benefit of the doubt. While he was quite brainless, Gran Torino knew that Toshinori was a very good judge of character. Nana told me something once, he said hesitatingly. She told me that one for all hadn't evolved fully and that its true form would only appear when the person to inherit it had a specific elemental quirk. It stands to reason that Izuku has therefore evolved one for all. Izuku barely had time to gulp nervously before Nezu continued speaking, he will have a long road ahead in mastering its power. All Might stood up and struck a pose while assuming his hero form, well then we better get started. Izuku nodded excitedly and started to get up. Chio may have been silent all this time but she was having none of this training nonsense. He just fainted. He's not going back to training for a week. His quirk is most likely unstable, and it would only hurt him. Izuku, All Might and Gran Torino all stood there, cowed by her words while Nezu was smiling in the background. 4 months later. Tomorrow was the big day. The UA entrance exam. It had been 4 months since he had received one for all and Izuku could feel the improvement in his quirk. After taking a fortnight break, the true quirk training had begun. Receiving one for all had filled the missing hole in his quirk and now Izuku felt so, connected to the earth. He had been hesitant to listen to the strange voice, but the advice had been sound. During the past 4 months, All Might, Shiro-sensei and Gran Torino had all helped him train. While All Might and Shiro-sensei focused more on quirk training, Gran Torino had focused on close combat training. Izuku's quirk was primarily a mid to long-range quirk and Izuku hadn't initially understood the need for close quarters combat training. That was until Gran Torino had beat it into him that if the opponent gave him no space to act, he was screwed. When Gran Torino had brought up training in hand-to-hand, Izuku had voiced his confusion. However, a second later, he realized his mistake as he caught the glint in Gran Torino's eye and the vicious grin dawning his face. He knew at that moment that he had messed up. Gran Torino had told him to stand at the opposite end of the training hall and at the end of the countdown, they would spar. Once the countdown ended, Izuku instantly brought up a shield of earth before lobbing a boulder over it to a couple of meters in front of where Gran Torino had been. When the boulder crashed onto the ground, Izuku took a peek to see where Gran Torino was. However, Gran Torino let him know his presence quite aptly. By slamming a foot in the back of his head and into the ground. That experience had not only showed the importance of close combat but also that his toughness had increased. With the force that Gran Torino had hit him into the ground, he should have had a concussion, but he only had a small bump and pain. Izuku had learned to use rock fists and armor to increase his offensive capabilities though it still took a bit too long to create a rock fist. One for all had also increased his speed slightly. However, even with this increase, Izuku had yet to land a significant blow on the spry elder. Izuku could now understand All Might's fear of his mentor. All Might focused on teaching him control. Izuku never really thought about how much control All Might needed but even All Might said that the best way to improve power was to first improve control. All Might had him start by lifting pebbles and move them in the air at different speeds and in different patterns. After he had gotten the hang with that, they had increased the size of the rocks and now Izuku could continually levitate and move rocks that were half the size of him for 5 minutes. While he could move significantly larger boulders, he couldn't hold them up in the air for long due to the physical exertion of doing so. The heavier the rock, the harder it was for Izuku to hold the rock up. He, therefore, used his quirk only briefly to send the large boulders careening away from him at high speeds. The AoE impacts created made up for the lack of control. Izuku was initially a bit disappointed that they hadn't worked on anything powerful, but All Might had countered him by saying that he needed to learn to walk before you run and that the training was making sure he caught up to other children who had been using and learning their quirk for far longer than he had. However, the coolest training was that with Shiro-sensei. Her quirk was feedback, which allowed her to increase sensory input and she used it primarily with her hearing so she could see. Her training directly involved the words spoken to him from the dream. Initially, he had to stand blindfolded outside and simply try to sense where Shiro-sensei was. He couldn't do it at first and thus Shiro-sensei had to repeatedly tap her cane on the ground while Izuku also wore earmuffs. Now he could sense where a person was standing up to 15 meters and he was getting better at predicting their movements. However, he still found it difficult to see where a person was using this seismic sense if the person stood extremely still. Plus, they had yet to do much combat application of the skill. In fact, they had only started slow fights where Izuku was blindfolded last week. Honey, you're home. Come in, I made your favorite, Katsuden, said Inko as she opened the door to see Izuku back from his run. Izuku started as he didn't realize he was at home but as soon as he heard Katsuden, he rushed in and by the time Inko had closed the door and come into the kitchen, she saw Izuku already sitting at the table with 2 plates of Katsuden steaming. Inko just smiled at his eagerness and joined him at the table. The two sat in silence initially as they ate. Izuku was a bit unsure of what to talk to his mom about. Usually, he would talk about the heroes he had seen recently, or which quirks he was investigating, but with the entrance exams this year, he had pretty much focused on his training. Ordinarily, he would have no trouble talking about what training he was doing, but he feared that he would let slip about his situation with All Might and Gran Torino and that was meant to be a secret. Izuku didn't like keeping secrets from his mom and as a child had been quite open with her. Even when he would come home, bruised from Kachan's quirk, he wouldn't hide the bruise, though he would lie and say that they had been training or playing. Once they were nearing the end of the meal, Inko asked a question that made Izuku pause. Are you nervous about tomorrow's exam? Izuku paused as he thought about the question. With all the excitement of training, he had sort of lost sight of the goal and had only been thinking about the exam today. And the more he thought about it, the more nervous he got. Inko saw Izuku's face drop slightly. She, like all mothers who love their children, had come to be able to read Izuku's expressions very well. When he would lie, Izuku would start fumbling with his words, he would never look you in the eye and she could see the guilt in his eyes. However, when he was nervous, his eyes moved around a lot more and he would even start bouncing his leg. She had only said something to break the silence. She hadn't meant to cause him to become nervous and thus panicked slightly. No, don't get nervous, please. I was just asking. Izuku took a small breath before glancing back at her as he could see that she was about to talk again. Inko took a second to compose herself before continuing. Look Izu, I'm so proud of how much effort you've put in. Especially this last year. I know I might not have always been vocal in my support, but I know you'll get in tomorrow. Just show them what you've got. Izuku started tearing up and abruptly stood up. He rushed around the table and hugged his mom. Mom, you've always been supportive of me and I'm so thankful. I'll make you proud. If anyone were to walk in on the two, they would see the mother and son hugging each other and crying. The 21st of February 21. I know there was no action in this chapter, but don't worry. The next chapter brings us to the UA entrance exam, so there should be plenty of action there. I really hope I wrote the Izuku Inko scene alright. I really tried to capture the Midoriya dynamic, with the crying. I would appreciate any reviews suggesting how to improve it. Now since this is an O, some characters will be different and I may make up some backstories, but I will try to keep the true essence of a character's personality. However, apologies if some characters come off as quite different, like Bakugo, but that's inevitable. Chapter 5. Wow, this chapter came out late. I apologize for the time of this chapter. The problem was that when I first wrote it, I realized that I hadn't gone into enough detail, but I had already reached roughly 6k words. So I needed to split the chapters and then add the detail. Plus I found this chapter difficult to write due to the interactions between characters. Guys, please can you tell me how the interaction between Izuku and Ochako is as well as the interaction between Izuku and Katsuki? I would appreciate the advice. I know some of you might be confused about the relationship between Izuku and Katsuki, and all I am willing to say right now is that it is complicated. I hope to reveal some more tidbits about this in a couple of chapters. Just know for now that their relationship is still worse than after their fight after the Provisional Hero License exam, but definitely not as bad as the relationship they had at the start of Season 1 canon. On another note, thank you to all the people who reviewed Quasar 156, Bloody Valentine Joke and Jay the Star. In response to Bloody Valentineyoki's question, I can say that he will learn some advanced bending techniques in the future, but I won't tell you what or when. Furthermore, in relation to Jay the Star's questions about learning elements from other people, all I have to say is you'll see. Important note, see post chapter AN for information about the poll. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia or Atlas Lok. There it was. The UA test site. Even though Izuku had visited UA a few months ago, he had barely seen much of the school. His trip to, the slightly sadistic in his opinion, hero, recovery girl had been while he was unconscious, and he had thus missed properly appreciating the school. Then, after he woke up and retold his dream to the adults present, he realized he had to get home so to not worry his mom. What a missed opportunity. But he was now standing in front of the massive gates that would lead to his future. However, the size of the gates was nothing compared to the size of the building it guarded. The building was almost covered in glass, and in the hardly cloudy morning sky, the windows glittered in the brilliant sunshine. Nevertheless, standing there made it all too clear the responsibilities placed on his shoulders. Yagi-sensei had entrusted him with his power. His mom had believed in him, even when he didn't, and Shiro-sensei and Gran Torino had both had such a large influence in his development. However, all that responsibility on his shoulders caused doubt to creep in. What if I fail? Deku, you better have that quirk figured out. I expect you to make it in. The harsh voice of Kacchan brought Izuku out of his thoughts. He turned back slowly, slightly dreading to see Kacchan's scowling visage. Izuku smiled nervously before answering, I think so. The two of them just stood there. Kacchan's gaze was unwavering and was fixated on Izuku. However, Izuku couldn't meet the gaze evenly and let his eyes drift around, watching as the other applicants walked by. He noticed that some of them were looking back at them, obviously wondering what they were doing. Izuku's face reddened in embarrassment at the attention. He decided to turn his face back to his friend, and met his gaze. HMPH, scoffed Kacchan, not letting his true emotions show, before walking on. As soon as Kacchan had walked away, Izuku let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding. He had not been friends with Kacchan for a long time, but the tension between them in the last year had risen higher than it used to be. While previously Kacchan had always made his intentions clear and was normally very vocal. However, ever since the start of the new school year and the slime incident, they had hardly ever interacted, with Kacchan being the one to avoid Izuku. An unusual though not unwelcome experience. While he had always thought that the blonde's taunts and jabs were simply bullying, the last few months had forced Izuku to reconsider. Izuku would often catch him gazing at him with an unreadable expression. It didn't remind Izuku of his typical demeaning gaze, but instead felt more judging, as if Kacchan was trying to assess him. Nevertheless, Izuku didn't hold out much hope of the crass blonde really changing his ways and treating him like an equal. After all, it was Kacchan. One thing did stick out to Izuku. Kacchan exuded a certain confidence. Yagi-sensei had been quick to tell him the dangers of overconfidence. A lesson that both Shiro-sensei and Gran Torino took upon themselves to reinforce during the time they trained. However, Izuku knew that Kacchan was just that self-confident and that he trusted his abilities. This caused Izuku to frown internally at his own nervousness. He had decided to be more confident the day he had met All Might, yet here he was, shying from the responsibility. Once he walked through the gates of UA, he would be starting a new chapter of his life, and what better way to start it than with the right attitude. Izuku nodded with determination before deciding to follow Kacchan into the building as the test was about to start. I'll ace this test. He turned around to go in but did so too quickly. His right leg somehow got caught on his left one as he spun around, causing him to stumble and started to fall. Or I'll just die here. His hands still held onto the straps of his bag as Izuku made no effort to break his fall. However, it took a second to realize that he had suddenly stopped falling. Izuku scrambled and waved his hands around to try to right himself again. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he realized that flailing would do nothing, as he was somehow simultaneously not touching the ground and was parallel to it. I'm sorry about using my quirk on you. But I figured you wouldn't really mind since you were falling, said a feminine voice from Izuku's left. Izuku turned his head awkwardly in an attempt to see her. However, given his current predicament, he couldn't tilt his head enough to see her face. Instead, he just saw her put her fingertips together and say, "Release." Suddenly, Izuku could feel the weight of his body again and barely managed to put his hands out to catch himself. It wasn't so to prevent the pain but to try to retain some dignity by not falling on his face. He got to his feet in a haste and dusted his pants. With his face slightly red, he opened his mouth in an effort to thank the person who had saved him some humility. But when he glanced up, his eyes widened in surprise, his face grew redder and his brain short-circuited at the beautiful face. She had shoulder-length, chocolate brown hair with 2 bangs in front of her ears framing her face while 2 shorter bangs were tucked behind her ears. She was just slightly shorter than Izuku. Warm brown eyes shone with concern and Izuku could feel himself getting lost in them. She smiled at him, her fair skin only accentuating the perpetual blushes on her cheeks that cast a rosy glow on her face. Izuku felt his heart stop for a second at that smile. He had never met someone so pretty. "My name is Ochako Uraraka," she said, her hands still clasped together from when she had released him from her quirk. It took a few seconds to reboot his brain and Izuku realized that he had just been staring at her, quite intently in fact. No doubt she found that creepy, though she didn't show it. It took another few seconds for him to realize that she had introduced herself and that common courtesy dictated that he do the same. He realized now would be a good time to speak and barely managed to stutter out, "My name is Izuku Midoriya." Ochako giggled at his obvious nervousness causing Izuku to rub the back of his head in embarrassment. She decided to initiate the conversation so as to save Izuku the pressure. Plus she didn't know anyone else and she didn't want to walk into the hall in silence. If she did, she knew she would end up focusing too much on the test and would overthink things. "Hey, do you want to walk into the hall together?" asked Ochako. "A girl is not only talking to me but wants to walk with me." For Izuku, this was such a new experience. In Aldera, he had practically no friends. He was on okay terms with most people, but there was no one he would call a friend, especially of the female variety. So, the fact that this was happening with literally no effort on his part was astounding. Izuku jerkily nodded his head in acceptance and the two of them started to walk towards the building. Ochako snuck a peek at the green-haired boy and easily noted his obvious discomfort. She quickly asked a question she knew would get him to relax. "So, who's your favorite hero?" As soon as Izuku's eyes lit up, she knew that it was the right question to ask. "My favorite hero is All Might." Izuku waved his hands around excitedly as he talked about All Might. It was obvious to see his admiration for the #1 hero. Ochako knew that many other kids in her high school also had All Might as their favorite hero and she could hardly blame them. Even she admired him. However, her favorite hero was 13 as she admired the hero's drive to save people, even with such a destructive quirk. Plus, she thought it was amazing that the female hero had gotten so far in the hero industry. Meanwhile, Izuku realized he had been speaking for too long and hadn't allowed Ochako to speak. However, just as he opened his mouth in order to ask her who was her favorite hero, he realized that they had already walked into the building and they needed to split up and find their seats as the test was about to start. The two awkwardly stood in the hall, waiting for the other to speak. Finally, Ochako decided to talk. "This is so nerve-wracking. Anyway, good luck with the test. Maybe we'll be in the same battle city. If so, I'll meet you there. Otherwise, I'll see you at UA." She cried out in her bubbly voice while pumping her hand up. Izuku gave a watery smile and nodded dumbly. She waved and started to walk away. This action prompted Izuku to at least say something back. "Good luck to you too," he cried out quickly. After watching her walk away, he also walked in to find his seat. While his thoughts should have been on the test coming up, his mind wandered to the brunette and one thought fixated itself in his mind. "Oh my god, I just talked to a girl." Izuku cringed slightly when he found his seat. His seat was actually in a good position. He was roughly in the center of the auditorium, though he was further back than he'd like. But that wasn't the problem. The problem came in the scowling visage of his classmate, Kachan. Izuku belatedly realized that instead of being ordered alphabetically, as he'd hoped, UA had ordered the applicants primarily by the school and since there were only 2 boys applying to UA from Aldera Junior High, he would have to take the test next to him. Izuku sighed before deciding to suck it up. After all, there was nothing else he could really do. "Kachan, can you move your legs slightly so I can get in?" The scathing glare he received caused Izuku to chuckle nervously. After a moment, Kachan relented and moved his legs, giving Izuku about 1 inch more room to get to his seat. Izuku's sweat dropped at the near useless move but didn't complain. After all, with Kachan, you took whatever little he gave. Izuku cautiously edged past him, trying to make sure not to jostle him. He had almost made it as well, but something happened before he could sit down. Unfortunately, as he turned to sit down, his bag hit Kachan in his face. It wasn't a hard hit at all, but as he stumbled into his seat and saw the murderous look in Kachan's eyes, he knew he would regret it later and thus winced. Luckily, just as Kachan's mouth opened, lights illuminated the stage, revealing a yellow-haired person with a funky hairstyle and a big speaker wrapped around his neck. "Oh my god, it's Present Mike." Izuku fangirled quietly. He had already forgotten about his mistake in favor of admiring another pro-hero. Next to him, Bakugo scoffed in annoyance. He would never admit it to anyone, least of all to Deku, but he too was excited by Present Mike's arrival. It just indicated what a great lineup of teachers were available at UA, and this had been one of the points Katsuki had looked at when choosing where to go. I've been listening to his radio show for years. He's so cool, continued Izuku. Tick marks had been developing on Katsuki's face and he briefly wondered whether you could be disqualified for using an explosion before the competition started, plus, he hadn't forgotten that Izuku had hit him in the face with his bag. He would pay for that one after the exam. Shut up already. Katsuki half whispered and half shouted. Nearby applicants laughed quietly at the interaction though were promptly silenced by a glare from him. Let's get started with the UA exam. Are you ready? Let me hear you. Present Mike shouted enthusiastically into the mic and held a hand behind his ear while tilting his head so the ear faced the audience. Quote, comma, quote. An awkward silence followed. Applicants looked around to see whether others were planning on saying anything. Izuku himself glanced around and noted similar looks of nervousness on other people's faces as was on him. Most of the people were simply too nervous to say anything. And the few that were more confident didn't speak for fear of being singled out and being the center of attention. This resulted in everyone just sitting in silence and looking around. Present Mike faltered slightly at the lack of response. Every year, it was his job to conduct and present the entrance exams and he had asked to hear the applicants every year but was always rejected. But he smiled. After all, the exam was tough and very important, so it was natural for them to have nerves. Tough crowd. Moving on, as you guys know, the entrance exam is split into two parts. The written exam and the practical exam. The written exam tests you on some stuff while the practical exam will test how well you can use your quirk as well as your general fitness. Many applicants' sweat dropped at Present Mike's obvious lack of interest in the written exam. However, Izuku didn't really agree with them. Based on the limited number of resources of the written test, Izuku knew that the written test would probably be easier than the practical one. After all, UA operated on a cutoff scheme. In order for one's practical exam to even count, an applicant had to achieve higher than the cutoff mark on the written exam. While it changed each year, the cutoff mark was roughly around 80% and Izuku had managed to get higher than that on all the practice papers he had done. Then, once the cutoff was reached, the mark no longer mattered, and you would be ranked solely on your practical performance. This meant that for Izuku, the practical exam would be the more important and the more difficult of the two tests. Izuku knew that Kachan would likely not be in the same situation. In fact, Izuku knew that Kachan would ace the practical test and that he had also gotten above an 80% cutoff on all the practice tests. A quick glance at him revealed that Kachan didn't look worried at all. Just determined. Present Mike's voice brought Izuku back to the real world. Let's get on with the written exam. You have 2 hours to complete it and there are 100 marks. Your time starts now. Present Mike pumped his hand up into the air. The lights if the auditorium returned and there was a huge rustling of paper as everyone scrambled to turn the first page. Izuku gulped before steeling himself and then opened the test himself. 2 hours later. Time's up. Present Mike's boisterous voice filled the auditorium causing groans from some of the applicants who hadn't finished the paper and were disappointed. Meanwhile, Izuku, along with a few others, gave a sigh of relief that the test was over. While the tests were being collected, Izuku couldn't keep the smile off his face. The paper had been slightly more difficult than he expected. Probably because there were more applicants than ever. Nevertheless, Izuku felt that he had done well. He had managed to finish before the time and had spent the remainder of the test fretting over his answers. Izuku had literally crossed out an answer 3 times, only to write the original response as his final answer. He glanced over at Kachan only to see him with his head on the desk and eyes closed. Izuku had noticed that he had finished the test only a few minutes after Izuku. However, unlike Izuku, he had promptly turned the test upside down and placed it to the side before putting his head on the desk. Izuku had shaken his head at that. He just couldn't understand how he could be so confident with his answers that he wouldn't even check them. The written exam was over now, so Izuku would need to wake Kachan up. After a brief inner battle on whether to risk death or not, Izuku decided to poke him. After all, Kachan would likely be even madder at him if he slept through the information of the practical exam. Izuku tentatively reached a hand towards his shoulder. His hand was trembling, his heart beating at twice its normal speed and his mouth felt dry. Izuku could envision what would happen when he woke Kachan up. He was almost touching him. Alri GHT. The written exam is officially over. Izuku jumped out of his skin as Present Mike's loud voice startled him. Luckily, he hadn't jolted Kachan when he jumped in fright. Izuku placed a hand on his chest to calm his racing heartbeat. He looked at Kachan to see that he was now awake and staring straight ahead to the stage where Present Mike stood. Luckily the lights had dimmed and were focused on the stage so Kachan wouldn't see his flushed face. Plus, he hadn't seemed to notice Izuku's attempt to wake him up, which was all too well. Now it's time for the real test. The practical. On the cards in front of you, you will see a letter which corresponds to the battle center you will go to. After this live show, you will head to the battle center indicated by your card. You can bring any equipment you want with you. Izuku gave a grunt of understanding, prompting Katsuki to look at him. So, we can't work with our friends from the same school, muttered Izuku. Kachan looked towards Izuku's card and saw the B as opposed to the A on his own card and realized what he was talking about. Our examinee numbers are next to one another since we're arranged by our school, so we're assigned to separate centers. I guess you got lucky. Izuku jumped slightly at his voice as he hadn't realized that Kachan had been looking at him. There are 3 foe robot villains in each battle center worth 1, 2 and 3 points. Your job is to use your quirks to restrain or destroy the robots. The more points a robot is worth, the tougher it is. Suddenly a person stood up a few rows in front of Izuku. He was quite tall and had neatly combed hair. Izuku could see the temples indicating the glasses he wore. When he opened his mouth, he spoke with a very serious voice. Excuse me, but on the card given to us, you've listed 4 robots, but you've only mentioned 3. If this is a mistake on an official UA exam, then it is shameful. How could a school as prestigious as UA make such an error? TCHH. Who put that rod up his ass? Katsuki muttered quietly. The glasses-wearing applicant then turned around and Izuku felt that he was looking right at him and Kachan. And you, the one with the green hair. You and your little friend have been muttering a lot, even before the start of the written exam. It's distracting. If you're not serious about this exam, then you should leave. The serious tone and the glasses both emphasized the condescending tone in which the boy spoke. Izuku could hear muffled laughs from people all around the auditorium. His face became bright red in embarrassment, and he lowered himself in the chair so only his curly green hair popped up above the backrest. Katsuki's face also became redder, but out of anger. How dare glasses insinuate that he wasn't serious? However, he reined himself in. It wouldn't do to lash out here and risk his entry. He would prove it by getting first place on the exam. And if glasses was also good enough to get in, then Katsuki would show no hesitation in blasting him. The thought alone brought a small, savage grin to his face. Thank you, examinee 7111 for calling in with your request. There is no mistake, the 4th villain is worth 0 points and in fact, facing it will cost you half your points. Present Mike smiled widely as he said that. Honestly, he may not have Nezu's mind, but he could truly appreciate the guy's ability to play mental games. There was an outbreak of muttering across the hall as people were surprised. After all, what was the point of having a villain that they couldn't face? Izuku sat there confused as well. Maybe they just had to run from it and prove how well they could maneuver and escape a more powerful villain. But that didn't seem like a hero thing to do. This 4th villain is best avoided. It's not that it can't be beat, it's just that it would cost you if you tried. You will have 10 minutes to gather as many points as possible. Now is the time to go plus ultra. Present Mike thrust his hand into the air while yelling out the motto and there was a large cry from the applicants, who all yelled out, plus ultra. Izuku felt goosebumps as he too participated. It was time for the last hurdle. He knew he said he would be more confident but standing in front of the massive gates to Battleground B really didn't help Izuku's nerves. He knew UA was one of the most prestigious schools in the country, but where did they get the money to build this just for exams? Plus, the many applicants in just his battle city immediately gave Izuku a perspective on how stiff the competition was. There must have been more than 100 applicants in just Battle City B, but there were only 36 places. Izuku could feel the butterflies in his stomach flying more frantically. Izuku put his hands in his pockets and grasped the small dense rocks he had put in there. Holding them distracted his mind from the waiting and gave him some comfort. He wasn't sure what setting the practical exam would be in. While there would likely be some earth in a natural arena, he had been worried that the practical exam would occur in a basic constructed arena where there would be no earth. After a conversation with Yagi-sensei, he had decided to carry some earth with him at all times. However, rocks were bulky and sharp and after a brief experience that resulted in some torn trousers, he realized that he needed a more compact and blunt form of earth. He had taken inspiration from All Might's sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. Sir Night-Eye used high-density seals to augment his fighting and Izuku had decided to use that idea. He carried small, rounded pebbles in his pockets. While small, they were deceptively heavy with each one weighing roughly 5 kilograms. It had taken him weeks to crush rocks and condense them into a dense ball of earth. It had been surprisingly difficult to actually increase the density of rocks, but it had been rewarding when he had managed to catch Gran Torino off guard with one. It was almost worth the beating he received for it. Almost. Izuku had calmed down by now and took the time to glance around and study some of the other applicants. Izuku had developed a game where he would attempt to guess a person's quirk by their appearance and personality and it was surprisingly difficult. There was a person with 6 arms with webs between them. Perhaps the webbing could expand to allow the person to glide like a flying squirrel. However, he was very tall and well built and Izuku imagined that would make it quite difficult to utilize that quirk. Izuku suddenly saw an eye develop at the end of one of the limbs and looked directly towards him. Instead of turning away, Izuku gave a small wave causing the limb to wave back. So, his limbs can form additional sensory appendages. His physique appears to make up for the lack of physicality his quirk brings. Izuku turned to see another person that literally had shining clothes and a very smug smile. He seemed to be looking at himself in a mirror. The belt around his stomach, directly over his belly button, made it quite easy to guess that he had some sort of projectile that fired from his stomach. Maybe a laser, given how flashy he was. Izuku noticed that several people had also brought some equipment for their quirks. Izuku could almost hear the snort of derision that would have come from Kachan's mouth if he had told him this observation. As Izuku's eyes flanked over the applicants, he spotted the pretty brunette who had helped him earlier. Come to think of it, he hadn't actually thanked her for earlier, nor had he managed to ask her who her favorite hero was. As Izuku made towards the girl, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder causing him to stiffen in surprise. After turning around, he yelped slightly. It was the boy with glasses from earlier, who had asked about the 4th robot. She looks like she is concentrating. What were you going to do? Were you planning on distracting her? The boy's gaze bored into Izuku causing him to stutter. No, said Izuku nervously, I was just. The other boy's eyes narrowed as he interrupted Izuku. You were muttering in the hall as well and were distracting everyone. Are you even taking the exam, or are you a plant by UA only here to distract us? This guy is so paranoid. They wouldn't do that. Izuku held his hands up placatingly and backed away slowly. The other boy, seeing this, decided to walk away. Izuku sighed in relief after the altercation was over. Izuku stared after the retreating boy as he took notice of the other boy's legs. He had what looked like pipes sticking out of his calves. In fact, they almost looked like the exhausts of a car. Maybe some speed-type quirk. Izuku's musings were cut short by a loud voice blaring from a nearby pillar. Are you ready? Then get started. The gates had somehow opened in the waiting period, though Izuku couldn't remember when. He hadn't even heard them. Everyone looked at each other in surprise at the abruptness, not really sure if they could start. Get a move on. There are no countdowns in real life, shouted Present Mike, while swinging his arms round in a circle. After hearing those words, the applicants all started to rush into the battle city in order to seize their futures. Izuku ran forward. As soon as Present Mike had told them to get a move on, everyone had rushed in. He had seen the boy with glasses speed ahead of the other applicants, and Izuku gave himself a mental pat on the back for guessing his quirk. He intentionally stayed towards the back of the group as he wanted to see where the other applicants were going. As soon as they had gotten into the battle city, everyone had split up, trying to find as many robots as they could. However, the majority of people decided to take paths that led towards the center, so Izuku quickly took to the edges of the city. After running for a minute, he glanced around and saw that no other applicant was around. He took off his shoes and socks and placed them in a bush near the wall of the city. He didn't take it off in front of the other applicants because he thought they would find it weird, and after the fiasco after the written exam, he didn't want more attention. He would come back for them once the test ended. After taking them off, Izuku stood still and simply relished his connection to the earth. The layer of asphalt that made up the road did little to diminish the feeling. Suddenly, Izuku felt the vibrations in the ground. It was most likely a robot, but whatever it was rushing towards him. Even before he heard the crash behind him, Izuku had already turned around to face the upcoming threat. A robot crashed through a nearby building, spraying glass and rubble. It rolled quickly on its single wheel, green metal glinting in the sunlight, and cocked its armored arm back for a deadly strike. Izuku took note of the giant one painted on its body. Target locked on, its robotic voice easily being heard over the screech of its tires. However, Izuku didn't allow this to unnerve him and simply stood his ground and punched towards the robot, causing a chunk of the road to tear itself off and launch itself into the robot. The medium-sized boulder hit the robot like a wrecking ball and caused its head to be ripped off. Izuku was a bit surprised at the one-pointer's fragility but smiled. Destroying this robot so easily had instilled some confidence. If the one-pointer was this fragile, then how hard could it be to destroy the three pointers? He winced slightly as the rest of the robot body continued moving and crashed into the city wall. However, after 6 minutes, Izuku had to admit he had made a mistake. While there was hardly anyone on the outskirts of the city, there were also fewer robots. Unless there was an extremely limited number of robots, he had just come the wrong way and most of the robots were in the center of the city. He had only managed to gather 16 points from 6 robots, and he could only desperately hope that that would be enough. After half a minute of making his way away from the wall, he had made it closer to the center of the city, and as he turned at an intersection, he saw a mass of robots being taken out by applicants. He quickly noticed the brunette from before touch several of the robots, causing them to float. She then touched all her fingertips together and yelled, "Release." The floating robots fell and were destroyed. She then placed her hands on her knees and was breathing heavily. That's 28 points. 28 points. Maybe she's just a really strong candidate. Izuku still held onto some hope. He then noticed the boy with glasses speed in and destroy a robot with a quirk-enhanced quick. 45 points. He yelled. 45. Izuku really started to panic. The test was almost over, and he needed a lot more points. They never even told us how many foe villains there are. What if they are all destroyed? I only have 16 points. He muttered to himself furiously. Meanwhile, up in the control center, all the teachers were watching and monitoring the several battle cities. All Might stood in his hero form towards the back of the room. However, his attention was focused on the city with Izuku in it. All Might was a bit sad by how unlucky Izuku had been. In other test centers, a much higher number of robots had gone to the edges, but in Izuku's, only a few had gone, meaning that he had been unable to show his skills and collect points. Nevertheless, the true test was just about to start, and from what he had seen of Izuku, this one would be right up his alley. It's time, said Principal Nezu. He then flipped the cover off of a large red switch before hitting it and smiling a little too sadistically. All Might shivered slightly at that smile. It wasn't right. Those poor children. They had no idea what was coming. In all the test centers, there was a massive rumbling, and suddenly the final boss appeared. In Izuku's battle city, there was a massive rumbling in the ground that Izuku could feel, even without his quirk. Suddenly, a massive robot just spawned. It stood more than 10 stories tall and shared the same dark green-colored metal as the other robots. But it was far taller and looked far more imposing and dangerous. As evidenced when the robot smashed his hand into the ground and a nearby building collapsed. Someone could get seriously hurt by it. I have to get points now, while everyone is running away. I only have 16 points. Izuku fell to the ground in shock. Everyone cowered at the behemoth robot as it started to walk towards them. Each step triggered a mini earthquake that managed to reach as far as other applicants started to scramble over each other to run as far away as they could, and Izuku couldn't blame them. He would have done the same and the only reason he hadn't was because he was still in shock. Izuku got up and was about to run away when he heard something that stopped him in his tracks. Ow! Izuku glanced over his shoulder when he heard the cry of pain and saw the girl from before trapped under some rubble. Izuku could see that her foot was trapped under some rubble and thus her foot was probably broken. Nevertheless, even if she could have used her quirk to remove the rubble and even if she could have run through the pain, it didn't matter to Izuku. Plus, the zero-pointer was coming straight for them. Izuku didn't think about anything else. He just ran back to help her. As soon as he neared the girl, he moved the rock pinning her down away, thus freeing her. She gasped in relief as the pressure on her foot was relieved. Izuku then put her arm around his shoulder and they started to move away slowly with Ochako hopping so to avoid putting weight on her broken foot. But they weren't fast enough. Watch out! Ochako cried out. Izuku didn't have to turn around to know that the robot was almost on top of them. The creaking of metal had grown much louder, and Izuku could feel the strong vibrations through his feet. Izuku gently set Ochako down on a flat piece of rubble and then moved the rubble with her away from him and the robot using his quirk. He then turned around as the robot's hand had started to descend. Its descent was slow, but its momentum incredibly high due to its large mass. Izuku's hair ruffled in the wind created by the moving hand. He desperately bent large boulders into the robot's hand but the hand barely slowed down. Izuku was panicking. He racked his brain for possible solutions to this and thought of his training. Unfortunately, the training he had done had been mainly to improve his technique and proficiency, not his power. He didn't know what he could possibly do to stop the robot from smashing them. He just hoped that he had managed to save Ochako. The metal hand continued on, showing no signs of stopping. Its shadow blocked out the entire sun for Izuku. Then his mind went blank. The 3rd of July 21. Important. Thank you to all the people who voted in the poll. I have to say, more people voted than I thought would, which is great. I won't say the results yet as I want to keep that a surprise. Chapter 6. And I'm back. I'm so sorry that I posted this a week late. Unfortunately, as I suspected, school was quite hectic because we needed to catch up on a lot of things. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't finish the chapter in time. Plus this was my longest chapter and I wanted to make sure that the interactions were fleshed out and the battle scenes were adequate. Thank you to Duckman154, Spectacular Spidey and Jay Jaffin for reviewing. I love all the support. As usual, if you have any advice or comments about the battle sequence of this chapter, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm not sure how good it is. Notes about the poll will be in the post-chapter and though I will say that I have extended the deadline and would appreciate anyone who gives suggestions on pairings for the battle trial. Now enjoy the chapter. Ochako had been extremely nervous today. Not only because she had the UA entrance exam, but also what passing the exam meant for her. If she passed the exam, she would have to move to Musudafu as she simply lived too far away to make the daily commute. In fact, just before the exam, she had gone to see a possible apartment and while it was good, just the idea of living by herself in an unknown city was frightening. She had been conflicted about going to UA especially as her family weren't that well off. UA was expensive and going to the prestigious high school meant she would also have to rent an apartment which would just add to the costs. Nevertheless, once her parents found out she wanted to go to UA, they had become adamant that she attend and hadn't taken no for an answer. Whenever she brought up the issue of money, they would just look at each other before smiling at her and telling her not to worry. In the end, her parents made her promise that if she passed the entrance exam, she would definitely attend UA. And she was glad that they had done so. Unfortunately, that didn't stop that nugget of worry in her of the future. However, when she reached UA, all thoughts of her worries flew out the window. Instead, the sheer sight of the school filled her with excitement at the prospect of learning here. Especially since the school had her favorite hero as part of the teaching staff. As she walked past the gate, she saw a cute, green-haired boy simply standing in place, facing away from the entrance to the building. She decided to walk towards him. Maybe he was having second thoughts about the exam like she initially had. Hopefully she could convince him to take it anyway, otherwise he would probably regret it later. However, as she neared him, he suddenly twisted around awkwardly which caused his legs to get tangled together. Ochako quickly reached out with her hand and activated her quirk so that he stopped falling. It seemed to take him a second to realize he had stopped falling before he started waving his arms around. At this point, Ochako decided to release her quirk so he stopped panicking. After she had introduced herself and apologized for using her quirk on him without his permission, she had to wait for a few seconds before he nervously introduced herself. She failed to stop the small giggle that escaped. She didn't know what it was, but his obviously nervous and shy personality was quite adorable. As they walked towards the hall where the written exam would take place, she decided to the boy, Izuku, who his favorite hero was. She hoped that the question would break the silence between them and help them both relax before the exam. While his answer itself wasn't that unexpected, the depth he went into showed his obvious admiration of All Might. Unconsciously, she smiled at the excited response. If anyone were to ask her about 13, she would likely respond with the same level of enthusiasm as he did. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end and the short walk to the hall had seemed far longer in her head. Nevertheless, they had to part ways so they could find their own seats and after a few frantic minutes of searching, she was able to locate her seat which was in the lower left half of the auditorium. Unfortunately, her seat was not near Izuku's seat, so she was forced to sit in the middle of a group of strangers, as she had been the only one in her school to apply to the UA Hero course. Seeing Present Mike's boisterous personality in person was something else. She normally just listened to him on the radio, so seeing a live performance of sorts was thrilling. A quick glance around her revealed that some of the other applicants also felt the same. A's teaching lineup was truly amazing. After the tortuously long written exam came to a close, she was able to give a sigh of relief. She knew the practical portion would be tough, but she was just more confident with her quirk than her academics, especially maths. She had felt like crying when a question on projectile motions came up in the exam. But now it was over. She thought that she had done well enough to pass the cutoff mark, and in the end that was all that mattered to her. She could now focus on the practical exam. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Ochako closed her eyes and centered herself in an effort to calm her nerves. After a minute, she could no longer feel her heartbeat in her throat, which she took as a good sign. Gunhead's advice works really well. After getting over the initial abrupt start of the exam, Ochako rushed into the city as fast as she could. She had already removed the gravity from her clothes and shoes, thus shedding some weight, but even then she wasn't very fast. One boy just zoomed ahead with some speed quirk. However, even others with no speed quirk managed to pass her. I really need to get more in shape. She, like many of the other applicants, headed straight to the center of the city. It was simply the shorter route as opposed to going to the edge, and Ochako just didn't have the physical stamina to run around the edge of the city and then use her quirk to get enough points to pass. After roughly 5 or 6 minutes, she had managed to get 28 points. There were a bunch of other applicants in the same street as her, and it looked like a war zone with smoking robot parts and debris littering the asphalt. She had been so focused on getting her own points that she didn't know how she was doing compared to other applicants. Suddenly, a yell of 45 points drew her attention and she paled slightly while panting. She turned around to take a look and saw the same uptight boy she had seen speed ahead of the competition at the beginning of the exam. Given his serious demeanor, Ochako hoped that he was one of the stronger applicants and that she had enough for the time elapsed. She decided to head towards the exact center of the city. She had noticed that the closer she had gotten, the more robots she had found. Maybe there was a place close to the center where they were coming from. If she could find it, she could get a lot more points. However, there was suddenly a deep rumbling which caused her to trip and fall. Something nearby seemed to explode, and before she knew it, she was on the ground with an excruciating pain in her left foot, culminating in a scream of pain being torn from her lips. After a few seconds of simply lying on the ground, Ochako slowly maneuvered herself onto her elbows. Every other movement seemed to jolt her leg, causing her to release another whimper. After what seemed like forever, she managed to position herself so that she could see what had happened. Glancing at her feet, she could see rubble had landed on her leg, and judging by the pain, she had most likely broken her foot. But how did that rubble just fall on me? She was so deep in pain and thought that she almost didn't notice the rhythmic rumbling beneath the ground. However, a moment of clarity caused her to look past the rubble. As her eyes traveled higher, she finally noticed the absolutely massive robot now lumbering towards her. This must be the zero-pointer. That random thought forced a slightly delirious chuckle out of her. She cautiously stretched a hand out to touch the rubble, but the position was too awkward and moved her foot too much. People won't get critically injured in these exams, will they? Will the teachers intervene before the robot reaches me? These were the thoughts that came in Ochako's mind. She was just a sitting duck as the robot came closer, and a wave of pain caused her to close her eyes and grit her teeth. Suddenly the pressure on her foot was gone and there was a hand gently pulling one of her arms. She grimaced as she was pulled up. She placed her arm over his shoulder and Ochako finally saw who it was that was helping her. It was Izuku. However, the loud crashing behind her reminded her that now was not the time to dwell on such things, and together, the two of them started to move away, or in her case, hop away, from the zero-pointer. Unfortunately, due to her leg, they weren't making much progress. In fact, the robot was clearly gaining on them, if the larger tremors were any indication. Ochako was about to suggest that he just leave her and run, but before she could even open her mouth, Izuku had placed her on quite a large, flattish piece of rubble, before sending her away from the robot using his quirk. Ochako unconsciously lifted her broken leg onto her other leg as she moved so to reduce the jostling. After sliding roughly 15 meters, Ochako came to a stop. But as soon as the platform stopped, Ochako looked back at Izuku. He had put himself in danger just to save her, and she wasn't going to sit by and just watch. She started to crawl towards Izuku when she was struck by how quiet it suddenly was. The creaking of the metal was absent, as was the rumble of the ground shaking. She looked up to see a sight that terrified her. The robot had stopped walking in her direction and was standing just a few feet away from Izuku. However, it wasn't motionless. Its arm was moving back as if it is winding up for a smash. Watch out! Screamed Ochako. However, instead of trying to escape, Izuku simply glanced back at her and sent her a watery smile before turning back around. He then proceeded to chuck large boulders at the incoming hand, though it had little effect. Ochako was frustrated. She didn't know what she could do in this situation. She wouldn't be able to reach Izuku in time to do anything. Ochako decided to close her eyes so to avoid seeing the metallic hand of doom crash into the ground. However, just before she could turn away, she saw something that would be etched in her mind for years to come. Something forced her to watch the scene in front of her play out. The ground started to shake, even though the zero-pointer was not walking. There was a burst of power and Ochako saw Izuku's posture change. His back had been to Ochako, but while he had just been flinging rocks at the oncoming hand, he was now standing there, relaxed, with his head tilted down. He took to one knee and Ochako saw him place a hand on the ground. Ochako was glad that she was on the ground, as she would have fallen from the amount of shaking. Her eyes widened in alarm as she saw cracks develop in the earth around Izuku. She could feel the buildup of pressure. Just when the robot's hands had started to become far too close for comfort, Izuku thrust both hands into the sky and suddenly, a spire of rock thrust out the ground and speared straight through the attacking arm, all the way into the robot's chest. If one were able to see the view from the air, they would have seen the spire of rock in all its majesty, almost as large as the robot, be impaled through the zero-pointer's chest. The robot's bright red eyes dimmed almost instantaneously and Ochako could only look on, mouth wide open. Unfortunately, the zero-pointer was surprisingly fragile. After being impaled, small parts of the robot started to break off and fall to the ground. Ochako's eyes searched for the curly, green hair of one Izuku. However, unlike being on the ground like she thought, she spotted Izuku riding halfway up the spire. Unfortunately, that wasn't the worst part. Ochako saw Izuku suddenly go limp and he toppled over the side of the rock spire. Ochako gasped in shock and knew that she had to save him. Even though she was in pain, she had to use her quirk. Luckily, the adrenaline from the scene that had just unfolded alongside the minute of reprieve had given her some energy back. But will I make it? He's falling so fast. Ochako dragged herself to a nearby piece of rubble and used her quirk on it and herself. She then pushed off the ground and rose almost 10 feet off the ground. Just as Izuku was about to fall past her, she managed to stretch out and slap him on the face with all her fingertips. She cried in relief, and a bit of pain, as she felt her quirk activate and the boy floated. Release! Cried out Ochako as she abruptly turned off her quirk and they unceremoniously sank to the ground. The adrenaline had made her forget about the pain in her ankle, but now that the ordeal was over, the adrenaline was leaving her system. This along with quirk overuse made her feel quite queasy. Please don't vomit. Please don't vomit. 2 seconds later, it was clear her plea was ignored as she started vomiting rainbows. People, along with herself, viewed rainbows as beautiful. But there was no part of vomiting rainbows that was pleasant. After just half a minute, President Mike's voice blared over the city declaring the battle over. Ochako just lay on the ground. A cursory glance at Izuku revealed him to still be unconscious. When Ochako had set out today for the UA entrance exam, she hadn't expected it to end with a broken ankle and having to be saved from a robot bigger than her prospective apartment complex. Are you all right there, dearie? A voice behind her jarred her from her thoughts and she turned to see an old woman hobbling towards her with a cane, shaped like, is that a giant needle? Oh, it's Recovery Girl. You, a school nurse, said one of the applicants. By now, most of the other applicants had returned to see the wreckage. A small, cynical part of Ochako's tired mind cursed the other applicants for returning confidently now where they had previously run away with the appearance of the zero-pointer. Let me heal that for you, said Recovery Girl. She then proceeded to stretch her lips and kiss Ochako's ankle. Ochako was a bit weirded out by the lips, but she quickly forgot about it due to the relief she felt. She turned to thank the nurse only to see that she had turned away from her and was staring at Izuku. Of course, you overdid it Midoriya, said the nurse under her breath. Does she already know him? The nurse then kissed the boy and a green aura surrounded him. The strange thing was that there were no visible injuries. He hadn't even broken his hand. Regardless, she knew that she had to make it up to the boy for saving her. She remembered him saying that he only had 16 points. I'll go to one of the faculty and offer my points. Hopefully it will be enough for him to get in. In another battleground, 3 minutes prior. Fumikage hadn't been that worried about the entrance exam. It had been his dream to go to UA and he had trained extensively for the practical exam. Admittedly, he had not practiced the academic side a lot. Having a sentient and, for some reason, excitable quirk that quickly became bored made it quite difficult to focus. Though, Fumikage knew that he himself was just less interested in learning things like solving a differential equation. A loud blare brought him back to the city before him. The physical test had begun. He scowled slightly as he felt the glare of the high sun rain down upon him, weakening him. Nevertheless, there was nothing much he could do about it. He would simply use some of his inner darkness to power through. He, like a few of the other participants, had immediately gone through the gates when the siren had sounded. Fumikage took note of an ash-blonde-haired boy rushing past everyone to the heart of the city using some type of explosions as propulsion. He felt some relief at the boy's chosen direction as that suited his plans to go round the edge of the city. His light-releasing quirk would cause the huge wall surrounding the battleground would provide greater shade so dark shadow would be stronger, and he wouldn't need to rely heavily on his darkness. Going to the outskirts had proved to be a greater boon than he realized. He hardly saw any other competitors and reasoned that they probably joined the crowd going towards the center of the battle city. After all, those that had weaker quirks would most likely attempt to point steal. Fumikage shook his head at the disgusting tactic. Nevertheless, it allowed him to concentrate on the robots instead of thinking about others gawking at his appearance. To anyone who didn't know better, his appearance was simply part of his quirk yet, for some reason, even in a quirk-dominated era, others feared him just from his appearance. Fumikage never once regretted the circumstances that led to this appearance but becoming a hero despite this was one of his goals. Fumikage had quickly gathered many points. The robots were surprisingly easy to destroy. Even the three-pointers simply required 2 solid hits from Dark Shadow before they were destroyed. He had barely needed to use any of his darkness, though he had taken a 30-second break in a dark building to replenish Dark Shadow's strength. After roughly 5 minutes, he had managed to rack up 45 points and was feeling more relaxed about the outcome. Well done Dark Shadow, Fumikage spoke slowly between deep breaths. While Dark Shadow had been the one to destroy the robots, Fumikage had been running around for 5 minutes and was now quite winded. Yeah, I'm awesome. Dark Shadow exclaimed while flexing the non-existent muscles on his arms. Fumikage sighed slightly, but he had long since gotten used to his partner's antics. Suddenly, a huge rumbling swept through the city and Fumikage decided to finally head towards the center in order to investigate where it came from. However, his pace was definitely far slower than earlier, something that Dark Shadow made clear. Fumikage could only roll his eyes and pull the teasing spirit back into his body. As he got closer, the shaking in the ground became more intense, making Fumikage slightly worried about what could be the cause of the disturbances. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a girl fighting some robots. Her back was turned to him, so she didn't spot Fumikage. However, more importantly, she didn't seem to notice the robot coming behind her. Watch out! Yelled Fumikage, while sending out Dark Shadow to destroy the two-pointer. Dark Shadow made quick work of the metal machine. The girl shifted her gaze to him and opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, her eyes seemed to look past him and Fumikage quickly realized that the rumbling he had mistaken for the same as earlier was actually a robot. He leapt forward while the girl's tongue stretched out, wrapped around the robot and through it. Having dealt with the robots in the immediate vicinity, the two turned to each other. Thank you, said Fumikage while Dark Shadow gave a grin and a thumbs up behind him. The girl smiled. Thank you too, Ribbit. The two then nodded to each other before turning around and going in their separate directions. As he was nearing the center, he saw a massive robot, taller than the buildings surrounding it. Fumikage could only wonder how he had managed to miss such a monstrosity earlier. This was obviously the fourth robot, the zero-pointer. He must have been quite distracted to not realize this was the source of the rumbling. Wow, that's a giant robot, said Dark Shadow. We should stay clear of it. We aren't strong enough in the daytime to do anything to it, said Fumikage. Dark Shadow crossed his arms in mock anger. I could take him in the day as well. Fumikage just gave the sentient spirit a deadpan look. I simply do not possess enough darkness to grant you the strength during the day. Even at night, we would find it difficult to do much damage to such a creature. That's not true, Fumi. Dark Shadow said while wagging a finger in Fumikage's direction. At night I see. Dark Shadow suddenly stopped speaking and Fumikage, who had been looking up at the giant machine, instantly turned to see what was wrong. However, all he saw was Dark Shadow floating with his back now turned to him. Fumikage had rarely seen the sentient spirit stand, or rather float, so still. Dark Shadow, what's wrong? Dark Shadow. Fumikage's shouts grew louder as he became increasingly worried as to what had fixed Dark Shadow's attention. After a long minute, Dark Shadow seemed to snap out of his daze and turned to Fumikage with a serious expression. One that Fumikage hadn't seen on him since he first met him. I haven't felt spiritual energy this strong for millennia. Fumikage's eyes widened noticeably at those words. While elemental quirks were considered rare, Fumikage knew that quirks related to spiritual energy were far, far rarer. In fact, he didn't know anyone outside the Tokiyami clan that wielded spiritual energy-related quirks. That's not to say that there wasn't anyone else who had a quirk allowing them to wield spiritual energy. Just that such a thing would be extremely rare. In fact, Tokiyami bet that the Order of the White Lotus would have snatched him up if they knew what his quirk allowed him to do. However, his clan was almost dead. And the likelihood that there was a quirk outside the clan that had spiritual energy strong enough to be sensed by Dark Shadow over a couple of miles was very slim. Given that they were at the UA entrance exam, it meant that she had a host once more. More importantly, it meant that going to UA would complete more objectives than his personal one. You don't mean? She has returned to the physical plane, replied Dark Shadow, coloring his tone. Izuku groaned and he opened his eyes. The light was bright, forcing him to open them slowly. This situation was oddly reminiscent of the incident 4 months ago when he first received One for All. Izuku heard the tired voice of Toshinori Yagi speak from his right and slowly got up on his elbows and turned to face him. Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling? Izuku opened his mouth and rolled his tongue around, trying to wet the dryness he felt. Toshinori noticed this and handed him a glass of water that had been sitting on the bedside table. Izuku eagerly gulped the entire glass down, some of it even dribbling from the corner of his mouth, and gave a sigh of satisfaction once the glass was empty before responding. I'm feeling quite drained for some reason. What happened? How long was I out? Is the battle over? Toshinori held his hands up to calm Izuku down. Geez kid, calm down. You just got up, he shouted, a little blood spurting from between his teeth. Sorry, said Izuku, blushing slightly. It's all right, Toshinori replied calmly. You've been asleep for 20 minutes and the practical exam has ended. You're in Recovery Girl's office as you collapsed during the battle. You had overused your quirk, so Recovery Girl used her quirk to prevent quirk exhaustion at the cost of some physical stamina, which is why you're feeling drained. What do you last remember? He asked. Izuku thought carefully back to the exam before responding. I saw a girl trapped under some rubble and the zero-pointer was coming straight for her, so I decided to save her. I had thrown some boulders at the incoming robot hand, but it didn't do much. And then, Izuku paused as he searched through his memory, struggling to remember what happened next. I don't remember what happened next. Izuku's expression instantly became sadder as his thoughts wandered back to the failed battle test. I'm sorry sensei, but I only got 16p. Toshinori decided to cut him off. While he wanted it to be a surprise, he wasn't going to let Izuku wallow in misery. Do not worry. I am sure they will take into account how you saved the girl. I am proud of you. At those words, Izuku teared up and Toshinori's sweat dropped at the hypersensitive child. He then nodded knowingly as he thought about Izuku's experiences. He had expected something like this given how similar the situation was to when he had given one for all to Izuku. Toshinori then took a remote and opened a video on the TV in the room. Izuku turned his attention to the TV only to see one of the most destructive displays of quirks he had seen. Izuku just sat there shocked at the move he had somehow pulled off. That was me. Izuku was flabbergasted. I've never pulled anything like that off. How did I manage to create a pillar the size of multi-story buildings when I can only just about bend boulders a bit bigger than me? It was clear that Izuku was a bit hysterical and that it was clouding his normally sound judgment. As a person uses their quirk, their body adapts to better deal with the power contained and slowly quirks get stronger. I'm sure you have noticed this with your classmate Bakugo. His explosions are almost definitely more powerful than when he first developed his quirk. Toshinori explained. Izuku nodded, the explanation placating him slightly. He had quickly noticed that Kacchan's explosions were getting stronger, especially since he was the brunt of a few of his attacks. But even more than that, Izuku had noticed the changes to Kacchan's shoulders and arms. Over the years, while a serious aspiring hero would likely bulk up slightly, Kacchan's shoulders had broadened considerably and Izuku reasoned that it allowed Kacchan to deal with the force of his larger explosions. But that can't have been what happened to be. My quirk seemed to grow many times stronger in the space of a few minutes. Izuku reasoned. Toshinori nodded a bit proudly at his student's logic. He had ascertained as much himself, though his opinion was different. Correct. While you have gained control and power since you received one for all and have focused on quirk training, no training can improve a quirk so dramatically in the space of a few minutes. Toshinori wagged his finger while Izuku stared and listened intently to the impromptu lesson from the number one hero. During life and death situations, when a person is scared for their life or the life of others, and nothing they do works, they unleash inhibitors the body places on itself and gain a power up. I believe yours is an extreme example of this. It is unlikely that you'll be able to consciously repeat such a feat anytime soon, but you may notice some change in how your quirk functions. Toshinori smiled at the end and Izuku couldn't help but grin. The thought of being able to see improvement in himself was very satisfying. After the first time he used his quirk, Izuku knew that he was scared of using his quirk on some level, which is why he had ignored its training. Then, for some reason, he had expected his quirk to grow stronger even though he didn't try. Kacchan was right. Suddenly a thought occurred to Izuku. But if that power was from a life or death situation, why did I activate it unconsciously when I first received one for all? Toshinori opened his mouth before closing it again. The avatar was reborn and passed down every generation, like one for all. The avatar's responsibility was keeping balance and peace in the world. Like one for all. Plus Nana had said that one for all would evolve when a person with an elemental quirk inherited it, like Izuku. The more he thought about it, the more parallels he could make between his limited knowledge of the avatar of old and Izuku with one for all. Izuku looked at him expectantly as Toshinori thought about the connection. At that moment, he cursed his inattentiveness. He didn't fully trust the Order of the White Lotus, but he should have listened in on the few meetings he had with them. Instead, he had scoffed and disregarded most of what was said and now, he barely remembered anything about the avatar and bending. Did they call it bending or something else, shaping maybe? Arg, I don't even remember that. What's wrong, Yagi-sensei? Confusion could be visibly seen on Izuku's face. Toshinori debated on whether he should tell Izuku about his suspicions. How he believed that Izuku was the avatar. On one hand, telling him could lead to arrogance. But he had never seen any display of arrogance or overconfidence from the green-haired boy. In fact, Toshinori had only seen Izuku display confidence on a few occasions. Overconfidence was much further away. Plus, Toshinori didn't want to raise his hopes. After all, he could be wrong. How would Izuku react if he told him he was the avatar and then he wasn't? However, in the end, he knew that those arguments were weak. If Toshinori truly wanted to protect Izuku, the best thing to do would be to tell Izuku so that he knew what to keep secret and from whom to keep it secret. After all, if the Order caught wind of this, Toshinori wouldn't put it past them to abduct Izuku given how fanatical they were. Plus, the burden of secrets was always lighter when shared with people close to you. And in the end, a secret that so directly involved Izuku should not be kept from him. Toshinori sighed and turned back to the patient Izuku. Do you remember the talk we had with Gran Torino and Nezu after you were given one for all? Izuku just nodded. How could he forget? I think I know what the evolution of one for all entails. What I am telling you is considered a Class 5 secret. Toshinori held his hand up to stave off any imminent protesting from Izuku. Tell me, young Midoriya, have you heard of the avatar? Nezu sat in his office, humming a merry tune after the conclusion of the entrance exam. There had been only a few minor incidents. The most major of which had been Izuku Midoriya's casualty, who had been the only one to actually fight the zero-pointer out of all of the battleground cities. Though it had been a joy to see the power he displayed. Elemental quirks had always been Nezu's favorite type since it reminded him of the books he had stolen and read about bending when he was smaller. Those books had been one of the few delights of his bleak childhood. There had been a few other minor spats, such as an applicant almost attacking another for copying his quirk. In another battle city, a boy with an explosion quirk, while amassing a lot of points, had caused a lot of collateral damage and had indirectly caused some trouble for the other applicants. While that didn't warrant disqualification, it sure didn't make the other applicants too happy at him. There was a knock on the door, causing Nezu to pause his train of thought before saying, "Come in." A slender, pale-skinned man entered. He had shaggy shoulder-length hair and tired eyes gazed at Nezu from beneath his bangs. The black monotony of his outfit was only broken by the light gray capture weapon he wore around his neck as a scarf. Nezu smiled as he looked at one Shota Aizawa. Hello, Shota. I wanted to talk about an applicant, Shota interjected. Nezu sighed a bit. Straight to the point as usual. Nezu's smile faded slightly as he had an idea of which applicant Aizawa was going to ask about. Nezu prized himself on his intelligence. It was the one thing those rotten experiments had given him. Every year, he studied every applicant's quirk days before the exam and objectively judged the usefulness of the quirk in hero work. Then during the written and practical exam, he created mental personality profiles of the applicants that had caught his eye. For example, this year, he knew that applicants like Katsuki Bakugo, Eijiro Kirishima and Jirota Shishida would, given a sufficient level of proficiency with their quirk, likely easily get enough points to clear the practical exam. Unfortunately, Nezu quickly realized that Bakugo would likely have to be placed under probation. While the psyche evaluation was still 2 weeks away, the boy's anger management problems were glaring, though his drive to become a hero was also quite clear. However, the results of the practical exam were surprising in some cases. One was the number of applicants that had correctly identified the loophole he had left in the rules. Candidates like Minoru Mineta and Kojiro Bondo had taken to trapping the robots in place using their respective quirks, Popoff and Smeeding. He did allow himself a small chuckle at the little side test he had concocted for Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori may have decided to train Midoriya to one day take his place, but Nezu wanted his own proof. It wasn't at all to mess with the boy a bit. Nezu had secretly changed the programming of the robots in Battle City B so that only a few robots went round the edges of the arena. As he predicted, that resulted in Midoriya only earning a few villain points. Then, when the zero-pointer came, Nezu was able to test his true nature. And he performed admirably. Instead of running away and getting more villain points, he had stayed and helped the person in need, thus sacrificing his chance to get in, at least in Midoriya's opinion. Meanwhile, Shota was standing there, waiting for some kind of response from the bear principal while counting the seconds in his head. After 33 seconds, he decided that enough was enough. Time was precious and Nezu was wasting his. He moved to turn away, which prompted Nezu to focus back on the room. Which applicant? Shota sighed at the question. He knew that Nezu had probably figured out who he was talking about, but Shota had long since accepted Nezu's various idiosyncrasies, and even though he was a bit impatient, he decided to humor the bear. Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk. Brainwashing. I believe he would be a good hero. The entrance exam is illogical as it discriminates against people with quirks like his. He should make it to the hero course. Nezu's eyes widened slightly. He had deduced a possible 15 candidates that Aizawa was most likely talking about, of which Hitoshi Shinso was definitely his top prediction. But he rarely heard Aizawa say something positive so openly about a student, let alone a candidate that, to his knowledge, he had never met. It only took a few moments of thinking before he gave his answer. No. This time it was Aizawa's turn to widen his eyes. Shinso's quirk was extremely useful for a hero, and while he hadn't gotten many points in the practical exam, he didn't think he would be rejected so quickly by Nezu. But why? You know the entrance exam is illogical. Aizawa, we have discussed the entrance exam before, and the use of robots in a battle is the best balance of ease, safety and consistency. Aizawa nodded reluctantly before speaking, but what about Hitoshi Shinso? I stand by my decision. His quirk is extremely useful, and he could be trained to be a great hero, but he has not displayed a lot of motivation. He only got 6 villain points and no rescue points. There are several other applicants joining us this year who relied on physical strength for a major portion of their points, as their quirks could simply not be used in the battle cities such as Koji Koda. His quirk is Anavoice that grants him command over animals. As you know, the battle cities lack animals save some birds which aren't strong enough to even destroy the one-pointers. Aizawa nodded in more understanding, albeit reluctantly. While Shinso's quirk was not suited to the test, he had clearly not tried hard in fixing his weaknesses. Still, Shinso reminded Aizawa of himself, and seeing him not get into UA was a bit painful. When he was younger, he had barely scraped into UA. Nezu knew what Aizawa was thinking and quickly responded. However, all is not over for young Shinso. He has already received a place for our general studies class. Therefore, he has more chances to prove himself. If he shows sufficient motivation and growth at the UA Sports Festival, then I will allow you to personally train him, whether he joins the hero course this year or not. Aizawa was stunned at such a proposal. It was a completely logical proposal, except for one thing. When did I say I wanted to personally train him? That would take time out of my nap time. However, Nezu had simply turned away from him and was fiddling with something. Aizawa grumbled in annoyance. Don't ignore me. Nezu turned to him with a stack of papers and a USB. Here are the notes on your future students for Class 1A, and the USB has their individual performance. Aizawa was quite annoyed by the whole conversation, but he knew a dismissal when it hit him. Still, he vowed to get some form of revenge on Nezu. Nezu does prize his orientation, doesn't he? It would be logical to do the quirk apprehension test as soon as possible. He smiled slightly sadistically as he left the room. It had been 1 week since the UA entranced exams, and Izuku felt like he was going crazy from the wait. After getting only 16 points, Izuku didn't think he would get into UA, but Yagi-sensei had been quick to comfort him. Izuku hadn't thought about it then, but he found it surprising that Yagi-sensei knew so much about his battle. That means he had seen his performance and knew something he didn't. But how could he see his performance? Izuku thought that only the UA schoolteachers had that footage. Izuku had tried calling him multiple times in the last week, but Yagi-sensei had been avoiding him. Izuku had only received a message from him saying to call tomorrow. However, he had also been stressing slightly about the whole avatar thing. Okay, there was no, slightly, about it. It was right up there with his UA result in terms of the stress it was giving him. Izuku had already accepted being tutored by Toshinori and had agreed, hesitantly, to one day take the mantle of symbol of peace. On some level, he still doubted his ability to do that. But now, there was even more responsibility placed on his shoulders. He was the Avatar, someone that had died out many millennia ago and was tasked with keeping the peace. He didn't really want it to be true, but after presenting the evidence, Izuku was forced to admit that there was a good chance that it was true. He didn't know what to do with that and was worried that things would change, but Toshinori had assured him that nothing had changed between them. He had assured Izuku that he was telling him because Izuku deserved to know. The genuine trust Toshinori had for him had sent Izuku into tears, which took several minutes before coming to a halt. Izuku. A loud voice sounded from outside his room, causing him to jump in his seat. The door burst open and Inko literally jumped in, which just startled Izuku more. It's here. The UA letter is here. Izuku gasped in both horror and excitement. He gingerly took the letter from his mom, holding it delicately with 2 fingers at the corner. He then collapsed on his chair at the desk and simply stared at the letter. Meanwhile, Inko quietly left the room so that Izuku could do this privately. After 5 minutes of simply staring intently at the letter, Izuku finally decided to get it over with and tore open the letter roughly. A small, round, gray object exited the letter and a hologram appeared, causing Izuku to yelp. I am here, as a projection. Izuku's eyes were already as wide as they could go and his level of surprise was as high as it could go, so upon seeing All Might appear in his UA letter, Izuku had no visible reaction and just said, it's All Might. After a second, Izuku's brain rebooted and he gave a more appropriate response. Huh, what is All Might doing here? All Might gave a booming laugh. Haha, you may be wondering why I'm here. I didn't come to this city simply to fight villains. No, you are looking at UA's newest faculty member. Izuku gasped in excitement. While he had been learning from All Might for the past year, the idea of doing so publicly in his dream school was almost overwhelming. While Izuku had been kept out of the loop, no part of him felt hurt at the action. It was such an amazing surprise. Izuku quickly turned his attention back to the projection so that he didn't miss anything. Huh, who's showboating? All Might had turned to someone off camera and was talking to them. Izuku's sweat dropped at his slightly oblivious attitude. Anyway, you passed the written exam with flying colors and were in fact one of the highest scorers we at UA have seen. However, you only got 16 points in the practical. Izuku's excited mood slowly diminished. He had been hoping that there was something else throughout the week that would make up for his small number of points in the practical. But perhaps not. Now that isn't enough points to get in. Izuku started to tear up. If that were all we were testing. Let me show you an interesting clip. Izuku blinked as suddenly, Uraraka, the girl he had met from before the exam, appeared on the projection. Hi, I was in Battleground B. I was wondering if I could give my points to one of the boys in my battle city. He has green scruffy hair and his face was a bit plain looking. His name was Izuku Midoriya. He destroyed the 0-pointer. Izuku winced slightly at her description of him. But at the same time, he blushed slightly that she had remembered his name. He saved me, and I wanted to repay him, she continued speaking to Present Mike. Present Mike simply smiled calmly before responding, you don't need to worry. Trust me. The video ended abruptly and Izuku suddenly saw the ever-smiling visage of All Might on the hologram. As you can see, there was a secret element to the exam. There was a panel of 7 judges monitoring all the cities. They would award points on every heroic act. After all, how could we call ourselves one of the greatest hero schools if we do not reward heroic behavior? And what is more heroic than self-sacrifice? Water started to literally stream from Izuku's eyes, but for a different reason than before. For your heroics, you have earned 60 rescue points, bringing your total points to 76. That is a truly heroic score. All Might's smile grew wider, growing to titanic proportions as he held his giant hand up in a thumbs-up gesture. A table popped up showing the top 10 scores. Izuku barely registered that he was a second place, though he did notice that Kachan had placed first, with no rescue points. With a score like that, UA openly welcomes you to the hero course. Well done, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Endeavor sat cross-legged in his training room. It had been quite a boring week and he had left a lot of the villains for his agency to deal with, instead, focusing on keeping up to form. Something that Fool All Might was probably not doing since he had joined the UA faculty. Lately, he had felt that the sidekicks at the Endeavor agency had been getting complacent and had thus decided to force them to deal with a lot of the situations that cropped up. It was make or break at his agency. However, there was some good news. Endeavor smiled as he had learned that both Midoriya and Bakugo had made it through the entrance exam and would be in his Shoto's class. While he had tried to disguise his motives, he knew that Damn Bear knew what he was thinking when he had asked him. Shoto had gotten through the recommendation exam easily last week, though Endeavor had been extremely displeased when he learned that someone had beaten him. Not only did that person have the gall to refuse a place at UA, but he also had a powerful elemental quirk. Needless to say, Endeavor was enraged by that. How could his son dare lose to another elemental user? The door to the training room opened, causing Endeavor's cold blue eyes to turn to the intruder. Ah, Shoto. I need to show you something. Shoto was slightly surprised by Endeavor's, I refuse to think of him as my father, calm attitude. He had come to the training room to vent some frustration at the recommendation exam. Shoto would defy Endeavor's teachings as much as he could, but one trait that he had unfortunately picked up from Endeavor was the fury caused by losing to another elemental quirk user. He knew the old man had been training more the past week, but after he stopped hearing the usual bangs from his room half an hour ago, he had thought that Endeavor had left. Thus it was a bit surprising to see him still here. Well done on getting through the recommendation exam. Endeavor continued, already having turned away from Shoto. Shoto's eyes widened at the praise only to narrow in disgust at that feeling. He didn't want to derive any joy or happiness from the man sitting in front of him. His mood only darkened at Endeavor's next words. However, it was very disappointing that you did not place first. It seems your training was lax. If you had used your fire instead of your ice, you would have easily beat the applicant with the whirlwind quirk. TCH. Shoto turned his head to the side in frustration. The flames emitted from Endeavor climbed a few centimeters higher, signaling Endeavor's increasing rage, and Shoto smiled slightly at having managed to irritate him so easily, but was quickly disappointed when the flames died back down. There will come a time when you will face a challenge that cannot be beaten by your ice. If you do not train your fire, you will regret it. You have been given the gift of possessing two elements, and it is a disgrace to the benders of ancient times and to me that you refuse to train one of your elements. By this time Endeavor's face had morphed into a slight snarl, something that Shoto took pride in. Meanwhile, Shoto disregarded Endeavor's words. However, Endeavor already knew that Shoto would not take him seriously and decided to motivate him by showing him the villain incident from 10 months ago. Are you aware of a slime villain attack from 10 months ago? Shoto blinked at the odd turn of the conversation but quickly shook his head. What does this have to do with my quirk? In this attack, the slime villain had taken a middle school student hostage, and All Might was involved in defeating said student. Endeavor continued on, ignoring the growling look of confusion on his son's face. Of course, All Might was involved. I'm sure the world would collapse before Endeavor didn't go a day without thinking of All Might. Shoto thought bitterly. But All Might is not the reason I want you to watch this video. Those words from Endeavor stopped Shoto's train of thought. Instead, another school boy rushed in and managed to pull the first boy free, and only then did All Might show up and save the day. Here, watch this. Shoto grudgingly turned to the TV in the room, slightly interested. He saw a villain comprised of sludge surrounded by fire in an alleyway. He quickly noticed a boy with blonde, spiky hair trapped in the clutches of the villain. Standing around the villain were multiple pro heroes just barely managing to control the situation. Suddenly, another boy appeared on the scene. This boy had green, messy hair, and had an earth quirk. Shoto hated all connections he shared with Endeavor, but another habit he had picked up was viewing elemental quirks as more special. Outside from the Todoroki family, Shoto had only seen 3 elemental users: the pro hero Wash, this green-haired boy, and the whirlwind user from last week. The green-haired boy managed to free the other boy using a rock to distract the villain and a slab to separate them. The spiky-haired blonde used a massive explosion against the villain, though ultimately All Might had to deal the final blow. By the end of the video, Shoto was confused as to the purpose of it. Sure, they had impressive quirks, though the green-haired boy's quirk was noticeably weaker than the explosion boy, but why show it to him? Why? Endeavor raised a hand and Shoto went silent by reflex and watched as Endeavor changed the video. This time, Shoto only saw the green-haired boy's back and the blonde-haired boy was nowhere in sight. In front of the boy was a massive robot, roughly 50 meters tall. This was a robot that the applicants of the normal entrance exam had to face. Although why that blasted bear put a fee for destroying it is beyond me. Endeavor said. Shoto knew that he could easily incapacitate it using his ice quirk, but the green-haired boy hadn't displayed anything close to that kind of power in the last fight. Therefore, it was a complete surprise when a rock spire almost as large as the robot shot out of the ground and destroyed the robot. Shoto was speechless. Endeavor took note of the look of shock on his son's face and took some pleasure in having been partly the cause of it. He took the time to turn off the TV before turning back to Shoto. You are going to UA where you will meet people likely to be some of the strongest heroes of the new generation. This is the Midoriya's progress in just 10 months. The other boy you saw in the slime villain video was Katsuki Bakugo and had the highest number of villain points in the entrance exam this year. Shoto turned his head to face Endeavor and knew that his face displayed his shock. If you don't want to get left behind, you must use all your power. In all honesty, Endeavor himself had been struck speechless when he had watched the footage, which he had received from Nezu. The progress he displayed was quite scary to him, though he would never admit it. However, he quickly realized that it was likely a spur-of-the-moment action due to the risk to his life. But Shoto didn't have to know that. A challenge was always a great motivator. Endeavor then turned away and Shoto took the opportunity to silently leave the room. Shoto's gaze hardened as he steeled his resolve. Midoriya and Bakugo, I vow to beat you using only my ice to prove to Endeavor that what he gave me was useless. Chapter 7. The First Day. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. I'm sorry that this chapter is a week late. I know this will just sound like excuses, but due to the long chapter length and because my exams are coming up, I didn't have as much time to write. I can already say that the next chapter will also take 3 weeks. I just ask you to bear with me, please. Thanks to Spectacular Spidey for leaving a review. I will consider it, though, considering the poll, it may be out of my hands. Poll. I thank all of those who took the time to take my poll. Because of you guys, it's no longer tied, though I won't yet reveal which option is leading winking face. Once again, anyone who wants their opinion known on specific pairings for the battle trial, please send a review or PM me. Asterisk. I've finally managed to hit the second fanfiction milestone, more than 40,000 words. Thank you all for reading my story. If I hadn't gotten the reception I did, I may have quit the story earlier. Enjoy the chapter. His first day. Well, technically it wasn't the real first day of UA, it was only a half day where Izuku would attend orientation and meet his homeroom teacher. Izuku couldn't wait to see which hero it was. It was unlikely that UA would give All Might a homeroom class in his first year of teaching, but wouldn't that be cool? Still, Izuku was nervous. Even though there were no actual lessons, in a few minutes, he would be meeting a bunch of new people, and for Izuku, making new friendships was hard. Izuku was a bit shy and found it difficult to talk to people. When he was younger, the other students mocked him for not having a quirk and he was often left alone. Somewhere along the line, he simply became more introverted. Izuku checked the exam letter and noted the 1A classroom. He had checked which classroom he was in for the 5th time in as many minutes. If Kacchan were here, Izuku knew that he would have been blasted by now for being an annoying deku, or something along those lines. Still, Izuku was getting worried that he was in the wrong place. He hadn't seen any other teachers, and even worse was that he hadn't seen any other students. Could they have all gotten to the classrooms before him? Hey Deku! Exclaimed a bubbly voice behind Izuku. Izuku never thought of Kacchan's voice as bubbly, and when he turned around, it made sense why. It was Uraraka. And she was standing so close to him. Oh, you Uraraka, right? Asked Izuku. Why is she standing so close to me? Ochako nodded excitedly. Yeah, my name is Ochako Uraraka. And you're Deku, right? Deku. Why does she think my name is Deku? I did introduce myself as Izuku, didn't I? Or has Kacchan's insult ingrained itself in me? Ochako took his silence as something she had said wrong. Oh, is your name not Deku? I thought I heard your friend call you that and I thought it was a cute nickname. Izuku blushed heavily at that and very quickly lost the desire to correct her. Deku's fine. Izuku took a deep breath before continuing on. I wanted to thank you. Wah, what for? Ochako was confused. If anything, she should be thanking him. I know you offered to give up your points so that I could get in and I'm so grateful. Thanked Izuku. Now it was Ochako's turn to blush. Present Mike had assured her that she didn't need to give up her points, but she didn't know she was being recorded, nor did she know they had shown that clip to Deku. Ochako could only stammer in surprise. Thankfully, something stopped her stuttering. Unfortunately, it came in the form of Kacchan shoving his way past Izuku. Izuku winced at that. The shove had been quite forceful and told Izuku that Kacchan was still mad at him. Izuku was walking home. School had been boring as usual, especially since he had gotten his place at UA last week. A great weight had been lifted off his chest, but it had also made school seem unimportant. Suddenly Izuku was pulled by something into an alleyway and Izuku quickly raised a fist, bringing a rock with it, and whirled around to attack whoever it was. However, he was quickly shoved into the hard wall and Izuku met the growling visage of Kacchan. In surprise, he dropped the rock. Kacchan, what or why? Shut up. Izuku instantly closed his mouth. Having known Kacchan for many years, he knew how to read Kacchan's mood. When he got angry, his voice got louder, but when he truly became mad, his voice went far quieter than normal before exploding. Izuku could see all the rage piling in those crimson eyes. How did you do it? Asked Kacchan quietly. Do what? Izuku was confused. Had he done something wrong? How did you get 76 points? Have you been hiding your strength all this time? There is no natural way you could have improved so quickly. Don't you fucking dare think you were better than me. All you were meant to be was my sidekick. Izuku gulped. He was about to say something that was potentially incredibly stupid. Kacchan. Most of my points were rescue points. But that doesn't matter. I want to be more than your sidekick. I'm going to UA to become a great hero. I owe it to those who have helped me get to this point. Izuku could see Kacchan clench his fists. Izuku discreetly placed a hand behind his back and got ready to make a rock shield. He could see the rage building up in Kacchan. However, before he blew up, something changed, and he simply left. Izuku let out a breath he had been holding. He had been very worried of a fight breaking out, but something changed his mind. Nevertheless, Izuku decided that it might be best to avoid Kacchan from now on. However, that course of action hadn't been necessary as Kacchan hadn't spoken to him since. Oh hey, it's you. Deku's friend, right? Ochako's bubbly voice did nothing to cut through the tension. If anything, the tension only increased. Kacchan turned and gave a single hard glare and Ochako eeked in some fear. He then simply turned back and walked on. Izuku sighed in some sadness before answering Ochako's unasked question. We had a falling out after the entrance exam. Kacchan didn't like that I got 76 points. He thought that I was hiding my strength from him and that I looked down on him. Wow, that guy was scary, was Ochako's response. Izuku let out a small chuckle. Come on, we should head to the classroom. Don't want to be late on our first day. Ochako smiled brightly at that before the two rushed off to find their classroom. After another 5 minutes of searching, they happened on the biggest doors Izuku had ever seen, and at the top was the sign saying 1A. Time to start left at UA. Izuku then pushed the doors open only to come face to face with a one-sided shouting match. How dare you disrespect this prestigious school? Take your feet off the desk. There was the glasses boy chopping his arm away while Katsuki just sat there, amused by the other boy's frustration. Who are you? The glasses boy adjusted his spectacles before answering. My name is Tenya Iida and I'm from Somei Academy. Katsuki sneered. Why the fuck did you tell me your old school? Somei, huh? You're a damn elite. I'll kill you easily. Tenya looked affronted. Kill me? How can you something like that? Are you sure you want to be a hero? Izuku winced at those words. One of the easiest ways to get Kacchan mad was to insult his desire to be a hero. However, it seemed his wincing diffused the situation as Tenya took note of the new arrival standing by the door. It's you. I apologize for my harsh words before the exam. My name is Tenya Iida. You understood the true purpose of the exam. Tenya bowed enthusiastically. Izuku was slightly confused. True purpose? Is he talking about the rescue points? I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you've got it wrong, said Izuku while waving his arms. I had no idea about the rescue points until the letter came. Wait, so you faced the 0-pointer thinking you would lose points? Asked Tenya. Izuku scratched the back of his head. To be honest, I wasn't thinking of my points. I just saw Uraraka in danger and my body moved. Tenya was shocked at that. He had been bothered by his own cold-heartedness during the battle as he had run away from the 0-pointer and had seen the green-haired boy sacrifice his points to save the person trapped. He had felt better a week later when the letter came, and rescue points were revealed. Obviously, the boy must have known about it and was confident in his ability to secure the rescue points. However, now he was told that Izuku hadn't known and had gone in thinking he would lose points. He acted like a true hero. Like his brother. Tenya felt ashamed by his actions. Meanwhile, the commotion near the entrance had garnered the interest of the rest of the students. But of course he must save his mademoiselle. Izuku turned to face the blonde-haired boy he had seen in his battle city. His hair was styled with a side fringe. He was slim-built and even had quite a feminine face. Oh, we're not like that. Blitzed out Izuku while Ochako blushed beside him at the insinuation. Bro, how is there already a class pairing? It's only been a few minutes. Cried out another blonde. However, his hair had a more orange tone and there was a streak of black hair shaped like a lightning bolt. Some people get all the luck, whispered a short boy with purple balls on his head. Both of their indignations were quickly silenced by a jack being plugged straight into their ear. Kaminari down, wheezed out the blonde. Hi, I'm Kyoka Jiro, said the dark purple-haired girl. Izuku and Ochako both introduced themselves to the slender girl. You were lucky to have escaped from the 0-pointer. That menace destroyed a whole block of buildings in my city in just 2 minutes. Izuku wasn't about to let it be known that he had defeated that robot. He was already uncomfortable with the amount of attention he was receiving, and he didn't want more. Unfortunately, Uchiko was quick to deny that wish. Deku didn't run away. He defeated the 0-pointer by himself. Immediately the class was bathed in silence as everyone stopped their individual conversations and turned towards Izuku and Ochako in disbelief. Even Katsuki turned to face them in shock. Dude, that's manly as hell. Shouted a spiky redhead as he approached the two. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. We should spar some time. Kirishima extended an arm out to a nervous Izuku who took the offered hand with some trepidation before giving a firm handshake. Meanwhile a certain heterochromatic-eyed boy sat in the back watching the commotion intently. So that's Midoriya, the one he's interested in. He's a walking contradiction. It's obvious he is extremely shy and can't deal with attention but has somehow caught the attention of everyone in the room. If you're here to make friends, then you may as well leave now. The moment was broken as a bored-sounding voice was heard from behind Izuku. Everyone turned to the voice but Izuku was not prepared for what he saw. The sight before him seemed to sell the homeless look. An unshaven and scruffy black-haired man was laying on the floor in a yellow sleeping bag that made him look like a caterpillar. The only part of his body visible was his face. His eyes looked tired, and his face screamed depressed. To complete the look, the man pulled out a juice box and somehow drank it all in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, there were a few mutterings before everyone calmed down. It took you 10 seconds to calm down and be quiet. You lot certainly are an irrational bunch. After all, time is precious. Who is this guy? The whole class wondered. He then unzipped the sleeping bag and stepped out slowly. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Everyone in the class had the same thought. This guy is our teacher. In the same bored voice, Aizawa pulled a gym uniform from his sleeping bag and ignored the shocked looks. Go and change into your gym uniform and head outside. There was a cry of indignation and surprise and Ochako vocalized everyone's thoughts. But what about orientation? Asked Ochako. You're at UA now. As your teacher here, I have a lot more freedom to do what I want. It would be irrational to waste time on useless things like orientation. I'll see you outside at the field in 10 minutes. And with that, Aizawa simply turned around and walked away from the class. The students all looked at each other before deciding that he wasn't joking, and they all rushed to the changing rooms though some walked slower than others. Meanwhile, once everyone had left, Aizawa smiled creepily. Take that you damn bear. Izuku changed slightly slower than the other boys. While Aizawa's tone brokered no leeway on the 10-minute time limit, Izuku didn't want people to see him leave with no shoes. When training his seismic sense, as Izuku liked to call it, with Shiro-sensei, he had needed to remove his footwear otherwise he couldn't really sense the vibrations of the earth. Even after 6 months of training, while he had gained proficiency, he still needed to remove any footwear. When Izuku had first started training in seismic sense, he had needed to focus all his attention to even notice the heaviest of movements. But now, while he did still need to focus some attention, it came more easily and naturally. Furthermore, he had managed to improve the range at which he could sense objects to 20 meters. He had initially been wary of moving a lot when barefoot as he, like any normal person, assumed that running barefoot on the ground would cause pain due to small rocks and the uneven ground. However, after some training, he realized that any pain involved in running barefoot was far outweighed by the pain felt during his barefoot evasion training with Gran Torino. Surprisingly, it wasn't as painful as he thought. And after all this time, he didn't even notice it. Izuku enjoyed the ability to sense objects through the earth, and the use of this power gave him some strange sense of comfort, though he did feel something was still lacking. However, he knew people found it weird that he was barefooted, so to avoid questions and thus attention, Izuku decided to change slowly so that he could leave the changing room last. Then people wouldn't see and comment on his lack of footwear. As Izuku walked out, warm earth greeted his feet, causing him to smile inwardly. He looked around to notice most of the class were already changed and waiting outside. It seemed that everyone had decided to wait so that they could go to the field as a class. Even Kacchan had waited. That's everyone, said Iida loudly. Izuku turned to see who was the last one out and saw Jiro walk out of the girls' changing room. Izuku gave a small, encouraging smile which Jiro returned gratefully. With that they all headed up to the fields and saw Aizawa already standing there. The caterpillar sleeping bag was nowhere to be seen and they could all see his full appearance. Of course he was wearing all black, was the class's thought. He was doing something with his phone, though Izuku wasn't sure what. Once they had come close enough, he glanced up from his phone. Good, you've finally arrived. Aizawa drawled. Another 10 seconds and I would have labeled you all as completely illogical. Izuku knew that Kacchan was grinding his teeth and liked to think he could feel it through his feet, but he would be lying to himself. However, he could hear the rest of the class shuffle nervously behind him and he could hardly blame them. Aizawa was quite scary. It's time for a quirk assessment test, said Aizawa monotonously. Quirk assessment test, exclaimed everyone. Confusion was evident in many voices, including Izuku's. However, as he looked around, he saw some faces not radiating confusion. One was obviously Kacchan, who just seemed bored with the situation. Izuku envied that confidence. Another was the split-haired individual with the scar and as well as the boy with the bird face. Izuku couldn't read their faces. They didn't seem bored but instead just had no visible expression. The person that seemed most excited by this was a girl with long, black hair tied in a spiky ponytail. Izuku blushed when he saw her as she was easily one of the most mature-looking girls he had ever seen. In fact, she was probably one of the most mature women he had ever seen, and she was his age. Izuku didn't consider himself a pervert but he had to focus on her face. Any lower and Izuku feared he would blush himself to death. During middle school, you all did a gauntlet of fitness tests. However, due to the incompetency of the government, the Department of Education still insists that these tests be done without quirks, which is the height of irrationality. After all, quirks are physical abilities. Luckily, when on UA grounds, you are allowed to use your quirks. Therefore, before we can develop your quirks, we need to know their baseline capability. Aizawa explained. Izuku nodded. That made sense. When he had done the fitness tests in middle school, he had been a bit glad that quirks weren't used. That way, he had managed to get a decent score and wasn't last. However, now that he had some skill with his quirk, Izuku was interested in seeing how much better he could do. Izuku realized that while he was nervous, he was also a bit excited to see where he stood in the class as well as see his progress. People often talked about how a child had inherited a certain behavioral trait from their parents, but Izuku knew that he had inherited his sense of competition from Kacchan. Bakugo. Katsuki turned his head, leveling a wary gaze on the monotonous teacher. You got the highest score in the practical section as well as the highest number of villain points. Katsuki smirked arrogantly, though in the back of his mind, he kept focusing on how Deku had only gotten 1 point behind him. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? He thought quickly before replying grouchily. 67 meters. Aizawa didn't comment on the performance and instead just threw something which Katsuki snatched out of the air. A quick glance revealed it to be a softball, though it did appear to be quite sturdy. Well, why don't you try again? This time, with your quirk. Aizawa said, barely raising his voice. Katsuki gave a savage grin and strolled forward to enter the throwing circle. This was why he couldn't wait to get to a hero high school. His talents had been wasting away in that dump of a middle school. All middle schools prohibited quirk usage, but some elite schools, like Some, the middle school classes had attended, had sessions where children could develop their quirks. Katsuki would prove to everyone that even without special treatment, he would be the best. Katsuki's face morphed into a serious expression. No one was moving and the air was still. Izuku and the others waited expectantly. Katsuki's primal scream was punctuated even more by the large explosion leaving his palm. The wind generated swirled up the dust and even blew back the other students' hair and clothes. Izuku was quite shocked, a fact he did not hide very well. He had thought he knew what size explosions Kacchan could use, especially since he had seen a few of them. But the explosion Kacchan had just used had created so much wind that Izuku could feel his hair waving quite violently, even though he was standing 10 feet behind him. Even the rest of the class was surprised, not only by the demonstration, but also by the blonde's choice of words. Izuku turned his head slightly to see Iida fidgeting. Somehow, he knew that Iida was only barely holding himself back from openly reprimanding Kacchan for screaming, "Die!" There were a few gasps causing Izuku to shift his attention back towards Kacchan. However, Aizawa was now standing next to him and held up his phone to display a figure. 705.2 meters. Kacchan managed to throw that ball almost half a mile. Just imagine if he used that explosion on a person. Izuku paled and shuddered at the thought. Nevertheless, Izuku could tell that for many of the other students, Kachan's show of strength served to light a fire under them and they were excited to test their skills and quirks out. Wow, that was so manly! Exclaimed the spiky red-haired boy. He said his name was Kirishima, right? Bakugo is crazy strong. This came from another boy who had a lightning bolt pattern in his hair. Bakugo also seems a bit crazy, said a girl with a rather wide mouth. Izuku couldn't help but wince slightly at the comment. More so because it wasn't exactly wrong. These fitness tests will be so fun. A pink-skinned girl shouted. The excited chattering of the student increased in volume as everyone became more hyped. However, it was not to be. Fun huh? Somehow Aizawa's quiet, cold voice cut through the hubbub of the class, drawing everyone's attention back to him. His voice indicated that something was wrong, but Izuku was unsure what was wrong with considering the tests as fun. If it's so fun, then how about this? Aizawa paused and Izuku's breath caught in his throat. He could sense that Aizawa was about to say something that would make everyone more tense. Whoever gets last place in the quirk assessment will be expelled. Upon saying the last word, Aizawa smiled creepily, his eyes glinting cruelly. The whole class stared at Aizawa, dumbfounded. Gone was the childish excitement displayed mere moments ago. Now, instead of this being a test where the individual could see his own limits, it was a competition between students to not be last. Izuku's heart beats faster in his chest. A quick glance around showed others in a similar state of disarray. However, he also noted the grim resolve in the eyes of some of the others. He placed a hand on his chest and closed his eyes to calm himself. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, resolve shining within. First was the 50-meter dash. In middle school, when the tests had been conducted, Izuku had not been very physically gifted and had only gotten a time of 7.15 seconds. Luckily, he had not been the last student. Due to his training at the dojo, he had been decently fit, especially compared to some of the other students. Izuku's heart dropped slightly when he realized that he would be paired with Kachan. He tried to fleetingly glance at the blonde only to see that he was staring straight at him, his face set in a slight frown. Izuku decided that simply ignoring his presence would be best for him. Izuku turned his attention to the students to try and get ideas on how he could utilize his own quirk to do well. Iida simply blew away the competition by completing the 50 meters in just over 3 seconds. Izuku started to sweat nervously since he knew he couldn't compete with such a time. He didn't think anyone else would be able to get a time less than 4 seconds but was proven wrong when a boy with hair split into 2 colors completed the 50 meters dash in just under 4 seconds. It really was an ingenious method, using the ice forming under his feet to push him forward, almost like riding a wave of ice. Sadly, even if it was possible to accomplish with his quirk, Izuku knew that he lacked the control to pull off the feat. Maybe in the future. The next pair who went up to run caught his interest. Specifically, the girl with the wide mouth. She got a good time by performing some large jumps, that too, rather quickly. Izuku wasn't sure if he could do it repeatedly but using the earth to push him forward at the beginning and at the end would probably help his time. As he and Kachan lined up, Izuku completely tuned out the blonde, a courtesy that he too extended with Izuku. As soon as the buzzer sounded, Izuku stamped the ground with his bare foot and the earth beneath him pushed him forward quickly. In fact, for a second, he was ahead of Kachan. Unfortunately, he didn't stick the landing and stumbled forward, trying to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Kachan rocketed forward using explosions from his palms to blast him ahead and earn a time of 4.13 seconds. Izuku, in his haste to catch up with the blonde had almost forgotten about using his quirk-enhanced jump and only used it once more towards the end to earn himself a time of 5.99 seconds. After the dash, Izuku slumped to the ground and watched the other applicants to see their quirks. Luckily, he had noted that his time was in the top 10 of the class. While that did give him some relief, he immediately felt guilty for taking pleasure when someone was feeling down about being last. Nevertheless, this was just the first event and Izuku decided to think about how he could use his quirk in the coming tests. For the grip strength, Izuku used a rock glove to press hard on the dynamometer and after opening his eyes after a few tense seconds, he smiled as he saw a score of more than 100 kg. His smile faded when he saw several others get higher than him, including the mature raven-haired girl, who pulled some machine out of her skin that shattered his score by more than 5 times. The seated toe touch and sit-ups had gone as well as he had expected and Izuku was honestly quite happy with his results there. In a way, because he didn't use his quirk in either events, he truly felt that the numbers he achieved were the best he could have gotten. In the 2 previous events where Izuku had used his quirk, he couldn't help but feel that he hadn't performed well and that the reason for it was due to his lack of training in his quirk. Izuku sighed despondently and moved on to the next test. What he didn't realize was there was not just one, but 2 pairs of eyes looking at his performance, judging him. Heterochromatic eyes narrowed as he saw Izuku's performance. It was honestly quite lackluster considering the performance he put in the entrance exam with the 0-pointer. From what he could tell, Midoriya's quirk was quite similar to his own, except he needed an existing source of earth while Shoto could simply produce his ice. While the incident with the 0-pointer may have been a one-off, such a drastic rise in power was not possible. There was something fishy with Midoriya's quirk and Shoto would find out what. Tokiyami had been observing his classmates. He and Dark Shadow had both agreed that only a bender would be able to access Raba's power. They had both been keeping an eye on the students in Class 1A and so far, only the boy with green hair and the boy with red and white hair had displayed an elemental quirk. However, Dark Shadow had overheard some of the others say that Todoroki, the boy with the split hair, was a recommended student, which meant that he wouldn't have been at the exam. That simply left the green-haired boy in Class 1A. Unfortunately, whoever it was didn't have to be in Class 1A. And to make the search even more difficult, the person may not have decided to attend UA. If that was the case, then that mission would be a failure. If that were the case, Tokiyami didn't know how he would begin searching for the avatar. Izuku gasped and drew in deep breaths. That had been an intense long-distance run. While he was running, Izuku realized that Aizawa was sadistic. On its own, Izuku was sure that he and everybody else could have probably run the course better. But because Aizawa left the distance run for the second last test, many of them were physically tired and their quirks were tired. For Izuku, who hadn't used his quirk much in the previous tests, he didn't have quirk fatigue, but he was quite tired, which slowed him down. However, not everyone was as exhausted. Izuku cast his eyes around the other students and noted that several students looked almost unaffected. The girl with some sort of creation girl, the boy with the ice powers, Kacchan and Iida had all done well on the previous tests and just stood there, barely winded. Izuku was in awe. This was the kind of determination and power he aspired to achieve. But now it was time for the last test. Another sign of Aizawa's plan. Aizawa had Kacchan perform the ball throw test so that they focused on it. Then, he let them hang in suspense for when the test would actually happen for the rest of them. This would build up nerves and simply make it harder to perform well. Gasps rang out from around Izuku. He looked up to see the cause of the commotion and saw everyone looking towards Aizawa. And for good reason. On his phone was the infinity symbol. And standing next to it was an embarrassed Uraraka. On the one hand, he was really happy that she had done so well. On the other hand, it really didn't help his nerves. Midoriya. Izuku jerked back to see Aizawa's blank eyes staring at him before walking towards the circle slowly. On the journey there, he thought about what he would do. He had two plans. He could use a rock glove to strengthen his throwing arm and thus launch the ball further than he could normally. However, it was unlikely to go more than double the distance, which would mean the ball would likely not even reach 100 meters. Alternatively, he could throw the rock normally, then chuck a boulder of earth and time it to reach the apex of the ball's flight in order to push the ball the furthest. With this idea, Izuku theorized he could definitely get more than 100 meters. However, the problem was that it was much more difficult to get right as his timing had to be perfect. Izuku took a few breaths and steadied himself. He had decided to go with the second plan. He wanted to push himself to see what he was capable of. He wound his arm back, preparing to throw. Unbeknownst to him, Aizawa was about to stop him. Aizawa had been watching all the students, judging their potential. Some, he had already known were clearly suited for the hero course, such as the recommended students, Tenya Iida and Katsuki Bakugo. Others had performed just as badly as he had expected. Admittedly, that wasn't proof that they wouldn't become good heroes in the future, merely that they hadn't put as much effort in now. People like Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro, who were currently the last two places, had coasted by using their quirks, and while that would be enough for an average hero, that attitude simply wouldn't last at UA. It was why he had ultimately agreed with Principal Nezu's decision to give Shinso a second chance. Being rejected from the hero course would be his death, like the threat of expulsion was for the students in Class 1A, and Aizawa hoped he would take the opportunity to fix his weaknesses rather than give up. However, one student had rubbed him the wrong way, Izuku Midoriya. During the first half of the practical exam, Aizawa had taken no note of his performance. He was just another face out of thousands participating in the exams. Then when he went to save the girl, Aizawa had felt happy at the display of heroics. However, that feeling was soon overrun by the disappointment he felt by the recklessness and stupidity he displayed once he sent the girl away. Aizawa didn't understand why Midoriya felt the need to fight it head-on when he had already displayed the ability to run from it and keep the girl away. That was reckless. He then displayed stupidity when he managed to destroy the zero-pointer. Aizawa had been shocked that Midoriya had performed such a feat, but he quickly became angry at the callous method in which it was enacted. Not only had Midoriya promptly fallen unconscious, the falling debris of the robot broke parts of many nearby buildings. As a pro-hero, the job was to save as many people as possible, but by being brash, Midoriya would have endangered more lives. And now, he chose not to display any of that power. Based simply on the description of the quirk registered in Midoriya's file, his quirk was very versatile, but he used it simply. Aizawa saw Midoriya wind up, preparing to throw, and promptly activated his quirk. Since he was standing in front of the other students, they couldn't see his eyes glow red, though they did see his hair float. However, instantly Aizawa knew that for whatever reason, Midoriya's power had not been deactivated and thus promptly entangled him in his capture weapon. Understandably, Izuku and all the other students were extremely confused as to what and why this was happening. Izuku tried to turn his head but barely managed to twist it a few centimeters before the scarf prevented further movement. However, the few centimeters he had managed allowed him to see the slightly demonic-looking visage of Aizawa. His eyes glowed red and his hair was floating and waving in a non-existent breeze. His scarf was now unraveled, revealing to be a capture tape of some kind, and it was hovering in the air. Its movement revealed a set of golden goggles hidden underneath, and Izuku finally realized which hero was their homeroom teacher. You're the Erasure hero, Eraser Head. Eraser Head. A lot of the students were confused as they hadn't heard of this pro-hero, and Izuku couldn't blame them. He himself barely had any information about him and recognized him only from the goggles. Eraserhead was an underground hero he had once heard about, and he had been interested in him because Eraserhead supposedly had a quirk that allowed him to temporarily deactivate another person's quirk, though Izuku theorized that the quirk would be ineffective on those with mutant-type quirks. But the question was, why had Aizawa captured him in his tape? His eyes were glowing red, so Izuku thought he had activated his quirk. So why didn't he feel any different? Izuku discreetly lifted his fingers, thus causing a small rock to float in front of him, hidden from the view of everyone else. So, his quirk hadn't been erased. But Aizawa had clearly tried. So why hadn't it worked? Izuku was interrupted from his thoughts when he felt the bindings restraining him loosen. Izuku jumped slightly in fright to see the scowling visage of the now identified pro-hero standing right in front of him. Even though he had lost the red eyes and floating hair, he still looked scary, and Izuku gulped nervously. I hope you weren't planning on half-assing it by simply chucking a rock at the ball. Aizawa whispered, his face quite close to Izuku's. Izuku blushed slightly in embarrassment at having been figured out so easily. You may not be in danger of being last, but I have yet to see your potential. And if I deem anyone in the class as having no potential, they will be expelled. Izuku looked away in shame at that. However, Aizawa simply continued. I've read about your quirk, and if I'm right, it can be very versatile, so start thinking more creatively. As a pro-hero, you must be able to make your own moves. So, stop copying other people. It is cruel to let a child chase after a dream they can never hope to reach. And with that, Aizawa simply walked away, leaving Izuku standing there, trembling slightly in fear and shock. Izuku tried to swallow, but his throat was too dry. He racked his brain for possibilities of how to use his quirk more creatively. He could feel the stares of the other students as they shuffled behind him, waiting. Instead of overthinking it, Izuku decided to simply trust his gut. He blocked out the noise, ignored all the stares, and knelt down, placing a palm on the ground as he listened to the earth. He focused on feeling it and simply moved. Izuku stood up, feet in a wide stance. He took a deep breath and thrust both hands above his head, causing the earth around Izuku to rise into a 10-meter tall pillar. The diameter of the pillar was larger than the diameter of the chalk-drawn circle, so Izuku had remained in the circle, thus obeying the rules set out by Aizawa. Then, he held his right hand open, the ball lying in the palm which faced the sky. He slowly curled his fingers, causing earth to cover the ball such that the ball was completely enclosed by the time Izuku's hands had closed around the sphere. All this time, his eyes had remained closed as he concentrated, though the other students and Aizawa couldn't see this, especially now that he was 10 meters into the sky. Izuku thrust his hands forward, wrists adjoined, causing the sphere of earth to rocket forward, and soon they were barely able to see it. The only indication of its presence was a small dust cloud that could be seen in the distance. To complete the attempt, Izuku stamped the ground, forcing the pillar back down. Izuku opened his eyes and turned around to face the class. He was still a bit nervous, but he had also calmed down and somehow knew he had done well. Only later would he realize it was because he had felt the ball's impact in the earth. He couldn't keep the small smile off his face as he saw the reactions on his classmates' face. Nearly all of them had varying degrees of surprise. After all, while Izuku didn't think the display was rather flashy, he did realize that it was far different from the display he had put on in the previous tests. There were a few different reactions. Uraraka simply looked excited at seeing his display, which caused him to redden slightly. As Izuku glanced at the heterochromatic teen, he caught a flash of some emotion before his face returned to his blank state. It looked like anger, but it was only for a moment, so Izuku thought he might have imagined it. Izuku quickly turned to Aizawa. He had only managed to do so well after the criticism from Aizawa, and he hoped that his performance would have made him a bit proud. And he wasn't disappointed. Upon turning to Aizawa, he saw him standing there, grinning widely. The expression was so weird on his face, and Izuku almost found it a bit creepy, but instead just felt happy that he hadn't let the teacher down. I did it, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's response was to simply hold up his phone to display the result. 503 meters. Izuku was gobsmacked. He hadn't imagined that he would be able to throw the ball that far with his quirk. He realized that it was likely because he trusted his quirk and opened himself up to the earth properly. After months of trying to make a proper connection, he had finally managed to do so today. Izuku's deep musings left him incapable of seeing the rage growing in an ashen blonde-haired student. Katsuki couldn't believe how far Deku had thrown the ball. Just a year ago, Deku could barely use his quirk for more than 10 minutes and could not do anything so big. The only time he had seen Deku do something this powerful was when he had first used his quirk. Don't ignore me, Katsuki shouted at the fleeing Deku, running after the nerd himself. He noticed a person with a gray block for a head looking towards the two of them, probably attracted by the shouting, but Katsuki didn't care. All he wanted was answers from Deku and he would get them. He saw that Deku had slowed down and had come to a halt. This was his chance. Deku. Katsuki ran forward and saw Deku fall to his knees, and his instinct screamed to him to move away. Katsuki stumbled to stop and was about to scramble back, but it was already too late. Deku screamed and slammed the ground with his fist so hard that even Katsuki winced. However, that expression turned to terror when he saw the earth shift. The earth rippled and it was coming straight for him. Katsuki scrambled back and even tried to use his explosions to move away from Deku. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough as his explosions were too weak. Suddenly, something grabbed him and pulled him away from the wave of earth. He was quickly dumped back to the ground and Katsuki saw big, gray sport shoes. Gazing up, he saw the block-headed person from earlier. Who or why? Katsuki was quickly interrupted by the person. I'm Smintos. Now is not the time for any more questions. Your friend is hurt. Come with me. And with that, Smintos ran towards Deku and Katsuki decided to follow him. He needed to give that nerd a piece of his mind for attacking him. As he followed Smintos, Katsuki surveyed the damage around him. The wave of earth hadn't been focused on him but had spread out in all directions, ripping up trees as it went. It had traveled roughly 15 meters in all directions, ripping and gouging the earth as it went. In all honesty, Katsuki could appreciate the sheer devastation caused, though he would never tell the idiot that. However, when he reached Deku, he turned away on reflex because Deku was in terrible condition. Or at least his arms were. In the short instant he had seen him, Katsuki thought he had seen a bit of bone poking out from the flesh of his forearms. Katsuki no longer felt jealous of Deku. In fact, he almost felt sorry for him. What was the point in having a quirk that broke you? Boy, it is apparent you know this one here. I am taking him to Musudafu Hospital. Please find and bring any available relatives to see him there. Katsuki turned to Smintos as he spoke and nodded, too shaken to argue. And with that, Smintos walked away, carrying the broken body of Deku on a moving piece of cement. He'd wanted Deku to get strong enough to be a decent hero, but had he been hiding this strength all this time? While he knew that Deku had only gotten 1 point less than him in the entrance exam, seeing is believing. There was no way anyone gained that much control so quickly, especially alone. Sure, he had been training with the old hag, but that had been going on for years. Something had changed in the last year and he would get the answer from Deku himself. Deku, you fucking bastard. How did you get so strong? Katsuki rocketed forward using an explosion, causing the other students to yelp at the sudden movement. Izuku stumbled back as the blonde's furious face reached closer. Small explosions crackled along his palms which reached out towards Izuku. Kachan's body was abruptly pulled back, though he didn't fall to the ground and instead braced himself, trying to push forward against the white cloth binding suddenly encircling his body. Izuku looked past the struggling blonde to see Aizawa-sensei once again brandishing his scarf cloth to restrain Kachan. What the fuck is this cloth made of? Katsuki shouted, struggling in vain. Bakugo. Shut up. Keep your temper under control. Aizawa said simply. For some reason, those words seemed to have an effect on Katsuki, who stopped struggling and Aizawa promptly released the bindings. Izuku, who was shaken up, stood up on his wobbly feet and joined the rest of the class after a motion from Aizawa. Katsuki joined them soon after, though he stood at the back of the class, as far from Izuku as possible. And Izuku was happy that he did. These are your class rankings. Aizawa's voice droned. Izuku and the others were startled. Izuku, in all the confusion, had forgotten that they were being ranked and quickly turned to see what place he had earned. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Tsuyu Asui. 5. Tenya Iida. 6. Izuku Midoriya. 7. Mashirao Ojiro. 8. Rikido Sato. 9. Fumikage Tokiyami. 10. Hanta Siro. 11. Mina Ishido. 12. Eijiro Kirishima. 13. Koji Koda. 14. Yuga Aoyama. 15. Mezzo Shoji. 16. Ochako Uraraka. 17. Toru Hagakure. 18. Minoru Mineta. 19. Kyoka Jiro. 20. Denki Kaminari. No. Denki yelled out as he crashed down to the floor on his hands and feet. Izuku felt sorry for him. He did not want to be in the position Denki found himself in. He thought of going to him and try to reassure him, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he didn't know what he would say. Anything he'd say would likely seem condescending. Izuku realized it didn't matter and was about to step forward but was stopped by Aizawa's next words. Oh, and I was lying earlier. No one is getting expelled. That was a logical ruse to get you all to do your best. Aizawa grinned again while the class exploded into muttering and protests at being tricked. Denki stopped crying and repeatedly thanked God for not getting expelled. You didn't know. The raven-haired girl spoke slightly haughtily. The rest of the class just stared dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Katsuki seethed in the background at having been outdone by both recommended students. Bakugo, Tokiyami and Mineta. The three returned their attention to Aizawa, though Katsuki did so reluctantly. You three come with me. The rest of you, go back to the classroom and look at the schedules I placed beforehand. If I haven't returned by noon, you are free to leave. And with that, he slouched off with the other three following with different levels of excitement. Izuku and the others looked at each other before shrugging and returning to the changing room to change before heading back to the classroom. Izuku sighed in relief as he walked. He had made it through the first day. However, if he were honest, then Izuku couldn't wait for tomorrow. UA was really intense, but it would help him grow stronger. It wasn't considered the best hero school in Japan for nothing. Aizawa knocked once on the door. Come in, Shota. Principal Nezu's muffled voice sounded through the door. From the side, the three students could see Aizawa's eye twitch slightly before he opened the door. Katsuki entered the room last and saw several other people. As well as the damn bear. One of them was likely another teacher. He was dressed in a red, skin-tight hero costume and had two sharp canines jutting from his mouth. Katsuki had already known the bear was the principal, having seen him last time. The other three were definitely students and looked roughly his age. One of them literally had the face of a bug with some green hair slapped on. The second boy looked plain as fuck with a simple face and brown hair. The third guy bugged him. Katsuki couldn't wait to wipe the condescending smirk off of that blonde face. Ah, so everyone is here now. Thank you, Shota and Sekijiro. Principal Nezu hopped off his chair and approached the 6 students with a smile. Now you know why you are all here. The program will last 6 months. Maybe less if we feel you are fine. There was that damn smile. TCH. Katsuki turned his head in annoyance. When he had received the letter of acceptance, he had also received a date for his psych evaluation where he had first met the bear principal. He had left the meeting growling in rage and told that he would be put on probation until he fixed his anger management problem. He didn't have an anger management problem. Now I understand that you may be embarrassed to take part in the program, which is why these meetings will be secret and it is up to your discretion whether you tell those in your class or not. However, I advise you to tell your friends. After all, secrets make one's fur dirty. Principal Nezu stroked his shiny fur. At this point, the blonde from class 1B could no longer keep his silence and started laughing a bit manically, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. What the fuck is your problem? Katsuki asked. I just recognized you from that slime villain attack a year ago. You were so helpless. It is you, right? The blonde mocked. Katsuki clenched his fist, wishing nothing more than to fire an explosion at that arrogant smirk. But he had promised the old hag to not fire any explosions at someone's face for today. Deku didn't count. She said not to fire an explosion at any of the new faces and I already know that fucker. Principal Nezu clapped excitedly. Now Monoma, no antagonizing your peers. No fighting today. It is just your first day. You will have opportunities in the future to settle it properly. The now dubbed Monoma settled down and turned away from Katsuki, but not before throwing one last smirk back. Katsuki clenched his teeth while Tokiyami stood beside him quietly. Mineta had hidden behind Tokiyami's leg in case a scuffle broke out. Katsuki would remember that name. One last thing I need to say. Your sessions shall be on either Saturdays or Sundays every 2 weeks with the exact time being sent to your email. Bye. The excitable bear waved his paw quickly. The other teacher, Seiki something, led the 3 students from class 1B out first, the other 2 students nodding at them as they passed. From class 1A, only Tokiyami nodded back, with Katsuki scoffing and Mineta simply standing there. Come on. The 3 students turned to their teacher who was folding his yellow caterpillar sleeping bag up. Did he sleep for the 5 minutes we were in there? Just as they turned to leave, Nezu interrupted them. Oh, and Shota, I don't appreciate the stunt you pulled today. Come back once the students leave to discuss your punishment. I hope it was worth it. Principal Nezu retained his smile, though his tone had become far creepier. Even Katsuki suppressed a slight shiver at his tone. However, Aizawa simply grinned back. It was. As the students left, Nezu clasped his paws together. So that's how it was. Oh, it was on. Aizawa would find out why messing with him was a bad idea. Chapter 8. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watches Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. It's been a long time since I posted and I'm sorry for that. I couldn't do any writing during my exam period because I was worried about the exams. Therefore, I had to write the chapter in the last week. And because I lack the productivity and creativity to write much more than 1k words a day, it literally took the whole week. Anyway, it's here now. Poll. Obviously the poll is now closed given that we are going into the battle trials. I was surprised by how even it was, but the option for randomized pairings won by 2 votes. One thing I will say is that the Izuku Ochako team was not random. This was too good an opportunity not to develop their relationship. Asterisk. Reviews. Thank you to the 3 people that left a review. However, a few points were raised that I wanted to discuss. Spectacular Spidey. I do like Denki's character and he is one of the characters that will be buffed in my story compared to canon, partly due to having an elemental quirk and partly due to me liking him. For this reason, I kind of made him weaker than he might have initially been so the improvement is more drastic. However, I do also feel like he probably wouldn't be that fit compared to others of class 1A because he simply focused on using and developing his quirk. Toru managed to get into UA even though she had no offensive style quirk. For this reason, I made it so that she was quite fit and in the quirk test, where both their quirks were useless, she would thus do better. The lazy warrior. In terms of what powers he will get, I don't want to reveal anything. You'll have to stick it out. Thanks for telling me about the mistake of the Tokiyami clan, I have corrected it. Some parts of canon will need to be rehashed, especially at the beginning of the story. It is the small changes at the start that allows people to be familiar with the story which allows for deviation later on. XX Blake XX27, my first angry rant review. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be about Izuku getting one for all. I think you may have missed some of the clues I left about one for all in the Avatar. Izuku getting one for all is integral to the MHA universe and I have adapted it to suit the combined world of MHA and Avatar. Hopefully, this chapter can satiate some of your anger and answer some questions people may have about the changes that one for all has made. Of course, that's if you actually come back to read the latest chapter on this dumpster fire of a story. Disclaimer. I don't own MHA or Adler or Loke. Neither do I own these abbreviations. Hello, Shiro-sensei. Izuku, having entered the dojo, waved nervously at the back of the blind master. Do you realize how long it has been? A creepy aura surrounded Shiro causing Izuku to gulp nervously. It's been 1.5 hours. She twirled around and launched herself straight at Izuku and started whacking him with her cane. Ow, ow, ow. Please stop. Izuku cried out while trying to cover his head with his hands. Underneath his palms, he blushed slightly as he thought about why he had been late. After the quirk assessment test, Izuku and the remaining students had changed and returned to the classroom. After just half an hour, Katsuki, Minoru and Fumikage returned from wherever they had gone to. However, Aizawa hadn't returned with them and Fumikage had helpfully conveyed that Aizawa said he had something important to do. Izuku had only met the Eraserhead hero a few hours ago, but he was sure that this important thing was probably just sleeping. As soon as noon came, everyone started leaving in different packs. Izuku kept to himself and tried to slink away without Katsuki noticing. So, when a hand was placed on his shoulder, he understandably jumped in fright. "Hey Deku." Ochako's bubbly voice sounded from behind him, calming him slightly. He turned around to see not only Ochako but also Tenya. "Deku. Is that a nickname?" Tenya robotically chopped his arm at Izuku, who nodded, slightly flustered. "Hey Deku, do you want to walk to the station together with us?" Ochako asked with Tenya nodding eagerly behind her. Izuku grew flustered, not just because a girl was asking him to walk together, but also because two people who hardly knew him were being so friendly. "Okay." Izuku nodded nervously and the two smiled. When they reached the train station, Tenya took a different train, leaving Izuku and Ochako together. Izuku finally had the opportunity to ask her who her favorite hero was, which sparked a spirited discussion of 13 and rescue heroes in general. Izuku had quickly forgotten that he was talking to a girl and so lost his nervousness, becoming caught up in the conversation. So lost in the discussion was he, that he forgot to leave the train at the right stop, instead only realizing when Ochako said this was her stop. He then had to make his way back to his stop, which wasn't easy as two trains were completely full. It had taken a long time to get back and he was dreading Shiro-sensei's reaction. After 18 whacks and a sizable lump on Izuku's head, Shiro finally relented, leaving Izuku to nurse the sore region of his head. "Are you ready to train?" Having calmed down, Shiro-sensei now stood at the opposite side of the room in front of the door leading to the back garden. Izuku nodded and followed her outside, but not before changing into his UA gym clothes and removing his shoes and socks. Once he walked out, she was already in her ready position. She nodded to the ground. "Wear the blindfold. Today we will be going faster." Izuku gulped slightly at that as they had been going quite slow recently. Maybe because it was their last session before he went to UA. He scrambled to put on the blindfold and quickly extended his senses through the earth only to realize that Shiro-sensei had already leapt towards him. He placed an arm up to block the kick directed to him from above. However, she used his arm as a platform to leap over him and aim a kick at his back. Izuku knew he couldn't turn around to block it in time and so stepped forward while she kicked him, thus lessening the impact. He rolled forward with the kick and tried to create some distance, but she didn't let him, chasing him down. Izuku settled into his horse stance, his arms up, bent at the elbows. He strained his ears and focused his seismic sense. She was approaching from the left when suddenly Izuku sensed something hitting the ground on his right side. That caused his attention to shift to the right only to realize it was her cane. She snapped a fist towards him which Izuku barely knocked off course using his wrist. She didn't relent as she continued throwing punches aimed at his face and midsection. Izuku tried to predict the movements but she kept throwing him off by using unpredictable patterns and not simply alternating her punches. This resulted in a few punches sneaking in. Izuku winced at the force behind the attacks. Izuku quickly realized that she wasn't holding much of her strength back, even if she was being simplistic in her attacks. Izuku knew he needed to break the exchange and led in a punch in order to hit her in the chest with his wrist. He then followed up with a palm strike that pushed her away. As soon as he struck her with the palm fist, he jumped back but misjudged the force compared to where he was planning to land and tripped as he landed. As he was falling back, Shiro-sensei came and hooked her leg behind his leg while holding him up by his shirt. Izuku breathed deeply before yelping when she let go and he fell to the ground. He took off the blindfold and stood up slowly, wincing slightly in pain as he felt some bruises on his chest. While their spar hadn't been as fast as they had done when Izuku could see, it was still quite rapid and seemed shockingly quick to the blind Izuku. Luckily none of the punches she landed had hit her face, which Izuku was thankful for. He didn't want his classmates asking questions tomorrow of why he had a bruise on his face. Maybe she had some sympathy and avoided his face. "Not bad, brat." Shiro-sensei grinned savagely. "Probably not. You managed to keep up to speed decently at the beginning, but when did you go wrong?" she asked while picking up her cane. Izuku thought briefly before responding. "When I turned towards the cane, you got too close to block effectively and I had to keep defending." Shiro-sensei hmphed a bit in mild disappointment. "Come on, brat. You know what my quirk is. There was one mistake you made within the first minute." Izuku thought hard. In their first exchange, he had blocked, and his sensei had used that to get behind him. But how did her quirk factor into it? "When you got behind me," Izuku answered nervously. Shiro-sensei sighed. "That's the right moment, but not for the reason you are probably thinking. By going behind you, the wind was coming into my face instead of my back. This allowed me to use my quirk feedback to amplify the smells in the air so I could track you." Izuku nodded in understanding. It was the same way predators stayed downwind of prey so they could track prey and prevent their own scent from alerting prey of their presence. You have progressed far with your quirk. However, don't forget to use your other senses. Just because your eyesight is lost, you still have your other 4 senses. Shiro-sensei's gaze caused Izuku's skin to flush slightly in embarrassment. When she had thrown her cane, if he had listened more carefully, he would have been able to realize that the sound on the right was the cane. But because he concentrated on his seismic sense, it took longer for him to realize that the vibrations weren't that of feet running but of his master's cane. It would take some time before he could use seismic sense to its fullest potential in combat, but Izuku would keep training till he got there. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed to the blind woman who smiled a genuine smile at the gesture before bowing back. Izuku grumbled and shifted uncomfortably as he felt the pins and needles attack his dead leg. He straightened his right leg out and tried to rub some feeling into it. Meditation was not yielding the results he desired. After being accepted into UA, Toshinori-sensei had suggested looking into meditation, both in order to calm down in general and to try to find out more about One for All by getting back to that room he had seen in his dream when he had first received his quirk. However, he had also been quick to say that this would be Izuku's venture as he didn't know anything about the subject. Izuku had even asked Gran Torino and Shiro-sensei, both of whom had said they knew nothing about meditation. That left Izuku to explore the vast subject of meditation by himself. He had initially been quite pleased with the hobby, finding it calming to just relax and forget about the world around him and the tensions involved. In fact, even now he appreciated that aspect of meditation. The problem was the lack of progress with the second objective. Ever since the day he received One for All, he had yet to revisit the chamber with the specters and light, and Izuku didn't know what was missing. However, unlike how he had acted in the past like with his quirk, Izuku refused to give up. After all, it had only been 2 months since he had started. Another problem was that he wasn't sure what position to assume. He had quickly realized that he preferred meditating while sitting cross-legged, but placing his hands on his knees didn't feel right. Izuku sighed and opened his eyes and lay down on the floor staring at the ceiling. Perhaps he was simply focusing too much on getting to that room instead of just letting go. Instead of just trying to clear his mind, Izuku brought out his rock seals and used his quirk to lift them into the air. After they were lazily circling his head, Izuku closed his eyes and simply focused on their circular movement. Round, round, round. His hands naturally clenched into fists which he held joined at the knuckles just below his chest. His breathing evened out and he saw the surroundings suddenly got darker through his eyelids. Suddenly he no longer felt the seals floating around him and startled, he opened his eyes. Izuku took a second to check his surroundings and had to restrain himself from shouting in joy. He had made it. It didn't look exactly as it had 6 months prior, but the simple fact that he was in some darkened hallway and that the location in no way resembled his bedroom meant that Izuku had found his way back. While it was dark, the hall was not pitch black like it had been and the source of light could be seen when Izuku looked ahead. It was the creature that had appeared at the end of the last encounter. However, while she did emit light, unlike last time, she was not surrounded by a blinding ball of light allowing Izuku to properly take in her appearance. Well, Izuku assumed it was a she given the voice he had heard. She was quite large, being roughly 15 feet tall. And that was while she stood on what appeared to be a ribbon where the main portion of her body seemed to end. From end to end she was likely double that length. Blue markings covered the upper half of her body with the focus being the diamond-like shape that seemed like an eye. She was all white and appeared to have an ethereal glow around her. She almost looked like some sort of spirit. Izuku walked towards her in awe. While he was facing something new, Izuku couldn't bring himself to be wary of the creature. Somehow, he instinctively knew that she would not harm him. And even more weird to Izuku was the nagging feeling in the back of his mind that the two of them had met before and had been with each other for years. Suddenly, Izuku ran into something. Izuku took a few steps back while rubbing his nose before gasping in surprise. Izuku was sure that the hallway had been empty except for the two of them. However, now there were a series of 7 gates separating the two. Their design reminded Izuku of torii, which were traditional Japanese gates commonly found at the entrances of Shinto shrines. However, what was slightly worrying was that Izuku had not walked into one of the fence posts but seemingly had hit his nose on thin air. Izuku cautiously walked forward to the first gate and placed his hand forward. Except, instead of passing through, his hand stopped at some invisible barrier. He glanced past the gates to see the creature had come towards him. However, it seemed that like him, she was blocked by the gate. One of her protrusions came up and touched the barrier on the 7th gate and Izuku had to stop himself from stumbling back in shock. My name, Rava. You, Avatar. Izuku could hear her voice echoing from within his head. It was as if she were speaking to him telepathically. However, the connection seemed to be choppy. The voice was soft and even seemed to cut out at times like a radio does when going into a tunnel. Izuku placed both hands on the barrier hoping that whatever connection allowing her to speak with him would become stronger. Furthermore, Izuku was confused as to who she was. He now remembered that when he last was here, the man that had disappeared had called her Rava. But who or what was Rava? He opened his mouth, about to voice his question, but she interrupted him. We don't have much time to speak. The human world has lost most of its spiritual energy and you are not spiritually strong enough to sustain this conversation for long. It has taken me 6 months to gather enough energy to converse here with you. Luckily the connection had grown stronger as her voice was louder and even seemed to have a regal tone, but Izuku had so many questions. The way Rava spoke, it was as if she had been here for many centuries. But if she did come from One for All like Izuku theorized, then she could only be around 200 years old. But what was spiritual energy? And what does Rava have to do with the Avatar? As if reading his thoughts, she continued. I am the spirit of light and it has been more than 9,000 years since I have fused with a human capable of channeling my power. In a world that has forgotten bending, it will be very difficult for you. Unfortunately, there are less than 3 years till harmonic convergence, by which time you must master the 4 elements. This was getting a bit much. For some reason, Izuku did not doubt the validity of what Rava spoke of, but he was stressed about the implications. While his earthbending had improved dramatically after receiving One for All, Izuku did not consider himself anywhere near being a master with it. Furthermore, he had had no success with waterbending and hadn't tried airbending. And he had no desire to attempt firebending. And what was harmonic convergence? While I may have removed the taint of Batu that was your quirk, his main body exists elsewhere. We must defeat him at convergence. No, the connection is breaking again. We must be close to the time limit. Izuku thought. Wait, before you go, how do I speak with you again? Look within, true self. Her voice started to fade and Izuku's surroundings started to blur and dull slightly. He pressed his ear against the barrier hoping to hear things more clearly. Trust yourself. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Izuku gasped and opened his eyes. He was back in his bedroom. Unfortunately, the return had broken his concentration and he just barely managed to stop the seals from hitting him. He slowly lowered them to the ground before laying on his back himself. He felt a headache come from the information overload. He massaged his temple before picking himself up to get a notebook. He wanted to sleep but was worried he would forget important details from the dream he had. He would need to discuss this with Yagi-sensei. After spending 10 minutes to recount the experience, he promptly crashed onto the bed. After all, tomorrow was the first proper day of school and he didn't want to be groggy for it. Day 2, or rather the first full day, started a lot less hectically than the previous day. Though it did have its own difficulties. Sit down. Aizawa's disgruntled voice sounded from beyond the door which slammed open a second later. Aizawa's tired eyes flitted over the classroom only to see everyone already sitting down. Well, sitting was a slight overestimate. Bakugo was practically lounging considering his feet were on the desk. Mineta looked like he was sleeping considering his head was on the table and the amount of drool leaving his mouth, and Iida looked like he was practically nailed to the chair. There might be some hope for you yet. Anyway, introduce yourself to each other. Name, quirk and something about yourself. I don't really care what, just be done by the end of homeroom. Tenya immediately raised his hand and spoke. Which order should we proceed in? Should we go in order of the class number system? Aizawa just stood still with his blank expression staring at Tenya, which was returned by Tenya's serious look. A minute passed. It became abundantly clear that Tenya would keep waiting till Aizawa responded, and after another 30 seconds Aizawa simply responded with, I don't care, before zipping up his sleeping bag so that only his face showed. Tenya simply stood up and turned to the class. We'll go in order of the class numerical system. When your turn comes, simply go to the front and tell us about yourself. He then proceeded to gesture towards a blonde-haired boy who was already flauntingly getting out of his seat. Je m'appelle Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is the brilliant, naval laser, which allows me to shoot a beam of sparkling energy from my belly button. As he talked about his quirk, he posed with his hands behind his head. To say everyone was slightly weirded out was an understatement. What a weirdo, said Katsuki. What the fuck was with that pose? Oh, and I can speak French. And with that, he sat back down. A pink girl skipped to the front of the class before talking excitedly, whatever. My name is Mina Ishido. Izuku noticed the small yellow horns nestled in her pink hair as well as the golden eyes that stood out against the black sclera. My quirk is acid, which allows me to secrete corrosive acid. I especially like breakdancing and incorporate a very weak acid to slide around. Izuku furiously wrote his findings in his brand new notebook. He did have some pages left in his previous book, but he wanted to start a new one about the quirks from his class and school. Plus he didn't want to accidentally lose All Might's signature. While Toshinori was his sensei now and he could ask for another one, that one was still precious. Meanwhile, Ochako had noticed Izuku's frantic movements and turned to see him writing in a notebook, which was weird since he hadn't seen him open his bag to get it. So where did he keep it? Her attention was drawn away when she realized that it was her turn. She could ask him later. Several minutes passed as the students got up and introduced themselves. Most were pretty simple introductions, though Koji Koda's had been interesting as instead of speaking he had brought a whiteboard with him and simply wrote on it. Izuku kind of wished he had thought of that before shaking his head to clear his doubts. Then the boy with the bird head stood up. His introduction was concise and he clearly had the dark personality down. However, the most unnerving thing was the way he unblinkingly stared at Izuku. To his knowledge, he had never met or even seen Tokiyami. Izuku avoided direct eye contact and proceeded to instead stare at his notebook as he wrote. Soon it was Katsuki's turn. My name is Katsuki Bakugo and I'm gonna be the number one hero. I'll blow up any damn extras that try to stand in my way using my quirk. Explosion. I'm looking at you half and half. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at the challenge. He would not lose to Bakugo. Katsuki then proceeded to simply slouch back to his seat and ignore the protests that inevitably followed such an introduction. Izuku sighed. Honestly, he should not and in fact, did not expect anything else from the brash blonde. If anything, that introduction simply made Izuku's life easier. After all, any introduction would look better than that. Still, it didn't really reassure Izuku much. He nervously walked up to the front. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku refused to make eye contact with anyone else and instead just focused on a point on the back wall. My quirk is Gaia, which lets me manipulate Earth. Izuku scratched his head as he thought about a fact about him. My favorite hero is All Might. He then proceeded to scamper back to his seat. At least he didn't stutter or have a voice break. Then the shortest boy in the class walked up. I'm Minoru Mineta. Hello ladies. He spoke the last part in what he probably thought was a sexy voice. However, the act would have probably been more convincing if the people in the back row didn't have to look around the people in front of them to see the purple-haired boy. My quirk is pop off. I can take these balls from my head which are stick to any surface except me. Something about me, I love the hero course. The girls are super hot, especially in the hero costumes. He actually started to salivate slightly and everyone recoiled slightly. Katsuki started to growl and even the expressionless Todoroki grimaced in disgust at the boy. Well, it turns out there was a worse introduction than Kachan's. The first few lessons of the day were rather uneventful. After finally joining his dream school and getting into the hero course, it was quite easy to forget that they still had to do all the normal lessons like maths and English. It was weird to be taught such mundane things by pro heroes. At least Present Mike made English more interesting than the teachers at Aldera Junior High. But now was the lesson that everyone had in Class 1A had been waiting for. Foundational Hero Studies. IAM. The door dramatically opened as all the students turned to see the owner of the voice outside. Coming through the door like a normal person. Excited gasps and conversations started from around the classroom. It's All Might. Yeah, I know he said he was part of the faculty in the acceptance letter, but I guess seeing is believing. Isn't that the Silver Age costume? Oh yeah, he hasn't worn that costume in ages. It's a bit weird to see him in that now. I'm so used to the new Golden Age costume. Okay, quiet down. All Might raised one of his hands to calm the class and everyone very quickly became quiet. No one wanted to miss the details of their first foundational hero studies lesson with the number one hero. Now, before I tell you the details of today's exercise, please turn your attention to this. All Might pointed some device to the wall and clicked. A section of the wall extended out to reveal your costumes. The class cheered in excitement. The fact that they had real hero costumes instead of the fake rip-offs like when they were younger indicated that they were on the path to becoming heroes of tomorrow. Change into your costumes and meet me out on ground beta. It's time for your first lesson. Izuku smiled softly as he held the green costume. His mother had lovingly crafted it for him after he had been accepted into UA. And while they had enough money to get a costume made by the support department, Izuku had no desire to disregard the beautiful gift. It was simplistic in design. It consisted of a green jumpsuit with white strips to accent the design. The jumpsuit came with a mask with two appendages sticking out the top like All Might's hair and a bar of white to resemble his hero smile. A simple utility belt encircled his waist and contained his seals. It had been specially reinforced with suspenders on the inside of the costume to prevent the belt from slipping off due to the weight of the seals. He also kept bracelets of earth on his ankle and wrists for some extra ammunition. They weren't as heavy as the seals but would be useful in a pinch. He also wore no shoes so to properly use his quirk. Or rather, power. Izuku wasn't completely sure of what all Rava was talking about, but if he was correctly interpreting what she said, he no longer had a quirk but still had some sort of power. Perhaps this was the evolution Yagi-sensei's sensei was talking about. It would explain why Aizawa-sensei was unable to remove his power when he used his quirk the previous day. Nevertheless, this would be something he would need to discuss with Yagi-sensei as soon as possible. Because of the simplistic nature of his costume, Izuku was one of the first students to be ready and he waited outside the changing rooms. Besides, he wanted to analyze everyone's costume and see how it suited their quirks. He quickly sensed that there was someone there but a cursory glance revealed nothing. He sensed the vibrations were now behind him and quickly whirled around to see a pair of gloves just floating in the air causing him to yelp slightly in surprise. Toru also yelped, surprised that Izuku had seemingly noticed her. How did you notice me? Realizing it was only the invisible Hagakure, Izuku calmed himself before realizing that her clothes did not become invisible so, she was naked except for the gloves. Izuku quickly turned around and his face grew red in embarrassment. However, he quickly realized the impracticality of the costume. With no clothes, she was vulnerable to the climate around her. He turned back around to ask her about it but was interrupted by Mashirao and Eijiro. Hey dude, why are you so red? Asked Mashirao. Yeah, you're almost as red as my hair. Eijiro commented. Izuku frantically shook his hands. No. It's nothing. Whoa dude, calm down, said Eijiro. Izuku took a breath and looked over their costumes. Both the boys' costume were simplistic, designed to look good rather than aid their quirks. The most functional part of the costumes was the hole cut in Mashirao's GI for his tail. Eijiro certainly looked more intimidating in his hero costume. The red hair and spiky teeth combined with the practically uncovered top half revealing his impressive physique painted a heroic image of the boy. And even while Mashirao's costume was slightly plain, Izuku could already tell that he was likely a master of different martial arts. Izuku did wonder which martial arts Mashirao preferred and how the boy would have had to adapt the fighting style so as to make proper use of his prehensile tail. He would certainly keep an eye on Mashirao as analyzing his fighting style may give him some ideas. Slowly, the other students trickled out of the changing rooms and the variety of costumes made Izuku bounce slightly in excitement. Kyoka's costume gave her a punk rock vibe but had functionality that Izuku had almost missed. It seemed that there were mini stereos on her boots that would allow her to direct the vibrations of her heartbeat in a certain direction. However, the larger distance for her jacks to travel may waste precious seconds in intense situations. Izuku made a note about maybe adding amplifiers on the hands. Shoto's and Mezzo's costumes seemed to be designed to simply be comfortable, though Izuku did wonder why the left half of Shoto's white costume was covered in a material that looked like ice. He didn't think the material was actually ice because it didn't appear to be melting and Shoto wasn't shivering. Maybe the left side of his body was quite hot, so the material helped cool it down. Fumikage's costume had to be the most simplistic out of all the students, but it was honestly quite ingenious. He wore an all-black costume consisting of a dark cloak, and black pants and boots. And while he couldn't see below the cloak, Izuku assumed that he was wearing a black t-shirt. Izuku assumed, given the name of his quirk, that the darker environment under the cloak probably made it easier to use his quirk. The next pair to come out of the boys' changing room certainly competed for the coolest design. Izuku didn't know which one he preferred. Yuga looked like a shiny knight complete with a purple cape. Although the red glasses were a bit weird, he did look extravagant. Meanwhile, Tenya looked like a futuristic robot samurai. In fact, Izuku felt he had seen that costume before. He racked his brain for the answer and was frustrated when the answer didn't come to him. Then Minoru came out. Was that? Never mind. The girls' costume were certainly quite provocative. Momo's costume showed the most skin. Izuku was sure that if Midnight had not come before Momo, then Momo would have been the pro-hero to lead to the development of the laws regarding costume design. Regardless, considering her quirk, it did make sense. However, Izuku wasn't so sure that many perverts would care. He scowled slightly as he saw Minoru basically ogling her. Mina's costume had a wide color palette with a tan waistcoat and a purple and turquoise bodysuit. One would think that the colors would clash, especially against her pink skin, but somehow it suited what little of her wild personality he had seen. Hey Deku. Izuku turned around towards Ochako's bubbly voice only to instantly turn away to hide the blush blossoming on his cheeks. They had talked about hero costumes and she had mentioned that she had asked for things in the costume that stimulate pressure points to help reduce any nausea she felt when she used the quirk on herself. He just didn't think that would relate to a skin-tight bodysuit. And neither did she if the way she was picking slightly uncomfortably at her costume was any indication. It seems like I wasn't specific enough. I didn't think they would give me a costume that clung to me this much. She chuckled nervously and Izuku could only nod along, not trusting himself to speak. Thankfully, they were interrupted by Tenya robotically chopping his arm and saying, "Everyone is here, so let us meet with All Might on ground beta." All Might inspected the students and their costumes as they walked out the tunnel. He let his smile grow wider. "Yes, you all look like real heroes. Now, for today's challenge." At this point, he pulled out a series of cards. Izuku, like some of the other students, looked at each other in confusion. However, Izuku figured it out. Yagi-sensei had told him that he was his first student, so Yagi-sensei was probably just a bit unfamiliar with teaching many students. Maybe he was just more comfortable with quirk training rather than battle simulations. For your first lesson, we will be conducting an indoor battle simulation. You will be split into 10 pairs. One pair will be the villains and will guard a rocket indoors. The heroes have 10 minutes before the rocket explodes and the villain wins. In order to win, the heroes must either touch the rocket or incapacitate the villains by wrapping this capture tape around them. All Might held a roll of tape up without even lifting his eyes off the page. But why are we doing indoor battles for the first lesson? Isn't that too complicated? Asked Minoru. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted, causing him to pout slightly. Keep up, you damn extras. All the best fights with the strongest villains happen indoors. Katsuki yelled. Several of the other students frowned at his callousness. Bakugo, mind your language. Tenya chopped his hand repeatedly at the blonde teen who just scoffed and ignored the engine quirk user. Calm down. Save the energy for the battle, Bakugo, Tenya. Wait, sir, I have a question. How will the pairs be decided? All Might sighed discreetly at Tenya's enthusiasm. He scanned the card before finding the appropriate section. The pairs will be decided by, All Might pulled out 2 boxes. One was labeled with H and the other V. Drawing lots. Is that really the best way to choose pairs? No surprise who the question was from. All Might didn't let his smile falter on the outside. Luckily, he was prevented from answering by one Izuku. Think about it. Heroes are often paired randomly in the field, so they have to be able to adapt and think on their feet. All Might smiled inwardly at the sound logic. Meanwhile, the rest of the class nodded in understanding. Without further ado, All Might proceeded to pull pairs of names from the 2 separate boxes. Now these are the battles. The first pair I call out are the heroes, and the second pair are the villains. Kirishima and Kyoka versus Izuku and Ochako. Mineta and Toru versus Katsuki and Momo. Shota and Shoji versus Denki and Rikido. Kota and Fumikage versus Shiro and Tsuyu. Yuga and Tenya versus Mina and Ojiro. What are the odds we're on the same team? This is going to be awesome. Ochako pumped her fist into the air and Izuku smiled at her enthusiasm. However, she's so close. Ochako did not notice their proximity or the crimson blossoming on Izuku's cheeks, leaving him to simply weather her excitement. Luckily Izuku was saved by All Might. Let's get started with the first battle. So, this seems to be the building we will fight in, Izuku muttered. The building, like the rest of the buildings in ground beta, was made of cement. Cementos was truly a boon to the UA faculty as he was able to construct large structures by using his quirk to manipulate concrete that contained cement. Let's have a manly fight, bro. Izuku turned to Eijiro, who held a fist up. Izuku nervously bumped his own fist against Eijiro's, whose grin grew slightly more savage. Then, Eijiro and Kyoka, who had rolled her eyes at the interaction, both left for their starting area. The building had 10 floors and from the outside, it looked monotonous. Just a series of windows in an orderly fashion. There was no color other than gray. The most obvious place to keep the rocket would be on the 10th floor, but the hero team would likely expect this. Given what he had seen of Kirishima's and Jiro's personality, Kirishima would likely take point and engage in a fist fight while Jiro would assist from behind. Izuku would need to test whether he could utilize the concrete in the building, otherwise the battle with Kirishima would be difficult for the two of them. So, what's the plan, Deku? Izuku thought for a moment before turning to Ochako and grinning. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Start. All Might's voice blared through the headsets, signifying the end of the 10-minute planning time. Eijiro and Kyoka had spent the majority of the time explaining their quirks in more detail before developing a rudimentary plan. Given that Kyoka's quirk would allow them to locate the villain pair, they would easily be able to identify which floor the rocket was located on, as the villains would guard the rocket. Then they would rush the pair of villains. Given the indoor setting and the lack of facilities in the building, Ochako wouldn't be very dangerous. They mainly had to watch out for Midoriya's Gaia quirk though. Given the lack of earth in the building, he would be weaker. The plan was simple. Once located, Kyoka would disorient the pair by blasting her heartbeat through her stereo boots. Then Eijiro would engage Midoriya while Kyoka made a beeline for the rocket if it was in the room, or would use the extendable jacks to tie up Uraraka. Simple. Upon entering the building, Eijiro nodded to Kyoka, who plugged her jacks into the walls of the building. She listened carefully and heard some movement on the second highest floor as they had thought. Eijiro and Kyoka realized that the villain pair didn't know she could locate them using her quirk. Therefore, they would likely place the rocket on one of the highest floors so to force the heroes to waste more of their time simply searching for the location of the villains. However, just as she was about to pull away, she caught more sounds coming from the 7th floor of the building. The sounds were quieter, which probably meant that one of the villains was sneaking and would try to ambush them. One of the villains is on the 7th floor and the other on the 9th. Can you tell which is which? Eijiro asked. Kyoka shook her head. So, we'll go to the 7th floor and defeat the villain in a 2vs1. Then we can go to the 9th floor and defeat the villain there. Kyoka moved to walk away but was stopped by Eijiro's hand on her shoulder. But wait, that's not manly. There would be more of us than them. The fights should be one-on-one. Kyoka sighed in irritation. After the small interaction between him and Midoriya, she had hoped that they wouldn't have this problem. We don't have time to fight fair matches. The hero team is already at a disadvantage. We only have 9 minutes left. Come on. And with that, Kyoka turned and headed towards the stairs at the center of the building. Eijiro relented, though not completely willingly. He didn't really want to win unfairly, but he wasn't so naive to think that all battles should be fought fairly. Heroes often found themselves in difficult situations, and to win they should take every advantage they can get. However, after climbing 7 flights of stairs, Eijiro was itching for a battle. Kyoka was panting slightly after the climb. They had initially gone up the stairs quickly to save time, but as they approached the 7th floor, they slowed down and walked more quietly to avoid alerting whichever one of the pair of villains that they were near. Kyoka once again plugged her jack into the wall, but what she heard confused her. Or rather, what she didn't hear. Because she couldn't hear anyone else on the 7th floor or even in the building. Where are they? What's wrong? Eijiro was confused. I can't hear them. Kyoka twirled the free jack. It was a nervous tic she had developed over the years, and now, she didn't really realize when she did it. Okay, so maybe the villain moved back up to the 9th floor. Kyoka shook her head. No, you don't get it. Aside from us two, I don't hear anyone else in the building. Eijiro's eyebrows furrowed in thought and confusion. So, what should we do? Kyoka thought furiously. In the back of her mind, she was hyper-aware of the countdown. Wait. Shish. Eijiro put a finger to his lips and Kyoka blushed slightly at her outburst. They must be using Uraraka's quirk to make them float. Kyoka started to pace back and forth. And since they aren't touching the ground anymore, I can't tell where they are. We should split up and search the floors for the rocket. If one of us finds the rocket, we can let the other know through the comms. Kyoka was surprised. That was actually a sound decision. The two nodded to each other and Eijiro stormed up the stairs. Kyoka sneakily jogged through the different rooms of the 7th floor. She had to do it in a systematic manner because the rooms all looked the same. As she entered one of the last rooms, she absent-mindedly noticed that the room was different somehow. However, looking carefully, it seemed the same as the other rooms. A loud crash broke her from her musings. What's going on, Kirishima? She yelled into her earpiece. They're both on the 9th floor. Hurry up here. Midoriya erected some sort of barrier which I just broke. Eijiro yelled. Kyoka instantly took off and quickly bounded up the stairs. As soon as she reached the 9th floor, she noticed pieces of concrete littering the floor and Eijiro standing there. When I came to this floor, I noticed Midoriya standing in the hallway. However, before I could get anywhere, he somehow moved the concrete to make a barrier. By the time I broke it, he was gone and that hallway was closed. Eijiro pointed to a wall that presumably covered a hallway. Okay, they must be in the room at the end of that hallway. This floor should be the same as the others, so there's another entrance. Come on. Kyoka beckoned to Eijiro, who followed the girl through the corridors. Once they were outside the room, Kyoka was able to quickly confirm that they were in there by using his quirk. She nodded to Eijiro, who grinned widely and smashed into the room. Kyoka smacked her head at the brash approach before quickly following in. However, she quickly had to leap back to avoid the brawl between the two boys. The plan had been simple and complicated at the same time. During the preparation time, he had easily managed to take a chunk of concrete from the wall using his earthbending. Izuku had been a bit surprised that it had worked so easily. However, given how similar concrete felt to stone, it was easy to understand why it had worked so well compared to sand. The small, loose granules of sand had been much harder to bend into the shapes he had desired. He had been worried that there might not be enough earth to bend the concrete, but simply stepping into the building had dissuaded him of those fears. He had taken the rocket and had gone to the 7th floor while he told Uraraka to go the 9th floor and pace around in a room. He was unsure if Jiro would be able to detect where they were, so he had devised this plan to test that idea. He would make some noise on the 7th floor, and if the hero team ignored the lower floors and came straight to the 7th floor, then it was clear they could find their location. Izuku had hidden the rocket by placing it next to a wall and erecting a wall on its other side so that it was hidden. It did make the room look smaller, but Izuku didn't think they would notice. The most difficult part of the plan was the timing. For the first minute, they would simply stay in their rooms. Then once the minute was up, Izuku would quickly make his way to Ochako's location, at which point she would use her quirk on both of them to make them float. If Jiro's quirk worked the way he thought, she would probably not be able to detect them when they were floating and would panic. They would be forced to split up due to the time limit. Ochako would then engage Kyoka while Izuku fought with Kirishima. The goal was to either capture or waste the remaining 5 minutes. Ochako had been a bit reluctant. After all, no one wanted to vomit. Nevertheless, she had agreed to the plan. The first phase of the plan went well. It would seem that luck was on their side as Izuku managed to make it back up to Ochako without the hero team noticing. However, that was when they had hit a snag. While Ochako had managed to make the two of them float till the halftime mark, Izuku had underestimated how quickly her nausea built. She hadn't vomited, but she was in no condition to float down to the 7th floor from outside the building. Of course, that was when Kirishima showed up and Izuku quickly created a weak barrier in the hall before creating a much thicker barrier in front of the door. They're here. Ochako nodded slightly. She was getting better, but if she nodded too much, she would just feel worse. I've blocked off this door, so they'll have to come from that entrance. Izuku pointed to the door to the side. Kirishima will probably come in first and I'll engage him. I trust you to take care of Jiro. Ochako's eyes sparkled a bit in surprise. Izuku was normally such a shy guy, but when it came time to fight, he knew how to take charge. Plus he trusted her to deal with Jiro. A determined expression was set on her face. She wouldn't let him down. All too quickly, Izuku nodded to Ochako to indicate that the villain team was outside the door. However, they weren't completely prepared for Kirishima to just smash through the door. Izuku had just managed to sense it in time to block his fist with a concrete-covered palm. He was notably surprised at the force behind the punch. Kirishima responded by throwing another hardened fist at the green-haired teen. However, this time, Izuku was ready. He used his other wrist to deflect the punch over his shoulder before stamping on the ground. Concrete rose to trap the red-haired boy's feet to the ground. This, combined with the momentum of his punch, caused him to topple forward and crash to his knees. Izuku rushed to tie the boy up, but Kirishima smashed a fist onto the shackles, breaking them, and Izuku had to leap back to avoid the wild, hardened swing. Kirishima once again charged the earthbender, who simply responded with a roundhouse kick that sent a chunk of concrete careening into Kirishima's side. Oof. The redhead had been unprepared for an assault from the side and had taken the full brunt of the attack. The wind was knocked from his lungs and he clutched his side in pain while wincing. When Izuku completely trapped him in concrete till the neck, he conceded like a man. He had lost fair and square in a one-on-one brawl. Meanwhile, after Kirishima had charged in, Ochako had stayed on the side to avoid the boys' fight and waited for Jiro. She didn't have to wait long as Kyoka soon crept into the room, trying to avoid notice. Kyoka scanned the room for the rocket but was surprised when she didn't see it. Where is it? We're running out of time. We meet again, Blastbeat. Ochako shouted in a grand voice. Kyoka turned to the other girl, a look of confusion etched on her face. She's stalling for time. I don't have time for this, villain. Where's the rocket? Kyoka asked, getting into the roles Ochako had set out. Like I'll tell a hero. Especially you. You'll never find the rocket in time. It'll explode and destroy the entire city. Ha ha ha. Ochako cackled madly, really getting into the villainous role. Kyoka was slightly disturbed and turned to the exit. If the rocket wasn't on this floor, then it was likely on the 7th floor. However, she made a mistake and turned her back on the zero-gravity wielder. Don't ignore me, hero. Ochako rushed forwards, and before Kyoka could move to avoid the girl, she had touched her with all fingertips, activating her quirk. Kyoka could feel a certain weightlessness come over her. Luckily she managed to smack both her jacks into Ochako's stomach, sending both girls away from each other. Kyoka recovered quickly and plugged both jacks into her stereo boots before blasting her heartbeat towards Ochako. Ochako screeched in pain and crumpled to the ground, desperately trying to block out the noise by covering her ears with her hands. Unfortunately, for Kyoka, the force of her attack pushed her back, due to the lack of gravity, and she tripped to the ground. While she did break her fall with her hands, she still hit her head and cried out in pain at the impact. This was how Izuku found the pair of girls. He quickly moved to secure Kyoka. Both heroes are captured. The villain team wins. All Might's voice blared through the comms and Izuku repressed a sigh of relief before smiling. After the battle was over, Izuku retrieved the rocket from the 7th floor. Kyoka was very unhappy to realize that it had been in the slightly smaller room on the 7th floor that she had investigated. Ajiro was the most injured out of all of them and had been sent to Recovery Girl to heal what was very likely a broken rib. This fact had Izuku apologizing endlessly to the redhead, who had simply responded by grinning and saying, "Let's spar together again." Kyoka shook her head at the response. Boys. While Ajiro was sent to recover, the other 3 participants entered the control room where All Might and the rest of Class 1A had been waiting. Upon entering the room, they were quickly approached by some of the class members. That was a great fight at the end. I was worried that the villains would win without a tussle. Zero pumped his fist into the air in excitement before realizing his words may have hurt the punk rock girl. No offense. Kyoka grimaced a bit at the reminder before acquiescing. None taken. Midoriya played a better game. Izuku blushed a bit but took the praise well. Mina bounced to the front of the group. Yeah, I know right. I thought Midoriya was just some shy, quiet nerd but he really took command in the battle. Yeah, that took me by surprise too. But it was all thanks to him that we won. Ochako chimed in. Izuku's face had steadily been growing redder and he frantically waved his hands after Ochako spoke. No, no. Without you, the plan would have failed. He's right, Uraraka. Without your support, the villain team would not be able to fool the heroes for so long. It was your valiant effort that prevented the fighting from occurring for so long. Izuku nodded enthusiastically to Tenya's assessment and this time, it was Ochako's turn to blush slightly. Well said, young Iida. All Might interjected. He had been pleased by the performance of both teams. Now before moving on to the next fight, let's analyze this bout. First of all, who was the MVP of the battle? Momo immediately raised her hand. Young Yaoyorozu. The MVP was definitely Midoriya. He had developed a precise plan designed to confuse the heroes and hide their movements. Even when the plan was forced to change, he was quick to adapt and managed to defeat one of the heroes. He fought pretty much the whole battle on his terms. However, I would say that parts of his plan were unnecessarily risky. For one, hiding the rocket was a good idea, but to do so on a lower floor to their position was a gamble. Furthermore, the villains got lucky that Jiro did not use her quirk at any point while climbing the stairs. Momo said this all calmly. Izuku blinked at the well-reasoned analysis. Truthfully, he didn't think it was that likely that Jiro would have used her quirk while climbing the stairs as the heroes would be rushing to get to them as soon as possible, but he did concede the point about the rocket's location. He could have easily hidden the rocket on the top floor. While an altercation between the two teams would have been inevitable, there would be no risk of the heroes simply discovering the rocket while the villains were elsewhere. Plus, I don't understand why they left one of the entrances to the room open. It would have been simpler to block both entrances and let the heroes waste time trying to hammer their way in. Momo continued. This he had an answer to. I wanted to initiate the battle at the end. Uraraka wasn't feeling well and if I blocked both entrances, we would be trapped in the room allowing one of the heroes to explore and search the remaining floors. Plus, I was scared that if I moved too much concrete, the upper floor would start to collapse. Momo nodded, surprised at how much he had thought out. After all, destroying one's own hideout, whether you were a hero or a villain, was a bad idea. All Might was surprised by his student, to say the least. He had known that Izuku was smart given the analysis in the hero book he had seen. However, he hadn't realized that Izuku would be able to strategically think on the spot and develop a great plan to counter the hero team. Hearing how he justified his decision and plans reminded him of his old sidekick. Izuku would make a great hero, and All Might was proud of him. Chapter 9. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watches Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Sorry, the chapter is so late. I really struggled with writing the battles, especially considering the Deku battle was honestly lackluster in my opinion. If anyone has ideas about why the battle sucked, please can you tell me? It would really help me improve my battle writing, which is important in a fanfiction like this where action scenes are the lifeblood of the story. I really don't know how stories like True Potential manage to write 20k fight scenes. I really recommend True Potential, which is a Naruto story. It is epic and written beautifully. Several ANs mentioned that he had to split the chapter because it was too long. Absolute legend. Anyway, hopefully, these battles are better though you may find them a bit short. Hirohiko Baltazar. Yes, there will be subtypes of bending because I think it is cool and I want Izuku to develop in that direction. While Izuku is limited by not having a proper teacher, he is also more free as he also doesn't know the rules and limits of bending. One subtype that I can 1000% say he won't get is combustion bending. I feel like combustion benders are born and the subtype can't be learnt. Plus it detracts from Bakugo who will be used in this story. Abyss Dragonslayer 777. Simple answer, no. The complex answer of what actually happened will transpire over many chapters. What Rava did ties into an overarching theme I am trying to incorporate. However, there will be a scene in the next chapter about it. XX Blake XX27, thank you for telling me about the fight scene. I wasn't really satisfied by it. I kinda think it was far too serious considering there was no real tension in the fight. That is something I plan to fix. However, instead of just flaming it, can you please give some advice on what I could do to improve on it and battle scenes in general? In regards to One for All's use, I think I've dropped enough hints about it, so I'm sorry if you don't see what I'm trying to get at. But don't worry, more will be revealed as I progress through the story. You readers are basically like Deku, knowing nothing about the connections I'm trying to make. So as Deku learns, so do you. Enjoy the chapter. Katsuki's face was set in a scowl as he trudged in front of Momo towards the building where they would protect the rocket. Momo clearly sensed the blonde teen's mood as she stayed quiet throughout the walk. Katsuki hefted the rocket on his shoulder as he focused on the source of his anger with a vicious intensity. That damn nerd. Deku had grown leaps and bounds within 1 year, and looking back at his last year at that useless excuse for a middle school, Katsuki could only feel irritation at how he had wasted it rather than improving his own skills. He had always been the stronger of the two, and even after Deku had gotten his quirk, he had not been worried about losing that position. Not at all. Katsuki glowered as he thought about his feelings at the time. Bakugo. What's the plan? Momo's voice interjected. Katsuki scowled back at her in irritation at the interruption before turning back at her look of no nonsense. We'll hide the rocket on the top floor. Then we intercept them and blast the two extras. Momo opened her mouth to voice her objection, but by that point, the blonde had already walked inside the building, causing Momo to let out a sigh of frustration at her teammates' lack of teamwork. Meanwhile, Katsuki walked up the stairs with a determined expression set on his face. The question was no longer, how did Deku get so strong? But rather, how strong did Deku become? He had been hoping to prove it by defeating Deku in this battle trial, but since they were not in the same battle, he would prove his strength by crushing the hero team instead. Minoru grumbled as he walked to the front of the building he and Toru would be investigating. There were only 6 girls in the class. And even after having the luck of acquiring a female partner, out of all of them, he had to be paired with the invisible girl. Honestly, when he had first heard that he would be paired with a girl that wasn't Jiro, he was ecstatic. His efforts to get into the hero course were already paying off. He would be able to admire the curves of aspiring female heroes up close. But then, he looked at the girl only to realize he couldn't see anything apart from the hands. He felt cheated. In her school uniform, Toru looked good. There was something tantalizing about the way the uniform hugged her body, but he had never realized that her hero costume would have no clothing besides gloves. And even then, the gloves were a blue-gray color that blended well with the urban setting. Sure, this was the closest he had been to a naked woman, but what was the point if he couldn't see or admire it? Even Jiro would have been better. However, after a second thought, he realized he still preferred the invisible girl over the flat earphone jack user. So, how do you want to fight against Bakugo and Yaoyorozu? Toru's voice sounded from somewhere around him, and the purple-haired teen whirled around before he spotted the gray glove casually waving at him. Minoru scowled. Bakugo was so lucky to have the busty goddess that was Yaoyorozu on his team. He had almost complained to the blonde about that fact, but after remembering the way Bakugo scowled at him during his introduction, he realized it probably wasn't a very wise idea. Still, it was clear to the purple-haired teen that the explosion user in no way appreciated how lucky he was. What's the point? We can't win against them. They were in the top 3 for the quirk test yesterday. Minoru complained. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Toru shot back. You can restrain the two using your sticky balls and I can sneak past them and touch the rocket. Sticky balls, Minoru giggled perversely in his mind. He had purposefully described the spheres on his head as sticky balls, and he was right. It was funny to hear girls talk about his sticky balls. However, he honestly didn't think his plan would work. Surely the villain team would make traps to reveal his teammate's position. Whatever. Minoru didn't really care if they won or not. He just wanted to be able to cop a feel of Yaoyorozu. That was his mission. He smiled creepily as the bell sounded and the hero team entered the building. As soon as the bell sounded, Katsuki started to head down the stairs, intent on finishing the battle as quickly as possible. Wait, maybe I should stay with the rocket in case one of them gets past you. Momo commented. Katsuki scoffed internally. Like he would let one of them get past him. Do what you want. And with that, he left Momo to defend the top floor while he walked down the stairs. He continued down for a few floors till he was on the 6th floor. Katsuki would have gone down another floor, but his instincts told him to stop. Someone was watching him. A subtly noise caught his attention and without hesitation, he fired an explosion to his left. The yelp that followed didn't fail to light a savage grin on his face. He quickly followed up by firing an explosion angled low towards the ground. As he predicted, he heard a slight thump which would be Invisible falling to the ground. He frowned as he realized that the battle was already over. The hero team was weak. It wasn't even worth it to knock them out. As he walked to finish off the invisible girl, a purple ball flew towards the blonde from the side. Katsuki just noticed it in his periphery and managed to jump back to dodge it. Unfortunately, as he dodged back, he noticed another purple ball stuck to the ground too late and his foot ended up being stuck to it as well. Katsuki growled in annoyance and turned to the boy, whose smugness far outdid his stature. Well. Look how the mighty have fallen. Minoru boasted. The 3rd highest in yesterday's test being bested by the 3rd lowest. By now, Toru had gotten up, breath shaky after the sudden explosion that had been thrown her way. She winced slightly as she put pressure on her feet. Thanks, Mineta. No problem, babe. Minoru casually said to the invisible, naked girl. Of course, he was looking in the wrong direction when he said this. Toru resisted the urge to slap the boy for a moment, instead, moving carefully to restrain the explosion quirk user who she could see was turning slightly red in anger at her teammates' taunts. Only one ball was restraining Katsuki, and Toru simply didn't think that it would be enough. And she would be right. After all, Katsuki wasn't just going to sit idly by. Did you two fucks really think you could take me on? And with a roar, Katsuki unleashed his biggest explosion yet, destroying the section of concrete below the ball, thus freeing the boy. He then leapt forward a surprising distance, considering the chunk of concrete weighing him down, grabbing the purple-haired boy, who had gotten too close during his gloating and threw him against the wall. Unfortunately, at least not for Minoru, Katsuki ended up throwing the short boy straight into the invisible girl. Somehow, having a sixth sense in this situation, Minoru wasted no time and tried to grope the poor girl. However, Toru had yelped and moved to slap him as soon as he had been thrown into her, not willing to take any chances with the perverted boy. This was the last straw for Katsuki. While it was easy to get on Katsuki's bad side, it was difficult to get on his shit list. And after less than 2 days, Katsuki had had enough of the grape's perverted tendencies. Katsuki grabbed the flailing boy from midair, firing off an explosion for good measure. He then proceeded to pivot using his explosions before slamming him into the ground, knocking him out instantly. Katsuki smirked at the sight and even Toru released a sigh of relief. He would have liked to simply throw the grape out the window, but he was already on probation. Maybe in a few months. Needless to say, Minoru had to go to Recovery Girl once the battle trial ended less than half a minute later. Momo frowned at not having done anything in the fight. Sure, her team had won, but she didn't feel like she deserved the victory since she had done nothing except booby traps the top floor for 3 minutes before All Might announced that the battle was over. Hey, are you alright? Toru whispered, startling the raven-haired girl from her thoughts. Momo sighed quietly and opened her mouth to lie, but as she looked to her right where she could see the gloves of the invisible girl, she thought better and told her honest opinions. No, not really. I would have liked to do more. I was completely useless in the fight. She sighed despondently. No. Toru waved her hands frantically. It's our fault for not putting up a good fight. We couldn't even get past Bakugo to where you were. Still, instead of going with Bakugo, I stayed with the rocket. Momo looked to the ground. Toru placed a hand on Momo's shoulder, causing the two of them to stop. You had a better plan. If one of us had managed to sneak past Bakugo and you weren't guarding the rocket, we would have won. Don't beat yourself up over it. It's only the first day. We all will have plenty of opportunities to improve. Momo brightened up at the words of encouragement. And anyways, Bakugo was a lot stronger than I realized. Momo nodded emphatically at those words. Yes, I was surprised that he managed to defeat you two so quickly, especially since you are invisible. Toru was about to respond before realizing that Katsuki had simply walked on ahead and they were lagging far behind. Come on, we're holding up the class. Momo nodded and the two of them proceeded to jog towards the control room where the rest of the class was. At least Minoru was unconscious and didn't see that sight. The two girls walked in to see All Might lightly, reprimanding Bakugo for his ferocity in the last match. Young Bakugo, I commend you for your performance in the last match. You played the role of villain marvelously and you will clearly be a strong hero. However, there is something equally as important to pure strength. This is something everyone should take to heart. All Might gazed around the class with a serious expression. In order to be a strong hero, you must present your kindness to those in need. All the students were hanging on to what he had said with wide eyes, a fact that All Might picked up on. Phew, that actually turned out as well as it did in my head. His eyes narrowed slightly. I may need to have a word with Mineta if he did try to do what I think towards the end of the match. Katsuki's eyes twitched slightly at All Might's proclamation, and he resisted the urge to mention Endeavor's name to the class. After all, Endeavor was famous for being unkind, often appearing uncaring to the general public. Yet he had made his way to the number 2 spot in Japan and was likely one of the strongest heroes in the world. However, Katsuki wasn't naive. He knew that Endeavor was the anomaly of the current top 10 pro heroes of Japan. While the top 10 heroes all had their different personalities, only Endeavor ever seemed uncaring. He scowled slightly before making his way back to his spot in the back of the class as All Might announced that the hero and villain teams of the third battle make their way to the battle site. Hey! Katsuki gave no visible indication that he had heard what Toru had said and after a brief few seconds of silence, she decided to simply say what was on her mind. Thank you for stopping Mineta from doing anything during the battle. Bakugo still kept silent, so Toru decided to move away. I won't help you next time so you better fucking learn how to do it yourself. Katsuki said. The truth was he didn't really need a reason to teach a lesson to the perverse classmate. Toru stuck out a tongue at the blunt blonde, not that he could see it. As a matter of fact, no one could see the girl's tongue, a fact that she knew well. That didn't stop her from doing it though. Bakugo is strong. Thoughts of the last battle filtered through Shoto's mind. Given how he had reacted initially to the hero team's presence told him that Bakugo had great battle instincts. They were likely as good as his own, which was highly impressive given that Shoto's battle instincts were metaphorically, and even in some cases physically, beaten into him by Endeavor. Begin in. Just thinking about that man filled Shoto with anger and slammed his hand against the wall of the building in frustration. Ice exploded out from between his fingers covering the entire exterior and interior of the building in a layer of ice. Mezzo's eyes widened at the sheer volume and speed of ice that the dual-haired boy and the multi-armed boy took a step back as a sudden wave of cold hit him. Whoa! Mina exclaimed. This was a sentiment shared by many in the class. Even All Might was stunned by the strength the boy possessed. Katsuki grinned as he saw the display of power. He would relish the opportunity to fight, icy hot, and put the son of the number 2 hero in his place, thus proving his superiority. Meanwhile, Izuku was thinking carefully as he wrote in his notebook. It had embarrassingly taken him longer than it should have to recognize that Shoto Todoroki was the son of the number 2 hero. Even then, Izuku had been shocked by the scale of the ice attack he had used. The craziest thing was that it didn't seem to debilitate him in any way. Sure, he was looking through a camera, but Izuku could see no signs of fatigue. Endeavor's strength was well known throughout the world and Izuku could only imagine that Shoto's fire would be just as powerful if not more so given the general principle that quirks became stronger with each generation. However, it was surprising to Izuku that he hadn't heard of a strong ice quirk user. A trait that was common among the top heroes was secrecy and Endeavor had certainly kept his home life quite secretive. And of all of the family members, the identity of his wife was a mystery. Still, given that Endeavor possessed a fire quirk, Shoto must have inherited his ice from his mother. Izuku smiled at learning a new piece of hero facts. Now we can just touch the rocket. The villain team are frozen in place. Mezzo could only nod dumbly and follow the heterochromatic up through the building. Once they were close to the top floor, Shoji heard something using the ear on one of his arms. One of them is coming towards us. They must have broken through the ice trapping them. Which direction? Mezzo took a few seconds to carefully listen before responding. He's coming from the right side. Stay back, Shoto simply said. Mezzo nodded and stepped back slightly to avoid coming in Shoto's way. It didn't take long before Shoto could hear a crashing sound indicating the approaching villain. He tensed, preparing to unleash his ice quickly. There was a crash as Rikido burst out from a nearby wall in an attempt to surprise the hero team. Unfortunately, the heroes were ready for him. As the debris crashed near the heroes, Shoto responded by sending a wave of ice at the bulked-up team. The ice was too swift for the team to dodge and quickly reached Rikido and covered him up to his shoulder before he could react. Rikido grunted as he was brought to a sudden halt. You don't think this will actually hold me, do you? Rikido laughed as he started to flex and struggle, and the ice rapidly began to crack. Shoto scowled and was about to fire some more ice, but Mezzo moved before him. Mezzo leapt forward and swiftly wrapped Rikido in the capture tape. One villain was captured. The hero team then climbed the last 2 floors, at which point, Shoto decided the battle had gone on long enough. He used his ice to propel himself through several rooms before coming to the room with the rocket. There was a flash of motion in the corner of his eye, but Shoto just ignored it, leaping off the ice and skidding to a stop right next to the rocket, at which point he calmly placed his hand against its metallic surface, signifying the end of the battle. Denki was clearly very annoyed by the outcome of the battle. Oh, man, I didn't get a chance to show what I can do. I almost had you at the end too. Denki ranted in annoyance. However, Shoto simply ignored the boy and turned to the nearest wall, where he proceeded to melt all the ice he had created using his left side. Shoto was quite obviously declared MVP. The man grinned as he sat in the darkness, the presence of his pawn coming closer. Ah, Kuro, you've returned. All for One spoke softly as he turned around slowly in his chair to face the young adult. The man wore a mask that resembled a black panther with whiskers and long, white fangs protruding from the mouth. There were 2 small gaps to reveal the glowing, green irises of his eyes that stood out in the darkness. Behind the mask, it was clear that the man's face was abnormal due to the shape of the head and the very real panther ears pointing out from above the mask. A veritable mane of black hair fell from his head to his shoulders. His movements were practically silent and almost animalistic. He was one of his 7 generals. The 7 gates to hell. After his supposed demise 5 years ago, he had cut contact with all but 2 of them, only leaving the rest with individual orders so to keep his survival a secret. This decision was one that took time to convince him of. Each gate had a code name and a designated role. Kuro was the assassin, code name, Yurei. Did the mission go as planned? All for One's voice possessed a different timbre to it. A deeper quality colored his voice as his eyes glowed red. Come, give it to me, Batu said impatiently. Kuro immediately responded as a shadowy creature burst from his chest, landing on the ground with a thud. Unlike a normal panther, this spirit had 4 red slits for eyes and was of a purple-blue color. The spirit seemed to glow with power, brightening the room up. It walked forward, though its tail remained connected to Kuro's chest, and began to rub its cheek and purr, almost affectionately, against Batu's hand. However, Batu had no interest in pleasantries and proceeded to grip the sides of the panther's head with both hands. Kuro grimaced in pain as Batu started to chuckle. Batu slowly started to absorb the power from the spirit. The more power Batu stole, the dimmer the spirit became, and the more pain Kuro felt. After 5 minutes, Kuro began screaming and Batu grudgingly removed his host's hands from the boy. Kuro collapsed to the ground, hardly having the strength to stand up. Meanwhile, the panther spirit seemingly evaporated as it returned to Kuro. Batu laughed. Thank you, child, for the spiritual energy. The red glow faded from his eyes as All for One took the reins again. He turned around in his chair and Kuro dragged himself up to his feet and prepared to leave. Why don't you check up on your brother? He'll have joined UA in the time you were away. You can go with Tamura tomorrow on his mission to infiltrate UA. Begin the process of bringing him to our side. After all, having another Tokiyami could only prove beneficial to us. Kuro gave no indication that he had heard the man, but as he turned around, he frowned, the first voluntary emotion he displayed since he had entered the building. I hope you're ready, brother. As he walked away, All for One grinned once more. Everything was going to plan. In the deep recesses of his mind, Batu chuckled sinisterly. The time of harmonic convergence is close at hand. As does the time of my rule, Rava. It had been 5 minutes now. Fumikage and Koji had just been silent the entire time, waiting for the other to say something. Fumikage had been stoically staring straight at the animal whisperer, but Koji had only met his eyes once throughout the entire interaction, instead opting to nervously gaze around everywhere. Fumikage realized that the boy was very shy, especially considering how he had introduced himself in the morning using a whiteboard and writing on it instead of speaking. Can you talk to some birds to check which floor the villains are hiding the rocket on? Fumikage asked. Koji nervously gave a short nod and Fumikage gave a small smile in an attempt to encourage the shy boy. And it seemed to have worked if the slight relaxing of his shoulders was any indication. Begin. Fumikage nodded to Koji and turned his back to let the boy work peacefully. He heard some short mumblings before there was a brief pause. Fumikage suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Fumikage turned around and Koji held up 10 fingers. So, they're on the last floor. Koji nodded in response. The bird he had sent to spy hadn't seen the rocket itself. Hanta and Suyu had been smart enough to keep it out of view from outside. However, the bird had seen the villain pair moving around. Okay, come on. I'll go first. Koji nodded again and the two entered the building. As they traveled up, Fumikage summoned Dark Shadow. Fumikage placed a finger on his lips just before the impish spirit could talk. Dark Shadow nodded, a woeful expression on his face from not being able to talk. However, Fumikage just carried on, knowing the spirit was just acting. Some mumbling behind the bird head team drew him to a stop. Fumikage turned around to see Koji talking to the same bird as earlier, causing some confusion with the teen. Upon finishing his talk with the bird, Koji took his whiteboard and quickly scribbled something on it. They are on this floor, 2 rooms over. Fumikage was surprised by the foresight but nodded his thanks. I'll go in first and draw their attention. You come after me and try to capture one of the villains. Koji had a bit of a frightened expression on his face. He was a bit uncomfortable with having such a responsibility, but he didn't verbalize, or rather, write it, instead, nodding shakily in agreement. However, Suyu had noticed the bird earlier outside the window. She had thought it odd since there were hardly any birds in the whole city but didn't think too much of it. So, when she saw the same bird inside the building on a lower floor, she quickly realized that the bird wasn't here by coincidence and that Koji must be using it to spy on them. They had to act quickly, or they would lose the element of surprise. Come on, Zero. We must trap them before they surprise us. Hanta was a bit confused as to why they were suddenly going on the offensive considering they had originally planned to defend. He had booby-trapped the top floor by placing his tape in all the corridors leading to the room where the rocket was kept. He had wanted to booby-trap the stairs as well, but after placing his tape in the corridors, he could feel his skin starting to dry, so it would take a bit of time to get used to that, had told him to save his tape for an altercation, a decision that he agreed with. The two of them bounded into the next room only to stop in surprise when the hero team came in at the same time. There was a brief pause where the two teams simply stared at the other in shock before they leapt into action. Suyu was the first to react and immediately leapt to the side to give her teammate space whilst simultaneously shooting out her tongue towards Fumikage. However, Fumikage was quick to respond and sent Dark Shadow out to intercept the tongue. Ew. What is this? Is this a tongue? I didn't think they got this long. The force of the tongue actually knocked the spirit back a bit. Dark Shadow, grab the tongue. Fumikage ordered. Dark Shadow quickly recovered and complied, reaching out to grab the tongue. Suyu's eyes widened, and she quickly retracted her tongue. Good riddance. Dark Shadow commented. Suyu realized that using her tongue would not work and would only lead to her tongue being pulled, which was very painful. Meanwhile, Hanta had decided to engage with Koji. He sent a piece of tape out that wrapped around the shy teen and pulled the boy closer. Or at least attempted to. Unfortunately for Hanta, he simply wasn't strong enough to move the gentle giant and instead, Koji twisted abruptly, pulling Hanta off balance. Hanta quickly cut the tape to prevent himself from being dragged along, but the damage had already been done and he had been knocked to the ground. Hanta groaned slightly in pain and moved back, thinking that Koji would come after him, but a brief look-up revealed that Koji had instead gone to help Fumikage. After realizing that simply trying to restrain the bird-headed teen with her tongue would be ineffective, she came closer to the teen hoping to engage in a close-quarters fight. Dark Shadow rushed forwards, but Suyu easily got past it with a well-timed jump. She moved quickly and launched a strong kick at the boy. She moved too quickly for Fumikage, who closed his eyes and braced himself as well as protect his face with his arms. However, the kick never came. Fumikage opened his eyes to see that Koji had grabbed the incoming foot, preventing it from reaching him. Koji threw the girl, but she was prevented from crashing into the wall by Hanta, who had now gotten up and cast a piece of tape to save Suyu from a nasty impact. Koji had been slightly terrified that he had gone too far and gave a sigh of relief that she had been saved. Thank you, Kota, Fumikage said. Now we'll buzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Hanta, who had been about to rush forward, faltered as the alarm signifying the end of the battle sounded. The villain team wins. Fumikage frowned at having lost simply due to time and sighed dejectedly. Wait, Fumi. Were we on the hero team or the villain team? I mean, we must have been on the winning team, right? Dark Shadow panicked. Fumikage placed a hand on the spirit's forehead, trying to pacify it before delivering devastating news. No, we lost. No. Dark Shadow fell to the ground and tears started to fall from his eyes. Fumikage rolled his eyes at the overdramatic display while the other students started to smile at the sight. Do not worry, Dark Shadow. If it weren't for the timer, your team would have probably won. Suyu came forward, patting the spirit to comfort her. Really? Dark Shadow looked up with hopeful eyes and Suyu nodded in response. Come back, Fumikage commanded. Dark Shadow complied and left, but not before giving a thumbs up to the group. That was a good match. Bro, you're super strong. Hanta came up to the shy Koji, commenting on the strength he had displayed earlier. Koji blushed from the praise. He honestly didn't think he had put too much force into that. He scrambled to write something on his whiteboard. You were both strong. Asui's kick was powerful, and you wrapped me with your tape really quickly. Hanta grinned. Thanks. Come on. Hanta held his hand up for a high five and after a tentative moment, Koji returned the gesture before quickly turning around, embarrassed by his own forwardness. With that, the four left to join the group. Tenya and Yuga walked to the starting area, the sun glittering off their respective suits of armor. Tenya pulled out the blueprints of the building as the villain team, consisting of Mina and Mashirao, walked in to set up. Tenya started to talk to Yuga as he examined the blueprints. The villains will most likely hide the rocket on the top floor as it is the easiest location to defend. They'll probably keep it in the middle of the room to prevent a repeat of what happened in Todoroki's match. However, there is still a chance that the rocket is on a different floor. They might try something similar to Midoriya. Therefore, we must endeavor to search each floor quickly. Tenya gestured to Yuga to look at the blueprints as he started to explain how they would investigate the building's floors. Because I can move faster, I'll check these rooms and you must look through these rooms. We'll meet up at the stairs after each floor and head to the next floor. After examining these blueprints, it is clear that all the floors have the same floor plan. Tenya pointed to the rooms as he spoke. However, there was a brief pause of silence before Tenya realized that Yuga hadn't responded to him. He turned only to see Yuga standing a few feet away. It quickly became clear that Yuga had not been paying attention to him and had instead focused on himself. This was apparent by the mirror in which he was admiring his own reflection. Have you been listening to anything I've said? Tenya asked, incredulity coloring his voice. He started to rapidly chop his arm towards the narcissistic teen. Even though this is a training session, we must perform as if it is the real event. Therefore, we must take this seriously and perform to the best of our ability. Unless we work hard, our classmates and All Might Sensei won't be able to give us accurate details on our shortcomings and we won't be able to improve and become real heroes. Yuga finally turned around to face his classmate, whose arm was still chopping in his direction. Were you saying something? Tenya faltered at that and opened his mouth to speak. Begin. All Might's voice blared over the intercom and Tenya resisted the urge to facepalm. He placed his helmet on while Yuga prepared himself by straightening his cape. Tenya shook his head. Okay, just check these rooms, he said while pointing to the blueprint, and I'll check the rest. Then we'll repeat this for each floor. Yuga nodded but Tenya wasn't really convinced of how focused he was given he was simply staring absent-mindedly past the teen. They split up and Tenya sped his way through several rooms, testing the limits of his speed in the cramped space. He frowned as he quickly realized the area was more cramped than he had previously thought. Like with the 50-meter dash from the previous day, he couldn't reach the higher gears his quirk provided because there simply wasn't enough time. Luckily, the layout was quite ordered so there were many straight lines that he could use. The two heroes met at the stairs and repeated this process several times. Tenya was becoming slightly worried as they weren't searching the floors fast enough. He turned to Yuga to see if he was as concerned but Yuga had already turned down his usual route chuckling quietly to himself. He had done that a few times already and Tenya was starting to get a bit worried about his mental state. As he sped into the next room, he noticed the floor had a shine to it and quickly realized it had been covered with some kind of liquid. However, by then it was too late and Tenya slipped, falling to the ground. He immediately realized that this was a trap set up by the villains. Aoyama, I need backup now. I'm in the southeast corner room of the building. As he spoke, he assumed a kneeling position. He barely finished before a tail came careening his way. Tenya just barely managed to block it with his right hand. He grunted at the force behind the attack and was even pushed back. Hiya! Masharao yelled as his tail grabbed Tenya's arm and he then proceeded to flip the armor-wearing teen onto his back. Masharao moved to attack Tenya again, but Tenya countered by doing a leg sweep, using his jets to rapidly spin around. However, Masharao easily dodged by jumping back out of range of his attack though he did stumble slightly as he slipped on the acid covering the ground. Acid. That's a dirty trick, villain. Tenya yelled. Masharao's eyes furrowed in confusion as to what he was talking about. He knew what the liquid was but why was Tenya talking to him about it? Where is your treacherous teammate? Is she guarding the rocket? Tenya asked robotically. Masharao was quickly interrupted by Mina bursting out from a nearby door. I'm right here. Tenya turned his head around to see the pink girl sliding easily over the acid. She threw something which Tenya avoided by moving slightly to the side. What was that? Tenya turned back to Masharao to see he had caught the white cloth. It's the capture tape. Mina was skidding around trying to encircle Tenya and trap him, but he very quickly realized the villain's plan and used his quirk to move away. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop in time due to the acid-reducing friction and smacked into the wall. Tenya groaned in pain and tried to massage his head through his helmet to no avail. Mina and Masharao came forward but as Mina reached to wrap the boy with the capture tape, a beam of blue energy whizzed right by her fingers causing her to flinch away. This twinkling hero is here to put an end to this frivolous fight. I'll use my fabulous naval laser to stop these two villains. Yuga flipped his hair, a smile plastered on his face and his eyes closed as if he was reveling in his own beauty. Alas, the villains were not reveling in his beauty. Mina was sucking on her fingers which were lightly burnt from the energy attack while Masharao rushed the boy. Without looking, Yuga stepped into the room, preparing to fire his laser while Masharao swung his tail towards his midsection. However, Yuga somehow dodged the attack while his eyes were closed. By slipping and falling to the ground. Masharao hadn't expected to miss his target, so when he did, he was thrown off balance and barely managed to land on his feet. Mina threw acid at both heroes, but Tenya had recovered in the time provided by Yuga's distraction and rushed to pull Yuga out of the way. He managed to pull the boy away into one of the entrances to the room before the more powerful acid could hit either of them. Oh, come on. Mina pouted at having missed the two heroes. You will have to try harder than that, villains. Tenya cried out. No. Tenya hastily turned to Yuga who was crying in pain. Even Masharao and Mina turned to the boy to see what was wrong. What's wrong? Tenya asked. He looked over Yuga's shoulder to see him cradling his cape. Yuga was holding his glittering cape which now had massive holes in it. Tenya realized that while the two of them might have avoided the acid, his cape hadn't, catching the brunt of the acid attack, resulting in the fabric being eaten away. Yuga stood up shakily. I won't forgive you for this. He spoke quietly such that only Tenya heard. He reached a hand out to try to calm the distraught boy but he didn't get the chance. I will never forget this. Yuga fired off his largest laser yet, aiming it at the ground where the villain stood. Mina and Mashirao both jumped back, easily avoiding the blast. However, they underestimated the strength of the laser, which was strong enough to pierce the floor of the room. When the two villains landed, the floor broke beneath them. Mashirao tried to grab hold of the floor while holding onto the girl with his tail. Unfortunately, the acid covering the floor now worked against him, preventing him from getting a hold. The two fell to the lower floor, the breath being knocked out of them from the impact. Yuga nodded in satisfaction. Sufficient retribution has been dealt. Meanwhile, Tenya simply raised an eyebrow under the mask in confusion as to what just happened. It was then simple work for the heroes to find and touch the rocket. The hero team wins. Phew. Tenya removed his helmet and used a small towel to wipe the sweat off of his face. While the battle had been intense, it had only taken place over a few minutes and Tenya hadn't expected to have sweat so much. Tenya gazed at the helmet thoughtfully. Even though the suit was designed to breathable, Tenya realized that the helmet was very warm. When they would get the chance to modify their costumes, Tenya would need to ask for a way to cool the interior. He had no desire to change the aesthetic of his design given that it was based on his brother's. A hand clapped Tenya's back and he turned to see Mashirao grinning at him. That was a good match. Sorry about the acid. Mashirao rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. That was my idea. I thought it would be a good way to hinder your quirk. Tenya smiled softly. It was an excellent idea. I had no idea how to counter it. Thank you for displaying a weakness in my quirk and fighting style. I must work to fix that. Tenya eagerly grabbed Mashirao's hand and started to shake it vigorously. After the first 2 seconds, it became clear to the tailed boy that Tenya would not stop the handshake of his own volition and thus started to pull his own hand away only to have Tenya keep a hold of it and pull it back. That's E. Mashirao started. Cut that shit out. If you want to be loud, then do it outside. Katsuki growled loudly at the pair, his back still turned to them. His comment caused Tenya to stop his assault on Mashirao's hand and turn his attention to the blonde teen. Bakugo, it is rude to interrupt another group's conversation and it is even more rude to swear. Tenya chopped his hand rapidly in the blonde's direction, but Katsuki simply ignored him, simply continuing to change. Meanwhile, Mashirao took the distraction provided by Katsuki to escape the hand-crushing grip of Tenya and retreat to his locker to change while nursing his hand. I might have to get the hand checked by recovery girl. And to think I considered asking to train with him. I'll need to thank Bakugo later for getting me out of that. Dude, what are you doing? Denki asked. Hanta looked up and blushed slightly. Overusing his quirk caused his skin to dry, so one of the solutions was to moisturize it. He had been applying the lotion to his skin and elbows where the dryness was greatest when Denki had interrupted him. Hanta was a bit embarrassed to be putting his lotion in front of the others so had tried to remain hidden in the corner but obviously to no avail. I need to put lotion because my quirk dries my skin. Hanta explained. That's cool, dude. I wish I had such a simple drawback. Denki looked down slightly. What do you mean? Hanta tilted his head in confusion. Denki sighed. If I channel too much electricity, I kind of fry my brain. What? Siro yelled. Denki eyes widened as he realized what he insinuated. No, nothing permanent. Apparently, I become really dumb and say, while walking around like this. Denki put both his thumbs up and Hanta couldn't stop a small laugh from escaping his lips. Denki frowned slightly. Yeah, laugh it up. Sorry, dude. Hanta put his hands up placatingly and even Denki cracked a grin. Wait, so how much electricity can you channel before you reach that state? How long do you stay in that state? Do you have a maximum amount of electricity you can channel? Can you channel the electricity inwards? How good is your control? Can you manipulate natural lightning? Izuku jumped into the conversation firing question after question at Denki. Denki was overwhelmed by the question and didn't know where to start. Why don't you ask Siro about his quirk? And having thrown the lanky teen fully under the bus, Denki made his escape. Hanta shot a look at the retreating blonde. Come on dude, not cool. Hanta turned back to an eager Izuku who had now gotten a notebook and pen from somewhere. That was fun, Mina said as the girls all walked into their changing room. Ochako and Toru nodded excitedly. Yeah, hero training with All Might Sensei is amazing. I mean, I know he said he would be teaching at UA but it only really hit me today. Ochako said. To be taught by the #1 hero is truly a unique experience. We will surely grow strong under his tutelage. Momo commented enthusiastically. The rest of the girls stared at the girl, still a bit surprised by her way of speaking. Suyu put a finger to her chin in thought. Did anyone else get the feeling that All Might Sensei didn't fully know what he was doing? Kyoka nodded. I mean yeah, you saw the cards, right? I think he was reading off of them. That's true, Momo said. Well, Ochako thought carefully. It's probably because he's new to teaching. All Might has never had interns, has he? Ochako realized that she had remembered that fact from a conversation with Izuku and blushed lightly at that. Yeah, unlike the rest of the girls, Mina noticed the light dusting of pink on Ochako's cheeks, beyond what she normally had, and decided to shift the topic of conversation to something more stimulating. So, what do you think about the boys? What do you mean? Momo asked, tilting her head cutely. I mean, what do you think about them? Who's cool? Who's hot? Mina pressed on. Ooh. Toru jumped up and down in excitement. Todoroki's hot. I mean, not only is he powerful and the son of the #2 hero, but I think he looks great too. Mina grinned and nodded in agreement. Yeah, totally. He seems like a bit of a loner. Ochako commented, a bit frustrated that the conversation had instantly turned to the heterochromatic. Mina smiled evilly. She took the bait. Do you not like Todoroki? Perhaps you have your eyes set on someone else. Mina's smile grew wider as she prepared to deliver the punchline. Perhaps, Midoriya. At those words, Ochako's face grew redder and redder till she resembled a tomato. She struggled to remain calm, and it was only after a few breaths that she had the presence to talk, but she was interrupted. Midoriya, huh? Suyu placed a finger on her chin. I thought he was a bit plain and shy. No way, Deku's so cool. He's really smart and is so kind. Ochako's impassioned words only served to trigger laughter in Mina, who considered Ochako's words as practically an admission. Ah, how cute. She already has a nickname for him. Mina gasped out between laughs. Ochako stuttered, no response coming to mind, and she decided she needed to change the topic. So, anyways, which boys are a bit weird? All I know is Mineta is a creep. I kinda wish there was a bath so I could wash off what he tried to do in our round. Toru growled. The overall mood of the room plummeted. Why? What happened in our round? Momo asked suspiciously. She had caught the little boy staring at the girl several times. He didn't even try to hide it and openly announced his perversion during his introduction. But Momo didn't think he would be one to act on the impulses. Even the other girls were a bit confused as they had found it difficult to keep track of the invisible girl on the cameras. Bakugo, he threw Mineta towards me and that creep went to grope me. Luckily I slapped him away before he could do anything. Toru shivered slightly as she thought about what could have happened if she hadn't acted quick enough. The other girls all had horrified looks on their faces. Wait, so Bakugo threw Mineta towards you? Momo asked quietly, her already negative opinion of the boy becoming worse. Toru quickly realized what she had accidentally implied, and her eyes widened. No, it wasn't on purpose. At least I don't think it was. He seemed even more pissed after that and knocked him out. Maybe he's not as bad as we originally thought. Mina said tentatively. Ochako bit her tongue to prevent her from saying anything about his situation with Izuku as it wasn't her place to tell. However, she didn't have a very high opinion of the blonde boy. With his attitude, it's unlikely that Bakugo will be a top hero. Some of the girls started to giggle at the deadpan statement by Suyu. Cut that shit out. If you want to be loud, then do it outside. Katsuki's voice drifted from the neighboring changing room. See. Suyu gestured to the boys' changing room. I wonder if any of the boys told him that he was louder than all of them. Unlikely. Momo commented. At this, all the girls laughed and continued changing. The first day at UA was over. Omake won Aizawa's troubled sleep. Shota opened the door to his apartment, tired eyes gazing around the darkened hallway. Unfortunately, due to meetings regarding the upcoming rescue training with the new classes 1A and 1B, he had been unable to review the class performances at school and needed to do them at home. But first, food. Shota trudged towards the kitchen, passing his bedroom and living room along the way. He suddenly stopped and headed back to the living room and just stood at the doorway, watching the scene in front of him. About a year ago, Hizashi had bought a cat and kept it in his apartment. He had tried to return it but it would always end up back in his apartment. After a week, he had gotten used to the creature and accepted him. He was a simple British shorthair that Shota had affectionately named Cat. Shota's eye twitched. Cat was normally laid back and lazy like a good cat. However, right now, there was nothing lazy about his behavior. Cat was rolling all around the carpet, obviously high on catnip and had made a mess of the room. Shota sighed and spent the next hour cleaning the room, taking care of Cat and searching the apartment for any and all traces of catnip. When he was finally done, his stomach was growling at him and Shota entered the kitchen, looking forward to eating the pasta he had made 2 days ago. However, while his face did glow upon opening the fridge, no smile could be found as the pasta was absent. On the counter was a plate, evidence of pasta sauce on it and a note next to it. That was quite nice, eraser head. A tiny paw print decorated the note. That damn bear. Shota sourly ate a few slices of bread before getting to his work. Here he was also halted from any progress as his personal computer randomly started some update. By the time he had finished reviewing Class 1A's performance, it was midnight. Next day. Aizawa-sensei, are you alright? Mina asked tentatively. Dark circles covered the teacher's eyes and it clearly took a few seconds for him to focus on Mina. Unfortunately, completing his work was not the end of the night. The night had apparently only just begun for Shota, who could not get any sleep due to alarms that kept sounding every half an hour. He had tried to find the devices but had only found one before another alarm reminded him that Nezu always had contingencies. He had done a cost-benefit analysis of returning the favor to the damn principal. However, in the end, Aizawa realized that it wasn't worth the effort that would be necessary. Aizawa valued his time and if he wasn't working, the best thing to do would be to sleep. But last night had resulted in hours of time wasted, a blow that struck deeply in his heart. I'm fine. He wasn't. That damn bear. Chapter 10. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Hey guys, I've got a new chapter for you. Again, it's a bit of a setting up chapter, introducing some characters and ideas. The next chapter starts the USJ arc but I have no idea when that will come out. I've planned it but it's not written yet. Enjoy. Hey, what's it like having All Might as a teacher? Izuku cringed. He had been trying to get through the crowd of reporters without being caught. Obviously, he hadn't succeeded. He turned to face the reporter who was eagerly looking for comments to feature in his newspaper. Well, he's inspiring and Izuku racked his brain for the right words, but it was hardly half a minute before the reporter lost interest. Forget it, kid. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and quickly slipped through the UA gates before he could get accosted by another reporter. He had no idea how All Might could stay so cool in front of the camera. Just that one question caused Izuku to become flustered. Just as he passed through the gates, he noticed Iida with a large crowd of reporters. Tenya was almost robotically talking to them about the experience of having All Might as a teacher. Izuku found himself agreeing with Tenya, so he couldn't understand why all the reporters looked so bored. With a shake of his head, he headed in. It took longer than usual for everyone to reach class. The last to enter was Aizawa, who was looking far more disgruntled than usual. He didn't even make any comment about how long the class took to quiet down. Izuku thought it was probably due to the press outside. After all, Eraserhead was never a hero that enjoyed spending time in the limelight. That's what had made it difficult to find out a lot of information on the hero when Izuku had been researching him. Let's begin. Aizawa's monotonous voice rang out. There is an important task ahead of you. One that will shape the rest of this year. Several gulps could be heard around the classroom. What could it possibly be? We need to choose a class president. You could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed. And then an explosion of sound. Choose me, Mina shouted. No, I would be the most fabulous. Yuga flicked his hair back. Katsuki slammed a small explosion into the desk. I'm going to be class president, you scrubs. Being class president may not seem like such an important thing, and for many schools, it wasn't. But at UA, being the class president was far more important. You were given more responsibility, more opportunities, and most importantly, more recognition. Upon graduating, those that had been a good class president were offered invitations from some of the best agencies from around the world. Hey guys, I think we should, Izuku started. Quiet. Aizawa's voice cut through the clamor, and everyone went silent. I don't care how you do it, but by the end of the session you must tell me who the president and vice president for this class are. And having said his bit, he promptly slipped into his yellow sleeping bag and dropped to the ground. We should conduct a vote to elect our president, Tenya spoke authoritatively. Each person will vote for one person who they want to see become class president. The votes will be tallied up, and whoever has the most votes will be the class president. Whoever has the next highest number of votes becomes the vice president. Ribbit. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? We hardly know each other. Suyu commented. Yes, but that means that anyone that does get multiple votes is even more worthy, as they would have made a better first impression, Izuku responded. The class agreed to the idea and slips of paper were quickly handed out. It only took another minute for everyone to decide and for the papers to be collected in. What? Both Izuku and Katsuki stood up, one in disbelief and the other in anger. How in the hell did the nerd get 4 votes? Even though Izuku's internal monologue wasn't as rude, the same thought was running through his own mind. After some debate, Izuku had decided to vote for himself. He did feel a bit awkward doing so, especially since he felt others like Yaoyorozu and Iida might do a better job, but Izuku knew that becoming class president would give him exposure and help build his confidence. After all, how could he hope to one day replace All Might if he shied away from a simple position as class president? Plus, a small part of him didn't really think he would win. Did you really think people would vote for you, Ribbit? Suyu commented. Huh, what did you say? Katsuki shouted. Yeah, man, you didn't really make the best impression. Denki laughed while Katsuki just scowled at him. So, it is decided. Midoriya will be our class president and Yaoyorozu will be our vice president. Tenya said while chopping his arm rapidly. Izuku, Tenya and Ochako took their lunches and sat down at one of the tables. Iida, I saw that you had no votes. Who did you vote for? Ochako asked. Izuku's sweat dropped at her blunt manner of speaking but was also curious. Tenya turned to Izuku. I voted for you, Midoriya. After what I saw in the Battle City as well as the foundational hero studies, I felt like you would be a better class president than me. Izuku was touched by this. He hadn't realized how much of an impact he had made on Tenya. Thank you. Ochako giggled from next to him. That's kind of why I also voted for you, Deku. Wait, you voted for me too, Uraraka. Ochako nodded while smiling at him, causing Izuku to feel a bit warm inside. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, Iida, why your hero costume looks like that. It looks familiar but I can't remember where I've seen it. Izuku said. Tenya smiled proudly while pushing up his glasses for dramatic effect. It is very similar to my older brother. When I graduate, I want to join his agency. I hope to be as good a hero as him. Izuku's eyes shifted as he quickly thought through who Iida's brother was. He mentally scrolled through his list of heroes, checking off the clues. Of course, he suddenly exclaimed, causing Ochako to jump slightly. Ingenium. His name is Tensai Iida and he runs the Iida Hero Agency. I can't believe I didn't connect the dots earlier. Your costume is almost the same as his. The main difference is that your quirk is in your legs while Ingenium's engine quirk is in his forearms. Tenya looked a bit put out that he couldn't introduce his brother, but that was quickly replaced by the proud smile from earlier. Wow, so you're a rich boy, huh? Ochako slyly commented. Before Tenya could respond, a siren started blasting through the hall. Some of the older students jumped up and started heading to the exit. What's going on? Ochako asked. UA has different kinds of alarms. I think this one occurs when someone has breached the UA barrier. Izuku said. Well, whatever it is for, we should follow the example of our upperclassmen and exit the building, Tenya stated. Maybe not exactly follow. Ochako's sweat dropped in the crazed rush in front of them. Everyone was trying to get out in a panic and there was a jam of students. This is crazy. You'd think the older students would be a bit more ordered. Tenya took a step forward trying to take a look at how long the traffic jam of students was. Unfortunately, that was a mistake as he too was immediately swept into the current of students like a helpless fish. What? No. Wait. What should we do, Deku? Ochako asked. However, Izuku was no longer looking at the line and was instead looking outside the windows to the front gate. It's the media from this morning. Ochako gasped. Izuku nodded slowly. However, what he couldn't understand is why they would break through the barrier. More importantly, how did they manage to break through? The UA barrier was very strong with only powerful moves from some of the top heroes being able to break it. Izuku had heard that the metal would be able to even withstand one of Endeavor's flashfire fists. He had a bad feeling about this. After all, why would the media commit an action that could be construed as an act of aggression, especially against a hero school? We have to do something, Deku. The other students probably think there's a villain in UA, so we need to somehow tell them that it is the media. Maybe they'll calm down then. Izuku was a bit unsure how they could get the attention of the rest of the students. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Both Ochako and Izuku turned to the new voice behind them. Just leave it to your upperclassmen. The voice belonged to a tall, blonde man. His short-sleeved shirt showed off his muscular arms as well as the scars around his forearms. He had bright, blue eyes that somehow shone with the same intensity as his smile and the front portion of his hair was slicked up in a manner that reminded Izuku a bit of All Might. The name's Mirio Tagata. And with that Mirio sunk into the ground prompting a small scream from Ochako. Izuku's eyes sparkled in joy at the new quirk. Whoa, that's so cool. I wonder how he just sunk through the floor. He tapped his foot on the spot where Mirio vanished only to find it completely solid. So his quirk only applies to himself and not to the surroundings. That makes him less compatible in a team though his quirk probably applies very quickly to himself. Hey everyone. Mirio's cheerful voice was heard booming from the end of the corridor and all the students stopped moving and turned to see his face sticking out above the door. Izuku noticed that Tenya stick his head above the crowd and stand up properly, no longer being dragged along like a puppet. Just look outside. It's only the media so there's no need to panic. Whoa, he's right. The students started sighing in relief. I was worried there was a villain. PFT, you were worried about a villain, and you want to be a hero. Hey, only a really strong villain could break the UA barrier and would even dare to attack especially with All Might here. With the tension now broken, people just started conversing with each other causing Mirio to sweat drop. The alarm is still ringing so can everyone please I'm media, proceed through the exit. There was a pause of silence as everyone tried to process Mirio's joke before they all just started leaving. Ochako followed Izuku in front, deep in thought. Mirio Tagata. That's the student that Yagi-sensei told me about. The person who he had considered passing one for all to before he met me. This is troublesome, Aizawa murmured. He stood next to Smintos with Principal Nezu perched in Aizawa's scarf. In front of them lay the remains of the main entrance of the UA barrier. The wind blew some of the ashes from the door away with the teachers being concerned by the loss. Nezu nodded. This is unlikely to be the actions of civilians. And to think a villain would be bold enough to try this. But why did they attack now? Smintos asked. That is not the question we should be asking. Nezu shook his head, thinking carefully. Rather, we should be asking what was the purpose behind this act. Was it a simple form of intimidation? Or is there some deeper motive? Regardless, we should take the opportunity to upgrade some of our defenses, Smintos advised. Agreed. Nezu smiled. Aizawa, please tell Power Loader to meet with me to discuss possible upgrades. However, before that, can the two of you please perform a sweep of the building and tell Hound Dog to check the grounds for any intruders? Both Aizawa and Smintos nodded their assent and left to complete their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Nezu remained at the gate, thinking. The villains are stirring once again. The peace held by All Might has only temporarily held the villains at bay. I fear the winds are changing. For the villains to so boldly infiltrate UA, especially with All Might here requires both a greater plan in mind and great motivation. But the thing I fear most is the mastermind behind this new group. I'll need to upgrade the defenses. I'll need barricades that can quickly be replaced should a section become damaged. Nezu turned to face the school, thinking fondly of the building he had built and the children it trained. However, his face changed into a frown as he thought about what could be done to deal with the storm coming. Even with all the heroes, these children will likely face battle before their predecessors. Therefore, it is our job to prepare them. With that, Nezu walked back into his school, mind whirling with thoughts. Izuku walked side by side with Momo, feeling a bit awkward. Unlike some of his other classmates, Izuku felt like she gave off the air of nobility, something that was strengthened when he heard her talk. That made it harder for him to talk to her. Unlike Izuku, Momo was comfortable with the silence and was instead wondering why the meeting between the first-year representatives had been called. Perhaps it was simply a routine procedure following the alarm. However, Momo got the feeling that there was something more. After all, Aizawa-sensei seemed a bit more alert and serious compared to his usual tired demeanor. Hello. Both Izuku and Momo broke from their thoughts to see two other students standing in front of the door that the Class 1A representatives needed to use. One of the students was a girl with long orange hair that was arranged in a ponytail that hung over her left shoulder. She had teal eyes and had been the one to greet Izuku and Momo. The other was a taller man with pale skin and spiky, beige hair. Izuku noted that he had no lips and his teeth instead sat on the outside of his skin and wondered whether it was related to his quirk. I'm Itsuka Kendo and this here is Juzo Honanuki, the now christened Itsuka continued, while Juzo waved from beside her. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku started. And I am Momo Yaoyorozu, interrupted Momo. We're Class 1A's representatives. Which class are you from? This time, Juzo replied. We are from Class 1B. Itsuka's eyes furrowed in confusion. So, who is the president and who is the vice president? Well, I'm the president. Izuku piped up. He became a bit more nervous as Itsuka approached him. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Class B's president, she said, shaking Izuku's hand. Maybe all four of us should meet and plan some training exercises that our two classes can do together. Izuku nodded excitedly. That sounds like a great idea. A voice from behind them inserted itself into the conversation. How about you stop wasting other people's time now and get inside? You can chit-chat once we're done. Aizawa's drab voice and choice of words surprised the two Class B students who had yet to meet him. They turned to Izuku and Momo, as if to check whether that was normal, but the two Class A students had already entered the room. Juzo just shrugged at Itsuka before the two also entered. Hello everybody. Nezu waved exuberantly. Now that everyone is here, we can start. How about the students introduce themselves to each other? He turned to face Izuku and Momo. We'll start with Class 1A. A derisive snort sounded from across the table and everyone turned to see a purple-haired boy. He was quite tall and his hair stuck out in large tufts. It kind of reminded Izuku of a lion's mane. His expression was reminiscent of Aizawa's with a bored expression and dark bags under his eyes. Why should Class 1A start? Are the hero course classes better than the general studies classes? Izuku frowned, wondering why he did not like the hero course students if he still came to UA, one of the biggest hero schools in the world. Perhaps he applied for the hero course but didn't make it in. If so, I wonder what his quirk is. Not at all. I just thought it would make sense to go alphabetically. Nevertheless, why don't you start us off then? Nezu calmly explained. The purple-haired teen tilted his head. My name is Hitoshi Shinso. I'm the representative for the general studies classes of 1C, D, and E. Having said his bit, Hitoshi turned to face away from the rest of the occupants. Even though UA offered a general studies course and a business course, it was still primarily a hero school. As a result, as much attention would not be given to the other classes. Even the support course which directly worked with pros and hero students didn't get much spotlight. And Hitoshi was a clear example of this. Unlike Class 1A and 1B, which each had a president and vice president to represent the class, the rest of the courses only had one class representative. Courses, not classes. For everyone in classes 1C, D and E, Hitoshi was the sole representative. While Izuku had been thinking, Nezu had been trying to subtly get the attention of the support course representative. However, the pink-haired girl had been fiddling with some parts in her hands, mumbling quietly to herself. Finally, Nezu motioned to Aizawa, who rolled his eyes and tapped her on the shoulder. Wah, she glanced around to see everyone looking expectantly at her. What's wrong? Introduce yourself, Aizawa growled, cutting off Nezu who was about to say the same thing, but in a nicer tone. Oh, okay. I'm Mei Hatsume and I'm from the support course. After the enthusiastic introduction, she proceeded to ignore everyone and turn back to the device she had been fiddling with earlier. Izuku, Momo and the two Class 1B students then proceeded to introduce themselves. Well, as you know, I'm Principal Nezu, the bear but, is it really a bear? Then pointed to Aizawa. This is Eraserhead, the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. The students then turned to look at a man clad in a red costume. He is Vlad King and finally, this is Power Loader, Nezu said, pointing to a short man with an excavator claw around his helmet. Let's move on to why we called this meeting. Vlad King said. Is it to do with the alarm this morning? Izuku asked. Don't interrupt, Midoriya. Aizawa chided. Yes. Nezu nodded. While the alarms did sound because of the media, we discovered that the gate blocking their entry had been disintegrated. Everyone present was investigated by the police and no one had a quirk that could have resulted in the gate crumbling. The students gasped. Even Mei looked up from her project in surprise. We have reason to believe that a villain broke the gate. They also escaped unnoticed. However, the reason for this break-in is unknown. So why are you telling us? Hitoshi questioned. Why do the general studies classes need to know about this? Now, I'm getting to that. While discovering the villain's motive is important, it is also important to realize what the attack actually means. For a villain to have broken into one of the most secure hero schools in the world not only requires a motive but a certain boldness. Even with the news that All Might has joined the faculty and is in the city, some villains are getting more aggressive. Therefore, in order to prepare, I want to increase the training for not only the hero courses but also offer an opportunity to some general studies students. Now Vlad King took over. As you know, first-year students aren't allowed to make any clubs, though they can join existing ones. However, we plan to make a first-year exclusive club where students from any course can come to train with each other. Hitoshi almost stood up in excitement. This was his chance to get trained by some pro heroes and show them that he could be a hero too. It was his ticket into the hero course. The club will be run by the students. We'd suggest that those in the hero course plan the games and training and can help any students from the other courses improve their own skills. Hitoshi clenched his hands in anger, an act that did not go unnoticed by Aizawa or Nezu. Meanwhile, Izuku nodded, already thinking up different exercises. With the sports festival coming up, this would be a good way for those outside the hero course to improve. Aizawa threw a pointed look at the indigo-haired teen, who did not notice. We'll still be keeping an eye out. If anyone impresses us enough, we may decide to move them into the hero course. However, all Hitoshi could think about was how general studies were simply getting the scraps. They would only be taught by hero course students, who would no doubt be laughing behind their backs about how the general studies students didn't make it into the hero course. This is where the support course comes in. We can provide equipment for the club and can help prospective hero course students design their costumes and equipment, piped up Power Loader. Did you get that, Hatsume? She grinned in excitement, obviously having listened to the last part. Yes, of course. I can't wait to build a ton of new babies. Izuku found her wide grin to be almost maniacal, but Power Loader just nodded in satisfaction. Please do relay all this information to your classes. And enjoy the rest of your day. Nezu exclaimed. As the students motioned to leave, Nezu interrupted them. Oh, could the students from Class 1A and 1B please stay behind? Izuku and Momo looked at each other before sitting back down. Power Loader, if you could please escort Shinso and Hatsume back to their classes and then you can return to your work. The helmet-covered teacher nodded and left with the two aforementioned students, though not before Izuku noticed Hitoshi's clenched fists. So why did you want us to stay? Asked Juzo. Well, I wanted to apologize for springing the idea of the club up on you. I realize I didn't consult you beforehand and wanted your opinions. Nezu apologized. Izuku, Itsuka and Juzo all looked at each other, not really sure what to say. I think it's a great idea, Momo spoke confidently. Not only will this give the hero course students a way to practice using the school's facilities, but it also can help us develop the skills needed to train others, which is important if you have sidekicks. Izuku interjected, not to mention, it gives a chance for those in other courses, especially the general studies classes, to try out hero training. I think that some of the students in other courses may have quirks that aren't suited for the entrance exam but may be useful. Itsuka and Juzo nodded their assent. But how often do we run it? And who will lead the group? Itsuka voiced her concerns. Logically, the four of us would run the club, at least in the beginning. After all, we're still getting to know each other. Once we learn about each other, I'm sure we can elect others to run the club because we would have other responsibilities. Juzo responded thoughtfully. On the matter of frequency, we want you to start with only once a week. Once you understand how to run the club and once a routine is established, we can look at increasing the frequency. Aizawa reasoned. Now, I actually asked you to stay behind in order to tell you that since Class 1A had missed their hero training this afternoon, we want the two classes to merge and complete the training together. I'll let Shota and Seijiro explain the details when you get there. Just inform your classes of the shift, then change and meet up where they tell you. The four teens nodded and smiled at each other. It would be interesting to see the other students in the hero course. Since there wasn't enough time to properly relegate the information of the meeting, Izuku and Momo simply told the class that they needed to change and meet with Class 1B for a joint hero training class. After all, they expected some lengthy discussions would arise from the knowledge that a villain had infiltrated UA for no apparent reason. They had therefore told Aizawa that they would tell the class during the next day's homeroom. Most of the class was happy that they were making up the missed hero training session. While Izuku did enjoy heroic law, there was no denying that the hero training sessions were far more enjoyable. Even though Izuku had trained with All Might for almost a year, he still found it surreal to be learning from the man at UA. Only Mineta had voiced any annoyance by grumbling about how he had wanted to just relax in the afternoon and go home. That was before Zero decided the tape would make a lovely addition to Mineta's costume. Class 1A, having changed, made their way to Ground Gamma. While Ground Beta, where they had their battle trial, emulated an urban area, Ground Gamma instead simulated an industrial site, complete with factories and pipes that ended up forming a labyrinth. Hey! Again. Itsuka stood at the forefront of her class and greeted the approaching Class 1A. Momo waved back, while Izuku introduced Class 1A, this is Itsuka, the president for 1B, Izuku pointed to the orange-haired girl at the front. Izuku pointed to the tall boy next to her, and this is Juzo, the vice president. Class 1A greeted their counterparts, but before more introductions could occur, Aizawa and Vlad King came to introduce the challenge. Today, you will be completing the basic obstacle course. This is the first in a series of 3 courses you will complete by the end of the year. Vlad Kind said. Cool. How long is the course? Pony asked excitedly. Izuku winced internally at the interruption. Aizawa's eyes glowered at the American student. Perhaps if you let us finish, we would give you the details you needed to know. Pony shrank away at the biting tone, causing some in Class 1B to frown at Aizawa. Some of them even looked like they were about to say something, but Vlad King continued on as if nothing had happened. We will be splitting you into 8 groups of 5 and you will race against the others in your group to reach the target point first. Each group will start in various locations in the city so that those that went later have less of an advantage. The goal is to reach All Might, who is on one of the roofs in the middle of the city. Izuku nodded his head as he thought about the exercise. Instead of a man-made obstacle course, the race was based on a city to more accurately imitate the race heroes would need to do. Oh, there is one thing that Vlad King forgot to mention. Aizawa smiled. You will lose points for damaging the city. Heroes must be able to get to their destination quickly, but without destroying the infrastructure. Well, that made things harder. Izuku thought hard, not really paying attention to what group he was in or who else was in his group. He smiled ruefully, thinking that air bending likely would have made this exercise trivial. Alas, he had yet to bend any air and was still stuck with earth. While there was nothing wrong with earth, Izuku knew that it was an element that the exercise penalized against. The best way would be to make his way onto a roof at the start, but he would need earth bending to augment his jump and land, which would likely break both the road and crack the roof. Group 1, follow Aizawa to your starting point. The rest of you, follow me. Vlad King's voice broke Izuku out of his musings as he realized he hadn't hurt his group. Luckily for him, only 4 other students stayed back, causing Izuku to realize he was the 5th one. Hey, Midoriya, Hanta called out to Izuku as he caught up to him and Denki. Hey, Shiro, Kaminari. How are you feeling about this? Izuku asked the pair. Not good, great. The 2 boys grinned at each other. Of course, Spider-Man over here is calm. Denki rolled his eyes at that. Unlike him, others actually have quirks not really suited for this. Hanta just smirked back at him. Ooh, what is your quirk? What are all of your quirks? Izuku turned to see that the girl with horns who had interrupted Vlad King earlier was in their group. By the way, my name is Pony Tsunotori. Denki's mouth was just open, taking in the pretty girl talking to him. Before he could recover, Izuku started to talk to her, causing Denki to scream internally that he already had Ochako. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I can manipulate Earth. Wow, that's cool, Pony said excitedly. Izuku noticed the accent and wondered if she was from abroad. However, he felt like it would have been rude to just ask about that. Are you the transfer student? Hanta asked. Izuku looked at him in confusion. Oh, I just heard that there was a student from America and I noticed that Pony has a bit of an accent. Are you okay, bro? Hanta directed the last part at Denki, who tripped over his feet while Hanta had been talking. Denki just brushed himself off before introducing himself to Pony. My name is Kaminari. Denki Kaminari. And my quirk is electrification. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the rather odd introduction. Pony took a second look at Denki before turning to answer Hanta's question. Yeah, I'm from America. Izuku asked if the change had been hard. She hummed in thought before saying that it was a bit tough, but UA was just so cool that she didn't really care about it. She then turned to Denki again. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Denki's eyes widened and he cocked his head to the side in confusion. Perhaps you've seen me in the corridors between classes. She shook her head saying she reminds her of someone, but she can't place who. Denki exchanged a glance with Izuku before shrugging at Pony. Izuku turned his attention to the 5th member of their group who had been silently following alongside them. What's your name? Izuku asked. The boy had black hair, tied into a braid that reached his shoulders. His eyes, which were shaped like a reptile, turned to face Izuku. Hiryu Rin. Izuku frowned slightly at the rather short introduction. Before he could say anything else, Aizawa turned around telling them to stop. This is your starting point. When the lights turn green, you go. He then just turned around and started walking away. Wait, that's it, Denki yelped as the lights turned green before he was ready. Izuku hadn't been properly prepared either and hadn't had any time to analyze the buildings around them for the best way to get up. Of the 5, only Hanta and Hiryu got started when the light turned green. Hanta had immediately used his quirk to attach to something up high before he took a running start and started swinging. He seemed quite comfortable with the task. Denki spluttered at the abrupt start before scrambling after him, saying he would catch up. Izuku noted that Hiryu's arms had turned into scales, and he was using the hardened nails to dig into the side of the wall and climb up. It was similar to the method that Pony was using. She was pulling off the horns on her head before jabbing them into the wall to act as ledges to climb up with. Izuku surveyed the surrounding buildings and crouched before propelling himself up with the earth. Unfortunately, he had underestimated how far away the roof had been and thus crashed into the side of the building. Thankfully, his crash did no damage to the wall, though he did start falling. Izuku scrambled to find a foothold or something to grab onto as he slid down. His arm jerked painfully as he grabbed onto a window ledge and the earth on his legs stuck to the side of the wall. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and glanced down to see cracked earth from where he had jumped. As he looked down, he saw Hiryu struggling a bit to climb up. Are you okay? Izuku yelled. Hiryu simply nodded before his eyes widened in panic as he lost his grip on the wall. Izuku was quick to act and kicked the wall, causing a ledge to appear below the falling student. Hiryu almost slipped again as he hadn't expected the ledge to appear beneath him. He turned to face Izuku. Thank you, but this exercise is meant to test our own skills. I would appreciate it if you didn't help me. Izuku was a bit taken aback by that before deciding to focus on himself. He then noticed that he had been using earth bending to stick his earth shoes to the wall. He almost facepalmed at the obvious application that he had missed. He had always been able to stick different chunks of earth together. However, he had never thought of doing that using the shoes of earth. In fact, Izuku concentrated before creating a glove of earth surrounding each of his hands. He tentatively stretched out his hand to the side, using his earth bending to stick the hand to the wall. Slowly, he removed the support from the window. A huge smile appeared on his face when he didn't fall. With renewed energy, he started scaling the wall, as if his feet and hands were magnetized. It did take longer than simply propelling himself up there, as Izuku had to carefully focus on what limb to unstick and when. However, this way, he didn't cause any more damage. He rolled onto the roof, panting slightly. Luckily, the initial jump had brought him most of the way up, so there wasn't much left to climb, but Izuku was still sweating slightly from the concentration needed for that. He likened that ability to how spy movies would use magnets to climb up buildings. He almost decided to look at Hiryu to check on his progress before shaking his head. Hiryu was right in that this was an individual exercise. Izuku started running across the rooftops as he made his way to the center of the city. Izuku was panting hard by the time he made it to All Might. Congratulations, young Midoriya. You came third, just behind young Tsunotori. All Might boomed. Izuku winced at that as he had been unable to catch up. Hanta's tape swinging had simply been too fast for anyone else within the group. Couple that with the fact he did no damage and Hanta happily sat in the gold position. Well done, Zero. Izuku commended the tape wielder who rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and thanked him. Izuku was a bit downtrodden as he realized that he had only come behind Pony because he had failed the first jump and stopped to help Hiryu. During their exchange, Pony had already climbed to the roof and got some distance. He hadn't been able to close the distance though he had caught up a bit on points as he ended up doing less damage to the city on the way there. By the way, your quirk is amazing. Izuku said to Pony who blushed a bit. The horns regenerate immediately, and they are incredibly durable. That's not all. I can even control them with my mind. Pony bragged. She took a step back as Izuku's eyes seemed to turn into shining gems. He suddenly started writing in a notebook and Pony had to do a double take as she never actually saw him take the notebook out. All Might, who had been watching the conversation from the side, snorted quietly at his successor's idiosyncrasy. How durable are they? Can they support your body weight? How far can you control them? Izuku started asking questions on rapid fire, overwhelming Pony. Finally, Hanta took some pity and interrupted Izuku. That's a bit like Hawks. Izuku stopped the barrage and looked contemplative as he considered what Hanta said. Who's Hawks? She asked. You don't know who Hawks is. Hanta was a bit incredulous. He's one of Japan's top heroes. Pony just shrugged at that. Izuku started explaining Hawk's quirk. His quirk is Fierce Wings, which grants him wings made of feathers. He can detach the feathers and control each one telekinetically. Izuku contemplated something before turning to Pony excitedly. You might be able to fly. Pony was shocked. What? Hanta quickly caught on. You mean by using her horns? Unfortunately, Pony didn't really understand what they were talking about and so was getting a bit frustrated, prompting Izuku to explain his theory. Well, if you hang on or balance on two horns, you can then control them with your mind to move and thus fly around. Pony's eyes widened as finally understood what they were saying. Well done, young Rin. You managed to make it within 15 minutes. An impressive first attempt. The other three students turned to see Hiryu nod calmly at All Might. As they waited for Denki, Hiryu pulled Izuku aside to talk to him. All Might watched as they walked off to the side. I wanted to thank you for earlier, Hiryu started. No problem, Izuku replied. I wanted to ask you why you helped me. Hiryu looked serious. Izuku was a bit surprised by the question. I don't really understand. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. You were in trouble, so I acted. This exercise was an individual event. Izuku interrupted him. I know, but a little help from others can be a great blessing. Hiryu smiled ruefully. I wish my siblings were as nice as you. How many siblings do you have? Izuku asked inquisitively. Hiryu stared unblinkingly at Izuku, judging if he should say anything. Izuku nervously stared back. He really wanted to just look away from the intense stare but decided not to. I have a brother and sister who are far stronger than me. Something they constantly reminded me of when we were younger. They have already joined my mother's agency. Your mother? Hiryu sighed. You might not have heard of her since her agency is in China. China. Izuku was surprised as he was under the impression Pony was the only hero course student from a foreign country. Wait, recognition lit up Izuku's eyes. You're from the Dragon Rin family. The family that all spawns dragon-related quirks. Hiryu's glare shut him up. Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth as he had been getting too loud. All Might glanced at them. Izuku whispered, then why are you at UA? I'm considered a disgrace by my mother. A weakling. My father is the kindest in my family. He only chooses to ignore me rather than insult me. Hiryu spoke softly but his voice was filled with bitterness. It is because of this weakness that I was sent away where I wouldn't bring shame to the family name. Izuku knew what it felt like to be belittled by others and lack confidence. However, to have that come from his own family must have been crushing. Now that young Kaminari has reached us, it is time to join the others in the control room. Hiryu turns to follow All Might but stops as Izuku grasps his shoulder. You may not have been lucky with who your relatives are, but that shouldn't stop you from finding a family. After all, you don't have to be related to someone to call them family. Having said his piece, Izuku followed after All Might and the others, leaving Hiryu with his thoughts. The advice following their attempt had been much of what Izuku was expecting. Hanta was praised for his use of the quirk though Aizawa did warn him that he had an advantage with the open city. Denki was run through by Aizawa who was not happy with his performance. Unfortunately, Denki could only take the abuse as none of the teachers actually had any advice for what he could do to improve his mobility. Izuku could only really think of support items that could perhaps be powered with his quirk but apart from that, even Izuku was stumped. Aizawa had given him a warning to take the exercises seriously but apart from that, Izuku didn't get any flack as he showed improvement during the challenge. Vlad King simply told Pony and Hiryu to improve their physical strength. After that, the next group headed out and Izuku's mind wandered to his own performance. While he had found a way to climb using his earth bending but he needed to find some way to run faster. He turned his attention to the screen to see Mina sliding across the rooftops on her acid. Sliding. Maybe he needed to explore that idea. Like how some bullet trains used magnetism to move, maybe he could skate across the ground using his earth shoes. Unfortunately, he couldn't practice that idea, so he turned his attention to the conversation he had with Hiryu. Izuku liked all heroes, but he did admit that he wasn't as knowledgeable about heroes from other countries. The country he knew the most about after Japan was the USA, and that was mainly because All Might had been a hero in the US as well. Nevertheless, he knew a bit about the Dragon Rin Agency. The system for heroes was a bit different in China, but it was largely agreed that the Dragon Rin Agency was the most powerful agency, with the Dragon Empress Tatsumi Rin being the strongest in the agency. It was said that the Rin family only produced members with dragon-related quirks, and only those deemed worthy could even enter the agency. However, the Empress was only known as having two children, Ryoko and Ryoto, twins who were both in the agency. The fact that there was a third child that had not only been kept secret from the world but was currently in UA was huge. Izuku was a bit uncomfortable realizing the weight of the secret he would have to keep. Hiryu had mentioned that his father was the kindest towards him, but Izuku couldn't remember much about him. He didn't remember his name, only that he married into the Rin family and adopted the name Rin as his own. Perhaps the fact that he was not from the Rin family had something to do with how he treated Hiryu. Even though they were a hero agency, rumors did float around about less than savory events. Some believed that they weren't as good-natured as they showed themselves to be, with some reports of excessive violence against villains and even dodgy dealings with crime bosses. Whatever the truth was, Izuku knew he didn't really want to be on the wrong side of them. Izuku turned his attention back to the screen just in time for the start of the third group, which consisted of Katsuki and Eijiro from Class 1A and Itsuka Kendo, Nito Monoma and Kasari Subara from 1B. As soon as the light turned green, Bakugo, who had been tensing beforehand, immediately let out a strong blast that shattered the windows of the surrounding buildings. Izuku winced as the 5 students had all been standing close together, meaning that they would likely have some bruises. As the smoke cleared, Izuku saw that Itsuka had managed to enlarge her hand to cover all the 1B students. Scorch marks dotted her hand, but Izuku was surprised to see that she didn't let it show on her face. Eijiro had also managed to barely protect himself using his hardening quirk. Eijiro looked like he was apologizing, but Nito and Kosei weren't having it. Nito was quick to add fuel to the fire, saying that he wasn't surprised Bakugo was a loose cannon, as some of the reports of the slime villain incident last year said the spiky-haired teen had tried to single-handedly deal with the villain. The conversation, if it could even be called that, ended when Itsuka interrupted them, saying they shouldn't just let Bakugo win. She immediately started to climb using her big hand's quirk with the rest of them behind her. Izuku was surprised at the speed at which she climbed up the building. Izuku realized that it wasn't just her control with her quirk, but Itsuka had clearly trained to be athletic. She hadn't just focused on her quirk and had also trained her body. Izuku had noticed that some of his classmates and even many pro heroes didn't really focus on their athleticism unless their quirk demanded it. Itsuka quickly made it to the top of a building and gave chase to Katsuki, but she just couldn't compete with his speed as he used explosions every few seconds to keep himself in the air. It kind of reminded Izuku of Flappy Bird, though he would never say that to Katsuki's face. Izuku was fascinated by Kosei, who seemed to blow out and then just step on air. He repeated this process as he climbed what Izuku likened to a staircase of air up the building. It wasn't the fastest approach, and Kosei seemed to be taking deeper breaths and panting the further up he went, causing Izuku to theorize that it likely drained his stamina or was somehow based on his breathing. Several of the students in Class 1A frowned as they watched Nito Monoma's performance. Simply because he never seemed to use a quirk. Nito simply used the platforms of air created by Kosei. That's not fair. Mina cried out. He's not using his own quirk. I thought this was an individual event. Izuku nodded slightly as he thought. Either his quirk was not usable in this scenario, like Eijiro's hardening, or he was hiding it. However, Izuku couldn't think of any real reason why Nito would hide his quirk, as his classmates would already know it, as well as the teachers. He would only be hiding it from Class 1A. Vlad King said nothing, turning a blind eye to the bending of the rules, which led Shota to turn a sharp eye on him. He will be penalized for this, make no mistake, Shota said. Vlad King opened his mouth to speak, but Shota glared hard at him. In his opinion, Vlad King had always taken the competition between classes 1A and 1B a little too seriously. Vlad King ignored his fellow teacher and said, Monoma is simply using the terrain to his advantage. In a real situation, you must learn to do the same. This is a lesson your classmate is learning now. That explanation, while true, skirted around the purpose of the exercise. Izuku looked back at the screens to see that Eijiro had also tried to use the platforms, but they had either disappeared already, or he had misjudged where they were placed as he fell smack onto his face after the first platform. He frowned at that and decided that all he could do was run in the direction that he had seen Bakugo fly, or he would take too much time. Not for the first time, Eijiro cursed his quirk for the lack of versatility. In the end, the order in which they finished was the same as the order in which they started: Katsuki, Itsuka, Kosei, Nito and Eijiro. Katsuki simply had too much of an advantage in the air and had made it to All Might in almost half the time that it took Itsuka to finish. Even the destruction of the windows at the beginning didn't deduct enough points to make him fall from first place. The rest of the groups completed their exercise rather uneventfully. Izuku did feel like some of those in Class 1B hadn't done as well as they could have done. It wasn't obvious, and it was mainly a feeling that Izuku had. Quite a few of them used their quirks sparingly or not at all, and Izuku would be surprised if so many of their quirks weren't suited for the event. He had glanced at the two teachers and had noticed that Aizawa didn't look happy at times, though he could just be reading him wrong. After all, Izuku didn't even know what Aizawa's happy face was. It couldn't be smiling because that would just look odd. Apologies for this session. Vlad King started. Ordinarily, the classes would be split, but due to the commotion this morning, we were forced to change our plans. Aizawa continued. Normally, we would have you work on improving your mobility in the session, but now, we want to see what you can do on your own. Vlad King stepped in, sending a small glance to Aizawa, who didn't even notice. We will do the same thing in a bit more than a month and see how much faster you are. The students nodded in agreement, though internally, Izuku did think that with the sports festival and school work, there wouldn't be much time to train. Would there really be any noticeable improvements in just a month? Okay, you are all done for the day. Some of the students were disappointed at Vlad King's words, but slowly the students dispersed. Oh, and Class 1A, you don't have lessons tomorrow as we are going to the USJ. Having said his piece, Aizawa left, leaving the Class 1A students confused and a bit nervous about what was to come tomorrow. What is the USJ? They all thought. USJ next time. We'll most likely split the arc into 2 episodes because a lot of stuff is going to happen. My Hero Academia, Avatar Reborn CH11. Start of USJ. Going to be quite a few different plot points introduced. I'm hoping to have this arc done in 2 chapters, but with the length of this chapter compared to how far I've got into the arc, it may take 3. Like before, I don't know when the next chapter is coming out, depends on how much writing I do. Enjoy. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. So, what do you think USJ stands for? Izuku turned to Ochako as he had been asking himself the same question. As soon as they had come in this morning, Aizawa had told them to change as they would be doing training at the USJ, an off-campus facility. However, he had neglected to mention what kind of training they would be doing, which put most of the class on edge. I was just thinking the same thing, Eijiro said to Ochako. Several other students also nodded. Maybe it's, Denki started. It's not Universal Studios, idiot, Kyoka interrupted. Denki turned red as several others poorly disguised their sniggering. Dude, seriously? Eijiro asked. Denki could only shrug. Shut up, nerds. It's obviously some specialized training facility like rescuing or hostage training, Bakugo shouted. Several people scowled at his crass approach. Aside from his choice of words, he's not wrong. Why else would we be in our hero costumes? Iida pointed out. Whatever it is, I hope I can actually use my quirk for it, groaned Denki. Eijiro nodded. I know what you mean, man. I just had to run at the mobility training yesterday. Same. Stop flexing, Siro. Denki whined at the tape-wielding student. Hanta just grinned back, causing Denki to roll his eyes. At least your quirk is flashy, Eijiro mumbled. All I can do is harden. There was a pregnant pause before Mina started to giggle. Kyoka's eyes widened as she clamped a hand to her mouth to hide her own laughter. Slowly it dawned on most of the students and Eijiro blushed red at the implication. No, I didn't mean it like that, he said weakly. Tenya looked on disapprovingly while Shoto simply looked confused. Minoru's perverse giggles became louder, at which point the laughing students calmed down. Just because your quirk is simple, doesn't mean it's bad, Momo said, cheeks still tinged slightly red from Eijiro's earlier comment. I didn't say that it's bad. It's just, Eijiro struggled to find the words, too specific. Everyone became silent, unsure exactly of how to respond. Because in a way, it was true. Mutant-type quirks like Suyu were multifaceted, and a hero that was able to bring out the various aspects of that type of quirk became some of the strongest types of heroes. Mirko was the best example of this, having climbed to the number 5 hero in Japan all by herself. However, transformation-type quirks like Eijiro's were far more dependent on what the transformation actually was. Izuku remembered a classmate from middle school who was able to simply pull out his eyeballs a certain distance. A transformation quirk like that was rather weak. Even Izuku had struggled to come up with proper applications for it. However, the same transformation-type quirk produced heroes the likes of Edgeshot and Yukio, who were the number 4 and 6 heroes respectively. Katsuki scoffed. Don't be a wimp, Bakugo. Mina started. Bakugo simply put a hand up, causing her to stop while he looked straight at Eijiro. What gives you the right to complain about your quirk, when you haven't even found its limit? Some eyes widened. At the moment, the reason you wouldn't be a good hero is because of you, not your quirk. Izuku felt like Katsuki had briefly looked at him, but by the time he had blinked, Katsuki had already turned around to ignore the rest of the class. The class were rather stunned, and even Aizawa, who sat at the front, allowed himself a small smirk. Eijiro was rather touched by the comment. It wasn't the first time someone had to cheer him up, as he had often felt inadequate. However, there was something about the tone or Katsuki's demeanor that really fired Eijiro up. It was like Katsuki knew what his potential was and Eijiro wanted to prove him right. A determined look entered his eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku was thinking about how Katsuki's words applied to himself. When they were younger, Katsuki had always been interested in Izuku's progress in his quirk training and had said that the green-haired boy would be his sidekick. However, Izuku had been scared of his quirk and hadn't trained it at the time. Even All Might had said something to that effect. On that fateful roof, All Might had said that his quirk was powerful, but that if he lacked conviction, it may have been better if Izuku hadn't become a hero. Izuku had never truly given up his dream to be a hero, but somewhere along the way, he had forgotten about the effort needed to become one. That is until All Might decided to train him. Izuku clenched his fist tightly. He would catch up to Katsuki. We're here. Aizawa's drab voice brought the students out of their musings. Whoa, everyone in the class agreed with Denki's assessment of the USJ. This place is mad, finished Kyoka. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, also known as the USJ. All the students were a bit surprised by the rather odd name. This is where you will be trained for disaster rescue missions. While the scenarios we train you for may be rare, I guarantee that this training will be useful if you become a hero. Aizawa's serious tone broke everyone out of their reverie. Joining me today is, Aizawa was cut off as a hero in a white space suit approached him and spoke in hushed tones. Izuku tried to understand what they were saying but his lip reading wasn't great and only caught something about time's up. He was only briefly confused before realizing that All Might had probably been meant to teach them as well. He frowned. Toshinori had told him that his power had been decreasing since the altercation 5 years ago but the rate of degeneration in the year Izuku had known him was far greater than he had described. It's 13. Ochako exclaimed. 13. Toru asked in confusion. I can't believe I didn't recognize her immediately. Izuku slapped his forehead in annoyance. She's a hero specialized in search and rescue. 13 stepped forward as she heard her name from the students. I'm a bit surprised you knew me. Yes, I'm the space here, 13. I designed and built the USJ here to help the students of UA learn about how to use their quirks in disaster rescue situations. Unlike a typical villain encounter, rescue missions can be far more difficult for the normal hero. Izuku briefly glanced around to see everyone enraptured by 13's words. Ochako's eyes were practically shining with glee. Rescue missions require a hero to show restraint and creativity. Quirks are dangerous and if you are not careful, the price will be the life of a civilian. Izuku gulped at the thought of that. It was a sobering thought. When quirks had first come into the world, those with them were considered extremely dangerous. It was only once more and more people were born with quirks that the world started to accept them, and most people forgot about the danger, too enraptured by the heroes of the modern age. 13 rubbed the back of her helmet. I apologize for the rather dark thoughts but it is important to realize how dangerous your quirk can be. Aizawa decided that there was no time to waste and started to speak again. Aside from 13, Kido from the Flaming Sidekickers has also joined us today. Muttering broke out amongst the students as a man wearing a plum-colored flask jacket over a short-sleeved shirt joined the other two teachers. Bandages covered his arms and his entire face meaning Izuku could barely make out any facial features beyond his eyes. Why would a hero from Endeavor's agency be here? Shoto's eyes narrowed in thought. His father had told him nothing of this. What is he trying to pull? Enough. Everyone immediately went quiet as Aizawa glared at them. Once he was happy, he started talking again. As I was saying, you will be split up into 3 groups and will cycle around the different zones. There are 6 different disaster scenarios we focus on: landslides, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, storms, conflagrations and earthquakes. In order to group you, we will. A low noise rang out, cutting off Aizawa. The students looked around confusedly. The 3 pro-heroes were immediately on high alert, their sixth sense telling them that something was wrong. If they were the only ones there, then none of the machinery would be operational yet. If Aizawa was the first to spot the likely cause of the disturbance. The central plaza was situated down a long flight of stairs from the entrance. It was usually quite quiet and pristine with a small fountain decorating it. However, now there was a black oval blocking the view of the fountain. It gave off a low thrum and pulsed with energy. Aizawa noticed these details within a few seconds but before he could act on it, people started pouring through what Aizawa could only assume was a portal of some kind. He scowled. The only people who would come like this, unannounced and uninvited, were villains. Hey, has the training already started? Eijiro was not the only one who was confused as several others also had furrowed expressions. No, Izuku mumbled. Something wasn't right. Why were the teachers so on edge? Minoru made to step forward but before he could, Aizawa yelled, stop. Don't go closer. They are villains. What? Minoru stuttered, fear etched on his face. What are villains doing here? Aizawa thought furiously. In the present moment, it was not so important why the villains were here but rather how they had infiltrated so easily. While not hidden, not many knew the exact location of the USJ. They had clearly warped here if that black portal was any indication. Warping quirks like that were extremely rare and very dangerous in the hands of villains. However, they were also rather finicky, often requiring the person to precisely know where they were opening the portal to. Aizawa's eyes widened. The infiltration of UA. The villains must have used the media as a cover to enter the school and find the precise location of the USJ as well as likely some other information. The faculty had been foolish. They had underestimated the boldness of the opposition and were now paying the price as they hadn't expected the villains to have utilized any information they had acquired simply a day after sneaking into UA. Nevertheless, the USJ had protocols in place against unknown people entering the USJ. If they had tried to enter from the outside, the doors on the inside would have closed to prevent entry. Furthermore, as soon as someone without a pass entered the USJ, alarms would start ringing both within the USJ and back at UA. Since there were no alarms ringing here, Aizawa found it safe to assume that no alarms would be ringing back to UA, meaning they were isolated. By the time he had finished his analysis of the situation, the portal was closed, and all the villains had assembled. Aizawa raked his eyes over the group, quickly noting the wide array of quirks. However, most of them didn't look truly dangerous. He had been in the hero business long enough to be able to spot the difference between a criminal and a villain, and most of those gathered below were simply petty criminals. However, standing towards the back were 4 individuals. Aizawa narrowed his eyes in confusion as he thought that there had previously been 5. Regardless, those four made the hair on the back of his neck rise. They were dangerous. The least imposing-looking one was a young man with light steel blue hair. The man was rather slim, wore ragged black clothes and had messy hair that reached his shoulders. In fact, he didn't look particularly dangerous. Yet, various hands, they looked like real hands, adorned his person with one even covering his face, and he stood at the front of the group of four, making Aizawa believe him to be the de facto leader, meaning he couldn't be underestimated. Standing to his immediate right was a villain with no distinguishable face. In fact, his face and hands were entirely made of some black smoke. The only evidence of a face was two yellow slits that resembled eyes. He must be the warp quirk user. Aizawa theorized. Unless they took that villain out, they wouldn't be able to control the flow of the coming battle. The villains would be able to move unrestricted. Nevertheless, Aizawa felt like he was missing something. There was something odd about him. However, compared to the first two, the other two villains were gigantic. One was only a bit smaller than All Might and wore a light brown cloak that obscured everything. It was difficult to get a read on them, and Aizawa couldn't even tell if the person was a male or female. However, it was the creature behind them that looked the most dangerous. Covered completely in purple scarred skin with a cruel yellow beak and an exposed brain, it looked like the monster of some crazed scientist. It didn't look human. Aizawa turned to the other teachers. 13, stay here and protect the students. Kido, come with me. We need to try and find the villain that is jamming the alarm system. Both Kido and 13 nodded. Wait, we can help, Izuku said. Yeah, let's crush those villains. Katsuki slammed his fist into his open palm, releasing a small explosion, the bloodlust evident in his eyes. No. As teachers, we are responsible for your safety. Without a hero license, students aren't allowed to engage with hero work. Unless you are attacked, do not engage with the villains. But Izuku was worried about Aizawa. Your fighting style is not suited for this. You mainly fight by catching villains off guard, and you normally battle smaller groups of villains. Aizawa gave a small smile as he pulled his signature goggles over his eyes. Midoriya, you can't be a good hero if you can only reliably do one thing. Having said his piece, Aizawa started to run down the stairs, making his way to the central group. Meanwhile, the villains were conversing due to the small problem in their plans. Where is All Might? Asked the hand villain. According to the schedule we obtained, he was meant to be here, Master Tamura, the warp villain replied while the other two stood behind them silently. Tamura scowled, the expression barely visible behind the hand adorning his face. His hand twitched as if he was about to do something but then stilled. Perhaps if we kill a few kiddies, the number one hero will feel inclined to come out and play. Separate them as planned, Kurogiri. As you wish, Master Tamura. Kurogiri warped away. Tamura could feel the gaze of his cloaked teammate and immediately got a bit irritated by it. Where is my assassin? There was a pregnant pause before the cloaked figure replied. There is a more important matter to attend to, he said, pointing to the stairs. His voice was slow and measured, giving away no emotion. Tamura looked in the direction of the cloaked figures pointing and saw one of the teachers making their way down. Looks like a mini-boss is making his way towards us. Tamura smiled gleefully. Does he really think he can take us all on by himself? Meanwhile, near the entrance, as Kido went to follow Aizawa, the warp villain suddenly appeared to block his path. Now, I can't have you all running down there. There were shrieks of surprise from the students due to the sudden emergence of the villain, and Kido flipped backwards lest he gets warped somewhere. A villain. Perfect. Small explosions were set off from Katsuki's hands in anticipation. Stay back, children. I'll take care of him. 13 extended her hands, ready to use her black hole quirk to devour Kurogiri. Kurogiri was about to mock the space hero but was interrupted by a brash blonde. Katsuki screamed, using a powerful explosion to propel himself straight towards the villain. The explosion caused some of the students near him to stumble from the sudden wind. No. Get back, Kido shouted. However, once Katsuki decided to do something, there was no stopping him through words alone. The explosion he fired straight at the villain was even more powerful than before and filled the entire entry plaza with smoke. Katsuki grinned as he skidded to a halt behind the villain. However, his smile dropped once the smoke had cleared, revealing the state of the warp user. That was close. Unfortunately for you, announcing your attacks makes it far easier to react to them. Kurogiri taunted Katsuki. Even though no mouth was visible on his smoky face, Katsuki could just feel the smile on his face. He clenched his fists as his face turned red in anger. Looking past the villain, Katsuki could see where the villain had warped his explosion to and the results of his handiwork. The explosion was devastating, catching most of the students unprepared. Those who had been close to the epicenter of the explosion and were unprepared were injured the most. Some of the students had been able to react like Ajiro, who had been able to harden and thus also protect some of the students behind him. Momo had already created a shield upon the warp villain's arrival, and Shoto and Izuku had been quick to create an ice and earth shield respectively. However, Kido had been the most effective in protecting the students. Kido almost wanted to smack his head in frustration when the blonde-haired kid had leapt straight towards the villain screaming, "Die!" However, he had been able to see the beginning of a warp forming and had just barely been able to react as the student's explosion was warped right into the midst of the rest of the class. He had used his quirk, Traject, to redirect the majority of the explosion into the sky, away from the group. Nevertheless, he hadn't been able to redirect it all in of the students. Koji had been the most injured, burns littered across his body. With the explosion knocking most of the class to the ground, Kurogiri was given the perfect opportunity to complete his plan. Darkness swarmed all the students and teachers. Izuku could only stumble back, and before he knew it, he was falling. The wind whistled past his face as Izuku tumbled through the air. Izuku gasped, the air being ripped away before he could take a proper breath. Tears gathered in his eyes from the air hitting his eyes. Izuku forced himself to open his eyes and could see the ground rushing towards him. While he was glad he was heading towards the ground, Izuku couldn't stop the small inkling of fear of hitting the ground. Nevertheless, Izuku knew he preferred dropping towards the ground rather than into the sea. Izuku calmed his racing pulse as he focused on his earthbending. The seconds it took to fall to the ground felt like an eternity to Izuku as he watched the ground get closer. He had angled himself so his feet were hitting the ground. For most people, hitting the ground with this speed, feet first, would have shattered their ankles. Nevertheless, Izuku didn't let that errant thought break his concentration and absolutely smashed into the ground, creating a crater more than 10 feet wide. Izuku almost bit his tongue from the impact but was able to walk away from that relatively unharmed, albeit slightly dazed. However, Izuku didn't have much time to recuperate as a high-pitched scream caught his attention. Looking up, he saw both Denki and Kyoka falling from a rapidly closing warp. Izuku's eyes widened. This wasn't good. Unlike him, they didn't have quirks suited for this situation. If Izuku didn't act, he didn't even want to think about what would happen to them. Izuku glanced around, trying to see if there was anything he could use to break their fall. However, it only took a quick glance to see that he was on some kind of mountain and it was practically barren. With no time left to think, Izuku thrust his hands into the ground, creating a mix between a slide and a half-pipe. Denki and Kyoka landed on the slide with a grunt. Denki had wrapped himself around Kyoka, trying to protect her as they rolled down the slide. The earthen slide leveled out and the two gradually came to a stop. You okay? Denki asked, panting. Kyoka rolled away and lay on the floor gasping for breath. Why yes. Denki just nodded as his pulse slowly slowed down now that he hadn't become a human pancake. Hey, are you alright? Izuku ran over to check on his classmates. Upon hearing Izuku's voice, Denki and Kyoka clambered to their feet. Denki looked over the scratches now adorning his body while Kyoka cracked her stiff joints. We're okay, thanks to you, Midoriya, Kyoka said. Yeah, thanks for the save. Denki jumped in. Izuku sheepishly rubs the back of his head. I'm just glad it worked out without either of you getting too banged up. Denki looked like he was about to say something but Kyoka stepped on his foot causing him to yelp out. Kyoka sighed but was just happy that Izuku hadn't noticed Denki's close slip. Do you know where we are? Kyoka asked. The three of them looked around. Izuku glanced up the mountain, but something felt off about it. Concentrating on his seismic sense, Izuku realized something important. This is not a mountain. What do you mean? Denki was confused. It looked like a mountain to him. This is the volcano zone. Izuku practically shouted. Denki's eyes widened comically and he started hopping around as if lava would suddenly just seep up through the ground. Kyoka gained a tick mark on her forehead from Denki's antics. She finally had had enough and jammed her ear jacks into Denki, sending her heartbeat thrumming straight into him, causing him to collapse. So, how do you know it's the volcano zone? She asked. Izuku gulped nervously as he stared at the downed Denki while Kyoka acted like nothing had happened. Izuku decided it was in his best interest to do the same and just answer her. The inside of the mountain is hollow. There's something that's not of earth in the middle. Kyoka nodded in understanding. Right, so it must be some sort of chamber to simulate a volcanic eruption. Wait, how did you even do that? Well, I can use my earth quirk to feel in the earth, Izuku answered. Kyoka's eyebrows rose in grudging appreciation. That's how you were able to sense me and Kirishima in our first hero training session. Izuku just nodded. But it's not active, is it? Denki asked, scared. The other two looked a bit confused. The volcano. Is it active? Denki clarified. Izuku hadn't really considered that yet, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it became. I can't feel any tremors. Most likely the system has to be activated before an eruption can even occur. Denki finally calmed down but it was not to last as Izuku felt footsteps approaching from various directions. Get down, Izuku whispered strongly. Both Denki and Kyoka immediately followed Izuku's orders and crouched down while Izuku created some boulders to surround them and hide them. Kyoka plugged her ear jacks into the earth and immediately heard the footsteps that Izuku had sensed. Her eyes widened in fear. There's so many. What's going on? Denki was frustrated by the lack of communication. There are multiple footsteps around us. Kyoka started. And with all the villains that entered the USJ, the people approaching us are likely villains too. Izuku finished. So, what should we do? Denki stuttered slightly. Even Kyoka looked scared and Izuku was worried himself. We should. Izuku stopped abruptly and leapt into action, as did Kyoka. Kyoka knocked Denki to the ground and Izuku hastily created a sturdier barrier of earth as throwing stars were launched towards the students. There was no time for a carefully constructed plan, so Izuku took charge. Kaminari, try to get in contact with any of the teachers or any of the UA faculty. Jiro, help me defeat the villains. When Kaminari has finished trying to get into contact, he can help you. Both Kyoka and Denki nodded as they all leapt into action. Minoru had been having a rough day. First, the whole class had gone to the USJ which was apparently for rescue training but for Minoru, all it seemed like was a place where teachers would throw them into various natural disasters and see if they could survive. He almost hyperventilated when he heard there was a volcano zone. Seriously. Minoru had no intention to be anywhere near a volcanic eruption. Nevertheless, things somehow became worse when villains suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Minoru's eyes almost fell out of his head. UA was the top hero school in Japan and was even considered one of the top hero schools in the world. How did villains manage to infiltrate them? Was there no security? And of all the days, it just had to be the day Minoru was there. Then the trigger-happy blonde had decided he was the man and charged the smoke villain. Before he knew it, Minoru had been knocked to the ground due to the explosion that had somehow gone off behind him. In the process, he had scraped his hands and he hadn't even been able to get up before the smoke villain attacked them. And now, he was falling towards water. Great! Minoru screamed as he fell, flailing his arms around. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly and thus entered the water with a loud kaboom. Luckily, he hadn't fallen from very high, so the impact only stung, not really hurting too much. He floundered in the water as he wasn't a great swimmer. Once he got his rhythm for treading water, he almost lost it again as saw some weird shark-man hybrid gunning it straight for him. He tried to swim away, but compared to the villain, after all, what else could he be? He was practically a snail. When the villain was just a few feet away, Minoru thought that was it until a cascade of bubbles obscured his vision. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Minoru out of the wall of bubbles, and he was swiftly being dragged somewhere. Minoru let out a scream, but being underwater meant that practically no one would have been able to hear the scream and instead bubbles of precious air escaped him. He barely even registered being thrown up onto something as he was spluttering from some of the water he had inhaled. He was then dragged into some room judging by how he banged into a door. Are you alright? A voice asked. Who's that? Minoru rubbed the water from his eyes and opened them blearily to see a pink face. Mina. He leaned in as if going for a hug, a glint in his eyes. However, Mina was having none of that and smacked him causing him to turn 180 and ended up hugging something that was definitely not soft. Minoru opened his eyes, only to see the masked face of Mezzo Shoji. Minoru yelped and leapt back. When did you get here? Shoji's face was stoic. I saved you earlier. Minoru nodded at the matter-of-fact way that was said. Shoji didn't even look like he wanted to thank you but Minoru decided to say it to him anyways. Thanks. Shoji was far more subtle than Mina, whose eyebrows looked like they were climbing into her hair. We need to find a way to get back, Shoji said, calmly. But where are we? Minoru asked. Mina gave him a weird look. We're still at the USJ. The villains wouldn't want us escaping and alerting the faculty. Shoji nodded in agreement. So that warp villain separated us so we would be easier to take out. Take out? Minoru gulped. What do you mean? They're not going to kill us, are they? You can't honestly be that delusional. Mina couldn't understand how someone could enter the hero course if they were so frightened of villains. She understood being insecure and even scared but there was a point after which she didn't think the pro-hero life was suitable. Hey, I don't want to die. Mina just rolled her eyes at Minoru's drama. Shoji put a hand up causing Mina to quiet down. He discreetly pointed him. Mina tensed as she discreetly looked behind him to the door. Minoru was confused but Mina was thankful that he didn't say anything in case Minoru started screaming. She was able to see the edge of a shadow peeking from the side of the doorframe. Shoji counted down using his fingers as more and more of the shadow could be seen. When he reached one, the students, or rather two of the students, exploded into action. Shoji stepped forward, grabbing a hold of Mina's arm before spinning around and throwing her towards the doorway. Mina used the force of the throw along with her acid quirk to skid with speed across the floor. The villain who had been inching his way was caught off guard by a pink girl suddenly speeding towards him and before he could react, Mina slammed into him and pushed him straight off the boat. Minoru and Shoji rushed out. Are you okay? Shoji asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Mina replied. Was that a vill? Minoru stopped in his tracks. Whoa, oh no. He started to breathe heavily as he looked over the side of the boat to see all the villains that were surrounding the boat. We're surrounded. However, Mina had had enough of his whining. It was already a stressful enough situation. She was also scared. But now was not the time. His complaining was just demoralizing all of them. What's your deal? Why do you even want to be a hero? You're such a coward. She took a deep breath before continuing on. If you're so scared of villains, why did you even come to UA? Shoji looked on. He knew Mina was being very blunt, but he didn't really disagree with the message, only the delivery. Nevertheless, if this meant he was safer, either because he became more serious or quit, it was for the better. By the end of her tirade, her voice had risen so she was practically shouting in his face. Minoru looked like he was about to cry, and Shoji decided that was enough. He placed a hand on her shoulder at which point she whirled around, anger in her eyes. However, Shoji simply gazed at her calmly and she deflated. She nodded. Seeing that she was done, Shoji moved on to what they had to do next. We need to find a way to repair the boat. Minoru rubbed the tears from her eyes before listening in. The villains all look to be suited for the water so we can't simply swim back to shore. The other two nodded. As part of the simulation, the boat was broken so students couldn't simply take it back to shore. However, Shoji knew that UA would be as realistic as possible so the boat would be real. They all stared at each other for a couple of seconds, waiting for the other to build on Shoji's initial idea. Minoru timidly piped up, I think I can fix it. Mina fixed a rather scornful look on Minoru. Wow, she said sarcastically. I thought the only thing you knew how to do was be a pervert. Shoji glared at her. Now is not the time. Mina just looked away in response. My dad taught me, Minoru spoke quietly, a tremble in his voice, before he died. Mina's eyes snapped back, wide. She was stunned silent. She wanted to say something but felt it was no longer her place to say something given what she had said earlier. What happened? Shoji asked. However, Minoru said no more on the subject, instead switching focus to the task at hand. Shoji, I'll need your help with starting the boat. Mina, stand here and try and protect the boat. Having said that, Minoru walked back into the boat without a backwards glance. Mina looked at Shoji uncertainly, but he just followed behind Minoru, so she decided to stick to the plan and stood just inside the doorway, looking nervously out to the villains in the sea. Stay back, children. 13 kept a hand out in front of the remaining students. Meanwhile, Kido glanced back to see how many were left, and his heart sank when he saw there were only 4 students. He reasoned that they were likely scattered across the USJ. If they were warped outside the USJ, reinforcements could be called, so they had to still be in the building. However, the USJ was a huge complex, and with all the villains loose, the students were in trouble. Tenya cursed himself for being too slow, which was rather ironic given his quirk. However, when the warp villain had suddenly shot tendrils out, he had frozen, unable to react in time. He glanced around and saw Ochako, Rikido and Yuga. Ochako looked unsure while Rikido looked determined, and Yuga just looked unconcerned, which Tenya found odd. 13, the space hero, the warp villain stated. Where have you warped the students to, villain? 13 lifted her hands up, preparing to use her quirk. The expression on the warp villain's face changed. Limited though it was, Kido couldn't help but think it looked affronted. First of all, my name is Kurogiri. Do not simply call me, villain. I have given you respect by referring to you by your hero name. Kido's eyebrow quirked beneath his bandages at the pride in Kurogiri's tone. Even 13 was caught off guard. Second of all, your students are simply scattered within the facility. They are safe. For now. Everyone caught on to the implications of that. Enough, 13 said. Your presence has been tolerated long enough. The ends of the gloves on her suit opened and suddenly a powerful suction force pulled Kurogiri in. The students tensed as even they could feel the force while they were standing behind the pro-hero. Kido had to keep a tight hold on his bandages, lest they get pulled in. Kurogiri was a bit surprised at the suddenness of the move. However, he was more surprised by the brashness of it. Parts of the mist covering his body were being pulled in, but he could tell that he had time. Your quirk certainly is powerful. However, you are a rescue hero, and it shows. Kido's eyes widened as he heard Kurogiri's words. 13, stop your quirk. 13 did hear him, but she was too late. A portal opened behind her, and black hole ripped the back of its user's spacesuit. Her quirk stopped a second later, but by then, the damage had already been done. The edges of her white suit started to stain red. 13. Ochako screamed and made to move forward but was stopped by Kido. Wait. Kido held the struggling Ochako. If you charge in recklessly, you will be of no use to anyone. Ochako stopped struggling, though tears did gather in the corners of her eyes. Kurogiri chuckled. Good advice. Unfortunately, I am not aware of your name. Kido regarded the warp villain for a second before deciding to oblige him. Kido. If we all work together, we can take him down. Rikido was eager to fight back. They couldn't just let the villains walk all over them. No, Tenya said furiously. We have to follow Eraserhead's orders. He told us not to fight unless we were attacked. One of the teachers is already down. I think that counts as us being attacked. If we don't act quickly, Rikido did not finish the sentence, but Tenya couldn't help but grimace as even he was worried about 13's injuries. Iida, said student turned to face Kido. You must make it out of the USJ and alert the faculty back at UA. Tenya was rather flabbergasted. You want me to run away? But I can help here. Kurogiri wasn't simply going to stand from the side while the heroes discussed their plans. However, he wasn't sure what Kido's quirk was and he was a cautious person. Kurogiri experimentally sends out a tendril towards the heroes. Nevertheless, Kido was keeping an eye on the villain and redirected the tendril away from the group. Ah, I see. So that was how you all were able to escape me earlier. Suddenly, a beam comes out of nowhere though it passes through the smoky body of the villain. Nevertheless, everyone was surprised by that, including Kurogiri. How unexpected. That was rather close. Why did you bother doing that when he is smoke? Rikido questioned Yuga, who didn't answer, simply posing. However, Kido was more preoccupied with what Kurogiri had said. Kido's eyes widened as he thought of a plan. Iida, get ready to run for the exit, Kido said, without taking his eyes off Kurogiri. But sir, Tenya complained. Grow up, Iida. A hero must do what is useful in the situation, not what they want to do. In order to do that, you must figure out where your strengths lie. Kido paused to let the message sink in. It didn't take Tenya long to figure out that his strength was his speed. He would be able to alert the faculty the quickest. Seeing Tenya's determined expression, Kido turned to the other students. Uraraka, can you remove the weight of Tenya's armor as well as Sato's weight? She nodded, though she wasn't confident. Aoyama, provide covering fire while Tenya runs for the door. Sato, you and I will keep the villain occupied. Rikido grinned at that, happy that he was going to take part. Kido then whispered something into Rikido's ears. How foolish of you to tell your enemy your plan. Kurogiri mocked the heroes. Kido grabbed a hold of some of the bandages. It doesn't matter that you know. Ready. The last part was directed to the students who all nodded. Go. And the heroes sprang into action. It hadn't taken long before they were almost surrounded by villains. Eijiro could feel the heat of the flames raging all around them. He stood back to back with Hanta. Thanks to his tape quirk, the two of them had easily landed safely on the ground. With all the fire, it was quite easy to guess they were in the conflagration zone, though they didn't know where the exit was. There was no man-made lighting. The fires all around them rose high, throwing light around, and creating flickering shadows. Both Eijiro and Hanta coughed due to the amount of smoke around them. They had decided to try and find the edge of the enclosure and started going in one direction but hadn't even made it 50 meters before the first villains showed up. Both the students had been nervous about fighting villains but slowly gained confidence as they started defeating them. Eijiro utilized his hardening to block projectile attacks such as one villain who had thrown human nails at him. He had been a bit surprised that someone's quirk was to shoot their nails out, but Eijiro had seen other similar quirks. He also engaged in close combat, though his only real strength here was his quirk as he didn't really know any martial arts. Nevertheless, simple punches that were hardened were enough to defeat villains that approached him. Eijiro was impressed by Hanta's athletic ability. He guessed it wasn't easy to swing around the way he did. Hanta expertly dodged attacks before using his tape to tie villains up and knock them away. "You're amazing, man," Eijiro commented while facing a villain. "Who, me?" The villain was confused as to why this kid was complimenting him and paused in his attacks. "No, not you." Eijiro delivered a harsh, hardened chop to the back of his neck. The villain's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fell to the ground, unconscious. "Thanks." Hanta's breath was ragged, prompting Eijiro to look over. He let out a gasp at Hanta's condition. "Dude, what happened?" Eijiro hadn't noticed Hanta taking any villain attacks, but he hadn't been able to keep an eye on him throughout the battle. But now, Eijiro could see that his face was pale, and his arms were red and covered in blood. His skin looked cracked, and blood could be seen through his costume on his flank. Then Eijiro remembered what Hanta had said about his quirk's weakness in the locker room after their first hero training session. While Hanta's quirk allowed him to produce and shoot out tape from his elbows, it wasn't unlimited. Over time, his skin would get drier and so he needed to put lotion to keep it moisturized. However, with how much they had used their quirks, along with all the fire and heat in the area, Hanta must have dried out far more quickly, leading to his skin cracking and bleeding. Still, the large wound on his flank scared Eijiro. "Come on," he said. Eijiro punched the last villain before taking a look around. Having found an appropriate building, he pointed it out to Hanta. "Get us on top of that building, then you can rest for a bit." "I'm good," Hanta denied, breathing heavily. "If we stay up there, we won't have to worry about villains as much." Eijiro countered. Hanta obliged and it wasn't long before they were on the roof of the building. Hanta fell to the ground and Eijiro was worried that he was unconscious, but instead, Hanta was just trying to get some relief as he started scratching his arms. Eijiro winced at the red marks left by his nails and the blood that was being drawn. Unfortunately, Eijiro had nothing cold that could provide some relief, so he instead looked out to see if he could spot the exit and to also keep an eye out for villains. Shoto looked around as he fell towards the ground. A scowl marred his face. He had tried to block the warp villain's attack with his ice, but judging by how he was falling towards a mountain, it clearly hadn't worked. Nevertheless, he wasn't worried about the fall. His ice was extremely versatile, unlike his no endeavors, fire, and he used it to create a slide that slowed him down before coming to a stop on the ground. He turned when he heard a skid behind him to see Momo Yaoyarozu. His eyebrows raised as he was impressed with her solution. Given he had already created a slide of ice, she had decided to simply make ice skates which she used to descend safely. "Are you alright, Todoroki?" Shoto stared at the girl until she became slightly red from embarrassment before giving a single nod. He didn't even bother asking her if she was fine, something that Momo both picked up on and was slightly offended about. However, to Shoto, he simply didn't see the need to ask that question since he had seen her land safely. "We must be in the landslide zone of the USJ." Momo continued as she saw the barren mountain around them. "We need to find our way back to the entrance." "No." Shoto's abrupt response caught her off guard. "What do you mean no?" However, Shoto didn't initially respond, instead sending a wave of ice towards some boulders. There were some shouts and as the two made their way over, Momo saw villains all trapped in the ice Shoto had sent earlier. Momo admired the precision with which the heterochromatic used his quirk as he was able to trap the three villains there without damaging them or instantly freezing them, but also in a way that prevented them from escaping. "I want some answers," Shoto said, both in response to her earlier question as well as to the villains. "We won't say anything," one of the villains who was braver than the other two said. He started to struggle, trying to break free from the ice. "I would advise against that course of action." Shoto's eyes bored into the mask of the struggling villain. "Unless you want to rip the skin off your feet. If that's your goal, I can help." The villain gulped and promptly stopped moving. Even Momo shivered at Shoto's stoniness. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly he had gone through in life to be this cold. Now, what was the purpose of this little invasion? The three villains looked at each other, waiting for one of the others to speak so they could blame it on them later. Shoto's eyes narrowed. "I won't ask again." Shoto raised his hand, cold air falling from it, emphasizing his point. Momo didn't really agree with his methods. However, that wasn't what worried her the most. She wasn't sure how much he was bluffing. Funnily enough, it was the villain that had been struggling earlier that was the first to talk. "We're just villains to hire. We got a call a couple of days ago who offered some money for our services." Momo wasn't satisfied with that. "Even if you were offered some money, I find it hard to believe you would be so willing to attack UA, one of the top hero schools in the world. Especially after the news that All Might would be teaching this year." This time it was a different villain that spoke. The cold was clearly getting to him as he chattered his teeth while speaking. "We were told that if we came, we would be able to see the end of All Might's era." Both Shoto and Momo were caught off guard. Of all the reasons they might have been expecting, All Might's demise was not one of them. Shoto had personally seen Endeavor's struggle in catching up to him. The truth was that there was no contest between the two. All Might seemed practically invincible. Shoto couldn't really imagine anyone defeating him. If the leaders of this invasion believed they could take him down, they were either incredibly foolish or had an incredible plan. Or perhaps both. Shoto opened his mouth to ask another question when the hairs on the back of his head rose and he suddenly pulled Momo away from the villains while creating a barrier of ice. Momo yelped in surprise. His actions came not a second too late as suddenly a massive stream of fire rushed in from an unknown direction. There was a loud crash as the heat melted the ice from the slide created earlier. Chunks of ice fell to the ground, shaking the ground. The ice from the barrier melted rapidly till it was no more than a puddle of water. The villains screamed as they were incinerated on the spot with no evidence left of the ice that had been used to trap them in the first place. Momo shrieked in pain. While Shoto had saved her from the onslaught of flames, her arm had still been burned. She fell to the ground, clutching her arm while wincing. The flames died down until only a few remained, licking the ground. Scorch marks covered the earth as the wind slowly blew the ashes of the villains away. Who's there? Shoto shouted, standing in front of Momo. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of his face. Unlike the other villains, this one was dangerous. A figure slowly drew closer and Shoto's eyes widened in recognition. It was the cloaked villain who had stood with who Shoto guessed to be the ringleader of the group. You can call me, Dragon. And that's part 1 of the USJ arc. Just wanted to confirm that the cloaked figure using fire against Shoto is not Dabi. Hero Academia. Avatar Reborn CH12. Back with another chapter. Continuing with the USJ. As I thought, the arc was a bit longer than I initially thought, so there will be another chapter with wrapping up occurring after that. Really enjoyed writing a certain scene. Enjoy. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watches Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Katsuki had to get back. He couldn't let the altercation with the warp villain end the way it did. Katsuki clenched his teeth. He would get him back for earlier. Small explosions danced across the palm of his hand as Katsuki scanned the ground and he grinned savagely as he spotted a target. As he approached the ground, he used an explosion to redirect his trajectory and let loose his rage at an unprepared villain he had spotted while falling. The villain didn't even have time to shout out before the powerful explosion knocked him into a wall. His last memory before falling unconscious was of some blonde kid breathing heavily with murder in his eyes. Katsuki skidded to a stop as he took in his surroundings. From the dome above him, it was obvious that he was still in the USJ. The earthquake zone was the most likely given the city setting he found himself situated in. However, that was based on the assumption that the storm and conflagration zones would have the city adapted to match the natural disasters they hoped. Fighting while an earthquake was occurring wouldn't be incredibly difficult for the boy, given that he could fly, or rather propel himself, in the air using his quirk. The experience would no doubt be annoying. A pitiful scream draws Katsuki's attention back to the sky where he hears the kid with the traffic cone head speak for the first time. Although, speak, was quite an exaggeration given that all he was saying was a long, drawn-out, ah. Katsuki scowled at the boy's helplessness and considered whether he should intervene. However, his intervention was not needed as he spotted Tailman, who caught himself on the edge of a window using his tail and had tried catching traffic cone head. The key word being, tried. Katsuki snorted as Tailman's attempt only succeeded in him slowly down the screaming boy's fall before they were both pulled down. They landed on the ground in a heap and groaned in pain as Katsuki approached them. Pathetic. Katsuki practically spat out. Here he was, put into a position where he could finally take on villains. Where he could finally be a hero. Katsuki had almost been convinced that fate was smiling on him. And yet, he would be stuck babysitting some of the weakest members of his class. Lay off, Bakugo. Mashirao scowled back at the blonde-haired teen, though his facial expression was nowhere near as savage as Katsuki's. He's hurt, because of you. Katsuki looks back at the stocky boy who was still on all fours, panting. Katsuki hadn't noticed it before, but upon a closer examination, he could see burns littered across his back. Katsuki only narrowed his eyes in response, hiding his emotions before turning back around. Koji had clearly been a victim of Katsuki's attempted attack on the warping hero. Katsuki scowled as Koji was a reminder of his failure. He would get back at that villain for making him look like a fool. Watch your back. That was all that Katsuki said to Mashirao, who clenched his fists at Katsuki's apparent lack of responsibility for his earlier actions. There was a loud screech from close by that caught Mashirao off guard. He barely managed to whirl around only to spot a woman flying down on something white. Was that a cloud, making her way to him? He could only stumble back, not prepared for the sudden assault, and tried to raise his hands to block whatever the villain was about to do. However, it wasn't necessary as Katsuki flew in, releasing an explosion right in the villain's face. The villain could only let out a squawk before flying to the ground, unconscious. The blonde-haired teen half turned back to Mashirao, who had fallen to the ground in his scrambling. Mashirao was transfixed by his gaze, the red in the explosion user's eyes practically darkening with anger at Mashirao's clumsiness. No words were said as he shakily stood up and watched Katsuki blast off to engage with some villains who were approaching from the sky. Katsuki blasted off into the sky where 3 more villains were approaching. One of the villains was hideous looking with a misshapen head and dirty, brown wings with a 20-foot wingspan. His neck was longer than normal and it was clear to Katsuki that his quirk was a transformation type of some bird, likely a vulture. Since his body was bigger than a normal person, or what counted as normal in the superhuman society, it was able to support someone else. Katsuki could see a female sitting on Vulture Man, though he couldn't tell what quirk she had from appearances. Finally, the last villain of the trio had a quirk that looked very similar to the villain Katsuki had just defeated as he was riding on what looked like a cloud. Maybe they were related, though Katsuki didn't care much for this observation. What he did care about was the contraption in his hands that looked like some sort of gun. He grinned. Perhaps this would be more of a challenge than he had thought. You'll pay for that. Cloud Guy roared out. Just because you're a kid, don't think I'm going to hold back. He aimed the gun at Katsuki. If you chumps think I'm intimidated, think again. Katsuki's eyes lit up as explosions propelled him up further. She got what she deserved. You're next. The cloud villain let out a snarl and opened fire. Katsuki immediately let out an explosion, propelling himself to the right as the gun fired nails straight through the spot he had just been in. Get back here, said the cloud villain as he adjusted his aim, trying to follow the student's trajectory with his nail gun but just missing. Is that the best you can do? Katsuki mocked as he dodged. Nails whizzed past him as he used the explosions from his hands to propel himself through the air. Suddenly his instinct screamed at him to change direction and he was suddenly knocked off his course. His eye twitched in annoyance. In his haste, he had forgotten Vulture Man and the villain on his back. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen what had grazed him, but whatever it was, it had blown him straight into the line of the nail gun. Luckily, he had reacted quickly after his instincts had warned him and had thus recovered quickly. Nevertheless, two nails found themselves lodged deep into Katsuki's leg, drawing a strangled gasp from the boy. I hope you hadn't forgotten about us. Vulture Man circled above Katsuki with the villain on his back peeking over the edge of the wing. Katsuki growled at the implication that they were looking down on him and blasted up towards him. A cursory glance at the cloud villain revealed that he had stopped firing his nail gun. Perhaps he was reloading, or he was waiting for something. Whatever the case was, Katsuki knew he couldn't lose sight of him either as the cloud villain was following him as he went up towards the vulture. The Vulture Man flapped his wings aggressively and this time, Katsuki was too close to dodge and took the full blast of the attack. He was practically knocked out of the sky as the impact from the wind of the vulture's wing flap slammed into him like a wrecking ball. As Katsuki fell, he could see the grin forming on the cloud villain's face as he lifted his gun and aimed it straight at the teen. Katsuki had had enough. He wouldn't let these villains make a fool of him. His blood was rushing, sweat pouring out more easily. He let out a guttural cry as he propelled himself towards the cloud villain and into the nail barrage. The nail gun had originally been made during the lawless times when quirks were first popping up. Their simplicity was their strength. However, once the Hero Association was established, the need for nail guns that could arm vigilantes was gone and thus the technology was never refined or progressed much. One major fault of the nail gun was its inaccuracy and the weapon that the cloud villain had was clearly of shoddy quality. With a small explosion, Katsuki adjusted his flight pattern to avoid most of the nails. The air blast by the vulture villain coupled with his own explosion meant that he was speeding straight towards the cloud villain who was caught off guard. Who are you? He couldn't believe that this kid had just flown straight through the firing range. His eyes widened in fear as he saw the savage grin etched on the blonde's face, two new nails sticking straight out of his biceps, dripping blood down to the hand that was now pointed straight at the cloud villain's face. The hand slowly lit up and the cloud villain could only tremble in fear before the inevitable. Katsuki screamed, firing an explosion even larger than the one he had used against the warping villain. The cloud villain was instantly knocked unconscious from the explosion as they were blasted into the ground with considerable force. There was a sickening crunch that Katsuki did not allow himself to indulge in as he immediately propelled himself back up. The remaining two villains in the sky had been completely caught off guard by this kid suddenly attacking one of them with perhaps even more brutality than they had planned to inflict on the children here at the USJ. Their shock turned to dismay as their inattention allowed the blonde to position himself both out of the way of the Vulture Man's air blasts and within range of attacking the villains. However, they managed to get their wits together just in time as the Vulture Man flapped his wings desperately to try and get some distance while the hand of the woman on top transformed into a sword which she swung haphazardly at the blonde. In the end, their actions only brought them a few more seconds as Katsuki dodged the sword swing with a well-timed explosion before rushing forward. He kicked the woman straight off the Vulture Man's back and she fell to the ground, screaming. Get off! The vulture villain yelled. He tried to barrel roll and shake the persistent teen off, but Katsuki was having none of it. Katsuki clung to the villain's neck before coming right up close and looking straight into his eye. Maybe next time you'll think twice about being a villain. And with that, Katsuki fired an explosion to daze the villain before aiming a stronger one at the villain's wing. The villain could only screech in pain as their left wing was damaged and he lost control of his flying. Katsuki calmly jumped off before a commotion near the two classmates drew his attention. He didn't even look back as the vulture villain crash landed, pleading to be saved. Suyu grunted as something collided with her back as she fell. She craned her head back, trying to see what it was but frowned in confusion when there was nothing there. She then spotted the gloves clinging tightly around her. Toru. There was a short, yes. In confirmation as they fell and Suyu could practically feel that Toru had screwed her eyes shut, desperately clinging to Suyu like a lifeline. Suyu raised a hand to hold onto Toru before using her tongue to swing to the ground safely. However, even once they had reached the ground, Toru didn't undo her death grip, and when there was no sign of her letting go, Suyu gently said, "We've reached the ground. It's okay." She patted her hands in a comforting manner as Toru slowly slid off and opened her eyes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As soon as she had let go, Toru hugged Suyu tightly, who patted her on the back comfortingly, ignoring that the girl hugging her was practically naked. A loud crash drew a short scream from the invisible girl as the two students tried to find the commotion. It wasn't that difficult as they spotted Fumikage. In the darkness of the zone they were in, Dark Shadow had naturally increased to the size of a car. Dark Shadow's claws tore through the side of the building as Fumikage tried to slow his descent. The attempt was successful, and he dropped down next to the pair of girls, none the worse for wear. Yo, what's up? Dark Shadow greeted the pair in a friendly manner, which Suyu returned by rubbing Dark Shadow's head. Fumikage gave the sentient quirk a look before turning back to his classmates. Where are we? The three of them looked around. They were within a dome. Buildings stretched in all directions around them and it was dark. Thankfully, there were streetlights to illuminate the area or they wouldn't have even been able to see each other. The wind whipped around them in a frenzy, tugging harshly at their clothes while chucking rain against them with force. THTH, this must be BTH, the Storm Z zone. Toru's teeth chattered harshly as she spoke. Fumikage turned to her as if to say something before whipping his head away as if he had been burned. Toru cocked her head to the side in confusion. Here, take this. Fumikage took off his cloak before handing it to her. Toru hesitantly took the cloak. It was a nice gesture, but she wondered why the boy had turned around and wasn't even looking at her as he handed her the cloak. A smile tugged at her lips. Did emo boy have a crush on her? She badly wanted to tease her about it, but Suyu's voice interrupted her thoughts. You might want to use the cloak, she said while briefly glancing down. Now, when she had designed her costume, she knew she would only be wearing gloves and shoes, and so, when training for the UA entrance exam, she had done so with the same level of exposure in order to get used to being outside with practically no clothes. Therefore, she sometimes forgot that she was basically naked. While that would ordinarily not be a problem as she was invisible so no one could even tell what she looked like, in the storm zone, the rain was so heavy, the water was pouring down her body, practically framing her figure. For anyone to see. With a yelp, Toru swung the cloak around her while covering her areas with her hands as if someone would be able to see through the heavy cloak. You can turn around, Tokiyami, Suyu said. Fumikage slowly turned back around and Toru was a bit disappointed to note that his dark feathers covered up any blush the boy might have had. Unfortunately, she did not have such an advantage and blushed heavily when she realized that Dark Shadow had not moved because he had never turned around in the first place. Suyu noticed her blush but decided not to comment on it, instead saying, you should hide within one of the buildings. I expect we'll be getting some company soon. Upon hearing those words, Toru practically ran to the nearest building. There was a flash of hesitation where she wondered whether her classmates thought her a coward for so quickly leaving them to fight while she hid. However, she quashed that feeling and continued on. Aren't you cold? Suyu asked Fumikage, who looked at her. Beneath his cloak, he simply wore black tracks combined with a plain black t-shirt. Dark Shadow, Fumikage said simply. The sentient quirk rose up over the bird-headed boy, shielding him from the rain, which Suyu nodded slightly at. Fumikage then looked questioningly at her and there was a pause before she realized that he was offering for Dark Shadow to cover both of them from the rain. No, it's okay. The boy searched her expression to see if she was just saying that but was convinced and turned to survey the surroundings. Suyu loved the feeling of the rain against her. Rainy weather was her favorite. So, what's the plan, Tokiyami? Fumikage turned around, surveying the surroundings. Unfortunately, the storm zone had clearly been designed to reflect the chaos and darkness of a real storm and thus he couldn't tell which way they needed to go to escape. When Fumikage didn't speak, Suyu decided to say her own thoughts. We could stay in one of the buildings and wait for the teachers to come. However, even as she said it, she didn't sound convinced by that plan. With the number of villains Suyu had seen in the main plaza, there was no telling how long it would take for them to be found hiding in one of the buildings of the storm zone. And with no heating and villains that could soon be swarming the area, simply hiding was not a great option. Revelry in the dark. Suyu blinked at that and turned to Fumikage questioningly. However, he ignored her glance, acting as if he hadn't said anything weird, or rather anything at all. Perhaps we should try to find the exit and leave. Our friends might need our help. Suyu suggested, to which Fumikage nodded. In his mind, he was worried about villains attacking them. Class 1A had clearly been split up because they would be easier to defeat. However, they couldn't be defeated unless villains came to attack them. She almost missed the sound due to the roar of the wind and rain. However, Fumikage hadn't and yanked her hand as she jumped back. A villain struck the ground where she had been standing with a staff. He, or she, wore a heavy, black cloak that helped protect against the rain and also concealed their identity. Suyu hesitated slightly as she wasn't sure whether the 2-meter staff they wielded was the villain's quirk or simply an additional weapon. The villain raised the staff to attack again and crouched as if going to jump forward, but Suyu was ready this time and used her powerful legs to leap close to the villain. The fact that the villain continued trying to use the staff made Suyu think that it was her quirk. While the length of the staff gave the villain great reach, once Suyu jumped forward, she was now far too close for the villain to use the staff effectively and his reach was now a weakness. She wrapped her tongue around him before promptly flinging him away. She hoped that the fall would be enough to knock him unconscious. She turned around, only to see that Fumikage had run further away to deal with 2 more villains who had approached from the opposite side of the street to her opponent. Like the previous one, these villains also wore cloaks, though one of the villains' hoods had fallen off from the wind to reveal a lizard head. She frog leapt her way to Fumikage, intent on helping him. Fumikage watched as Suyu jumped forwards to deal with the staff-wielding villain. Splashes behind him caught his attention and he whirled around. Luckily, having a sentient creature proved useful as Dark Shadow was already on the case and blocked a strike from a villain that looked like a lizard. The lizard villain's forked tongue flickered out in frustration before he grinned and jumped back. Upon jumping back, a second villain, who had been standing just behind the lizard villain, suddenly thrust his hands to the ground. With all the rain, there was a solid 2 inches of water flooding the ground. The second villain pulled their hands out, now holding a chain of water, and swung it towards Fumikage. The chain wrapped around Fumikage several times, squeezing tightly and trapping him in place. Dark Shadow, he cried out, urgently. You got it, boss. Dark Shadow swung an arm straight through the chain into the ground. There was a brief moment of panic in Fumikage as he thought that the chain hadn't been broken, but that thought was fleeting once the chain started to dissolve and it splashed back into the ground. The lizard villain jumped towards the student, claws out, intent on causing some damage while Fumikage had been trapped, but Dark Shadow wasn't having it. It immediately swung its other arm towards the jumping lizard, backhanding it and catching it off guard. The lizard villain flew from the power behind the strike and smashed against the building, the force of the impact causing the villain to cough up blood. Unfortunately, a third villain had been biding his time, and with Fumikage occupied with the lizard villain, he had found his chance. The man's face was uncovered, revealing a cruel smirk and sharp antlers on his head like a crown. The villain lowered the antlers on his head, aiming them at the bird-headed student, and started to charge. Look out, Tokiyami. Tsuyu leapt forward, fear heightening the urgency in her voice. She whipped her tongue out, wrapping it around the villain, slowing him in his tracks. However, she had underestimated the power of the villain's charge. The villain grasped the slimy appendage, and with a fierce yank, Tsuyu was pulled forward, off balance. She couldn't free her tongue from the villain's fierce grasp. The villain grinned nastily at her and swung his set of antlers in her direction. No. The cry that left Fumikage's mouth was guttural. He had turned around in time to see Tsuyu try to stop the villain, and the sight before him made his blood boil. Unfortunately, with his attention diverted to his peer, the second villain he had been fighting saw an opportunity and proceeded to tangle the teen in chains made of water once more. Tsuyu had managed to avoid getting completely skewered, but the gash the villain had torn into her side was still horrific. She collapsed to the ground, breathing raggedly as she held a hand to the wound. Her breath shook as she applied some pressure, and her vision swam from the pain. Blood pooled out, coloring the water around her red. Hey, one more ought to do it. The antlered villain stalked forward with measured steps, taking delight in the misery of his prey. Enjoying the hunt. Blood dripped from the tips of his antlers. Tsuyu's blood. Unfortunately for him, in his excitement, he had forgotten about the other student. Perhaps he simply didn't think any student could pose a significant threat to him. A deadly mistake. Fumikage stared at Tsuyu's form, wide-eyed. He couldn't hear the winds howling, nor could he feel the watery chains that bound and squeezed him. Bodies collapsed over each other, limbs cut off and thrown around the street haphazardly. The smell of blood made him want to puke, the red permanently staining both the street and young Fumikage's mind. He looked up and saw him and let out a scream of fury. A scream that came from the depths of his soul and promised revenge. Fumi, Dark Shadow tried to shake him out of his thoughts, but then Dark Shadow felt it. He could feel where his master's mind had taken him, and the feeling of hate flowed through their connection. Dark Shadow grew, the hatred fueling him, energizing him. The rush of power was addicting. The size of an SUV, then a school bus, then a garage. Dark Shadow grew so big that he reached the third floor of the buildings surrounding him. He let out a roar of delight. It was rare that his master gave him this much freedom. He usually was on a much tighter leash. The roar echoed throughout the storm zone, reverberating off the walls of the enclosure, creating ripples in the water that pooled on the floor. The antler villain turned around to see an image that would be imprinted in his mind for the rest of his life. What was previously a decent-sized purple creature with yellow eyes had now grown to the size of a 3 to 4 bedroom house and loomed over him, its red eyes staring deep into his soul. The villain took a step backwards in fear, his quarry forgotten. His instincts told him that he had to get away. Unfortunately for him, he had no chance. Dark Shadow surged forward, bearing down on the villain before he could even take another step backwards. The villain shrieked out, pleading to be let go, tears streaming down his face. However, Fumikage was far too trapped in his memories to hear the villain's pitiful blubbering or control Dark Shadow. The villain was lifted into the air in the sentient quirk's hands. The force applied all around was immense, and he wasn't surprised when he heard a crack. However, it didn't stop at one, and by the 5th crack, the villain was screaming in pain for its stop. Perhaps Dark Shadow heard him and decided to deliver his own sense of mercy. Whatever the reason was, the quirk squeezed tighter on his victim till he felt his fists clenched together fully. The scream stopped. What was left of the villain splashed onto the ground. A far larger area of water was now colored red. An intact hand was swept away by the flow of the water, providing both evidence of the villain's existence and a clue to their identity. Blood dripped from the giant fists of Dark Shadow, who rubbed the crimson liquid over his face, relishing the sense of domination that action gave him. The third villain glanced back once the scream stopped and let out a shuddering breath, pleased that he had decided to leave when he had. As soon as the boy's quirk had grown in size, the villain had decided that he was out. They weren't getting paid enough for this, and he had no intention of dying. He let go of the chains in his hand, causing them to dissolve, and had run as far and as fast as he could. By the time his accomplice had stopped struggling, he was already far enough away that the students wouldn't catch up to him. Not that it would matter, since no one would see him again. Tokiyami. Tsuyu by this point had managed to get some semblance of control over her breathing and was standing up on shaky legs. What did you do? However, Fumikage was too far away in the recesses of his mind to hear her. Even more unfortunate was that Dark Shadow had heard her. The sentient quirk opened its gaping maw, blood dripping from its corners as the creature turned to look at Suyu, studying the trembling girl. It didn't recognize her and crept forward while Suyu stumbled back. After all, if Dark Shadow didn't know her, then she must be an enemy to Fumikage Tokiyami. A figure stood in a nearby alley and chuckled at the scene before him. Try it now, Shoji. Minoru's voice echoed from deep within the boat and Shoji hit the ignition button. The boat rumbled as the engine spluttered for a few seconds before going silent. Shoji snorted slightly as he picked up a bunch of expletives coming from the engine room with his multiple ears. There were a series of more bangs as Minoru desperately tried to fix the boat. Shoji, Mina and Minoru were stranded in the tsunami zone of the USJ and none of them had quirks suited for the watery terrain. Even more unfortunate was the fact that the villains had clearly known about the various zones at the USJ as almost all of the villains surrounding the water had quirks suited for such combat. Shoji had spotted several with fish-like appendages that helped them swim faster. Therefore, they had no chance of swimming to safety and their best option was to repair the boat and use it to get to shore. Even if some of the villains could keep up with the boat, once they reached the shore, the battle would be far more equal. Therefore, Minoru set to fixing the engine while Shoji checked the helm to make sure that it was working fine. Minoru had delegated the task of defense to Mina, which the pink girl would normally have not followed given it had come from Minoru. But given the circumstances which led to that allocation, Shoji knew Mina would follow through, if simply as a small gesture to apologize for her earlier comments. The boy with multiple appendages shook his head slightly at her attitude but could understand where it was from. There was no doubt that Minoru was a pathological pervert, but there was a time and place for the kind of comments that Mina had made, and in Shoji's experience, people were simply a product of the environment they were brought up in. That didn't excuse Minoru's actions, but no one in the class had taken the time or effort to try and understand the boy. That was something that Shoji vowed to change if they got out of this. Unfortunately, the villains were getting rather antsy, and after 10 minutes with basically no sign of life on the boat, several of them decided to risk climbing onto the boat. Sure, they didn't know what quirks the kids had, but they were children. They were adults. They could handle these students. The first villain peeked over the edge of the boat and seeing no one gestured to the three others who were joining him, and the four of them clambered onto the boat, water noisily dripping onto the deck. The four of them crept through a door into an empty room. Or rather, what appeared to be an empty room. Mina breathed shakily as she kept quiet behind the door. The boat wasn't very sturdy, so she had decided it was better to catch the villains off guard rather than try to defend a barricaded door, especially since she was the sole defender. Once the four villains had all stepped into the room, Mina made her move. Using her quirk, she slid forward and lashed a kick out at the villain that looked the most dangerous. Mina spun, her leg connecting solidly with the knee of the villain with a sword for a nose. The villain screamed and dropped to the floor, his leg now bent oddly. The other three villains turned to the aggressor, but Mina had already begun her second attack. Still spinning on the acid she had created at her feet, she flung some acid straight at another villain from her hand. However, the villain blocked the attack with an arm before leaping forward and opening his mouth impossibly wide. Rows of jagged shark teeth revealed themselves, the villain eager to take a bite. Mina managed to just twist out of the way but was off balance and ended up moving too close to another villain who lashed out, gouging into her skin with 3-inch long nails. Mina gasped in pain and grasped the offending hand and wrenched herself free. She slid along the floor, getting some distance. Mina shakily stood up, blood dripping from her right arm from the gouges left by the nail villain. However, she wasn't the only one injured from the first contact. The swordfish villain tried standing up, adopting what he probably thought was a fierce expression but that looked a lot more like a grimace from the obvious pain in his knee. The shark teeth villain was avoiding touching his arm where there was a patch of red skin that sizzled from the acid Mina had thrown earlier, and even the nail villain had been burned by her acid when she had freed herself. Give it up, girly. The only person to not yet be injured spoke. He looked up normal, but to Mina, all that meant was that she couldn't figure his quirk out based on appearance. We outnumber you. You're no match for us, the villain said, sneering. Mina snorted. Oh please, I've already burned 2 of you. Unless you all want to taste my acid, I suggest you leave while you have the chance. She pointed to the door behind them. However, she had put on a show of false bravado. Her arm throbbed in pain, and she was trying not to shake in fear. The villains hesitated before the villain with the unknown quirk sneered. Nice try. With that he swung his arm out and thick cables emerged from the tips of his fingers, catching Mina off guard. Before she knew it, her arms were tightly bound to her sides and she was being yanked forward. She immediately released strong acid to burn through the cables. She didn't know what material it was, but it was stronger than she expected and she was being pulled forward with the swordfish villain standing in the middle of her path. Suddenly she jerked to a stop. For a second, Mina thought that her acid had managed to chew through the cables, but while they were almost gone, her arms were still trapped. Don't worry, Ishido, a voice called out from the side, smug. Mina jerked her head to see one Minoru Mineta, who had used his sticky balls to create a chain to hold her in place. She had never been so happy to see the little creep. Who's the pipsqueak? Asked the swordfish villain, angry that the pink girl wasn't currently skewered. He's obviously another student, growled the shark teeth villain. Did you hit your head when the little girl knocked you to the ground? The nail villain laughed mockingly, causing the swordfish villain to turn angrily towards him. If you want, I'll stab you first. Ooh, I'm so scared of the hobbling swordfish, retorted the nail villain. Now is not the time, snapped the cable villain, but the other two ignored him. Just when it looked like a fight was about to break out between the villains, Minoru decided it was time for these villains to get off the boat. Well, if you are all quite done. His voice trembled, belaying his true emotions. The villains turned back to him, their faces outraged by his audacity. Mina now. All the arguing had bought Mina plenty of time to melt the cables holding her, and with the cable villain distracted, he didn't even realize when the cables holding his prisoner went slack. From her angle, she was able to see Minoru's hand holding one of his sticky balls behind his back and got the message to wait. She slowly removed her tan waistcoat which Minoru had attached his sticky balls to earlier. She was glad they had been attached to the waistcoat instead of her bodysuit, or she wouldn't have been able to move forward without breaking the deck. When Minoru screamed her name out, they both leapt into action. Since the villains hadn't been prepared, when Mina threw more acid at them, they all stumbled back into each other and tripped, falling to the ground. However, their faces filled with dread turned to surprise when the acid splashed harmlessly across them. What? They tried to get up but were even more shocked when they realized that they couldn't. Like my handiwork? Minoru asked smugly. He had thrown several of his sticky balls at the villains when Mina had attacked, and as the villains fell on top of each other, they all stuck together, tangled up. The villains struggled desperately to break free but couldn't overcome the adhesion the balls had. It was an exercise in futility. Now, how to dispose of them, Shoji? We need some help with cleanup. Minoru called out. Shoji had already made his way there after he heard the commotion and rushed into the room just seconds after Minoru called out his name. He looked around the room, quickly appraising the situation. Are you two okay? He asked. Mina let out a sigh of relief. We're okay. Thanks to Mineta, she said after a pause, giving a sincere nod to the short boy. Minoru gave a small smile before laying out the next steps. Ishido, help me tie up and secure the villains. What should I be doing? Shoji asked. This time Minoru's grin was larger. There are some barrels that I want you to bring from the next room and place on the deck. Both Shoji and Mina were confused. Barrels? Mina asked. Just some explosives to distract the rest of the villains out there while we make our escape, explained Minoru. The three of them set to work, Mina and Minoru using rope as well as more sticky balls to properly secure the villains so they wouldn't escape while they made their way to shore, while Shoji brought 3 barrels and placed them on the deck. Minoru took his place at the helm while Mina joined Shoji on the deck. On my mark, Minoru started. 3, 2, 1, now. And with that, the engines roared to life as Shoji and Mina dumped the 3 barrels overboard, the pink-haired girl using her acid to ignite them. 3 large explosions occurred, spraying water over the 2 students and creating a shockwave that threw the remaining villains in the sea into disarray. The water rushed back to the epicenter of the explosions, dragging the shouting villains with them. However, the boat was long gone and the 3 students escaped, making their way to the beach, away from the tsunami zone. A day earlier, the figure strolled through the warehouse with measured steps. It had been a while since he had been here and memories made their way forward. As he walked, he glanced to either side, eyeing his master's new projects and wondering how they were progressing. Several tanks were placed on either side of the central walkway with what could only be described as creatures within them. The tanks were illuminated brightly, providing the only lighting in the warehouse so far. The sound of his steps echoed throughout, punctuating the dull hum of machinery. As he continued on, there was a new light, one not provided by one of the tanks, but rather from a large monitor. Master, the figure said simply, kneeling. The figure in the chair didn't bother turning around, smiling beneath the mask at the title his subordinate addressed him with. I want you to go with Tamura tomorrow. Dragon was surprised by his master's wishes. The plan to invade the USJ was to test the young apprentice, Tamura Shigaraki. Master had told the young boy that the goal of this mission was to kill All Might, but Dragon privately thought that goal to be fake. After all for One wanted to be the one to defeat the latest in the long line of One for All users and the one who had given them the most trouble. Not only had All Might escaped following the death of Nana Shimura, but he had also returned as the most powerful user of One for All and had even set back All for One's plans following his defeat 5 years prior. I thought Tamura did not want my presence at the USJ. Tamura desperately wanted to prove himself to his father and thus wanted to use his own strength. Dragon didn't understand why All for One wanted to assign 2 gates to accompany him. The air grew slightly chilly, alerting Dragon to his slip. All for One slowly turned around in the chair, soundlessly. I am not asking for your opinion. You will accompany Tamura and observe how he performs. And should things not go according to plan, you will step in to ensure that all valuable assets are returned safely. Is that clear? As soon as his master had turned around, Dragon had bowed his head, and after All for One had finished talking, Dragon simply nodded, not wanting to receive any punishment. All for One turned back around to stare at his screen, thus dismissing him. Dragon started to walk back, thoughts whirling of the upcoming mission and the people he would meet from his old school. Shoto assessed the opponent in front of him. Unlike the previous 3 villains who were no better than street thugs with quirks, the cloaked figure before him was far more dangerous. Shoto could feel a bead of sweat trickle down the side of his head. This person was a villain. Someone who had killed before and would do so again. The villain had unleashed a truly gargantuan amount of fire in the previous attack. More than Shoto himself had ever tried to generate, though he couldn't claim to have truly pushed the limits of his fire. Nevertheless, it wasn't the quantity of flames that the villain produced that really surprised Shoto, but rather the existence of such a villain. Shoto had never heard the name Dragon and was not aware of any villains in Japan that boasted firepower close to Endeavor's. It was possible that Dragon was from a foreign country, but a villain of his strength would have surely made his way to international watch lists. And even if he hadn't, Shoto knew that Endeavor would have told him of the villain's existence, if only to try and get the boy to develop his own fire. It seemed unlikely that such a villain would just pop up out of nowhere. I find it hard to believe that I've never heard of you, Shoto said, eyes narrowed. Dragon seemed to stare at him for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your friend. Shoto scowled at that before taking a quick glance at Momo. Having heard the villain, Momo stood back up, trying to hide the pain in her arm but winced. Shoto's instincts had saved her from the fire attack. She hadn't even sensed the villain but was suddenly yanked to the side while Shoto created an ice barrier. Nevertheless, Dragon's attack was swift enough to slightly burn her arm. I'm okay, Todoroki. Momo had created a small pouch within which she placed shards of broken ice from the ground. She let out a hiss of relief as the cool cloth was placed against the burnt skin. Shoto's eyes darted back to make sure the villain didn't try anything but was surprised as he caught the villain's body stiffen. Did she call you Todoroki? Asked Dragon. Shoto scowled slightly and almost didn't respond back but decided that he was intrigued as to why this villain was interested in the name Todoroki. Shoto gave a short nod back. Are you Enji's son, Shoto? That bastard is barely a father to me. Shoto lashed out, barely registering that the villain in front of him had referred to the number 2 hero with such familiarity as opposed to calling him Endeavor. Momo discreetly looked at Shoto. She had been caught off guard by the viciousness of his response and looking at him now, she could see him practically grinding his teeth with a rather wild look on his face. Problems with your father? Dragon taunted. I suppose Enji did his best but the youth these days are rather rebellious. Momo's eyes darted between the two, taking note of Shoto's growing rage. She wasn't sure why Dragon was provoking the heterochromatic but with the growing tension, she knew that they likely would come to blows. She shifted slightly so that Shoto obscured the villain's line of sight to her and discreetly activated her quirk. You know nothing. You have no idea what Endeavor did or what he is willing to do to achieve his goals. Shoto spat out. Perhaps not. The cloaked villain regarded Shoto closely. But I expected more from the son of the number 2 hero. Momo instantly knew that would trigger the fight. Wait, Todoroki, we must fight together. But Shoto chose not to listen to her and sent a fast ice attack to the villain. The ice reached its target and encased it, surprising Momo. However, she still remained tense, unconvinced that such a simple attack would thwart the villain. Still no fire. Dragon stepped from behind the ice, unscathed. I wanted to see your flames. Perhaps when facing those thugs from earlier, your ice was enough. However, even when facing an opponent who uses fire you chose to attack with ice. Shoto grit his teeth and Momo nervously looked on while using her quirk discreetly. Any reason you could give to not use your fire is likely childish. Don't insult me. Shoto tensed and launched a massive wave of ice. The avalanche of ice sped towards the villain who smirked in response. After almost 10 seconds of continuous ice production, Shoto cut it off, dropping to his knees. Producing such a massive volume of ice was exhausting for the teen and he shivered due to the accumulation of ice on his right side. The temperature of the area had plummeted, and Momo's eyes were wide from the scale of the attack. There was enough ice that the attack could have been seen from the other side of the USJ. She could practically feel the cold radiating off of the boy's body. She let out a breath she had been holding and could see the mist in the air. Are you? There was a loud crash as a glow emanated from the ice. I thought that was enough, murmured Momo while Shoto narrowed his eyes. The ice exploded out from where it was glowing as a stream of fire shot out. The villain stepped out from within the ice attack and there was a blur as the villain rushed towards the two students. Luckily, Momo had been ready for a while and with the molecular structure in her mind, produced a shield of tungsten large enough to cover most of her body. She stepped in front of Shoto and just in time as Dragon unleashed a fire blast from her mouth. Impressive, Dragon said as the flames crashed against the shield. Momo grit her teeth as she was pushed back slightly. But how will you deal with this? Momo peeked over the shield at those words only to see Dragon sped towards her. Todoroki. Shoto created a shield of ice in front of Momo's tungsten shield but he wasn't quick enough so the ice hadn't become very thick. The villain drove his shoulder straight through the ice and bashed the shield sending both it and Momo flying. She yelped in pain as she landed roughly on the ground. The shield was dented heavily and spiraled away as it fell down the mountain. Yaoyorozu. Shoto yelled. He growled in frustration and sent a spike of ice in Dragon's direction but the villain didn't even bother using his flames and swatted the spike with a fist, breaking it into shards. The villain used his other arm to grab Shoto's neck and lift the heterochromatic into the air. Pathetic. Dragon squeezed slowly and Shoto could feel his windpipe spasming, trying to draw in air and keep him alive. He tried to speak out but the only sounds he could make were that of his choking. Even with your life and the lives of your friend in danger. How disappointing. Shoto scowled as best he could and reached up to grab the villain's hand, intending to freeze the villain but Dragon grabbed the teen's right hand. Shoto's eyes widened, and his vision began to blur. He started forming ice along his forearm, but before anything significant could form, Dragon twisted and there was an audible snap. With the restricted windpipe, barely any sound left Shoto's mouth, but the pain was evident as the muscles of his body clenched in response. Todoroki, close your eyes. Momo yelled. After realizing a fight was likely going to occur, she had made some smaller creations and stored them in her pouch. She clambered up from her spot on the ground to see Shoto being choked by the villain and so she flung several objects towards the pair. Shoto reacted instantly while Dragon turned around to face Momo only to be blinded by several flash bombs going off in his face. Dragon dropped Shoto as his hands leapt to his face, trying to rub out the spots in his vision. Come on, Todoroki. Together, Shoto and Momo ran away, and once they felt they were at a safe distance, Momo directed them where they hid behind one of the rock formations of the mountain. Shoto's head was beaded with sweat, the pain from his broken right arm making his vision swim. Here, Momo handed the boy a thin piece of metal. Shoto placed it over the sleeve of his broken hand and grit his teeth as he tried to align the arm. Momo moved as if going to help, but a look from Shoto stopped her. He proceeded to form ice over his forearm and the splint in order to keep it as still as possible. We should get going. No, Shoto said, I want to face him. Absolutely not. Momo was aghast at his decision. Until now, she had thought the boy a rather logical individual, but right now, he had clearly lost his exposure. However, she also wasn't very surprised by his choice given the instability he had shown earlier. So, while she was fearful, she wasn't unprepared. Nevertheless, she tried to convince him otherwise. There is no way to beat him by ourselves. We need to escape and at least get the help of one of the teachers. How right you are. The two students stiffened as they heard Dragon's voice. Get back, Shoto yelled to Momo. The two students jumped away from the rock formation they were hiding behind as Dragon shot flames from his mouth at the outcropping. The flames blackened the rocks with some melting, and Momo stared at the heat produced from the villain's flames. Shoto didn't hesitate and sent another wave of ice from his foot, but this time, far more controlled than earlier. However, Dragon simply leapt over the approaching ice and ran towards the teens. Momo smiled. Shoto was surprised when there was a sudden explosion where the villain was. Dragon was knocked to the side by a mine that he had unwittingly stepped on, and Momo had no intention of giving him time to recover. She pulled out another device from her pouch and fired the net gun at the villain. Todoroki, trap him. Give me some time. Shoto nodded and used his ice to encase the villain while Momo focused on her quirk. She had only made this structure a couple of times, and given its size it would take slightly longer. Loud sounds emanated from the ice shell. Cracks appeared in the ice before Dragon broke through the cocoon with sheer power. Shoto took a step back as the villain removed the net. How is this villain so physically strong? Shoto fired more ice trying to hold the villain at bay. Dragon dodged to the side, using his speed to zigzag towards them while dodging the attacks thrown at him by Shoto. The cloaked villain managed to close into striking distance and threw a punch at the heterochromatic. Shoto just barely managed to produce an ice barrier, but Dragon punched straight through it, sending him flying back. How much longer, Yaoyorozu? Shoto asked as he fell harshly to the ground, almost biting his tongue to hold back the cry that threatened to escape his lips from having his broken arm jolted. It's ready. Momo panted. She had used much of her lipids in this creation, but it was worth it. She aimed the cannon straight at Dragon. At this close range, even with enhanced speed, there was no way the villain could dodge. Fire. I commend your efforts, girl. Dragon took a deep breath in, but it's not enough. The flame he shot out was thin and precise, burning a bright orange as it entered the barrel of the cannon, exploding it. Ah! Momo yelled in pain as she had been standing right next to the cannon and was thrown back by the resulting explosion, unconscious. It was a good try. Dragon approached the girl and stood over her. No, Shoto screamed. Get away from her. This battle had been a humiliating experience for a teen who had so far not struggled against an opponent when using his ice. But now he was worried. No, he was scared for his life and that of his classmate. But more so, he was angry at the villain that was the cause of it. Flames flickered before roaring to life on Shoto's left side. Ah, finally. Dragon stood between Shoto and Momo, who was lying behind him. Take this. Shoto shouted as he fired his flames at the villain. Dragon scowled slightly as he saw the attack. It was painfully clear that the teen had not practiced much with his flames, especially compared to his ice, as the attack was imprecise and not well controlled. Dragon, instead of dodging, simply opened his mouth and swallowed all the flames. Shoto panted in exhaustion, eyes wide at having his attack eaten. Dragon let out a breath, smoke curling from the edges of his mouth. How reckless. He seemed to absorb the energy of the flames as his muscles bulged and the villain blurred towards Shoto, faster than he had moved yet, and before Shoto could react, he was knocked into the ground by a punch from the massive villain. Shoto's vision darkened as he saw the villain standing over him. As he fell unconscious, he realized that if the villain had not eaten his fire, the flames would have burnt Momo. But in the end, it didn't matter as they were both at the villain's mercy. Part 2 of the USJ. Really enjoyed writing the Tokiyami scene. I feel like Dark Shadow is such an interesting character that isn't really expanded much on in the anime. I have some plans for Dark Shadow and his beaked compatriot. Chapter 13. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Part 3 of the USJ arc. What I had originally thought would only be 2 chapters is now hopefully going to be 4. Plus this is my longest chapter yet, being more than 12k words. Loads of views and battles, and I'm trying to give everyone something, though obviously some of the students will get more attention than others. Apologies for the inconsistencies, but I can't promise anything regarding when the next chapter will be out. In fact, I haven't even started writing it, though I have planned it. Enjoy the chapter. How foolish of you to tell your enemy your plan. Kurogiri mocked the heroes. Kido grabbed a hold of some of the bandages. It doesn't matter that you know. Ready. The last was part directed to the students, who all nodded. Go. And the heroes sprang into action. Tenya fired his engine quirk and sped towards the exit. As the fastest person available, it was his duty to his classmates and as an aspiring hero to escape the facility and contact the faculty back at UA. He would not fail. I won't let you. The mist from Kurogiri expanded as the villain rushed towards the heroes, intent on stopping their escape. If even one got out of the complex, they could alert the school and other heroes and Master Tomaru's plan would fail. Yuga grimaced. Navel, laser. The boy fired the beam from his stomach straight at the villain in bursts, but Kurogiri dodged most of them easily. However, Kido was not just standing idly and used his wrappings and his traject quirk to randomly bend the direction of some of the beams, which made them more unpredictable and thus more difficult to dodge. One even grazed the villain's brace, though Kurogiri didn't let that slow him down. I can't do any more. Yuga collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Meanwhile, Kurogiri had not given up but changed focus slightly. Kido was the central figure of the group, holding the students together. If he could defeat the students would be easy pickings. This is over, the villain declared as he approached Kido, intent on warping the pro into the sky and plunging to his death. However, Kido had been prepared for this. He leapt forward, surprising Kurogiri, and used his quirk to suddenly redirect the villain to his right. Right where Rikido was waiting. Take this. Rikido punched the brace. Hard. The brace dented under the force and Rikido roared as he grabbed the villain's brace and threw the villain into the ground with enough force to crack the ground. No. Kurogiri yelled as he picked himself off the ground. Tenya was at the door, desperately trying to pry open the door. Kurogiri moved in the teen's direction, but he barely made it a meter before Ochako tagged the brace with all 5 of her fingers, activating her quirk. Kurogiri stumbled as he started to float and Rikido held onto his brace as the student jumped in the air. Ochako trembled, queasy from maintaining her quirk on both Kurogiri and Rikido. With the help of zero gravity, Rikido jumped high into the air, far above the plaza, and punched the villain as hard as he could. Release. Ochako couldn't hold her quirk any longer and fell to her knees before puking a rainbow out. With her quirk no longer active, Rikido fell to the ground near Yuga, creating a small shockwave with his impact. Debris flew from where he landed, injuring the naval laser user who was still clutching his stomach in pain nearby. Unfortunately, Rikido was feeling the aftereffects of his quirk as his brain slowed down. Meanwhile, the force of Rikido's punch combined with zero gravity flung Kurogiri far away from the main plaza and he started falling towards the fighting occurring near the fountain where the villains had originally entered. However, before he lost sight of the main plaza, he saw Tenya manage to open the doors and speed out of the USJ. His eyes narrowed at his failure before he grunted in pain as he came crashing down into the fountain. Kido had managed to redirect any debris that had come his way from Rikido's fall and was mostly fine, but the other 3 students, Rikido, Ochako and Yuga, were all suffering injuries from both the fight and the repercussions of their quirks. Unfortunately, having watched where the warp villain was falling, Kido's attention was drawn to the battle ensuing around the fountain where Eraserhead was fighting a veritable horde of villains. While he was holding his own better than Kido had expected, he also knew that his fellow pro's stamina would run out and just one mistake would be fatal. After all, it looked like both the hand villain and the brain creature had yet to attack. Can you 3 take care of 13? I must help Eraserhead. Rikido nodded, eyes still slightly blank. Go. We've got. Ochako's cheeks bulged, interrupting as she turned away and vomited rainbows once more. Yuga's legs trembled as he stood up. He held up a shaky thumbs up. Thank you. Kido raced away from the main plaza and down the stairs as he made his way to Eraserhead. Twirling tail dance. Masharao spun in the air before smacking another villain with his tail. The villain flew into a wall. Masharao leapt back as another villain swung at him, missing. Masharao glanced back to see Koji cowering behind some rubble with a villain approaching from behind him. Look out. Masharao yelled as he used his tail to jump towards the boy. Wah! Koji fell back as he saw the tail user leap towards him suddenly. It didn't occur to him to look behind him and move out of the way of the approaching villain. Masharao used his tail to block the swing of the villain's bat aimed at Koji and grunted in pain from the strike. Koji reached out and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but didn't. Stay back. I'll protect you, Masharao said in between heavy breaths. Koji wanted to say something. He wanted to intervene. He was grateful that his classmate was trying to save him. But he was getting injured on his behalf. Koji had always been shy, but now he felt a lump of anger in his stomach at his inability to speak up and do something. Masharao dodged another swing from the villain before using his leg to knock the villain off balance and knocking him away with his tail. 2 villains who had been watching chose that moment to attack and approached the tail user from opposite sides. We've got you now, kid. The first villain yelled as he opened his mouth to reveal 2 giant teeth at the student while the second villain lowered her head, pointing her horns at the boy's back as she charged towards Masharao. Stop. Koji jumped in to intercept and stop the woman's charge by grabbing onto the horns and bracing. The villain skidded to a halt. Koda, Masharao questioned as he fell back, grabbing the teeth of the first villain that had attacked from the front. The villain tried to close his mouth and take a chunk out of Masharao, but the boy was strong and managed to hold his mouth open. Meanwhile, the villain attacking Koji swung her head, causing him to lose his grip on her horns before swinging back. Koji brought an arm to protect his face as the horns drew a line of blood. The villain grinned as Koji cried out. Ah, did the baby get injured? She taunted. Koji glared back fiercely and grabbed her horns again before wrenching them down. The villain was surprised by the strength and was helpless as her face smashed into the ground and she fell unconscious. Masharao was still struggling against the teeth, threatening to take a chunk out of him. The villain took advantage of the fact that Masharao's hands were occupied and punched the boy repeatedly in the ribs. Masharao grunted in pain and tried to twist so that his tail was no longer held beneath his body, but the villain was heavy and held him down. Koji appeared and tackled the villain off of Masharao, taking both of them by surprise. The villain tried to use his bulk to force the student off him, but Koji was stronger than many gave him credit for, and with one punch to the head, the villain was unconscious. Whoa man, you're strong. Mashirao approached Koji while clutching his side. Koji rolled off of the villain and lay on his back, panting. Are you okay? Mashirao asked. Koji nodded. There was a sudden sound as someone crashed next to the pair and Mashirao swung around, prepared to hit the intruder. Finally, Katsuki said, looking at Koji. Mashirao stumbled and tripped due to abruptly stopping after seeing the intruder was Katsuki. Oof, he said, falling to the ground. How about announcing your presence, Bakugo? I almost smacked you into the wall. Katsuki sneered at Mashirao. Don't kid yourself, tail guy. He turned to Koji who was transfixed by the blonde's blood-red eyes. You finally decided to fight. Don't encourage him, Bakugo. He could have been seriously hurt. Mashirao intervened. Don't be a wimp. Why is he in the hero course if he's not willing to fight? Katsuki responded. Koji opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but paused as Mashirao spoke. We're facing real villains here. He clearly doesn't even know how to fight. He's already INJ. So what? Katsuki interrupted. It's pathetic that he would try to enter the hero course without knowing how to fight. Koji looked hurt at that, though he couldn't really refute his lack of ability to fight. But it's even more pathetic that he would refuse to fight. But, both Katsuki and Mashirao stopped as Koji spoke up, want he to fight. Katsuki grinned savagely at that, slightly unnerving the animal speaker but saying it out loud had emboldened the usually shy boy. Doesn't it feel good to knock these useless villains out? Katsuki asked rhetorically, getting in the shy boy's face. Koji didn't completely agree with the blonde's words but he did agree with the sentiment. It had felt good to feel useful and save his classmate. The three teens turned to see a couple more villains running down the street towards them. Feeling brave, Koji leapt up and charged them, yelling out a battle cry. Was that wise, Bakugo? Mashirao asked. His quirk isn't suited for fighting. If he gets hurt, it's on your head. Perhaps he'll learn something, Katsuki said. The red-eyed teen proceeded to grab Mashirao's tail. If you're so concerned, maybe you should go help. Don't, Mashirao warned, having caught on to the explosion user's plan. Katsuki grinned and used his explosions to spin while holding Mashirao's tail and the tailed teen got slightly dizzy before Katsuki let go and Mashirao flew towards the villains. Twirling tail crash. Mashirao yelled out, the spinning from Katsuki's explosion adding power to his usual move. The teen flew past Koji, who was dealing with one villain, and smashed his tail into the group of villains approaching. Dust flew from the area as Mashirao cracked the ground from the force of the impact. Meanwhile, Katsuki analyzed the situation. They must have some villains jamming the alarms otherwise the pros would have already shown up. Small explosions lit up on his hand as he got excited. That's good. Gives me more villains to beat up. Katsuki exploded forward, entering the fray. Unlike the villains Katsuki had faced in the sky, the ones on the ground were no better than thugs with some meager powers and Katsuki had no real trouble facing them, using his speed and reflexes to easily overwhelm them, getting annoyed at how easy the battle was. The same couldn't be said for his two classmates who were unable to fly around like Katsuki and so were stuck to running and dodging on the ground. Their stamina quickly ran out, especially Koji's and the shy boy collected many bruises. Koji collapsed to the ground, taking in heavy breaths. I've got you now, a villain yelled. Die. Katsuki jumped in, knocking the unsuspecting villain away with an explosion. Thank, Koji started. You're so weak. Heroes should be the ones saving others, they shouldn't need saving. Katsuki interrupted. Stay out of the battle. You're a liability. Koji's eyes teared up slightly but he was unable to deny Katsuki's claims. It only took another few minutes before no villains remained in the earthquake zone. Whether that was because they had been defeated or they had run away didn't matter to Mashirao, who was just glad that they got a break. Are you okay, Koda? The tailed boy asked. Koji nodded. Katsuki wiped the sweat from his brow as he looked into the distance. Mashirao and Koji slowly approached him, nursing their wounds but satisfied at having helped defeat all the villains in the area. What's the plan, Bakugo? Asked Mashirao. I thought we could find some of the others, whispered Koji. Katsuki snorted slightly. He had very quickly realized that the villains must have someone blocking the electrical system of the USJ considering no alarms were ringing nor had any teachers from UA had made their way here. However, none of the villains in the earthquake zone had any quirks that could block the USJ's system. Katsuki reasoned that considering this villain's importance, they would likely be in the center where the main force of the invasion was stationed with the leaders Katsuki had spotted. Plus, he would get the opportunity to show the villains not to mess with him. I'm going to the center. Katsuki blasted off, leaving the other two standing there. Koji was disappointed that Katsuki had just taken off. After some of the help the red-eyed boy had given him, Koji thought they had been getting along. Should we follow him? He asked timidly, pointing after Katsuki. Mashirao shook his head. No. He was annoyed at Katsuki's attitude. He had seen arrogant types like Katsuki approach his master for training throughout his stay at the monastery. Mashirao never understood how people could have such an attitude, especially when asking for training from someone more experienced. He always took a bit of forbidden joy in putting them in their place. After all, arrogant people always chose to try and defeat a member of the monastery to prove their strength, only to lose. Let's try and find some of the others. Where should we go? The two of them looked around, before both settling on the same decision. There, they said, pointing towards the two large domes. They nodded in agreement before making their way to the domes that house the storm and conflagration zones. Kaminari, try to get in contact with any of the teachers or any of the UA faculty. Jiro, help me defeat the villains. When Kaminari has finished trying to get into contact, he can help you. Both Kyoka and Denki nodded as they all leapt into action. Hey, can anyone hear me? Denki asked, twiddling with his headset, trying to tap into the lines used by any of the teachers. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kyoka focused on long-range attacks. Kyoka stepped out from the earth wall and used the speakers on her feet to amplify her heartbeat and send sonic attacks at approaching villains, knocking them away while Izuku sent rocks flying at the enemy. Watch out! Izuku yelled. He yanked on Kyoka's arm, pulling her out of the way of more throwing stars from a villain. Thanks, Midoriya, Kyoka replied as she stumbled back. Izuku erected a bigger barrier as the villains started utilizing their own long-range attacks with all manner of projectiles crashing against the barrier, including throwing stars, boomerangs and even small missiles. While most were easily blocked, the missiles exploded against the earthen wall, destroying parts of it and creating holes. Izuku used his bending to prevent any rocks from falling on them while reinforcing the barrier. Change of plans. Jiro, stay here and use your long-range moves to cover me and defend Kaminari. Izuku declared. I'm going to engage in more close combat. Wait, Kyoka paused as another missile rattled the barrier. Why do we need to defeat the villains? Yeah, why don't we just run away? Denki interrupted nervously. Have you had any luck, Kaminari? Asked Izuku. Denki shook his head. Izuku nodded, having expected that. I suspect there's a villain in the USJ who's jamming communications. It's why the alarms haven't been ringing when the villains showed up. But, Denki started. There's no time. The longer we stay pinned down, the more dangerous the situation could get. Izuku was using his seismic sense and could feel villains closing in from all directions. When he had briefly stepped out, he had noticed that only a handful had long-range attacks. The rest were wary and kept some distance, but it wouldn't be long before they became bold and closed in. Kyoka, cover me. Kaminari, keep trying to contact the teachers. Izuku took a deep breath before charging at his own barrier. The villains were caught off guard by the sudden rumble and there was a pause in their attacks. Izuku used his earthbending to crash straight through, taking a rectangular portion of the barrier with him with which he fashioned gloves. Taking advantage of the villains' surprise, Izuku slammed his hands into the ground, attempting to send a tremor towards them. However, Izuku was annoyed to see that the effect wasn't as pronounced or directed as he wanted. Nevertheless, it did cause the villains to stumble and Izuku leapt forward, using the earth to propel him. As he reached the nearest target, the villains had started to recover. The villain that was Izuku's first target brandished long, sharp nails and swung them towards the green-haired boy. However, Izuku easily dodged the first swipe while using his rock glove to counter the second hand of the villain. The villain yelled out in pain as two of their nails broke. Taking mercy, Izuku tripped the villain and forced them to the ground before creating shackles from earth and binding the villain instead of knocking them out. Izuku kept his high-density rocks that he'd fashioned after Sir Night Eye's seals orbiting around his head. As he approached a group of villains, he sent them flying towards the villains. The rocks were small enough that the villains didn't think they were a threat. They were proven wrong when the rocks smashed into their stomach, knocking the wind out of their lungs. The villains doubled over and Izuku got in close and created more earth shackles, binding the enemies in awkward positions. In this way, he went around defeating several villains. There were several close calls and Izuku had to sacrifice two of his rocks to intercept missiles as well as create barriers to block several of the long-distance attackers. The area looked like a battlefield with the earth gouged out all over the place. It was at this point that the villains deemed him a threat and focused their efforts on the green-haired teen. He was quickly surrounded and tensed as he slowly regarded the villains. We've got you now, kid. One villain said. Yeah, surrender. Another villain taunted. There's no way you can beat all of us. If I surrender, do you promise not to harm us? Izuku said, eyes hard. The villains were a bit surprised and glanced at each other. Smirks stretched on their faces. Yeah, kid, said one of them. Pinky promise. Another commented, stifling a laugh. Izuku could see that they were lying, plain as day. It was practically written on their faces. He decided to attack first and grabbed what looked like air before tossing it towards two other villains. They grunted as a body crashed into them. Izuku had sensed a villain with some kind of invisibility approaching him using his seismic sense and so had grabbed the villain's leg when they were close enough before tossing them. The invisibility seemed to be temporary as the villain shimmered into existence as soon as he crashed into two others. What the hell? You brat! One yelled, but Izuku was already in motion. He knew that as soon as he attacked, the villains would not hesitate either. Using his hand, Izuku swiped along the ground, gouging out a piece of earth that he proceeded to launch towards some villains but one of the villains created some energy barrier that blocked the rocks. Izuku propelled himself forward to them but one of the villains sent one of the pieces of rubble speeding back towards him. Izuku easily sent the rock flying away with his earthbending but the move had briefly distracted him, allowing a villain to get in close. The villain's hands proceeded to shine extraordinarily brightly. It was like staring at the sun and it blinded him. Izuku stamped the ground and the villain with the shining hands was sent flying as the earth under their feet was suddenly lifted. Izuku desperately rubbed his eyes, trying to regain his vision. He felt a villain approaching with a bat of some kind and dodged the swing before punching the villain in the stomach with the rock glove, dropping them to the ground in pain. Izuku calmed slightly, though his nerves were still racing from being unable to see. Sure, he had sparred without sight, but to actually fight real villains without sight felt like a big jump. Nevertheless, he was able to deal with and bind another trio of villains that had approached him thinking he would be easy pickings since he was effectively blind. Who the hell is this kid? The villain with the missile sneered. I'm done with this. He aimed his hand, pointing the barrel attached to his wrist at Izuku and fired several missiles in quick succession. Izuku was preoccupied with a villain and so noticed the attack too late. He still had trouble with projectiles when his eyes were closed. The first missile exploded the ground right next to Izuku, sending the boy flying. His vision was slowly returning, and he saw the other missiles approaching and so sent the debris that had been sent flying with him to intercept the missiles. The villain gritted his teeth in annoyance as the other missiles exploded in the air without hitting their target. However, another saw their opportunity and sent several throwing stars while Izuku was in the air. Izuku hadn't seen them and two of the weapons found their target in Izuku's side, causing the team to yell out as he landed on the ground. The missile villain grinned and sent another projectile straight at Izuku. Now, Kaminari. Kyoka yelled. A few minutes earlier, Kyoka sent sonic attacks at approaching villains, successfully keeping them from advancing. Izuku was doing a great job of keeping the villains occupied and soon, the villains weren't focusing on the two teens. Are you just going to sit there? Kyoka asked Denki. Denki colored a bit. I have to keep trying to contact the teachers. Kyoka rolled her eyes. Don't give me that excuse. If it didn't work before, it won't work now. We have to help Midoriya. I think he's got it under control, the electric user said, whimpering slightly. He didn't want to admit that he was afraid of the villains. Besides, I can't control my quirk, I'll just end up injuring you and Izuku. Don't be such a loser. You could just get in close. Kyoka's eyes were hard, judging the other teen. Whatever. I can't force you. She stood up, about to leave but was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Hey, I'm not a loser. Denki responded, voice still wavering slightly. Kyoka smiled slightly as Denki followed her. The two exited the barriers only to see that the villains were all surrounding Izuku and he was struggling. He was slightly hunched and clutching one side. One of the villains looked like they were about to fire something. Now, Kaminari. Kyoka shouted while simultaneously sending a sonic attack. As the missile was fired, the sonic attack knocked it off course causing it to explode in midair. At the same time, Denki jumped onto the missile villain's back, unleashing a large amount of electricity and frying him. The villain collapsed to the ground, twitching. The villains were all shocked, having forgotten about the other two students. Izuku took the opportunity to rejoin his classmates. Midoriya, protect us with some sort of earth shield, Kyoka said. Why? Izuku asked, confused. Just do it. Kyoka snapped. Izuku hastily obeyed as the two crouched down and Izuku raised a thick slab of earth. Denki smiled. Yeah, boys and girls. Now I can go all out. The villains were starting to recover from their shock. Izuku realized what was about to happen and used his earthbending to change the slab into a sphere that covered Kyoka and himself. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Denki generated a huge electric charge that he dispersed in an area around him. Instantly, more than a dozen villains screamed as they were shocked and dropped to the ground, unconscious. Izuku opened the sphere as he and Kyoka appreciated the power of their classmate's quirk. I've gotta say, I didn't expect this from you, Sparky, Kyoka said as she made her way to Denki. Kaminari. Kyoka asked when there was no response. Denki turned around. Yai. Denki's expression was vacant as he held up a double thumbs up. Yay, he repeated. Kyoka covered her mouth with a hand but couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ah, so there must be a limit to how much electricity he can discharge, muttered Izuku. A twinge of pain reminded him of the injury to his side, causing him to grimace slightly. Why you look as so stupid? Kyoka said between peals of laughter. Unfortunately, the good mood was not to last. One of the villains leapt up, catching the students off guard and grabbed Kyoka. Izuku instinctually moved forward but the villain was smart. Stay where you are. The villain held up a sparking hand to Kyoka's neck. She swallowed in fear as she could feel her hair stand on end from the electricity. Otherwise, the girl gets it. Izuku scowled as he realized the villain had been pretending to be unconscious. Even Denki's face changed slightly at Kyoka's capture. Let her go, Izuku said. You're in no position to make any demands, the electric villain replied. Now listen here, you're going to let me go if you want the girl to return home in one piece. Izuku nodded while slowly shifting his hands, trying to get to his pockets. Keep your hands where I can see them. Izuku immediately followed the order, raising his hands up as the electricity sparked more over the villain's hands. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that this villain was most likely the one jamming the communications. He locked eyes with Kyoka and was glad to see that she understood that he was going to do something, even if she didn't know what. Izuku stepped forward, hands still up. Don't get any closer, warned the villain. Why did you all attack the USJ? Izuku was honestly curious, but he had only asked the question to distract the villain. The villain snorted. I came to. Izuku abruptly slid his foot forward, shifting the earth underneath the villain, causing him to trip back and lose his grip on Kyoka. Kyoka leapt into action, connecting her earphone jacks to the speakers on her legs and sending a wave of her heartbeat towards the villain. The villain was thrown back and Izuku rushed forward, placing himself between the villain and his classmates. Before the villain could react, Izuku stamped the ground, causing the earth to rise and encase the villain's lower body, trapping him. Are you okay? Izuku asked, to which she nodded, a bit shaken up, but none the worse for wear. Denki stuck both hands out in a thumbs up. Yay. That got a chuckle out of the girl who looked a bit relieved. Meanwhile, the electric villain was still struggling while trapped. Don't think this is it for me. I'm going to get out and then you'll pay. Midoriya, knock him out, Kyoka said, turning to the green-haired boy. Why me? Izuku squeaked. It was one thing to attack them while in the middle of the battle, but it didn't feel right when the villain was already trapped. Kyoka scoffed. Sparky is out of it and I don't have a move to knock him out. Izuku opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the ground trembled, causing the teens to stumble. What's happening? Kyoka asked, looking around wildly. Izuku frowned as he couldn't feel any hidden villains nearby. Another tremor shook the earth and then Izuku saw something that he dreaded. Smoke curling from the peak. It's been activated. The volcano. Kyoka's eyes widened at Izuku's words. No way, she breathed out. The tremors were becoming more frequent. Suddenly there was a loud explosion as the electric villain somehow burst free from his earthen prison. Izuku's eyes hardened as he realized the villain must have remotely activated the volcanic eruption, all to serve as a distraction as he escaped. But before Izuku could act, Denki, who had already been standing close to the villain, latched onto him and with a surge of electricity, knocked him out, which surprised Izuku. Not only was he surprised that Denki was functioning enough to make that decision, but he was also surprised by how easily the villain was taken out by electricity. However, he didn't have time to think about that as lava sprung up close to their group. Kyoka jumped back in fright while Izuku leapt forward and stamped the ground, creating a short but wide barrier of earth in the path of the lava. Izuku realized that the battle must have weakened the ground around them, allowing lava to leak from the internal chamber out. Come on, Midoriya. Kyoka had grabbed Denki's hand and yanked him away from the lava and was leading him down the side of the volcano. Izuku made to follow. Wait, don't leave us here, we don't want to die. The villains that were trapped on the ground yelled out to the retreating students. Kyoka spared a glance back before continuing on, but Izuku paused and looked back. Midoriya. Kyoka called back, questioningly when she realized Izuku had stopped. We can't leave them, Izuku implored. Kyoka struggled slightly between her desire to escape safely and making the heroic decision to save the villains. Continue down the volcano and switch off the simulation from the control booth. Izuku directed. What about you? She asked. I'll hold off the lava for as long as I can, Izuku said as he turned around, facing up to the peak. Kyoka was about to say something but Izuku interrupted her. Go, I'll be fine. Come on, Kaminari, Kyoka muttered as she dragged the still dumb teen with her down the slope. She knew she couldn't change the green-haired boy's mind and there was no point wasting time. Izuku tried to calm himself. He hadn't wanted to turn around and face his classmates, lest they see the fright on his face. The lava was successfully being diverted by the barrier Izuku had made, cooling and slowing as it passed around the group. However, the amount of lava that had sprung up from the leak was nothing compared to what was stored within the volcano. Another violent tremor shook the volcano, more powerful than any other so far, and Izuku almost fell over. Hey, come on kid. Set us free. The villains clamored, the noise and rumbling causing some of the villains that had fallen unconscious to begin to awaken. Izuku stared around and almost considered it, his heroic instincts telling him to save them. However, the logical side of Izuku knew that he could not let the villains free. Not only would they likely attack him, but they could also spread to other areas of the USJ and attack his classmates, and Izuku couldn't let that happen. Izuku used the earth to reinforce the bindings around the villains and bring them together into one big group. The villains complained loudly as they were jostled and cramped together, but Izuku paid their comments no mind. He attempted to lift all the villains into the air using earthbending, but the weight that needed lifting was far too great for the burgeoning earthbender. Sweat poured down Izuku's face from the strain, but only a couple of villains rose before Izuku stopped, causing him to drop them back. The hero in training realized that there was no escaping with the villains, and since he had decided to save them, the only option was to battle the volcano. Since he had grouped the villains, it was actually easier to protect them as Izuku had to cover a smaller area. Izuku, from his position between the villains and the approaching lava, swung his arms, creating small trenches in a V shape that would direct approaching lava away as well as create more earth walls behind the trench. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he inspected his handiwork. It was shoddy, but Izuku was being careful to not thin the earth and create more leaks. Izuku could only hope Denki and Kyoka were able to stop the eruption from building up. Unfortunately, his hopes were soon dashed. The ground trembled as the very volcano seemed to groan before lava erupted from the mouth of the volcano. Izuku's face was awash with orange as he stared at the lava spewing out like a fountain. A cloud of ash rose higher and higher into the sky as the shockwave of sound and air blasted out from the peak, crashing into Izuku and echoing throughout the USJ. The villains' faces fell as several tried to crane their necks to see where the lava was coming from, and they started clamoring and shouting. Lava rolled down the slope like a river, the bright orange glow lighting up the volcano. Rocks launched from the eruption whistled through the air, crashing into the ground with force. Izuku used his earthbending to break the smaller rocks into dust which showered over the group, terrifying the villains. For the larger boulders flung by the volcano, it was all Izuku could do to redirect them while they were in the air. The boulders smashed into the ground, forming cracks in the weakened areas. While the eruption was almost too much for the lone teen to handle, Izuku was glad that some of the more dangerous elements of a volcanic eruption hadn't been simulated. Izuku had been terrified of having to deal with poisonous fumes and pyroclastic flows. The fast-moving cloud of hot gas and volcanic matter was only produced by certain explosive eruptions and was often considered the deadliest of all volcanic hazards. Suddenly, one of the villains, who had managed to wiggle away from the group and towards Izuku, grabbed the green-haired boy's leg with their one free hand, surprising Izuku. Please, kid, you gotta let me go. I've got a girl and a kid waiting for me, the villain said between sobs. Izuku stared at the tears and couldn't help but feel that they were real. Don't worry. Me and my friends will protect you. The villain half sobbed and half snarled at that, not at all willing to put his faith in some kid. Unfortunately, with Izuku distracted by the villain, his attention wasn't on the descending lava which had already filled the shallow trench the boy had made with a large pool collecting behind the earthen barrier, nor was he looking at the falling debris. A particularly loud whistling drew Izuku's eyes away from the pleading villain and he was shocked to see a boulder larger than a car hurtling towards them. Since he had been distracted, it was now very close. Izuku desperately tried to stop the rock from falling but it had too much momentum and was too heavy. With another sharp twinge in his side from his earlier injury, Izuku was forced to his knees as he let go of his earthbending. All he had to show for his efforts was a slight decrease in the boulder's speed. There was a whoosh as the boulder landed in the pool of lava next to Izuku and the villains. Izuku's eyes widened as a wave of lava was flung up. Izuku could almost see the arc the lava was traveling in slow motion. He could visualize where it would fall. The damage it would cause. The noise of the villains faded and he could barely feel the tremors of the volcano. His tongue felt dry, eyes closed and face beaded with sweat as Izuku instinctively reached a hand out. No. Izuku kept his eyes closed for a couple of minutes. His legs were shaking, but strangely he didn't feel any burning pain from the lava. Of course, perhaps the lava was so hot that he couldn't feel it. He peeked an eye open, only to be shocked by what he saw. Even the villains were stunned into silence. This was because, floating in the air was the wave of lava that had tried to incinerate them, looking innocent as it bathed their faces in its orange glow. Izuku could feel the heat radiating off of it and once the novelty of the situation wore off, Izuku could feel the strain from holding up the lava and decided to wonder about the how later. Feeling the burn in his arms, Izuku swung his arms behind him and the lava deposited itself behind Izuku and the villains. Izuku closed his hands into fists and the lava rapidly cooled. Izuku let out a breath he had been holding. What was that? One of the villains asked rhetorically. Shish. Another villain said, properly terrified of Izuku. Do you want to be burned by lava? The villain was convinced that Izuku would douse the villains in lava if they defied him even though Izuku had gone to such lengths to save them. Izuku ignored them as he walked towards the pit of lava that had formed. The tremors had stopped now and Izuku was greatly thankful that Kyoka and Denki had successfully switched off the volcano. He had been concerned that whatever that electric villain had done to start the simulation had been irreversible. Nevertheless, that wasn't the case as no more lava was spewing from the mouth of the volcano and the cloud of steam and ash slowly thinned. Izuku took a look at the lava pool, which was already cooling and hardening. It would take too long to try and cool all the lava, so instead, Izuku reached a hand out, and tried to use his new ability to only cool the lava against the earth walls he had set up. At first, nothing happened and Izuku grit his teeth, his hands shaking. He thought about the desperation and how it had felt and suddenly felt a connection to the lava and closed his hands which were still held out in front of him. This caused the lava to harden, which reinforced the wall, making it thicker and slightly taller. Any remaining molten lava could safely cool behind the walls without it spilling out. Midoriya. There was a far-off cry causing Izuku to turn around and see Kyoka and Denki jogging slowly up the slope. Are you okay? Kyoka asked between breaths. Yes, I'm fine. Izuku hollered back. It wasn't long before Izuku's classmates managed to reach the green-haired boy though they were panting from the exertion of running up the incline of the volcano. Thank you, Izuku said. Without you too, I would have. Izuku didn't finish the rather grim sentence. Why you're welcome. Denki stuttered out, his brainpower returning. Meanwhile, Kyoka surveyed the area, noting all the rubble that had fallen from the volcano as well as the lava lake, which was still steaming, and holes in the ground. You're a beast, Midoriya, she declared, causing Izuku to blush slightly at the compliment. So, what's the plan now? She asked Izuku. Izuku opened his mouth before closing it. A blur of motion in the distance had caught his attention as he stared past Kyoka and Denki, down the slope towards the fountain. Where Aizawa had been fighting. Jiro, Kaminari, stay here and keep an eye on the villains, Izuku said as he walked past them. Try and see if you can contact UA. Wait, where are you going? Kyoka asked. A's Eraserhead is in trouble. I have to, Izuku hissed slightly and put some pressure on his side with a hand. You're in no condition to fight, Kyoka exclaimed. Let's try and find the others and we can escape. However, Izuku wasn't hearing it. I have to help him. Stand back, he declared as he crouched down. Kyoka came forward, trying to hold onto Izuku but he slapped the ground and a slab of earth rose and pushed Kyoka back. Izuku didn't even look back as he cracked the earth he had been standing on, jumping off the volcano. The sentient quirk opened its gaping maw, blood dripping from its corners as the creature turned to look at Tsuyu, studying the trembling girl. It didn't recognize her and crept forward while Tsuyu stumbled back. After all, if Dark Shadow didn't know her, then she must be an enemy to Fumikage Tokiyami. A figure stood in a nearby alley and chuckled at the scene before him. Tsuyu stumbled back as Dark Shadow inched closer. The creature could sense that his prey was weakened and was in no rush, knowing that she couldn't run away. Tsuyu collapsed to the ground with a splash and let out a gasp as a sharp pain jolted from where the antlers of the now-dead villain had pierced her. She continued shuffling back as Dark Shadow rumbled forward. In the darkness of the storm zone, its red eyes glowed sinisterly. Tokiyami, it's me, Tsu, she cried out. The sentient quirk was so big that Tsuyu could no longer see her classmate, her view obscured by Dark Shadow. At her words, Fumikage looked up, but his eyes were dull as if he wasn't really looking at the world around him. You know me, Dark Shadow. Her voice trembled in fear. Dark Shadow paused briefly, but the small glimmer of hope was quashed when the creature moved forward with greater speed. Suyu stopped, almost accepting her fate as Dark Shadow loomed over. The spirit roared and swung one of his deadly claws. The razor-sharp claws tore through the side of the building on the way to Suyu with ease and approached her. However, before Dark Shadow could claim another, its prey was snatched from the clutches of its claws. Suyu didn't even have time to cry out as a large paw blindsided her from behind, smacking her to the side through the building. She was unconscious before she hit the ground. Dark Shadow's claw slammed into the ground not a second later, causing cracks to spread out from the point of impact. It howled in anger at having missed its prey and drew back from the unknown entry, swirling protectively around the still-lost Fumikage. Fumikage had to get home. Spurring his short legs on, he ran through the streets, taking the route he was so familiar with. Taking a turn, he unexpectedly slipped and fell. He ignored the sting, his mind preoccupied by the sight of the red covering his palms. Hands shaking, he slowly turned his head to see what he had slipped on. Bile rose up his throat as the innards of a clanmate were splattered across the ground like a messy meal. Fumikage leapt to the side and emptied his stomach onto the sidewalk. He refused to look back at the sight, instead frantically wiping his hands against the ground before taking off. Breathing heavily, Fumikage ran away and shortly reached his home. Mother. Father. He called out as he threw open the door. A noise from the living room caught his attention and he raced there. His eyes widened and he screeched to a halt as he saw both his parents laying on the ground, face down. No, he muttered. He rushed to their side and hesitantly put his hand out, but a voice stopped him. They're already gone. A voice spoke up from the shadows. One that Fumikage recognized. Who did this? Fumikage asked quietly. The figure stepped forward and stood there lazily. Me. Fumikage's head jerked up as he stared into the cruel, green eyes of his brother. The dullness faded from Fumikage's eyes as the memory blended into the present and he was staring into the same green eyes piercing through the darkness of the storm zone. You. Incredibility bled through Fumikage's voice. What are you doing here? Having escaped his memories, Fumikage gained a small measure of control back over Dark Shadow who shrank, though only slightly. The figure reached up and lowered the hood covering his face. Fumikage was surprised to see a panther mask over their face and for a brief moment thought he had made a mistake. However, the green eyes were too familiar and Fumikage could never forget the panther that was currently lying curled around the figure's feet. I thought it had been too long since I had last seen my little brother, Kuro said mockingly, the mask muffling his voice. Fumikage's eyes widened in rage. You have no right to call me that. Call you what? Kuro said, putting his hands up. Brother. Fumikage snarled at that with Dark Shadow growling as well. You forsook that right the night you killed. Blah, blah, blah. Kuro interrupted. I have no interest in talking about dear old mommy and daddy. The panther stood up as Kuro slowly started pacing forward. I wanted to know if you had it in your heart to forgive your older brother. Fumikage ground his teeth together, his growing anger once again feeding Dark Shadow. After all, if it wasn't for me, you would still be trapped in that pathetic excuse of a village, rotting away. Fumikage had heard enough. Dark Shadow. He hollered, the spirit rearing up. Eviscerate, he hissed, pointing to his masked brother. Dark Shadow rumbled in delight. The creature had no problem following orders if they were this fun to carry out. It surged forward, intent on gobbling the masked figure. Kuro smiled underneath the mask before whistling sharply. Bashenga. The panther narrowed its four red eyes and leapt in front of Kuro, catching Dark Shadow by surprise. The panther swung its heavy paw, nailing the spirit right between the eyes. Dark Spirit yelled as it crashed into a wall. However, it was simply an inconvenience as Dark Shadow roared, excavating itself from the rubble before launching itself towards Bashenga. The panther simply stood its ground. Dark Shadow slammed into the panther with its clawed hands, pushing it back, the panther's paws digging shallow ruts in the concrete. Is that all? Kuro mocked. Fumikage's eyes blazed at the insinuation that he was weak. Dark Shadow. Kuro could practically see his brother's hate-fueled Dark Shadow, a slight purple glow traveling through the tendril connecting the two. Dark Shadow swelled slowly and rumbled as it slowly began to overpower the panther spirit. Oh. Kuro's eyes widened slightly behind the mask, half impressed. Cracks spread out in the ground as Dark Shadow continued pushing and with a grunt, the ground beneath Bashenga gave way. Having lost its footing, the panther was knocked away, but not before Dark Shadow swiped its flank with razor-sharp claws that left shimmering gouges. Bashenga yelled in pain as it stood back up, the smoky wisps at the edges of its wounds knitting back together. That was almost impressive, little brother. Kuro walked up to the side of his spirit and rubbed the panther's belly. But it seems you still have much to learn. At those words, Bashenga seemed to dissolve into darkness and melt into Kuro through his hand. Fumikage did not know what the villain was doing but he knew it was bad news. Dark Shadow, stop him. Once again, the spirit charged ahead, ma-agape. However, it was too slow and as the creature went to crush its foe in its jaws, it was stopped. Kuro started laughing, a dark sheen covering his arms as he used his hands to stop Dark Shadow's fangs from crunching down on him. With relative ease, Kuro heaved and started walking forward, pushing the straining spirit back. Dark Shadow swung a claw which Kuro dodged by jumping high into the sky. Fumikage looked up but the rain obscured his vision and before he could call out to his partner, Kuro came crashing down with pinpoint precision. Kuro's legs smashed into the top of Dark Shadow's head with unnatural strength and the spirit sent chunks of concrete and a wave of water flying as it crashed into the ground. The force of the impact caused Fumikage to stumble, while Kuro laughed as he stood on Dark Shadow's head. You're not even worth my time. Kuro hopped off the spirit and started walking away. Fumikage's hands shook as he panted, both in rage and fatigue. The boy ran to his partner, who grunted as it pulled itself out from the ground. Fumikage thought furiously. The traitor was already almost out of sight, the dark surroundings of the storm zone reducing visibility drastically. Dark Shadow made to lunge towards Kuro, but Fumikage exercised whatever control he had to stop him. Fumikage strained as Dark Shadow continued roiling against his control, intent on simply destroying. Calm down, Dark Shadow, Fumikage muttered, between breaths. He collapsed to his knees, splashing in the water, his nose bleeding from the stress of holding Dark Shadow back. A thought occurred to the teen. What if he wasn't in the way? What if he had been holding Dark Shadow back earlier? What if he gave up control? So consumed was Fumikage with the thought of revenge that he spared no thoughts to his surroundings nor his classmates nearby. He simply let go. Dark Shadow roared in glee as it felt the leash surrounding it dissipate, the surrounding water pushed back from the shockwave of the roar. It swarmed around Fumikage, growing larger once more and encasing the teen like a vehicle would encase a human. However, unlike a vehicle, the human within was simply a passenger, unaware of the situation around him as Fumikage was trapped in a never-ending nightmare, the anguish he felt fueling Dark Shadow. Satisfied, Dark Shadow rampaged, lashing out at the buildings around it as it tore its way through the street towards Kuro. Buildings creaked and groaned as chunks were ripped out. Glass shattering could just barely be heard over the roar of the rain and was the only indication for Kuro of the impending threat. He turned around and only had time to cross his hands protectively over his chest as Dark Shadow slammed into him as they took off towards the edge of the enclosure. Grabbing Kuro's leg, Dark Shadow flung him and he crashed into a wall, indenting it. Before he could recover, Dark Shadow was there as the spirit rammed straight through the building, taking Kuro with it. The building rumbled, before collapsing, unable to support itself after a giant hole had been carved into its base. As the building toppled in the background, Dark Shadow screeched to a stop while Kuro's momentum carried him forward, skipping twice over the water before coming to a halt. The mask covering the villain's face fell off, having cracked multiple times from the force of the various impacts it had sustained. Blood dripped over the black fur covering Kuro's face while his ears twitched due to the rain. He growled deep in his chest. Bashenga, finish this. The panther burst out, snarling. Dark Shadow paused briefly, its eyes lighting up cruelly. While the feline was still as large as it had been, without the boy holding him back, Dark Shadow was now larger. An unspoken signal triggered both creatures to rush each other. There was a flurry of claws and teeth as the spirits fought. Dark Shadow used its claws the size of the surrounding street lamps to gouge into the panther's flank while Bashenga used its powerful jaws and razor-sharp teeth to tear into Dark Shadow. Their tussle crashed into several buildings, but while Dark Shadow fought savagely, Kuro directed Bashenga with precise control, directing the fight to the edge of the enclosure. Now! Yelled Kuro. Bashenga swung its paw. However, the spirit's aim was off and Dark Shadow easily knocked it away from itself. Except, that was the plan. Bashenga's claw left wide marks in the enclosure's wall, sending off sparks from the electricity running through it. Dark Shadow cried out at the bright light and just for a brief moment, was distracted. Something that the panther capitalized on by slamming Dark Shadow into the wall. The walls of the enclosure had been designed to be sturdy. In fact, sturdy was an understatement. But in the face of the force of two spirits, weighing tons, it stood no chance. The section of the wall caved with a huge groan as Dark Shadow was pushed straight through, out of the storm zone. Eijiro panted as he released the hardening over his hands and fell back. Phew, you alright, man, he yelled over the roar of the flames. Hanta lay on his back, breathing heavily. He grunted in response to Eijiro. The tape user was nursing broken skin all over his body. Overusing his quirk caused his skin to dry out, but it was the additional sweating due to all the surrounding flames that had accelerated the negative effects of his quirk. Thankfully there hadn't been too many villains. Eijiro was a bit surprised. He had initially been nervous at the thought of facing hardened criminals, but when it came down to fighting, they were weaker than he had expected. Even with the harsh environment, Eijiro had managed to defeat any villains and protect his peer. While he would face the villains in hand-to-hand, Hanta would stay behind and use his tape to capture the villains, making Eijiro's job easier. The hardening user stood up slowly and looked around. Smoke was rising all around them from the flames. Thankfully, by choosing to climb a tall building, they hadn't been troubled by any flames. Come on, Siro. We can't stay here. Eijiro turned to the other boy who sat up with difficulty. There was suddenly a loud crash that shocked both boys. After their conflict with the villains had ended, it had become relatively quiet. There had been some small echoing noises that both Eijiro and Hanta had heard, but they seemed far away, outside the conflagration zone. However, this sound boomed throughout the enclosure as they turned to see a section of the wall collapse. Oh, shit. The curse word slipped from Eijiro's mouth unintentionally as the metal from the enclosure groaned and splintered, crashing to the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. What's going on? Hanta sat up slowly, slurring his words slightly. As his eyes landed on the hole, he could only exclaim, what the F? Come on. Eijiro interrupted, pulling Hanta onto his feet, who cried out slightly in pain. I think I saw Dark Shadow crashing through that hole. Tokiyami might be in trouble. Are you sure? Whatever crashed through must have been huge. Hanta replied. They had never seen Dark Shadow anywhere near that big. Let's check it out. Eijiro made towards the stairs, causing Hanta to roll his eyes. Sure, the tape user was in a bit of pain, but he wasn't made of glass. Hanta shot tape towards Eijiro, wrapping it around him before leaping off the building and taking the red-haired boy with him. What are you doing, Saru? Eijiro's voice echoed through the enclosure as he suddenly found himself in the air, hurtling towards the ground. Hanta grinned slightly, ignoring the pain as he shot another piece of tape to bring the two safely towards the ground. They landed rather ungracefully, but since there was no fire there, Hanta considered it successful. They made their way around the flames towards the direction of the giant hole. Whoa! Both Hanta's and Eijiro's eyes were wide as they saw something flash by that was almost reminiscent of a kaiju. Who's got the big cat? Eijiro asked, looking up at the creature towering above them as it rushed past. I think it's a panther, Hanta replied. Eijiro rolled his eyes. Dude, now is not the time to worry about the specifics. Hey! An unknown voice yelled from close behind the two boys. Both Eijiro and Hanta practically jumped in the air, turning towards the sound. Eijiro hardened his arm while Hanta aimed his elbows at the offender only for the two of them to come face to face with two other classmates. What are you doing here, Ojiro, Kota? Asked Hanta. He had assumed that when they had been warped, everyone in each zone would be falling together. After all, he and Eijiro had fallen in the same place. Wait, are you okay? Eijiro was concerned as he saw the bruises that littered both Masharao and Koji. Koji smiled as he put a thumbs up while Masharao replied, we had our fair share of villains in the earthquake zone, but with Bakugo there, it went better than I hoped. Where's Bakugo? Eijiro looked around. Koji and Masharao shared a look as they remembered the conversation they had. If they could even call it that. He decided to continue fighting near the fountain, Masharao replied after the long look he and Koji had shared. What? That's crazy. Eijiro yelled. We need to help him. Masharao frowned. He wasn't too keen on following after someone who didn't really care about the rest of them. But before he could say anything, Hanta spoke up, first we should get Tokiyami. Tokiyami was, Masharao's question was cut off as Eijiro suddenly pushed him out of the way. And just in time as part of the building came crashing down where Masharao had been standing. Luckily. We need to get some distance from here. Hanta said, pointing towards the hole in the enclosure. If we go through, we can get away from both the panther and the fire. What about Tokiyami? Eijiro asked. You said you saw him near the hole. If he's not there then you probably saw something else. We'll check on the way out of this fiery hell. Hanta was not keen on staying in the conflagration zone any longer and welcomed the chance to feel some rain. After having broken into the conflagration zone, the fight between the Tokiyami brothers had pushed deeper into the center of the area, away from the storm zone. Hanta and Eijiro took off with a confused Koji and Masharao behind him. One big question they had was, how could a panther be doing anywhere near this kind of damage? As buildings were being broken behind them. Pain was all Dark Shadow could feel. Just seconds earlier, the spirit had felt more joy than it could ever remember because it had finally been free to battle and rampage. And it had found an opponent that could take a couple of hits. A find that was as thrilling as it was frustrating. However, then Dark Shadow and Bashenga, the panther, had crashed through and it was like a supernova exploding against Dark Shadow's senses. After crashing into the conflagration zone, the first sensation was the oppressive heat that came billowing from the fires dancing across the city. Nevertheless, it was not the heat, but rather the light those fires threw up that caused the most damage. Dark Shadow roared, thrashing about in confusion as it started to shrink, unable to hold its massive form in the light. It desperately pounded the ground, putting out surrounding fires, but it was a losing battle. In a last-ditch attempt, it tried to draw on the bond between it and the beaked human it was attached to, but having fully taken over control, Dark Shadow was left alone, without any power being put in from Fumikage. And so, it shrank. Fumikage burst free from Dark Shadow, dropping to his hands and knees as he took deep gasps of air. He was disoriented, his vision slightly blurry as he couldn't really remember what had happened over the course of the last few minutes. Standing up on slightly wobbly legs, Fumikage took stock of his surroundings and as his vision cleared, he focused on the figure of his brother ahead of him. And his heart stopped briefly at the nightmarish image before him. The red rivulets of blood had dried on Kuro's head but glinted nastily against the light. The fire threw up dancing shadows across the panther-headed man, the emerald green eyes glowing through said shadows. And standing above him was his faithful panther spirit, 4 crimson eyes framing the snarl on its face. It was a picture straight from hell for the younger Tokiyami. Kuro licked some blood from the corner of his mouth as he stalked forward. Fumikage had surprised him, but once it became clear that he possessed no control, Kuro was far less impressed. He stopped in front of his brother who had fallen to his knees in fear, Dark Shadow cowering behind Fumikage. To think I had been impressed even briefly. Kuro scoffed at the pitiful sight in front of him. He turned around sharply, walking away angrily. Bashenga followed and for a second, Fumikage thought he was safe. But as it turned around, the panther's tail lashed out, catching Fumikage full in the chest and the boy was flung away before he could even realize what had happened. Fumikage was unconscious after crashing through the first 2 walls, not realizing how many more he would crash through before coming to a stop. Shota Aizawa had been prepared for a slightly mundane day of rescue training. Most likely the students would flounder in the face of the unknown situation and rather realistic effects. However, he had not expected villains to appear in the heart of a UA compound. Nevertheless, he wasted no time in assessing the situation and quickly jumped down towards the fountain, practically flying down the steps as he acrobatically leapt over multiple steps with each bound. As he made his way down, he pulled his signature goggles down, obscuring his eyes. He heard some shouts of panic from the plaza he had just left and was annoyed as he realized that one of the main villains, the warp villain, he had been worried about had gone missing. Unfortunately, he simply had to trust that Kido and 13 could protect the students without him. Shota rolled as he landed, coming up into a run as he approached his first villains. He practically rolled his eyes at the disorganization as the villains at the front had mid to long range quirks. With his glowing red eyes hidden behind the goggles, Shota wasted no time, taking advantage of the villains' confusion to kick and punch them into submission, knocking them out quickly. Why didn't they use their quirks? Idiots. One villain yelled before finding out that she couldn't use her quirk and being pummeled by Shota. It was times like this that made the hero Eraserhead glad he stayed out of the limelight and didn't have the notoriety of attention seekers like All Might. Wait, I've heard of this guy. He's Eraserhead, one villain yelled out. Shota scowled and instantly sent his tape flying towards the villain. He can erase your quirks. The villain barely managed to get the words out before Shota flung him into the ground. Ha! One rock villain scoffed. I bet you can't erase the quirk of someone like me. He banged his fists together as he charged towards the lone hero. With the villain practically announcing his approach, Shota rolled his eyes slightly. The hero expertly dodged the lone punch thrown at him, simultaneously kicking the villain in the face. And while the villain was disorientated, Shota wrapped him in tape, huffing slightly as he flung the heavy rock villain crashing into two more approaching villains. Shota could tell that he was tiring as the battle went on. While untrained and thus quite weak, the sheer volume of opponents that the villains had gathered was of issue. As he fought, Shota looked to see both the villain with all the hands as well as the villain with the exposed brain just standing there and watching him. More worryingly, another of the ringleaders, the one with the cloak, was now missing. Having fought for a while now, Shota wasn't worried about most of the villains, but it was clear to him that the ringleaders were strong, though he couldn't tell how strong. He was worried that the cloaked villain had gone after his students. He could only pray that they would make it out safely. However, Shota's worrying had distracted him, and he had to jump to the side wildly to avoid a sword slash from a villain. Seeing his chance, Tamura Shigaraki leapt forward, making a mad dash towards the hero. Shota jerked back as the villain was suddenly so close to him and just barely managed to block the punch aimed at him with his own arm. Tamura smiled as his prey took the bait. I've got you now, Eraserhead, he teased. Twisting his arm slightly, the hand-covered villain turned the punch into a hold centered around Shota's elbow and activated his quirk just as the hero blinked. Shota immediately could tell something was wrong and with a violent wrench, freed his arm from Tamura's grip before kicking the villain, who went flying away, giggling. Tamura didn't bother to engage Shota again, instead more interested in something that had crashed into the fountain behind him. After all, the damage had already been done. Shota observed the damage to his elbow with a pained grimace on his face. Even though the villain's touch had only lingered for a second, it had instantly chewed through the skin of his elbow and had even damaged the musculature there, making his arm practically useless. Having seen the quirk used on him, Shota was fairly confident that it was this hand villain that had turned the UA barrier to dust. However, now was not the time to dwell on that as several villains closed in like hyenas taking advantage of dying prey. Shota barely managed to avoid the villains and with each passing minute, he accumulated more and more nicks and scratches. Meanwhile, Tamura investigated the crash that had destroyed half the fountain and was surprised to see Kurogiri there. What are you doing back, Kurogiri? The warp villain groaned in pain as he extricated himself from the rubble of the fountain. I'm sorry, Master Tamura. Tamura stiffened at those words, realizing that something had gone wrong. I separated them as planned but one of them managed to get away. Tamura's fists trembled, the hand covering his face hiding raging, red eyes. His hand leapt up and Kurogiri flinched slightly as Tamura furiously started scratching his neck. You fool. Kurogiri, you idiot. How could you let a bunch of high school students defeat you? If you weren't father's pet, I would end you now. Kurogiri bowed his head in shame. I was too kind to them and one student escaped. The faculty at UA will likely respond soon and arrive here. Tamura stopped scratching. Perhaps now is the best time to leave, Kurogiri suggested. Tamura whirled around, a smile peeking out from below the hand. No, wait. If the faculty knows, then so does All Might and he'll come running to play the hero and save the kids. Then we can enact the plan. Tamura clapped his hand in glee. In the meantime, we can have some fun. He turned his attention to Eraserhead only to suddenly be taken aback. Huh. While the two villains had been having their conversation, Shota had been battling hard. With the pain from his elbow and the loss of that arm's functionality, his mobility had been reduced. Nevertheless, that didn't mean he was out. He conserved his movements, dodging attacks expertly and only retaliating when needed. However, the more he moved, the greater the breaths he took and the slower he got. We've got him now. A villain yelled. There was an uproar of sound around Shota and three villains approached him from different directions. Shota ducked under the first villain's staff strike, blocked the punch of the second villain, stepped close towards the third villain and knocked him out before he could react. Suddenly a rope wrapped around his ankle, pulling his leg out from under him and Shota fell to the floor. Seeing the opportunity, the first villain swung his staff down, aiming straight for Shota's head. And the hero could not react in time. However, the grin was wiped from the villain's face as his staff missed its intended target. Bro, how did you miss? The villain was dumbfounded as his partner taunted him. Whoa, watch out. Kido had made it just in time from the main plaza, using his bandages and traject quirk to redirect the staff from a distance before jumping in and delivering a kick to the villain standing above Shota. Come on, Eraserhead. Kido offered a hand which Shota didn't hesitate to accept before standing up. Meanwhile, Tamura growled as Eraserhead once again escaped demise. No fair. You can't call a support character in the middle of the battle. With the addition of Kido, Shota was far more confident in dealing with the weaker villains. Even though they had practically never worked together in their entire hero career, the two operated almost seamlessly, using their bandages and cloths to ensnare villains from different directions. Tamura grew increasingly frustrated at the increasing success of the heroes, a fact that Kurogiri quickly noticed. Do you want me to intervene? Asked the warp villain. No, Tamura said with finality. He turned to face his Nomu, who had not moved from his position since they had arrived. I want to do a test run before the final boss arrives. Looking back at the heroes, he pointed at Kido. Break that one. He shouldn't have hacked his way in. And bring me a racer head. The Nomu tilted its head in understanding before blurring forward. Villains were just a minor obstacle to the beast who trampled through them with no regard. Both Kido and Shota were surprised at the introduction of the new variable and were just barely able to react. Shota turned his quirk erasing gaze onto the Nomu but was very shocked when the creature's speed barely slowed. Don't just stand there, eraser head. Kido yelled as he redirected the Nomu's first punch straight into the ground, cracking it from the force. However, the sudden change in momentum threw the Nomu off balance, allowing Shota to use his binding cloth and wrap it around the Nomu's throat. But when he went to yank the creature down, it did not budge. Watch out, it has some kind of super strength, Shota warned. He quickly tried to unwrap his hands from the binding cloth but the Nomu was quick and grabbed the cloth. The Nomu threw another punch aimed straight for Shota's gullet and even with his erasure quirk active, he knew that such a punch would be potentially fatal. Once again, Kido was his saving grace, using his wrappings to redirect the punch just to the side of Shota's flank. Shota was extremely glad that had missed as he could feel the wind from the pressure of that punch. Unfortunately, he was rather helpless when the Nomu's response to Kido's intervention was to harshly backhand the bandage-covered hero. The blow was crushing, instantly breaking ribs as Kido flew backwards, rolling along the ground before coming to a stop. He did not move from that spot, a fact that the thugs surrounding him shared cheerful grins with each other about. No, Shota practically screamed, moving towards Kido. The Nomu was quick as lightning, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him towards Tamura, away from Kido. Shota thrashed, attempting to wriggle out of the iron-tight hold on his uninjured arm. Break it, Tamura ordered. The Nomu wasted no time and with just a little effort, snapped Shota's uninjured arm. A guttural cry of pain left Shota's lips before he was suddenly smashed face first into the ground, blood washing the surrounding stone, effectively silencing him. Meanwhile, having been on the harsh end of a beatdown, the thugs surrounding Kido were slightly wary. Are you sure he's out? One asked. He's not moving at all, another replied. It would be pointless for him to play chicken, one commented. Wait, who even is he? One clueless villain asked. What does it matter? Replied one of the villains, rolling her eyes. It's a hero, that's all that matters. Let's gut him a few times to make sure. This comment drew a lot of nods as the villains closed in. However, fate had different plans for Kido as a shadow fell over him. Before the villains could even realize that someone was approaching, Izuku Midoriya crashed onto the scene. Mammoth of a chapter to write with all the different characters and viewpoints, but I'm happy with how it turned out. Chapter 14. The Avatar has been lost for millennia after the death of Korra, with the art of bending forgotten to ancient scrolls. In an age of quirks, watch as Izuku becomes the new Avatar and brings back the art of bending in his Hero Academia. Final part of the USJ arc. Quite happy with how it tuned out. Enjoy. As Izuku gazed at the fountain, he saw Eraserhead fighting a veritable horde of villains. Even from this distance, the green-haired boy could tell that his teacher was injured from his movements. Then he saw the villain with the exposed brain move and instantly could tell that Eraserhead was in over his head. He ignored both the pain in his flank and the pleas of Jiro and Kaminari to stop as he took off, using his earthbending to bound down the volcano. A small part of him doubted how much impact he would make as he was still a student. However, he couldn't just stand by and escape to safety, knowing that he could help Eraserhead. Knowing that he was taking too long, Izuku made one final leap and soared through the air. His hands flailed in the air as Izuku flapped his arms in an attempt to fly. However, as he approached the fountain, he focused on Kido, who was lying unmoving on the ground with villains surrounding them. While he was still worried about Eraserhead, he couldn't change where he was going to land. Izuku crashed into the ground, using his momentum to release a mini quake that knocked all the surrounding villains off their feet. Ignoring the villains, Izuku rushed to Kido's side, checking both the hero's pulse and breathing and paled at what he found. Kido's pulse was very weak and as Izuku turned him onto his back carefully, he quickly spotted the mass of red coloring the bandages around Kido's chest. Even more worryingly, it didn't even look like Kido was breathing and Izuku had to put his ear close to the hero's face to hear the faint, ragged breaths. He was in no condition to fight, but even worse for Izuku was that Kido looked in no position to move by himself. None of the students in Class 1A had healing quirks, so Izuku couldn't count on getting the hero some medical help soon. Izuku looked around to see the villains already stirring, recovering from his unexpected intrusion. He wasn't confident in his ability to carry Kido and escape, and there was still the matter of Eraserhead. No, he would have to stay and fight off the villains. There was no signal before the battle started. However, very quickly, Izuku realized that this was going to be much tougher than his earlier altercation on the volcano. The first problem was the person he was defending. Not only did this limit how far he could move around, but it also put him on the defensive as the villains quickly realized and took advantage by going for the unconscious hero. Nevertheless, Izuku had expected that. The second problem was one that Izuku had not anticipated. Apart from the villains that looked to be the ringleaders, Izuku had assumed that all the villains were rather similar in attitude. However, unlike the thugs he had faced earlier, the villains down here took the hero in training far more seriously. Izuku winced as he violently dodged to the side, pain shooting through the injury in his side. He's injured. One of the villains cried out before swinging a fiery lasso towards Izuku. Izuku growled through the pain, raising a slab of earth to block the incoming attack before kicking the barrier and sending a rock projectile smashing into the villain. Izuku quickly noticed that he was having to be harsher. He couldn't afford to simply chain the villains up as he had done earlier. Izuku found himself flinging large rocks around, trying to knock the villains out to thin the number, but he was quickly finding that his manner of fighting lacked a certain element of speed and slowly got more bruises and cuts. Thankfully, his efforts hadn't gone to waste as the number of villains did decrease. A strong punch from one of the villains sent Izuku crashing next to Kido. The green-haired boy quickly got up on one knee as he couldn't afford to stay on the ground. But then, a gleeful cry took Izuku's attention away from his fight as he glanced towards Eraserhead. Smash his face once more. Tamura's smile peeked out from under the hand covering his face as the Nomu raised the erasure user's head once more. He's stopped. We've got him. Izuku didn't even hear the voices of the villains around him, instead feeling a deep pit of rage at the words said by the blue-haired villain. Without even really thinking about what he was doing, Izuku shouted in frustration and smashed a fist into the ground, using his rage to guide his earthbending. The remaining villains immediately sunk into the ground before finding that it had hardened up and they were trapped. Izuku spared no glance at the villains, instead catapulting himself towards his teacher, cracking the ground where he had stood and bringing small pieces of earth with him. Get away from him. Izuku screamed, his anger providing the trigger for the earth he was carrying to spin faster as it heated up and became lava. It was obvious to the boy that the one calling the shots was the blue-haired villain, and without thinking of the consequences, Izuku flung the bubbling blob of lava straight at Tamura. Unfortunately, Izuku's entrance was hardly subtle. Nomu, Tamura said, lazily. The brain-exposed creature threw Shota Aizawa, who dropped clumsily a couple of feet from Tamura's feet, before intercepting the lava midway. It shrieked in agony as the lava melted through the arm it had used to block with. The lava cooled quickly, leaving behind the smell of burnt flesh and a mangled arm. Izuku ground to a stop, taking a moment to appreciate the handiwork of the lava, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The Nomu ripped off its whole arm at the level of its shoulder with a spurt of blood before something incredulous happened. Right before Izuku's eyes, the arm regenerated, the bone cracking through, the muscles and vessels layering over it as the skin sewed itself. Within seconds, the arm looked as good as new. Izuku was so dumbfounded that he simply stood there in awe. It was Tamura moving that jolted Izuku out of his stupor. The green-haired boy narrowed his eyes as Tamura approached Eraserhead and sent a large boulder flying out of the ground at the villain. However, the Nomu was lightning quick, again intercepting Izuku's attack, smashing it effortlessly into rubble that was sent flying everywhere. Nevertheless, Izuku had expected this and had used the attack to obscure the creature's vision just long enough to get past it. For a second, Izuku thought his plan had worked, but as he prepared to fling a spike of earth, a large hand seized his arm in a crushing grip, preventing Izuku from carrying it out. Izuku whirled around and was shocked to see the Nomu there. Given the route Izuku had taken to avoid the hulking beast, it meant that it was faster than Izuku had thought. Ah, that's so sad. Tamura taunted. Izuku looked back to see the villain taking his time as he approached Eraserhead. Kurogiri just watched on, staying by the fountain. There was no reason for him to move. Izuku desperately tried to kick the ground, but the Nomu still held some modicum of intelligence as it lifted him clean off the ground. With his arms held tightly and his feet not even touching the ground, Izuku felt helpless. Stop. Tamura wiggled his fingers as he addressed the captured teen. Once I lay all 5 fingers on Eraserhead, he'll just crumble away. All that will be left is dust waiting to be blown away. Tamura giggled maniacally. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he struggled against the Nomu whose grip did not falter. Tamura stopped as a slight whistling sound grew louder. In entered Katsuki Bakugo, a massive explosion aimed straight at the blue-haired villain. The explosion tore through the ground, releasing a shockwave that flung rubble in all directions as smoke obscured everyone's vision. Kachan. Izuku yelled in relief. Meanwhile, Kurogiri's voice was tinged with far more fear. Master Tamura. Katsuki scowled as he stood up between Eraserhead and Tamura. How could you let yourself be beaten by these losers? Katsuki asked his teacher, condescendingly. Shota cracked an eye open, breathing heavily. His voice was quiet as he said, be careful. Katsuki narrowed his eyes as he lay eyes on Tamura who, apart from some slight scorch marks and nicks from the rubble, was practically unharmed from the explosion. The villain had reacted instantaneously to Katsuki's war cry, jumping back to avoid most of the damage. Judging by that, the blonde could tell that the 3 villains here were of a different caliber compared to the useless thugs scattered across the USJ. But there was one thing that Katsuki still didn't understand. Why did you and all your scrubs bother attacking UA? Tamura took his time, dusting off some of the soot while Kurogiri hovered around like an overconcerned mother. I'm fine, Kurogiri. Tamura turned to his aggressor. Why did we attack UA, you ask? Because All Might was meant to be here, brat. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise before he laughed. You think you have a chance against All Might? He asked, rhetorically. Kachan, Izuku started. Shut up, Deku. Katsuki interrupted, without even looking back. Before addressing Tamura again, your underlings didn't even stand a chance against a bunch of high school students. Tamura scowled at that, annoyed because he couldn't dispute Katsuki. So what if those useless morons lost to some hero wannabes? They weren't really part of the plan that I, Tamura Shigaraki, am leading. Tamura pointed behind Katsuki at Nomu. The red-eyed blonde took the time to study the creature. It was a hulking thing, even bigger than All Might with bulging muscles stretching the black skin over it. The exposed brain, dead look in its eyes and misshapen beak only cemented it as an abomination. His inspection allowed Katsuki to notice something that Izuku was doing, causing his eyes to twitch in annoyance. Tamura continued on, not noticing what Izuku was doing. He is the proud creation of the League of Villains. League of Villains. Katsuki snorted at the name. Nomu. A being bioengineered to take on All Might at his peak and defeat him. Tamura chose to ignore Katsuki's comment. Katsuki could almost laugh at how easy it was to get the villains to blab and brag about their plan. However, the bioengineered part did give him pause. That suggested that some scientist was helping the villains, and while Katsuki wasn't worried that the beast could defeat All Might, he was slightly concerned as it meant that their claims were likely not completely baseless. However, his contemplation and inspection had distracted Katsuki. Watch out, Kachan, Izuku warned. From his angle, it was easy to see Tamura sneaking forward, and once Izuku warned Katsuki, Tamura wasted no time, breaking into a full sprint in a mad dash towards the red-eyed teen. Unfortunately for the villain, being a close-range specialist limited him as Katsuki whirled around and fired another explosion, forcing Tamura to dodge to the side. Izuku took that as a signal to break out. When Katsuki had first arrived and fired the explosion, a lot of rubble had been flung everywhere. With the smoke obscuring the Nomu's vision, Izuku had taken the opportunity to catch some of it and had spent the past few minutes trying to condense and harden it. With the hardened rock ready, and a suitable distraction, Izuku fired the projectile behind him and it punched a hole straight through the Nomu's brain. The creature shrieked in pain, letting go of Izuku. As soon as Izuku touched the ground, he sent a pillar of earth to knock the Nomu away and get some distance. He was glad that his gamble had paid off. While the Nomu had some high level of regeneration, it was clear that it still felt pain, and with only one shot, Izuku had fired it straight at what looked like the most vulnerable part of the monster, the brain. Nevertheless, the reprise was only for a moment as the Nomu's regeneration kicked in to heal the injury. Unfortunately, Izuku had overestimated the damage the Nomu would take from that attack. Izuku had hoped that the creature's regeneration would take longer to deal with the damage to such a vital location. And so, he had turned his back on a particularly dangerous villain. After knocking the Nomu away, Izuku turned around, making his way towards Katsuki, who was now facing off against both Tamura and Kurogiri. It was his seismic sense that saved him. The Nomu's steps pounded the ground, creating so many vibrations that Izuku was just able to react in time. He hastily threw up a barrier behind him but was thrown onto the ground as the Nomu tore through the barrier. Izuku barely dodged the next punch thrown at him, which smashed into the ground. Izuku backflipped while using the rocks thrown up from the Nomu's punch, spinning them into discs that sliced through the flesh of the Nomu in several places. However, the beast ignored any pain, letting its regeneration take care of the problem while it took another swing at Izuku. The teen was just able to get some earth as a guard against his arms before the Nomu's arms smashed into it. Izuku flew back, pain blaring through his senses. He instantly knew something was wrong with his arms. While they didn't feel broken, they were definitely bruised. The Nomu was relentless, chasing after the injured boy. With a pained grimace, Izuku used his feet to kick rocks at the oncoming monster, but powerful swings destroyed the projectiles, and within moments the Nomu was on Izuku. Izuku stepped back to get some distance, but the Nomu lashed out, hitting his foot, and Izuku yelled out loud while dropping to the ground. This time there was no question about it. His leg was broken. The pain caused tears to fill his eyes, and through blurry eyes, Izuku could see the Nomu rearing back a massive punch, aimed right for his head. Terror filled him and he was frozen in place. Meanwhile, Katsuki's fight had started well enough. After Tamura had attempted a surprise attack, Katsuki had forced the villain to the side with an explosion. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? Tamura sneered. Don't get cocky, brat. If it weren't for your little friend, you'd be in trouble. Katsuki snarled at that. I don't need him to beat someone as weak as you. He was furious now. The audacity to suggest that he needed help and that he was friends with Deku. Katsuki used his explosions to launch himself forward before firing more at Tamura. However, the villain was surprisingly nimble, dodging several of Katsuki's explosions. Nevertheless, Katsuki was learning some of the habits of the villain. Tamura would remain low to the ground and preferred to dodge to his left. Using his intuition, Katsuki aimed to Tamura's right and the villain predictably dodged to the left. I've got you now. Bakugo yelled out. Aiming to the right had been a feint, and as the villain dodged an explosion that never came, Katsuki spun counterclockwise before firing a massive explosion using both hands. Grinning, the red-eyed teen jumped back to survey his handiwork. Unfortunately for him, Kurogiri had chosen to intervene, using a well-timed warp to transport the massive explosion away harmlessly. Tamura was a bit peeved. Who told you to interfere, Kurogiri? I can handle this by myself. Kurogiri floated forward, stopping next to Tamura. I apologize, Master Tamura, but I am here to protect you. Tamura grumbled at the implication that he needed protecting. He would have said something, but Katsuki spoke first. You're not the boss, are you? Katsuki had a wide grin on his face, irritating Tamura. You're just some small fry apprentice. Tamura's eyes burned at the insults from some kid. I'll show you, small fry. I'm second, only two. Tamura. Kurogiri said sharply, cutting him off. Katsuki scowled. This warp villain was far more level-headed than the young apprentice and had stopped him from revealing the boss. While that was not ideal, Katsuki did learn that whoever the boss was, their identity was a secret. If you two are done squabbling, let's finish this. Katsuki crouched down, small cracks and pops bursting off his hands. Both Tamura and Kurogiri turned back to Katsuki at his words and nodded. Katsuki propelled himself forward with a big explosion. He pushed himself harder, trying to go faster. However, while his greater speed may have surprised Tamura, Kurogiri's warps were easily just as fast. Kurogiri opened portals in front of Katsuki, blocking the teen's way forward. Even though the villain only used a couple of warps at a time, Katsuki found it difficult to dodge. Nevertheless, he was making some headway, approaching the villains. There was a close call as Tamura put a hand through one of the warps near him, almost touching Katsuki. The blonde boy utilized his quirk to flip himself in midair, dodging the hand before firing back. The villain pulled his scorched hand back out of the warp with a snarl. With his attention momentarily redirected, Kurogiri took advantage and Katsuki found himself virtually trapped from almost all directions by multiple warps. He fired an explosion to propel himself up, hoping to escape through the top, but one final warp opened above him with Tamura's hand shooting out. Katsuki could do nothing but watch as the hand came to rest on his head. Suddenly all the warps vanished and Katsuki dropped to the ground as his quirk suddenly stopped working. "You're so damn cool, Eraser Head," Tamura muttered as his eyes twitched in a mix of admiration and annoyance. From his place on the ground, the hero had summoned the strength to lift his head and activate his quirk. Due to the wooziness in his head, Shota couldn't help but drag his eyes between his student and the two villains. Nevertheless, this allowed him to nullify the quirks of Kurogiri, Tamura and Katsuki in an instant and save his student. Meanwhile, Izuku stared up at the giant fist shooting towards him. He felt something stir in him, but before he could think about it, a white bandage came flying out of nowhere and once again, the Nomu found its arm being redirected into the ground. Izuku was thrown back from the shockwave, landing with a muffled yelp. He looked up in surprise. "Kido. Thank you." Kido just nodded, putting up a shaky thumbs up before coughing up more blood and collapsing back to the ground. Both Izuku and Katsuki were breathing heavily as they looked at the villains. Izuku was in pain as he reappraised the Nomu and its strength. However, for the third time in his life, Katsuki was feeling overwhelmed. After the slime villain, Katsuki had vowed to not be in that position again. And yet, he had once again almost lost and needed someone else to save him. That feeling festered, stoking his anger. There was a tense silence as the two students and the villains looked at each other. Suddenly it was broken by a loud crash, drawing their attention to the entrance. Before the villains could even understand what had happened, Kido and Eraser had vanished. Another gust of wind and both Katsuki and Izuku found themselves staring at a large, blue back. All Might had arrived. Toshinori sighed in disappointment as he sat on the couch of the staff room. No one else was there as the rest of the teachers were teaching. He was also meant to be teaching, but his time limit expired quicker than he thought. The number one hero had a feeling that his power would deteriorate after he had passed it to Izuku. However, it had decreased even more than he had predicted. Toshinori was concerned as he glanced at an email he had sent to an old friend. He felt bad that he hadn't talked to David in a while and had only now contacted him when he had a problem. Toshinori felt like a bad friend. The door creaked as a smattering of paws approached Toshinori. "Hello, there." Toshinori looked up to see the mouse-bear hybrid of UA. "Good morning, Principal Nezu." Nezu walked past the sofa, turning on the kettle. "I see that you overdid it again." Toshinori stiffened at that. "Your devotion to your hero work is commendable." "Thank you," Toshinori said, though he could tell something more was coming. "However, I wish you approached your role as a teacher with as much vigor." Nezu stared at Toshinori with unblinking eyes. Toshinori instantly felt guilty, inwardly marveling at the principal's ability to make him feel that way. Toshinori felt like a student again, being reprimanded by their teacher. "It's not that I don't want to teach. I just couldn't stand by, knowing that I could stop those villains." Nezu smiled at that, handing the hero a cup of tea before climbing onto the sofa opposite him. "That will is what makes you our symbol of peace. And from what little I've seen of your young protege, Izuku Midoriya seems to have that same fire." Toshinori rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Thank you, sir. I know I came to UA to find a successor, but I wanted to thank you for still letting me become a teacher even after my objective was complete." "You're very welcome," Nezu replied. "I would like to ask you a question." Toshinori was intrigued, nodding in response. "Why did you still become a teacher?" Toshinori hummed in thought, but as he opened his mouth to answer, he was interrupted by Nezu. "Apart from teaching Midoriya." Toshinori took another moment before responding. "I don't want Midoriya to struggle like I did. While I do want him to become the new symbol of peace, I don't want him to be the only pillar holding up society. I want to do more than just inspire and actually help cultivate the next generation of heroes." Nezu nodded. An admirable goal. However, before Toshinori could bask in the praise, Nezu continued. "You must take better care of yourself. How can you polish the rough gems of our school if you lose your shine? Look at me. I make sure to wash my fur daily. Nothing can mar this brilliant white." "This is weird." Toshinori lost track of time, spacing out as Nezu continued talking about cleaning his fur. As the time ticked on, a sense of dread grew in the pit of his stomach. He wasn't sure what or why he was feeling that way. He just knew that something was wrong. And he had long since learned to trust his instincts. Toshinori stood up abruptly, startling Nezu. "I'm sorry, sir, I have to go." Nezu peered closely at the hero, noticing the slight distress and worry on his face. "That's all right." Bowing in thanks, Toshinori didn't wait to leave, instantly letting one for all flow through him as he dashed out. Nezu stared at the door, taking a long sip of his tea. Even his mind had been slightly troubled though he couldn't place why. The bell signaling the start of the break broke him from his musings. Erring on the side of caution, the principal pressed a button on his phone, alerting all the teachers to an emergency meeting. While many called him paranoid, the bear knew all too well the price one paid for being too relaxed, the twinge in his back an everlasting reminder. Meanwhile, All Might hurried towards the USJ. As he ran, he noticed a speck growing larger as it moved towards him quickly. He was surprised to see Tenya and skidded to a stop. All Might, Tenya said urgently. What happened? If Tenya was surprised that the hero knew that something was wrong, he didn't show it. Villains have attacked the USJ. Communications are down and everyone is trapped inside. I was barely able to make it out. Frustration leaked into Tenya's voice at the end as he stared at the ground. With each passing word, All Might's eyes widened as he clenched his fist harder. He rested a hand on Tenya's shoulder, making him look up to the hero's face. Well done, young Iida. You made the right decision. All Might could easily tell that the boy was feeling guilty about leaving the USJ. The boy likely thought he had abandoned his classmates, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I have another task for you, if you're up to it. Tenya stood up straighter. Just give me the word. All Might smiled at the enthusiasm. Continue to UA and alert the staff to the situation. Tell them that I have gone on ahead. Tenya nodded. Leave it to me. The engine quirk user dashed off. All Might let the smile slip off his face as his true feelings bubbled up to the surface. Without wasting another moment, All Might rushed forward. As he approached the compound, he readied his fist and with a single punch, broke through into the USJ. All Might. Cries of joy greeted him from Ochako as All Might appraised the situation. Steam was rising from the volcano, smoke wafting from the domes of the storm and conflagration zone, and he could even see a glacier on the mountain zone. Yuga and Rikido turned at her voice, overjoyed that the number one had arrived on the scene. All three paused as they saw All Might's expression. He wasn't smiling. All Might's face was set into a scowl as he looked at 13, lying on the ground in a pool of her blood. He could only pray that the damage was not too extensive. Stay here, children. Yes, sir. Ochako stuttered, causing the hero to pause. Kido and Eraserhead are injured near the fountain. Deku is. All Might raised a hand, giving her and the other students a reassuring smile. Don't worry, young Uraraka. He turned around, eyes narrowing as he watched the scene around the fountain. Why? Because I am here. With that proclamation, All Might dove down the stairs, and before anyone could realize what had happened, both Kido and Eraserhead were laying next to 13. It happened so quickly that the three students didn't even realize until Kido coughed in pain. All Might gathered the two boys who had been battling the villains around the fountain, depositing them near the bottom of the main stairs. Go up and wait by the teachers. Both Izuku and Katsuki took a second before they realized who had arrived. All Might. They cried out. Well. Tamura's voice interrupted All Might. Instead, the hero took the time to inspect the three villains standing in front of him. If it isn't the symbol of peace. How I've longed to topple you from your pedestal. He started laughing gleefully. And here I thought you weren't going to show up. Stand down, villains. All Might ordered, his voice booming. Kurogiri paused, slightly fearful, but Tamura stepped forward, imbued with false bravado. Why should we stop? Tamura gestured to the beast standing next to him. We have Nomu, a creature designed to kill you. All Might's eyes quirked at that. Kill me. Many have boasted as such, but none have managed yet. All Might rushed forward as the Nomu met him halfway. Izuku yelled, watch out. It's just as strong as you. Their first punch sent a shockwave that pushed the two students and the villains back, with Izuku and Katsuki landing in the water that surrounded the central area in a small circle. All Might grunted in surprise as the Nomu hardly budged, its fist matching his in strength. They exchanged more blows, the Nomu matching the hero's every strike. As they fought, All Might noticed the creature's arm rippling with every punch. The two separated, jumping away from each other as All Might studied his foe. Tamura laughed. How do you like that, All Might? The Nomu possesses the shock absorption quirk, allowing it to withstand the force of every one of your mighty punches. Shock absorption, huh? All Might muttered. Then let's try this. The two met in the middle again, but this time, All Might feinted a punch before twisting underneath the Nomu's fist. He grabbed the hulking black arm before twisting violently, ripping the arm off completely before jumping back. The Nomu screeched in pain and even the villains were shocked silent. However, it did not last. Tamura made his joy in the number one hero's confusion apparent. Did you really think that move would be all it took? All Might scowled as he watched the Nomu's flesh bulge and regenerate before his eyes. You've created an abomination. I thought you said its quirk was shock absorption. Tamura smiled widely. I didn't say that's its only quirk. Nomu also has super regeneration, he replied, proudly. All Might's eyes widened at the implications. Multiple quirks. But that would mean, the hero shook his head and focused on the situation at hand. He couldn't afford to be distracted right now. All Might inspected the blue-haired villain. Considering the potential threat they were, their supposed leader was more immature than he had thought as Tamura bragged about the Nomu. He was pulled from his thoughts as this time the Nomu acted first, bellowing as it ran towards All Might. The hero prepared himself as the creature crashed into him and they grappled and fought. Meanwhile, Izuku and Katsuki were watching from the side. Should we help? Izuku asked. Katsuki scowled. He felt like a burden, simply watching All Might from the sidelines. However, he wasn't dumb enough to think that he could intervene in the fight between All Might and the Nomu without compromising the number one hero. It pained his ego to even think that he wasn't yet strong enough to fight with All Might, let alone think of surpassing him. However, on the other side, Tamura was getting antsy as he watched his prized Nomu and All Might trade blows. He furiously started scratching his neck. What's going on? Tamura muttered. I thought he had become weaker. He hasn't lost any strength at all. Kurogiri glanced at his rising frustration, wondering whether he should act or say something. However, before he could come to that decision, someone else intervened. All Might has indeed lost some of his legendary strength. Dragon rumbled. Tamura paused his scratching, turning round to look at the hulking man. You've joined us again, have you? Where were you all this time? Tamura was unable to keep all the bite from his tone. Dragon simply didn't respond, irritating Tamura slightly. Whatever, if you want to be useful, go with Kurogiri and distract All Might so that my Nomu can take him down. Dragon and Kurogiri shared a glance before moving forward. And at the opportune time, they struck. Dragon let loose a burst of flames from his mouth. However, his intention was not to strike the man but merely to distract him. All Might flinched from how close the flames got, equally surprised when they failed to actually hit him, and then had to dodge another of the Nomu's punches abruptly. Suddenly he winced, blood dribbling from his mouth. Looking down, All Might could see the Nomu's fist impacting his old wound which throbbed painfully. Kurogiri took that split second when the hero was distracted to open up a portal through which the dodged punch had traveled to find its mark. No, Izuku gasped. We have to help him. He's outnumbered. Izuku didn't even bother turning to Katsuki. While their relationship wasn't the best, he knew him well enough to know that Katsuki would join him if it meant helping All Might. They both ran out of the shallow water as they made their way to All Might. Meanwhile, the villains had taken advantage of All Might's pause with the Nomu and Kurogiri working together to deliver more punches to the hero. All Might grabbed the Nomu's fist while rolling back, using the momentum to fling the Nomu. However, Kurogiri opened a portal in a flash and All Might suddenly found the black beast's crushing grip around his midsection causing him to grunt in pain. I can't believe I let myself be captured like this. All Might muttered as he struggled, trying to break out of the grip. Dragon took in a deep breath before breathing out a much larger fire blast at All Might. This is it, Tamura muttered in glee, rubbing his hands, though making sure to avoid touching all 5 fingers to himself. Izuku jumped into the fight, stamping the earth to raise a barrier of earth. Dragon's flames crashed into it and Izuku could feel the heat. The edges of the wall cracked and Izuku was worried. However, the barrier held and Tamura's glee turned into disappointment, then anger. That brat again. Nomu, fucking kill that green-haired hero wannabe. Oh no you don't. Katsuki jumped into the fray, firing an explosion at the Nomu's head. The Nomu blocked the blast with an arm but had let go of All Might in order to do so. The hero twisted, breaking free from the creature's grip, blood staining his white shirt at the sight of his old injury. All Might, despite the pain, reached out to grab the Nomu but it moved away, ignoring both him and Katsuki. After all, it had new orders and neither of them were its new target. Katsuki tried to intercept, firing several explosions. However, the Nomu tanked through them and swatted the student away who managed to avoid the worst of the blow through quick use of his quirk. It's okay, Kachan, Izuku called out. Help All Might. Katsuki looked sharply at Izuku's words before turning away from his classmate. I hope you know what you're doing, Deku. I hope I know what I'm doing, Izuku mumbled as he leapt to the side to avoid the Nomu's first punch. It wasn't just the fact that All Might was outnumbered. Izuku was more worried about the time limit. Given that he had already run out and the villains the number 1 hero was facing weren't the average thugs, Izuku couldn't help but feel some trepidation. Izuku hoped that he could simply stall the Nomu for long enough so to ease All Might's burden. He stumbled as he landed, his leg protesting in pain. While it didn't hurt as bad as he expected, he couldn't dwell on it too long as the Nomu approached. Izuku twisted his hand against the ground, fashioning boots around both legs up to the knees to support his injured leg. He slipped below the next punch, summoning a spike of earth that pierced its chest. Izuku then rolled through the Nomu's legs gathering a gauntlet of earth as he went. As he came out of the somersault, he slashed at the Nomu's ankles, tearing through its Achilles with a sharp earthen glove. It screeched and Izuku jumped back as the Nomu punched through the spike in its chest, its ankle already healing. Izuku scowled. Nothing he was doing was causing enough damage. While his lava earlier had caused the Nomu pain, as had the shot to its brain, neither had taken much time to heal. However, Izuku had noticed a flaw with the Nomu. While it certainly wasn't a mindless creature, it was plain to Izuku that its intelligence was limited. Its speed and strength were certainly impressive, comparable to All Might, but all it did was punch with the occasional kick. While that combination was certainly almost overwhelming enough, without any tactics or trickery, the Nomu seemed to be very simple and direct in its attack. Therefore, if Izuku wanted to stand a chance, he needed to give himself time to react to the Nomu, which meant going faster than he currently was. Izuku remembered the obstacle course where he had thought to use his earth bending to stick himself to the vertical wall like magnets. The idea of magnets drew his mind to maglev trains that used electromagnets to levitate the carriages and propel them along the tracks. Izuku jerked to the side to avoid a swing before pushing himself backwards. He wobbled as he tried using his earth boots to skate across the ground but was pleased to note that it was faster than just running though did require a bit more mental effort. Already he could feel small beads of sweat and he knew he couldn't keep it up for long. As the Nomu bounded after him, Izuku swung his arms, sending large boulders behind him to impede the creature. The Nomu shattered the first one before catching the second one, crushing it between its hands and flinging the shrapnel at Izuku. Izuku simply dragged a hand on the ground, creating a wall that blocked the projectiles. The Nomu howled as it leapt forward and punched the wall, but Izuku had already abandoned it, causing its fragments to bounce harmlessly on the ground. Instead, the teen had circled to the side, levitating shards of earth and spinning them. However, Izuku was surprised when the rocks didn't become molten. With no time to dwell on it, he sent the earth shards spinning like a saw at the Nomu. The attack cut a jagged line through the creature's head and Izuku let out a breath of relief when the Nomu paused, screaming in pain. Knowing he didn't have a moment to waste, Izuku decided to not give the Nomu a chance to recover and be relentless. He kicked and punched, sending more spinning blades of earth, gouging out the Nomu's flesh. It didn't take long before the creature's right leg was severed, cut clean through. The Nomu screeched as it suddenly became unbalanced and dropped to the ground. Izuku was breathing heavily but knew he couldn't stop. He fashioned 4 spires, intending to gore the villain. There was a brief flash of hesitation as Izuku remembered that the creature was alive and felt pain. However, the moment was fleeting as Izuku remembered its purpose. He would not let it harm All Might. Izuku sent the spires whistling towards the Nomu. Unfortunately, there was a loud boom and a bright light off to the side that distracted Izuku. Even though his attention was only diverted for a moment, it was enough. The Nomu dodged Izuku's attack, which had lost its direction, and punched the boy, the blow breaking ribs and sending him flying. The spires of earth crumbled as Izuku instantly lost control. The pain was immense with his vision blurring. You can't lose T. Izuku crashed into the fountain, blood coloring the water red, unconscious. Minutes earlier, All Might brought a hand up, wiping away the blood from his mouth as he inspected the new addition to the battle. And who are you? Call me Dragon, the cloaked man answered. All Might was frustrated at not having heard the name of the villain. He did not know any of the villains, and given their strength, it was surprising. After his rise to glory, organized crime had all but vanished, retreating back to the shadows. All Might was not so naive to believe there were no groups left. They were simply waiting for his reign at the top to end before crawling out of the woodwork. However, with this league of villains being bold enough to bring the fight to him and clearly with some intelligent backing, All Might knew they could become a serious threat. All Might was surprised when Katsuki joined him. Why are you here? I thought I told you and Midoriya to stay back. If I hadn't stepped in, you might have been in some serious trouble. Katsuki retorted. All Might's eyebrow raised at his exclusion of Izuku. Let the boy stay. If he wants to act like a hero, he should suffer like one too. Dragon pointed at Katsuki, who growled. I will not you harm any of my students. All Might's eyes blazed. However, as he said those words, he quickly glanced to where Izuku was fighting the Nomu and couldn't help but be worried. He had only traded a few blows with the monster but knew that the Nomu was a difficult opponent. He couldn't let it continue fighting his protege. I thought your beast was made to fight me. Why don't you call it back so I can put that Nomu in its place? Tamura snarled. Don't get ahead of yourself, All Might. Right now, that brat needs to die for interfering too many times. All Might stepped towards the Nomu. How dare you? However, his way was blocked by Dragon, who had stepped between All Might and the fight between Izuku and Nomu. I can't allow that. Katsuki snorted. With your lab pet occupied, how the fuck do you think you can win? However, whatever reaction he was expecting to elicit, he did not expect Tamura's anger to recede as the villain straightened up. Kurogiri seemed to quiver slightly, and it took a second for Katsuki and All Might to realize that the warp villain was chuckling, a fact that made them both uneasy. Comparing me to that creature is appalling. Dragon lowered his stance slightly, shrugging the cloak to behind his shoulders, exposing bulging muscles that showed the villain's strength. The villain wore a sleeveless, black armor accented with silver metal strips. Plain black combat trousers completed the outfit. All in all, the outfit was simplistic and didn't seem to have any hidden tricks. However, both Katsuki and All Might were on edge. They could tell that Dragon was not boasting, simply stating a fact. While the Nomu was designed and created to counter you, All Might, it is still weaker than Dragon. Kurogiri calmly stated. Tamura scowled. But I wanted to win with my pet, not father's. Dragon made no reaction to being called a pet. Is this guy pouting? Master Tamura, Kurogiri admonished. How can I call it my victory if the kill isn't from my party? Katsuki looked at him weirdly. This fucker is definitely pouting. You're getting ahead of yourself. All Might. No one is dying, because I am here. Dragon had had enough of the pleasantries. Enough talk. With that, the villain spewed out a burst of flames, stirring Katsuki and All Might into action. All Might reacted much quicker, easily dodging the flames and circling around Dragon. The hero then let loose a flurry of quick punches aimed for the villain's back. However, All Might was surprised when Dragon reacted in time, twisting around to dodge the first few punches while using his hands to push the next few punches away from their target. After the barrage of attacks, only one of All Might's punches connected solidly with Dragon's gut. Regardless, the punch did not send the villain flying and All Might was forced to dodge another fire breath. Something is not right. It was clear that the villain's quirk was his fire breath. Yet he was somehow able to not only react to All Might's speed but also move and keep up during a battle. However, the most surprising thing wasn't that Dragon could do so, but rather that the villain could do so during his first battle with All Might. The next few attempts yielded the same result and All Might knew something was off. A realization struck him as the two separated, putting some distance between them. You're just like that Nomu. You have multiple quirks. Dragon growled slightly. I thought I told you not to compare me to that failure. The villain inhaled deeply and All Might could practically see the orange glow travel up his throat. The hero easily dodged the telegraphed attack. However, as the fire cleared, All Might was surprised as Dragon swung a fiery fist straight at him. Dragon had used the fire breath to obscure the hero's sight before placing both fists into the flames to set them on fire. That's another one. How many does this villain have? While All Might managed to dodge the first swing, the flames and smoke obscured his vision for a second time, so he did not see the second fist aimed straight for his old injury. Don't forget about me. Katsuki yelled as he fired a large explosion straight at Dragon. You brat. The villain reacted instinctively, using a hand to block the blast before he could punch the hero. All Might recovered and threw a punch while Katsuki had already circled around and fired an explosion at a different angle. The combined attack from two different fronts meant the villain couldn't properly block either attack and so was sent flying back from the punch, slightly scorched. What the hell are you doing? Tamura hissed. Calm down. Dragon's voice was quiet but held a dangerous tone while flames still licked at his hands, causing Tamura to stiffen. Tamura turned to the smoky form next to him. Kurogiri, take care of that boy. I don't want any mistakes. Dragon scowled at the implication that he couldn't take them both on but said nothing. In the end, this was still Tamura's operation and so he would follow the young heir's orders. As Katsuki approached Dragon, he was forced off course as a portal opened in his way. Not this shit again. The teen landed, turning to stare at Kurogiri who floated forward. I'm afraid I can't allow you to interfere in their fight anymore. Katsuki grit his teeth in annoyance. He had already faced this guy earlier and it had been a pain to maneuver around. He glanced past the warp user to see All Might and Dragon continue to clash pretty evenly. And while Katsuki had faith that All Might couldn't lose, there was no reason the student couldn't help speed up the process. Katsuki flew forward, straight for Kurogiri. There was no point trying to get past the villain to All Might's fight since Kurogiri would intervene. Therefore, Katsuki intended to deal with the warp villain first. Katsuki launched himself forward and as Kurogiri opened a portal in his way, Katsuki was already moving out of the way. Less jerky movements meant he was able to preserve his speed and rushed closer. Did you really fucking think you could repeat the same moves? Katsuki roared, rhetorically. Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. Kurogiri opened more portals but took a step back as Katsuki kept reading his moves, predicting when and where he would open his portals. Katsuki dropped low, practically skidding along the ground. As he got close to Kurogiri, he fired an explosion into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and grinned. With the dust, the villain wouldn't be able to tell where he was coming from. Katsuki lifted a hand, priming his gauntlet and took aim. Die, fuckers. As soon as the dust cloud was thrown up and blocked his vision, Kurogiri rushed to open two portals, one protecting himself and another in front of Tamura, who had refused to participate. He suddenly heard the blonde teen's voice to his side and whirled to face it but was too late to do anything more as a gigantic explosion rocked the USJ. Flames erupted from Katsuki's gauntlet as the sheer volume of sweat that had been stored throughout the battle unleashed an explosion with enough concussive force to crack the platform around the fountain. The ground shook as the air was whipped around. Even those standing on the main plaza near the entrance had to cover their faces from the sudden wind. The flash of light pierced through the dust, blinding everyone there momentarily. Kurogiri flew back, being so close to the explosion. However, he was surprised when he barely felt any flames or heat wash over him. And as the dust cleared, he could see why. Because Katsuki had not been aiming for him. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Tamura muttered, wide-eyed. Katsuki stood there panting. His arm throbbed, both from the recoil of the explosion and from the nails that had pierced his arm during his battle in the earthquake zone. He lowered his arm in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had taken the opportunity when under the cover of the dust to aim away from Kurogiri and Tamura. Instead, he had pointed his gauntlet at the villain he deemed the biggest threat out of the three, Dragon. All Might's only warning had been Katsuki's exclamation and with a quick jab to daze Dragon, he had leapt back and out of the way. Holy s, the explosion drowned out the rest as it ripped towards Dragon. However, what happened next shocked him more as the villain opened its mouth and proceeded to eat the flames. Like a vacuum, the flames from the explosion were sucked into the villain's open maw. While he was still pushed back from the force of the attack, he stood his ground and All Might could see an orange glow spread from the villain's chest to the rest of his body. Dragon's muscles seemed to swell slightly as the flames around his fist burned brighter. Golden tattoos in the shape of flames seemed to grow from the villain's back, coming around his shoulders and stretching midway down his biceps. The tattoos glowed and flickered as if a real fire had been etched into his skin. While scorch marks did litter his body, as soon as Dragon's eyes opened, All Might moved. And just in time. Katsuki blinked, grunting as he suddenly found himself sitting several meters away from where he had been. After eating the flames, Dragon had dashed towards Katsuki, intent on turning him into a splat decorating the ground. However, All Might had read the villain's intention and had moved to intercept, flinging his student away. The force of the flaming fist pushed All Might back, blood dribbling from his mouth. The hero was practically running on empty but he couldn't afford to stop fighting now. Ever the hero, All Might. Dragon spat. Only a villain would target a child. That child thought he could end me. Their fight renewed and All Might could immediately tell that Dragon had become stronger. The villain was faster, his punches hitting harder. Dragon blew flames between his strikes, and All Might was forced on the defensive. The hero took care to protect his most vulnerable spot, Dragon's fists pounding against his arm. All Might knew he couldn't keep taking this abuse and switched tactics. When the next punch was thrown, All Might grabbed it before twisting and pulling the villain over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground and dazing Dragon. The hero then leapt high up, intent on delivering a brutal haymaker. However, Dragon was not as dazed as he seemed and with All Might in the air, now was the perfect time to strike. Taking a deep breath in, Dragon used his fire breath quirk. Yet, instead of the stream of fire he had used until now, the villain spat out several dragon-shaped fireballs. The chair-sized fireballs rocketed up towards the descending hero. All Might's eyes widened before he turned his descent into a somersault. California Smash. All Might used the momentum from his somersault to enhance his punch, and the resulting air pressure knocked the fireballs off course. All Might continued his course, through another stream of fire. Detroit SM. All Might grunted in pain as a fireball suddenly crashed into his side. He turned his head to see the dragon-shaped fireballs that he had knocked away changing direction and resuming their course for him. The hesitation gave Dragon time to twist out of the way as All Might smashed into the ground, shattering it. Dragon was flung away from the pressure, rocks cutting him as he focused on making sure the fireballs hit their target. I won't let you get away. The fireballs crackled and roared as they neared All Might. The hero grabbed a large slab of the broken ground and used it like a bat to smash the first fireball. The fireball exploded, breaking the slab into pieces. All Might dove to the side, the second fireball exploding behind him. As he came out of his roll, he flung another piece of debris, exploding another fireball in midair. Using the explosion as a cover, All Might dashed forward, and before Dragon could realize it, the hero was in range. Smash! All Might delivered a crushing blow to the villain's face, knocking him down. However, before All Might could deal any more blows, the ground rumbled, a boom even louder than the earlier explosion drowning out the sounds of the battle. Both All Might's and Dragon's instincts screamed at them as they leapt to get some distance from the source of the power. Katsuki bit back a scream. He glanced at the cause of his pain, looking at a portal from which a pale hand emerged. The offending appendage had grasped his forearm tightly and a web of cracks was spreading across his skin, flakes falling off like aging plaster. After Katsuki had been thrown back by All Might, he had been slightly disoriented, and seeing an opportunity, Tamura struck. Katsuki had noticed the hand too late, too focused on returning to the battle between All Might and Dragon. You, fucker. Katsuki growled through gritted teeth. Tamura cackled. I can't wait to see your expression when your hand drops to the ground. Huh. Katsuki grinned savagely, eyes hidden behind his hair. Ignoring the pangs of pain, Katsuki twisted his trapped hand, grabbing hold of the villain and pulling back. Tamura's eyes widened as he felt the grip on his arm. Katsuki chuckled. You got too close. No. Master Tamura. Kurogiri realized that something was amiss and started closing the portal, hoping that the blue-haired teen would remove his hand in time. Unfortunately, both of them were too slow as Katsuki ripped an explosion straight through the portal. The explosion instantly loosened Tamura's grip on Katsuki, sending the villain flying back. Katsuki had even managed to snag Kurogiri with his attack, the force of the explosion denting his bracer with the portal he had opened closing silently. Katsuki was breathing heavily, not even bothering to look at the damage the villain had done. He could feel the blood dripping down, the skin over much of his forearm eaten away. Katsuki was lucky that the effect of Tamura's quirk seemed to end once he no longer had a hold on Katsuki's hand. You, brat. I'll teach you. Tamura struggled as he stood up, burns littering his body. Rage-filled eyes widened as Tamura noticed a distinct absence of a certain appendage on his face. Glancing down, he noticed the pale hand lying innocently on the ground. A sudden sharp pain in his head caused Tamura to crouch down and clutch his head. The pain was gone as soon as it had arrived, a memory already fading. Master Tamura. Kurogiri groaned as he got up, noticing Tamura's sudden movement. Tamura carefully lifted the hand from the ground, placing it gently on his face. There was a pause before Tamura made a mad dash towards Katsuki. The blonde teen's eyes narrowed as he watched the approaching villain. However, the villain only took a few steps before the ground rumbled and their attention was drawn away. Deku. Katsuki's mouth was agape. What the fuck is that kid? Tamura was in awe while Kurogiri unconsciously took a step back. Young Midoriya. All Might had not been paying attention to his student, too preoccupied with his fight with Dragon after the villain had powered up. But seeing his battered body covered in blood, the hero was horrified. Nevertheless, there was a different air about him. One he distinctly remembered from the last time he and Izuku had been at Dagoba Beach. Dragon stiffened as he watched the green-haired boy, his presence eerily familiar. He observed the boy calmly raise a hand, chains of earth lashing the Nomu, that had been preparing to jump up to the boy, to the ground. We're leaving, Dragon spoke to his colleagues, who tore their eyes away from Izuku at Dragon's words. All Might was shocked at that. To withdraw at this time meant that on some level, the villain knew about the Avatar state. No. Tamura's response was direct and Dragon whipped his head to look at him. I must see this. There was an intensity in Tamura's eyes that caused even Dragon to acquiesce. Kurogiri opened his mouth to object when he was slammed into from the side and yanked to the ground. Katsuki brought his face closer to the villain's. You lost focus, villain. Kurogiri shifted and Katsuki let off several small explosions on the already dented brace. Move and you die. I can't believe I've been brought to the ground for the second time today, Kurogiri muttered. Kurogiri, you buffoon. Tamura scratched his neck, eyes darting between the two students. From his position on the ground, Katsuki had a clear view of Izuku, eyes simmering with anger. When did you get so fucking strong? Ochako stood up, face grimacing as her stomach protested. After Kido had left her, Rikido and Yuga with 13, there had been a brief argument before Yuga agreed to give up the cape of his costume. The glittering cloth was now stained heavily red as the three students used it as best they could to stem the bleeding from 13's back. Without the battle, her heart finally began to calm down and Ochako could finally pay attention to her surroundings. The main plaza where she was deathly silent. Ochako could only hear the labored breathing of Rikido and suppressed an eye roll as Yuga continued sobbing quietly over the death of his cape. However, as she looked across the USJ, she could hear the sounds of various battles echoing across the facility. She clutched a hand in front of her chest, worrying about her classmates. The most worrying thing she saw came from the two peaks within the USJ. They stood on opposite ends of the facility and looked almost completely contradictory to each other. One looked more jagged, a gigantic glacier perched precariously towards the top. Just looking at it made Ochako shiver despite not being able to feel any of the frigid air the ice produced. On the other side, the volcano stood menacingly, black smoke still wafting up and an orange glow framing its blunted summit. Ochako had felt the rumbling all the way from where she was. However, she had still been in the throes of her nausea and had thus not seen the eruption though had certainly felt it. Thankfully it had now simmered down. Ochako didn't know what she would do if she had to deal with an active volcano after battling a villain. Her group only had to deal with a single villain and had struggled. But she had seen how many villains had arrived at the USJ and her friends likely had to deal with multiple enemies. She could only hope that everyone in class survived as well as they had. Not including 13, everyone in her group had only suffered from some scrapes and mild quirk exhaustion. Ochako picked up some faint reverberations, almost like a drum sounding a beat in the distance. Turning her head she caught a flash of green making its way down the volcano towards the fountain. Her heart leapt into her throat as she recognized the figure as Izuku. No, Deku. What's wrong, Uraka? Rikido stuttered out as his brain power slowly returned. Deku's headed towards the fountain. I think he's going to fight there. Ochako barely noticed her name being butchered, not even moving her eyes from the scene as she answered her classmate. Mon Dieu, Yuga let out a shaky breath. Why would he not run? Ochako had no answer to Rikido's question. Actually, that wasn't true. A part of her had an inkling as to why the green boy was so reckless. However, Ochako really wished it wasn't true and so didn't voice it. She didn't want Izuku's lack of self-preservation to be a pattern. She let out a sudden gasp. Rikido stumbled next to her and his eyes widened as he saw Izuku get captured by that big, brain creature. Rikido wasn't sure what that thing was but it definitely wasn't human. Deku. Ochako made to go down the stairs but Rikido lunged and grabbed her wrist. Let me go. Ochako pulled furiously against the sugar man's grip but it was futile. Stop. I can't let you just rush in. You'll get, Rikido gulped, unwilling to finish the sentence. Yuga watched the two of them nervously, not sure what he could do or say to defuse the situation. Before Ochako could say anything, a loud crash from behind them drew their attention. Ochako was the first to recognize who was the cause of it. All Might, she said joyfully, tears in her eyes. Rikido's and Yuga's faces morphed into smiles as they saw who had arrived though their expressions froze once they noticed that the number 1 hero's signature smile was not present. Stay here, children. Yes sir. Ochako stuttered. All Might's expression made it seem far less appropriate for her to interrupt but she couldn't just say nothing. So she shouldered on. Kido and Eraserhead are injured near the fountain. Deku is. All Might raised a hand, giving her and the other students a reassuring smile. Don't worry young Uraraka. Why? Because I am here. Instantly relief flooded her body at those words. Those words that every child of her generation had probably heard hundreds of times. Listening to them on the TV paled in comparison to their effect when she heard them just meters away and a choked sob crept from her throat. Before Ochako, Rikido or Yuga realized what happened, the sound of coughing drew their attention. They were startled as they saw Eraserhead and Kido now lying near 13. Ochako blinked as she looked down, seeing both Katsuki and Izuku near the bottom of the stairs. All Might now stood between the two and the villains but even then, a sliver of worry wormed its way through her heart. With All Might's arrival, Rikido had let go of Ochako and since she was free, she proceeded to start running down the stairs. No, Rikido yelled out. He made to follow her, but Ochako managed to make him reconsider. Stay with Aoyama and protect the teachers. Her voice faded as she made her way down the stairs. Rikido gritted his teeth as he glanced back. Even though he was worried about Ochako, there were now 3 teachers on the main plaza. 3 very injured teachers. Rikido couldn't let the burden of their protection fall solely on Yuga and decided to stay behind. All Might's down there. He'll make sure nothing happens to any of them. Ochako was thoroughly winded once she had made her way down the stairs. The situation seemed to have deteriorated since she'd started descending with 2 separate battles taking place. Plus, there seemed to be some new cloaked villain who was almost as big as All Might himself. Ochako had no clue who these villains were but her eyes were wide as they seemed to be keeping up with the number 1 hero. She couldn't remember the last time there was news of All Might struggling to beat a villain. In her mind, such a thing was simply not possible. Nevertheless, it was the other battle that caught her attention more. Deku, she whispered. With jagged, chipped teeth, purple, cracked skin and exposed brains, Ochako could only describe Izuku's opponent as a freak born from some mad scientist's lab. Its strength was inhuman as Ochako saw it casually swat Izuku's attacks away like pesky flies and her heart leapt into her throat as Izuku narrowly avoided contact. Ochako desperately tried to make her way to Izuku but her body wasn't responding. Come on, legs. Move. However, she couldn't do it. The more she thought about entering the battle of fighting that monster, the more her heart began to race. A sudden bright light blinded her, followed by an explosion of sound that rang her eardrums. Ochako couldn't even process what had happened as a shockwave knocked her to the ground. She groaned in pain, desperately rubbing her eyes to remove the bright spots. As she blinked, she heard a victorious roar from the creature causing her heart to sink. Ochako was surprised when she couldn't see Izuku. The Nomu was now moving far more leisurely than before, and as she tracked the path it would take, she couldn't stop the cry that left her throat. No. Because she had found Izuku, who was lying in the fountain, blood dripping from his head. Ochako finally managed to get her feet to move, and before she even realized what she was doing, she was running towards both the Nomu and Izuku. She tapped two large pieces of rubble, floating them with her quirk before flinging them at the purple creature. The two rocks crashed into the Nomu, shattering against it relatively harmlessly. The creature didn't even budge. Nevertheless, the Nomu paused, turning around to regard the little girl before moving in her direction. Ochako froze in her tracks, though she was already halfway to the fountain when she looked past the Nomu approaching her and saw it. A sight that was imprinted in her mind. One that she would never forget. Ochako thought she had imagined the first quake. The second quake was more powerful, making her unbalanced as some dust rose near the fountain. The third quake came sooner, causing her to fall to the ground once more. Each time the quakes would come sooner and increase in intensity until they were near constant. The fountain crumbled, dust rising. Ochako scrambled back as stress lines spread across the platform. By now everyone around the fountain had taken note, and Ochako wouldn't be surprised if everyone around the USJ could feel the tremors. Ochako tried to peer through the dust around the fountain. She could barely make out Izuku's silhouette moving and let out a sigh of relief, some tears of happiness falling down her cheek. The Nomu seemed to have lost restraint as it charged, jumping forward. Ochako caught a brief glimpse of light from within the dust before the ground heaved, knocking her back towards the stairs. Ochako grunted in pain, clambering up using the steps to see what had happened. The once smooth platform was now in ruins. The earth around the fountain had been molded into haphazard rows of spikes like a cheval de frise with the Nomu skewered on them. The creature let out an ear-piercing cry as it struggled, breaking the spikes, its wounds healing. However, before it could even make a move towards Izuku, the green-haired punched the air, a giant earthen fist rising from the earth and copying his movements, smacking the creature away. The Nomu roared in anger, the attack irritating it more than anything. However, Izuku seemed to pay it no mind, a harsh sound stinging Ochako's ears. Deku. Hey, are you okay? She found herself yelling as she could barely hear her own voice over the grinding noise. However, Izuku didn't respond in any way, if he had even heard her. She could still barely make him out through the dust. Suddenly, she felt a breeze ruffle her hair. Where's that wind coming from? Ochako muttered to herself as she looked around. The wind picked up speed, harshly tugging at her clothes as she realized the breeze was not natural. It was the beginnings of a tornado, centered around Izuku. The green-haired boy had ground the stone around him into a fine sand-like powder and was whipping it around at increasingly high speeds. Ochako was forced to cover her eyes as the circling sand became stinging. Deku. Ochako was surprised as Izuku started to rise into the air. The Nomu screeched as it jumped up, but it didn't even make it halfway before Izuku snapped a hand up, causing a chain of earth to follow and yank the creature back down, smashing it into the ground. The Nomu didn't even have time to recover as it was flung into the air from the same chain, spinning in the sky, attracting the attention of students across the USJ, including one heterochromatic. There was a crack like a gunshot, startling Ochako. As she looked up, 3 more cracks followed, and one by one, each of the Nomu's limbs were blown off by a hardened rock. However, while the Nomu's pain-filled shrieks echoed over the howling winds, Ochako's attention was elsewhere and she froze as she saw Izuku's face. His eyes were literally glowing white. She couldn't see the green irises. And his expression seemed fixed in a scowl. He looked scary. She broke out of her frozen state as the Nomu slammed into the ground. The tornado disintegrated suddenly and Ochako let out a strangled gasp as Izuku fell to the ground. However, her worry was misplaced as that was what Izuku intended. The boy crashed into the ground, shaking it much more than when the Nomu had landed. A fissure line raced towards the creature as the very ground split. The Nomu was helpless, still regenerating as it fell into the crevice created by the earthbender. Izuku's arms shook as he brought them together and the earth groaned as it was pushed together, trapping the Nomu in place. Izuku walked towards where the Nomu was trapped, unharmed from his own landing. He lifted his hands, shaping large spears of earth. However, before he could send them drilling through the earth, he suddenly collapsed to one knee. Izuku coughed, sending up a spray of blood. Ochako wasn't sure what had happened. He didn't look good, dried blood on the side of his head. However, it didn't look like anything had hit him, making her concerned as to why he was suddenly coughing up blood. Perhaps he had injured his chest when he crashed into the fountain. Even though the Nomu was trapped, its regeneration had not stopped, and with Izuku's concentration suddenly wavering, it found an opportunity. The Nomu burst out of the ground, raking its hands across the platform and sending large chunks of earth careening towards Izuku. However, the boy managed to recover, stopping the boulders in the air. As the Nomu bounded forward, Izuku kicked the ground, causing a line of the ground to soften like quicksand. The Nomu stumbled as its feet suddenly sank into the soft earth. Simultaneously, the earthbender sent the boulders spinning around him. Ochako's jaw dropped as the boulders accelerated and liquefied. An orange glow washed over Izuku as the rocks melted into lava. The blob of lava continued to spin, taking the shape of a giant shuriken, double the size of the boy controlling it. As the Nomu struggled free from the sudden sand trap, Izuku heaved before sending the lava shuriken screaming towards the black beast. The Nomu had no time to respond properly, settling with punching the approaching attack. Unfortunately, it could only blink dumbly as the lava cleaved straight through its hand, continuing on. Ochako shrieked as she scrambled back, the lava splashing close to her, sizzling on the ground. She stared up in shock at how close it had been, only to be surprised as the Nomu's upper body fell forward separated from its lower half. The beast howled in pain and rage, using its hands to clamber up as it slowly regenerated. But it was too slow. Izuku stamped the ground violently, the orange glow washing the Nomu's face growing brighter as the earth underneath the creature cracked, melting to become lava. The two halves of the Nomu sank, burning in the boiling lava. It let out an ear-splitting shriek as it tried to climb out of the pool of lava, its fingers melting away. It was even making some progress, though its regeneration had slowed due to the lava eating away at it. Izuku raised his hands, arms shaking with effort. The lava suddenly heaved and roiled as Izuku raised it from the pool, ropes of lava holding the Nomu down. Blood dribbled from Izuku's mouth as the Nomu struggled. Izuku commanded the lava to coalesce into a sphere around the Nomu. It screamed as the burning liquid poured over its head and brain. The Nomu thrashed even harder, lava splashing everywhere. Ochako cried out as a blob of lava snagged her shoe, quickly chewing through the material. She hastily removed it but not before her leg was burned, tears threatening to fall from the corner of her eyes as Ochako hobbled away. Izuku roared, his hands trembling as he attempted to bring them together. The lava glowed brighter as the sphere was forced in on itself, crushing the Nomu. Blood poured from Izuku's eyes and nose from the effort. The Nomu was helpless, unable to counter, and in the end, its regeneration couldn't keep up. It let out a pitiful whine for the last time as it was completely crushed by the high pressure. Izuku's arms dropped, the lava he had been holding up splashing down, a charred hunk of black meat being all the evidence left of the Nomu. The green-haired boy fell to his knees. The glow faded, dull green, bloodshot eyes left behind which rolled up into his head. Izuku dropped to the ground, unconscious, the lava rapidly cooling and becoming solid around him. The other battle that had been taking place near the fountain had come to a standstill, all of the participants were too entranced with the Izuku's battle with the Nomu. Various emotions could be seen across their faces ranging from All Might's concern and Dragon's intense focus to Katsuki's anger. Tamura scowled as he was forced to turn his attention away from the green-haired boy, who was proving both far more interesting and frustrating, to his transport. Who was currently lying on the ground at the mercy of some kid. Kurogiri, Tamura muttered. Tamura made to move towards Katsuki but the teen was having none of that. What fucking part of, don't move, do you not understand? Katsuki yelled as explosions popped from his hand into Kurogiri's brace. The warp villain could only groan in pain, not willing to move. Katsuki's face was set in a scowl as the ground shook. He did not want to give the villain any room. A slip-up, a moment of hesitation, any space and Katsuki knew that Kurogiri would not hesitate to retaliate. He had already made the mistake of letting the villain attack freely and had paid the price. Tamura froze in place at Katsuki's words. Brats these days are rather mouthy, aren't they? He asked rhetorically. Oh well, it makes no difference. Katsuki's eyes widened as Tamura turned around, ignoring him and Kurogiri, focusing back on Izuku and the Nomu. Don't move until needed, Kurogiri. Katsuki grit his teeth. Don't turn your back on me. Katsuki demanded. The blonde-haired boy let loose some small explosions in the air from his free hand. If you're not careful, I'll pop him here and now. Tamura glanced back, an intense look in his gaze. Go on, then. Don't make empty threats. Katsuki was shocked at that and didn't respond. A kid like you knows nothing of death. And with that, Tamura turned back. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of Katsuki's face, a strange feeling filling him. He stared at Tamura before looking past him to Izuku. Katsuki's face twitched in annoyance as he realized that he felt useless. He couldn't attack Kurogiri more. If he pushed too hard, there would be no reason for the warp villain to simply lay there. Katsuki was trapped there, making threats being all that he could do. However, it was more than that. A blow to his pride. Katsuki hadn't lost much in his admittedly short life. At this moment, the blonde-haired student could only remember a handful of times when his pride had been injured. Katsuki's face morphed into a snarl. And all those times had been because of Izuku Midoriya. His shock gave way to anger as the object of his ire suddenly started using lava. All Might was equally as surprised as Katsuki. Young Midoriya, when Dragon glanced at the hero, just as interested in the development occurring before them. All Might blinked himself out of his stupor as he realized that he was just standing around. With Dragon distracted, now was the time to strike. The number one hero dashed towards Dragon, catching the cloaked villain completely off guard. The punch thrown found its target, smashing straight into the villain's jaw. Dragon was thrown back, crashing into the ground. All Might did not intend to give the villain any time, but before he could make another move, an ear-splitting shriek from behind him drew his attention. The hero jerked back, only to recoil in surprise when he realized that Izuku was not in danger. In fact, it was the opposite. The Nomu was at Izuku's mercy. Dragon sat up, wiping blood away from the corner of his mouth. Mission failure, he muttered. He stood up, brushing the dirt from his cloak, the flame tattoo around his upper arm slowly receding. Tamura, time's up. The hand-covered villain, grunted, already scratching away at his neck at the result of his mission. All Might reacted to Dragon's words too slow, a stream of fire crashing right into his old injury causing him to cough up blood and bite his tongue to prevent him from yelling out in pain. Dragon had already moved away and swung his powerful arm. Katsuki barely reacted before the cloaked villain reached him. The boy was smacked away, the strike from Dragon crashing into the arm he had aimed at Kurogiri, instantly snapping it. Suddenly, 2 gunshots could be heard and Tamura was knocked to the ground. What do you think you're doing? He hissed before his eyes widened. Dragon had run at him, making Tamura fall to the ground, holding an arm to intercept the 2 bullets aimed at Tamura. The villain clenched his fist as 2 rivulets of blood dripped down from the fresh bullet wounds in his arm. More gunshots could be heard, but they completely missed their target as Kurogiri, now free, intercepted them. Before any more attacks could be thrown their way, Kurogiri's smoky body collapsed in on itself, warping him, Tamura and Dragon away. The USJ fell almost silent. The attack by the League of Villains had been foiled. More than 100 villains had taken part and only 3 had managed to escape. Class 1A had survived their first villain attack. And that's the USJ arc basically concluded. Took a lot more words than I anticipated, but I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. 2 parts. 1 enjoyed writing probably the most from the arc where Nomu vs Izuku and Tokiyami losing control.